If we pick up Conrad's comments in the shadow line and fill in with some documents still preserved in the Keating collection at Yale, we can follow his movements after he left the Vidar. Having given up his berth out of ennui *, he hung around the sailor's home in Singapore, in a sense less, waiting for something to happen to him, ostensibly awaiting a passage back to England. A Captain Patterson advised Conrad to get after the steward of the sailor's home until the latter informed him that the very important Captain Henry Ellis, the marine superintendent, was seeking someone with a captain's certificate for a ready command, the Otago, at that time in Bangkok. In the shadow line, Conrad disguises some of the names, but retains Captain Ellis. He also uses a memorandum which, in actuality, ordered Conrad to Bangkok to pick up his command. In a 191/7, February 27, letter to Sir Sidney Colvin, a close friend, Conrad wrote of the circumstances of March-April 1887, really 1888. When he moved toward his first command, he points out that Giles in the novel was in reality Captain Patterson, and that the experience is transposed into spiritual terms, which in art Conrad says is a perfectly legitimate thing to do, as long as one preserves the exact truth enshrined therein. Conrad worked closely indeed with reality, even confusing the name of the actual chief mate Bourne with Burns in the novel, letting Bourne get into the manuscript and Burns into his letter, as if the two, one real and one fictional, were indistinguishable once the imagination had worked on them. For Conrad's experiences on the Otago, we will have to follow the broad outline of the shadow line, keeping in mind that the novel would inevit *. Conrad suggests the Malays by using as engaged you to be master of the Otago in AC. Epigraph for chapter I of the shadow line court ends with the consul's telegram on Avoy Baudelaire's D'autrefois, Complat, Grand Age from Bangkok to Melbourne. It is Miroir/Demande Spoyer. F. or This Great Sign by Henry Ellis Keating Collection. Poet of Despair, Ennui, and Malaise. The lines on the same day, Captain Ellis wrote to the from La Musique indicate the sea as itself a consul at Bangkok, the person I have in great mirror or glass for his despair, a perfect gauge is Mr. Conrad Korsaniowski's, who holds image for the board Conrad seeking, like NAR a certificate of competency as master from Sissus, some meaning in the reflection. The Board of Trade. He bears a good character. T. dated January 19, 1888, the memorandum from the several vessels he has sailed out of. Dumb is worded, this is to inform you that this port. I have agreed with him that you are required to proceed today in the SS wages at £14 per month to count from date of Milieu to Bangkok, and you will report your arrival at Bangkok, London Public Record. Arrival to the British Consul and produce this office memorandum which will show that I have Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 253. Bligh sharpens situations for dramatic purposes. Conrad went up to Bangkok, where he met the chief mate, Bourne, and heard about the strange former Moss Tur, now dead. From Burns, Bourne, Conrad learns of things which turned the Otago and its experiences into something of a Flying Dutchman. The former master, John Snadden, would keep to his cabin, let the ship loaf at sea for inscrutable reasons, and at times come up on deck only to return below, where he sawed away on his violin for hours on end, often playing all night. Burns feels the ship is haunted by the now dead master and is embittered by having been passed over for the command. In addition, as if the eeriness had spread to the entire crew, it is infected with a malady which lays everyone low except the captain and the cook, Ransom. This is the ship and situation Conrad inherited as his first command *. Interestingly, Conrad cast his first command fictionally as a combination of the ancient mariner, with the crew cursed by illness, and the Flying Dutchman, a ship and captain cursed. Although Conrad sidesteps the case of faith, which is central to the Dutchman legend, he does focus on Fidel ity, which for him was the practical aspect of faith. Ransom, with his heart ailment, has fidelity to an idea, as does the captain, and the two of them, along with the devoted crew, turn the cursed Dutchman into a barely functioning ship. When, finally, they sail into Singapore harbor, they have beaten the curse of the dead master, the misfortune of land maladies, and the doom of a calm sea. The captain has passed his initiation. It is psychologically compelling that Conrad saw himself as part of a curse, an infection, a malady, all of which he, as a kind of sickened king, would have to set right before he could call himself a master mariner. AP. Apparently, he had, in some corner of his mind, accepted the tainted quality of his existence, however he explained it to himself, and saw himself as a chief. *. Although we are well warned not to in another note, this time from a Fissy equate novelistic dramatization with the real Kean, William Willis, we have corroboration of thing, for which we have little direct evi the crew's condition when Conrad took over. Hence, there are two letters in the Keating the command of the Otago, I think it is not collection at Yale which appear to substant out of place on my part that I should state, Al. Tight Conrad's presentation of his first com though not asked by you to do so, to prevent. MAND. 1, dated April 5, 1888, is from the any misapprehension hereafter, that the crew, firm of Henry Simpson and Sons of Adelaide, of the sailing ship Otago has suffered severely. The owners of the Otago, your favors dated whilst in Bangkok from tropical diseases, in Bangkok 2 and February 6, latter with post-eluding fever, dysentery, and cholera, and I. Script dated youth on the eve of sailing, duly can speak of my own knowledge that you reached me James Simpson, and have done all in your power in the trying and interesting as detailing the melancholy CIR responsible position of master of the ship to circumstances under which you took charge of hasten the departure of your vessel from this. The bark Otago. Simpson goes on to say unhealthy place and at the same time to save That he cannot compare them with other the lives of the men under your command. Immense as he never received any word from, February 1888. The late captain. 254 English mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Ing certain goal solely by hurdling successive obstacles. It is perhaps not happenstance that he chose a sea career, with its stages of examinations and trials, each of which was a torture to prepare for and sit for, as if by passing through each stage of that world he could set right the inner coordinates of his world. The image of the Flying Dutchman is particularly apt for this pole. Sailing on English ships, an apparition of sorts, deriving from a tainted background, and seeking fidelity to an idea as a way of balancing out the curse of the sea. The Dutchman has treasures in its hold, that mysterious treasure at the heart of every trial and testing, and those treasures, which Conrad sensed in himself, could be released only through an expiation of sorts. The Otago experience, besides its importance as Conrad's first and sole major command, the only other was a brief stint on a Congo riverboat. Generated several pieces of fiction, The Shadow Line, a work of the war years, and the stories F.Alk, dating from May 1901, and A Smile of Fortune, dated August 19, 10. Falk, with its mysterious tugboat captain who at one time had indulged in cannibalism and would now like to bite chunks of swelling flesh from a Brunhilde-like young woman, seems to derive from the time when Conrad was waiting for his cargo in Bangkok. Also, in this story he mentions the name of Schomburg, the hotel keeper who is Errol in Falk itself and Lord Jim, but of major importance in Victory. We should note how tenaciously Conrad hung on to his view of people. His sight of Schomburg coming in 1888, mention of him seemingly exhausted in his work of 1899 to 1901, and then the character resurrected for major poses in the 191 to 14 period. Conrad's imagination worked not only on a tunneling through memory but on a duplicating and overlapping of characters and scenes. This aspect of his method helps to explain the terrible intensity of his presentation, especially in those later years when all essential ingredients came together. Bangkok to Singapore in the cursed ship took 3 weeks, more than double the normal sailing time for the 800 miles. With a fresh crew on board, the Otago continued on to Sydney, Australia, where it arrived in early May. On May 5, Conrad wrote to his uncle from Sydney. The Otago loaded up, and on August 7, he took his command to Port Louis in Mauritius. In his essay Geography and Some Explorers, he left an account of the voyage, a long and tricky one. The trip to Mauritius, which lies off Madagascar, Malagasy Republic, due east of the Southeast African coast, encompassed 2 possible routes, either south around the coast of Australia, and then due west across the Indian Ocean, which was the routine way, or north through the Torres Strait between the northern tip of Australia and New Guinea, past Darwin, and then due west to Mauritius. The latter was more dangerous because of the Torres Strait, and it was the route Conrad preferred. In order to take this route, however, he needed the permission of the master mariner, apprentice writer 255 owners. Part of Conrad's reason may have been boredom, a desire for a challenge, a wish to test out his mariner's skills. In any event, he wrote the owners and suggested the northern route, expecting to receive a severe rap on the knuckles for wasting their time. Their response, to Conrad's surprise, merely pointed out the additional insurance premium for the more dangerous journey, and gave him permission to take the Otago on this hazardous route, pointing out that calms prevail in the Arafura Sea. In his essay, Conrad describes the voyage, now a matter of an initiation into the hazards of a treacherous sea. Anxious to avoid the calms, Conrad left Sydney in a heavy gale, and on the 9th day reached the entrance of the Torres Strait. The strait was named after the undaunted and reticent Spaniard who, in the 17th century, first sailed that way without knowing where he was, without sus. Pecting he had New Guinea on one side of him and the whole solid Australian continent on the other. We note how Conrad was caught up by his early reading, experiencing that sense of adventure in going over routes he had once only imagined as a small boy in Poland. That romance of water and land masses never left him. Although the essay describing the voyage to Mauritius came at the very end of his life, it nevertheless conveys those feelings of awe felt by the captain of the Otago fully 35 years before as he tested out his prowess. Aware of the background of the route James Cook himself had laid it down, Conrad was also aware that his was very likely the first, and certainly the last, merchant ship that carried a cargo that way. Conrad was to chart the route through the Torres Strait, as if it were necessary for him to follow the procedures of the great navigators before him and to update the past through his own presence. Passing through, Conrad saw wrecks of ships which had failed, especially a large American vessel that loomed up, a sinus an enormous memento mori raised by the refraction of the serene AF. Turned on above the faraway line of the horizon drawn under the sinking Sunday. As he came to the end, he mused on James Cook and the Endeavour carried, which had been hove to in 1762, so that its captain could go ashore on a tiny spot of earth for half an hour. It may be that on this dry crumb of the earth's crust which I was setting by compass he had tasted a moment of perfect peace. This recollection, too, came from Conrad's reading, and the memory juxtaposed to the actual experience in the Torres Strait amid the treacherous waters of the Arafura Sea suggests the quality of a paradise despite the dangers of the unexpected. Jean Aubrey uncovered an exceptionally interesting passage describing Conrad when he reached Mauritius, a description of him by Paul Langlois, one of the charterers of the Otago. We must be cautious, however, for this description was related by letter to Savinien Meerdak, a local Mauritius man. Of letters, fully 42 years after Langlois saw Conrad. The description. 256 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. Nevertheless, has some compel HNG touches. Langlois indicates his memory is precise because he saw a good deal of Conrad during the latter 6 or 7 weeks in Port Louis. He catches Conrad's facial expressions, which he says were unforgettable. He had vigorous, extremely mobile features which would change very quickly from gentleness to an excitability bordering on anger, large black eyes which were as a rule melancholy and dreamy, and gentle, too, except in his quite frequent moments of irritation, a determined chin, a well-shaped, handsome mouth, and a thick, well-trimmed dark brown mouse. Such was his appearance, certainly agreeable but, above all, strange in its expression and difficult to forget when one had seen it once or twice. Of particular significance is Langlois's assertion of Conrad's difference from the other skippers in the port. In appearance, Conrad stood out. In contrast to his colleagues, Captain Korsaniowski's was always dressed like a dandy. I can still see him, and just because of this contrast with the other sailors my memory is precise, arriving almost every day in my office dressed in a black or dark coat, a waistcoat, usually of a light color, and fancy trousers, all well cut and of great elegance. He would be wearing a black or grey bowler tilted slightly to one side, would always wear gloves and carried a cane with a gold knob. With his elegance of dress, he was dubbed sarcastically the Russian Count, a title that would have amused the ferociously anti-Russian Pole. Langlois stresses Conrad's nervousness, an affliction that had existed since childhood. As to his character, he had a perfect education, and a varied and interesting fund of conversation when he was in the mood, which was not always. He who was to become famous under the name of Joseph Conrad was often enough very taciturn and irritable. On such days he would have a nervous tic in the shoulder and eyes, anything unexpected, something falling on the floor or the slam of a door, would make him jump. He was what one would call a neurasthenic. In those days one spoke of nerves. Langlois points out that Conrad rarely appeared in public places, dropping in at Crumfolds, the shipping agents, for only a few minutes each day. As far as socializing with the other captains at the Hotel Oriental, a common meeting place where the latest scuttlebutt was discussed, Conrad abstained from that also, even to taking no discernible walks in the country. And eschewing, Langlois says, all contact with fashionable society. This, of course, contradicts Conrad's own presentation of his narrator in a smile of fortune. But Langlois's remarks do indicate a not at all surprising introspective turn, which suggests if not writing then at least reading, accumulate. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 257. Squirreling. Conrad was, apparently, readying himself for a leap into the heart of darkness, into the actual Congo on the map of Africa and into the Congo of a new career on his own inner map. Even while less gregarious than the other captains, Conrad's stay in Port Louis appears to have been more social than Langlois observed. In fact, we come up against a very interesting situation, where we have some evidence of Conrad's stay, if we can believe Jean Aubry's account, and a fictional presentation of that period. Although the two appear to be contradictory, each is really the obverse of the other. Much, of course, depends on accepting Jean Aubry's version. The very day after his arrival in Port Louis, Conrad met, at the offices of Blythe Brothers, his consignees, the brother of one of their employees, a young merchant navy officer named Gabriel Renouf, for whom Conrad had done a good turn in Bombay 4 years earlier. Renouf belonged to one of the best families in Mauritius, and the two, of similar class and manner, became friends, to the extent that Renouf introduced Conrad to his family, 3 sisters and 2 brothers. With his command of French and courteous address, Conrad had impressed the family, so that he was invited to come often. He related interesting stories, and he was to these provincial ladies, the very opposite, however, of Circe and Calypso, what Odysseus was to the islanders in Homer's epic. The young women were indeed less than epical, but they were attractive and good listeners. For Conrad, who had wandered in marginal areas for years without family ties, the Renouf residence would seem a home, even a nest. Jean Aubry then relates how Conrad's manner began to change, from volubility to coldness and preoccupation, so that the family did not expect to see him again. He did, however, return to this house on the corner of the Rue de la Bourdonnais and the Rue St. Georges. Conrad had apparently been busy with chartering problems, chiefly those connected to freight prices, which were being undercut by competition among the numerous sailing vessels. He had tried to get a better price but had to accept the low rates that prevailed. Nevertheless, he did astutely think of inserting in the charter contract a clause making the charterer responsible for all tug and pilot charges incurred in entering Melbourne, where his cargo was bound, a practice that Jean Aubry says became standard. Furthermore, since Conrad had carried out a cargo of fertilizer, he now needed jute matting to cover the dunnage and bottom boards before he could load his cargo of 12,000 sacks of sugar for the voyage home. With the jute matting unavailable because of a fire, he was forced to wait. Out of boredom, Jean Aubry says, Conrad returned to the Rue de la Bourdonnais, to the Renouf family, whom he described later in a smile as descendants of the old colonists, all noble, impoverished, and living a narrow, dull, and dignified life of decay. One thinks of the Faulknerian South or of the Polish Szlachta. The men never rose very far, since they were not sup. 258 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. Posed to work too hard, and they took positions in inferior government of offices or in low-level business operations. As for the women, they were pretty ignorant of the world, kind and agreeable and generally bilingual, in French and English. Apparently, Conrad and the young women in the family carried on a flirtation, since the latter subjected their very courteous guest to a series of queries, part of an album of confidences or a confession album. The questions, which were intended to be frivolous, were in French, and Conrad's answers were in English. The use of both languages is of interest. The French of the queries is to be expected, since this was the language Conrad spoke with all members of the family. In Conrad's English responses, I sense an attempt at wit, a way of demonstrating his inability to take it all seriously enough to answer in kind, even to Eugenie, to whom he later proposed. It does not, in any way, show discomfort or shyness. On the contrary, his replies display an intellectual superiority to the very girls whom he found attractive, a male put-down of female frivolity. The reader may judge, as the entire sequence follows. 1. Quel est le principal trait de votre caractère? Laziness. 2. Par quels moyens cherchez-vous à plaire? By making myself scarce. 3. Quel nom fait battre votre cœur? Ready to beat for any name. 4. Quel serait votre rêve de bonheur car never dream of it, want reality. 5. Où habite la personne qui occupe votre pensée? A castle in Spain. 6. Quelle est la qualité que vous préférez chez la femme? Beauty. 7. Que désirez-vous être? Should like not to be. 8. Quelle est votre fleur de prédilection? Violet. 9. Dans quel pays voudriez-vous vivre? Do not know. Perhaps Lapland. 10. Quelle est la couleur de yeux que vous préférez carrot gray? 1. Quelle est le don de la nature dont vous voudriez être doué? Self-confidence. 12. Que préférez-vous dans un bal? Not dancing cannot tell. 13. Quelle est votre promenade favorite? Hate all promenades. 14. Que préférez-vous, les bruns ou les blondes? Both. 15. Quelle est votre plus grande distraction? Chasing wild geese. 16. TTS état présent de votre esprit? Calm. 17. Que détestez-vous le plus? False pretenses. 18. Vous croyez-vous aim? Decline to state. 19. Votre devise? 20. Votre nom? JCK. Still, according to Jean Aubry, Conrad played the gracious sea captain, inviting the family to tea, served in the Jardin de Pamplemousses by the Fleur Mauritian, then another time aboard the Otago. In the meanwhile, the loading of the Otago was almost concluded, and Conrad could relax, though he was being badgered into accepting a small load of potatoes. If we accept Jean Aubry's version, we are now moving toward the climax, a kind of reverse Madame a Butterfly. As soon as the Otago was ready, Conrad knew. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 259. He would never see Eugenie again. He continued to appear and disappear, falling into silences, then into bursts of disconnected conversation. Jean Aubry presents him as a man caught by the panic of love or gusts of infatuation. Then one day, according to Jean Aubry, Conrad appeared at the office and asked one of the brothers for the hand of Eugenie in marriage. She was then 26. When the women at home heard this, they were not surprised, having recognized the familiar signs, but the brother had to express his regrets to Conrad, for Eugenie was already betrothed to a pharmacist, and her marriage was only 2 months off. Jean Aubry sees Conrad as having planned an attachment, a family, and a home, only to have all his castles in Spain crumble to nothing. Stricken by sorrow, Conrad remained on board the Otago until sailing time 2 days later, sending to Gabriel Renouf a farewell note to himself and his sisters and indicating his wish never to return to Mauritius. According to Jean Aubry, it contained the following: on January 14th, at the time when Mademoiselle Eugenie is standing before the altar, I shall be near you in my thoughts. Incidentally, this note has never turned up. Jean Aubry's account, which must have come from Conrad himself 30 or more years after the event, suggests soap opera or Puccini. The elegant but lonely Polish mariner forms an attachment far outside the routine limits of civilization, is drawn to a pretty but frivolous young lady, dreams of family and home. This man of 30, who has never known a stable domestic situation, proposes in the accepted manner through the medium of the girl's brother, finds himself preceded by another, and retreats vowing never to return. The patterning of the material and Jean Aubry's reading of it is too much a stereotypical romance for us to accept it wholly as fact. What Conrad apparently related to Jean Aubry was as much a fiction as a smile of fortune, and it would be a serious mistake to accept Jean Aubry's AC count as biographical fact. In A Smile of Fortune, the ship captain, Conrad, we can say, pays several visits to the home of a ship chandler named Alfred Jacobus, who has both a magnificent garden and an illegitimate daughter named Alice. The garden in Conrad's handling has something in it of the garden, but Alice is not quite Eve, although she plays at it, and Conrad refuses to become Adam by succumbing to her wiles. Many of the details from Jean Aubry's version of Conrad's stay in Port Louis are present. The captain awaits Sax as Conrad had waited for Jude Matting. The boredom level is similarly high, and the atmosphere is heavy with longeurs. In A Smile, the captain seems in charge all the way. He flirts with Alice and raises hope in her and in her father that a match might be made. It is because of this flirtation and its ensuing circumstances that the chandler offers the captain a load of potatoes, which the latter subsequently sells at a good profit. Fortune has indeed smiled on him, just as he has attempted to gain a smile from the gloomy 26. The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. Alice. Having no serious intentions, although tempted by her massively twisted hair and her goddess-like forehead, the captain leaves with his ragout, cargo and the potatoes. Both episodes, the one related by Jean Aubry and Conrad's fictional treatment, are mutually compatible. What is especially compelling about the fictional version is the masochistic element in the captain's attraction to Alice. She is described as snarling and superb and barely clad with wild wisps of hair hanging down her tense face. Conrad says that even her indifference was seductive. These are by no means isolated comments. They form the basis of the relationship, with her gloom and seeming indifference stoking the captain's passions. Despite this aspect, however, the captain remains playful, trying to make the morbid young woman smile and toying with her affections. The tone of the story is very much in keeping with the tone of Conrad's answers to the renewed queries for their album. The exact nature of what occurred in Port Louis will probably never be unraveled. We must be skeptical of Jean Aubry's account of Conrad's wounding at Eugenie's hands precisely because Jean Aubry heightened the romantic drama of the event and was surely following Conrad's own desires in his handling of the episode. Similarly, in A Smile of Fortune, we must see how the captain enjoys the masochistic sadistic overtones of the relationship, even while maintaining a playful and debonair attitude toward Alice. In both treatments, we are faced with fictions, for Jean Aubry, in his acceptance of everything as truth, is perpetuating a fiction as much as Conrad, by heightening events himself, was transforming fact. From a psychoanalytic point of view, Dr. Bernard Meyer feels the two accounts are contradictory. He writes, it is indeed the incompatibility between these two romances, both allegedly occurring concomitantly during a 7-week interval, which supports the impression that, far from possessing autobiographic validity, A Smile of Fortune, like The Arrow of Gold, was a fantasy designed to convert humiliation and defeat into bitter, sweet success, from which the author might retire with honor. Using this reasoning, that is, finding Conrad humiliated in the real situation and then compensating for it in the fictional one. Dr. Meyer sees the planter of Melita, with its humbling of the male actor, as coming closer to the truth of Conrad's experience. The difficulty is in accepting Jean Aubry's interpretation of the actual event, in which Conrad was rejected. Even if we agree in the facts, Jean Aubry's analysis of them dramatically heightens Conrad's despair. Note the language of the interpretation. As he relates Conrad's reactions, all the TLES in Spain that Captain Korsaniowski's had been building for the last month in the solitude of his cabin aboard the Otago crumbled to nothing. He had been dreaming of an attachment, a family, a home. Once more, CIR. Circumstances threw him back into isolation. He was obviously born not to have roots anywhere. This is Jean Aubry's Conrad, suffering, noble, lost for the love of a woman. This is, also, Jean Aubry's fantasy life of Conrad, whom he idolized and adored. If we cut through the idolatry, we can perhaps lessen the captain's disappointment and move the actual experience, if indeed it did occur as Jean Aubry indicates, closer to the experience. In the fictional model, although the two differ in details. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 261. The Otago left Port Louis on November 22, 1888, for Melbourne, AUS. Australia. The potatoes that were forced on the captain in A Smile proved to be fortunate, indeed almost a fortunate fall, if, in fact, he had fallen for Alice. But that episode may have been fictitious, too, fitting well into Conrad's view of fortune and events as lying outside any causal relationships. If the potatoes did indeed exist, the captain enjoyed a windfall when he found that there was a failure of the potato crop in that part of Australia. Conrad decided during this general time to give up the Otago, his first and sole ocean-going command. His motives are dim, for he appeared to be in good standing with the owners. In fact, after Melbourne, he took the Otago to Port Minlacowie in southern Australia, loading there a cargo of grain for Adelaide. Here we enter thickets of possibilities. At Adelaide, a letter awaited him, dated April 2, 1889, from the owners, Henry Simpson and Sons, severing his relationship to the Otago. Referring to your resignation of the command, which we have in an other letter formally accepted, of our bark Otago, we now have much pleasure in stating that this early severance from our employ is entirely at your own desire, with a view to visiting Europe, and that we entertain a high opinion of your ability in the capacity you now vacate, of your attainments generally, and should be glad to learn of your future success. In A Smile, Conrad's captain tells of a long letter he wrote the owners, proposing the employment of the Otago in the China Seas for the following 2 years, but his suggestion was rejected and the owners requested that he continue in the sugar trade, which meant a return to Mauritius. With this, the captain resigned his command. Once again, if we accept the Jean Aubry version as fact, we can say that Conrad resigned his command rather than return to Port Louis, where his proposal had been rejected and he feared ridicule. This is, of course, very possible. But it ignores other aspects of his situation. The first is the correspondence he was receiving from his uncle in the Ukraine, indicating that Tadeusz was not well and wanted to see his nephew again before he died. More importantly, however, Conrad was undergoing a significant internal change, for in 1889 he was to begin to write his first novel. No matter that he tried later, in a personal record, to seem indifferent And to this momentous event, it was for him a major decision, even if at this time he did not consciously see it that way. This 2-year period, from 1888 to 1890, was crucial for Conrad. His internal mechanism was saying something to him and becoming increasingly insistent. He was reaching into the seams of his life, where significant decisions are made, or where the individual works out vital elements as yet invisible to him. He had attained the epitome of his outward claims for success, the logical conclusion of his career as a seaman. The captaincy was, in this sense, an 262 the English mariner, ICISP. Achievement for those back in Poland as well as for himself. He had demonstrated that he could achieve the outward trappings, and he could do it in a difficult area where no other Pole had succeeded. It is very important that we understand his need to have attained a captaincy as a way of rejecting the Korsaniowski strain of failure. Having achieved that, having proven Uncle Tadeusz wrong about his heritage, he was, in a real sense, free to move to other areas. In his case, writing was not so unusual, especially if it could be combined with another career that earned him his keep, the sea. In this 2-year period, then, we have Conrad undergoing 3 seemingly separate experiences, the captaincy of the Otago, and his resignation. The beginning of his writing career, with the first pages of Almayer's Folly. And the journey into the Congo, which was to jar his sensibilities and disarm him morally. His life had become a kind of mosaic, of 3 key brightly colored patterns, surrounded by pieces of lesser brilliance and of secondary importance, as yet an unfinished or unresolved mosaic. In the early summer of 1889 at the age of 31, Conrad returned to London by steamship from Adelaide, knowingly, or not, beginning to throw his life into disarray as a way of gaining greater order. 4. In Leopold W.S. Congo. 1889 to 1890. And even so didst thou become a silent poet, from the solitude of the vast sea didst bring a watchful heart, still couchant, an inevitable ear, and an eye practiced like a blind man's touch. Wordsworth. Went to the attractions of the busy world. Chapter 12. Embarking. And the summer and fall of 1889, Conrad was on the threshold. But before he penetrated Leopold's Congo, he returned to Victoria's London. His external life would now seem a patchwork of activities, but, beneath, a cementing element was taking hold. He was also developing intellectually, for the early pages of Almayer's Folly indicate an assimilation of many literary traditions. When Conrad returned, he may have first made a short visit to the Klaszczowskis in Cardiff, and then took furnished lodgings in London in Borough Gardens, off Vauxhall Bridge. It was here, in September, that he was to begin Almayer's Folly, if we are to believe his words in a personal record. Coinciding with this start was the search for a command, although this particular quest may have reflected his lack of income. Marlowe in Heart of Darkness comments on his own quest for a command after a period of seagoing, rest, and malaise. I had then, as you remember, just returned to London after a lot of Indian Ocean, Pacific, China seas a regular dose of the East 6 years or so, and I was loafing about, hindering you fellows in your work and in invading your homes, just as though I had got a heavenly mission to civilize you. It was very fine for a time, but after a bit I did get tired of resting. Then I began to look for a ship I should think the hardest work on earth. But the ships wouldn't even look at me. Marlowe then moves into how he tried to obtain a post as a Congo steamer captain, and thus parallels Conrad's own attempts to find a Congo command. However, he omits a significant parallel activity in Conrad, his cautious beginning on a novel. When we speak of Marlowe as a stand-in for aspects of Conrad, we must be circumspect indeed, for Marlowe lacks Conrad's imaginative strain as a writer, although he is an EFF charismatic storyteller, and is, therefore, qualitatively different. While the malaise and layover in London may have been frustrating to Conrad, the period nevertheless was an open stretch of time into which he had to pour something of himself. The writing was a natural impulse that had found its moment. Conrad always maintained that serious writing was 265. 266 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 p. po. Outside his frame of reference, indicating, as we have seen, that a planned book was well beyond his mental range. We can believe this, since the materials were latent, embedded, and needed the right time. A counter-argument would be that if Conrad had found a command he would never have turned writer. But this ignores the fact that he was internally juggling a number of alternatives, consciously or not. He needed to give himself time, and he used that time to allow other impulses to surface. These energies were apparently operating on parallel lines, not in sequence, and Conrad was crossing circuits of alternating desire and need. Never had Rubicon, he writes in A Poor So Null Record, been more blindly forward, without invocation to the gods, without fear of men. The fact that he could joke about his writing in mock epical terms indicates it had become a normal, not an artificial, impulse, and therefore part of his very fiber, a routine event. Conrad then relates what occurred on that fateful morning when he wrote the initial 200 words of the first page of his first NCFL. The passage is much quoted, but deserves repeating. That morning I got up from my breakfast, pushing the chair back, and rang the bell violently, or perhaps I should say resolutely, or perhaps I should say eagerly, I do not know. But manifestly it must have been a special ring of the bell, a common sound made impressive, like the ringing of a bell for the raising of the curtain upon a new scene. It was an unusual thing for me to do. Generally, I dawdled over my breakfast and I seldom took the trouble to ring the bell for the table to be cleared away, but on that morning, for some reason hidden in the general mysteriousness of the event, I did not dawdle. And yet I was not in a hurry. I pulled the cord casually, and while the faint tinkling somewhere down in the basement went on, I charged my pipe in the usual way and I looked for the match box with glances distraught indeed but exhibiting, I am ready to swear, no signs of a fine frenzy. I was composed enough to perceive after some considerable time the matchbox lying there on the mantelpiece right under my nose. And all this was beautifully and safely usual. Before I had thrown down the match, my landlady's daughter appeared with her calm, pale face and an inquisitive look, in the doorway. Of late it was the landlady's daughter who answered my bell. I mention this little fact with pride, because it proves that during the 30 or 40 days of my tenancy, I had produced a favorable impression. He continues. Will you please clear away all this at once? I addressed her in convulsive accents, being at the same time engaged in getting my pipe to draw. This, I admit, was an unusual request. Generally on getting up from breakfast I would sit down in the window with a book and let them clear the table when they liked, but if you think that on that morning I was in the least impatient, you are mistaken. I remember that I was perfectly calm. As a matter of fact, I was not at all certain that I wanted to embarking 267. Write, or that I meant to write, or that I had anything to write about. No, I was not impatient. I lounged between the mantelpiece and the window, not even consciously waiting for the table to be cleared. It was 10 to 1. That before my landlady's daughter was done I would pick up a book and sit down with it all the morning in a spirit of enjoyable indolence. After ranging through the books he has read since 5 Dickens, Hugo, Cervantes, Lesage, Trollope, Shakespeare, Conrad returns to the matter at hand, how the usual turned into the unusual. And I remember, too, the character of the day. It was an autumn day, with an opaline atmosphere, a veiled, semi-opaque, lustrous day, with fiery points and flashes of red sunlight on the roofs and windows opposite, while the trees of the square with all their leaves gone were like tracings of an Indian ink on a sheet of tissue paper. It was one of those London days that have the charm of mysterious amenity, of fascinating softness. The effect of opaline mist was often repeated at Bessborough Gardens on AC count of the nearness to the river. There is no reason why I should remember that effect more on that day than on any other day, except that I stood for a long time looking out of the window after the landlady's daughter was gone with her spoil of cups and saucers. I heard her put the tray down in the passage and finally shut the door, and still I remained smoking with my back to the room. It is very clear that I was in no haste to take the plunge into my writing life, if as plunge this first attempt may be described. My whole being was steeped deep in the indolence of a sailor away from the sea, the scene of never-ending labor and of unceasing duty. For utter surrender to indolence you cannot beat a sailor ashore when that mood is on him, the mood of absolute irresponsibility tasted to the full. It seems to me that I thought of nothing whatever, but this is an impression which is hardly to be believed. At this distance of years, what I am certain of is, that I was very far from thinking of writing a story, though it is possible and even likely that I was thinking of the man Almayer. Although we know what books Conrad had been reading since childhood, his ostensible reading alone cannot explain the language, textures, and tones of the early parts of Almayer's folly. In assessing Conrad's literary background as he went to sea in the 1880s, we should not be too diffident about his accomplishments. Although we lack hard evidence of precisely what he was assimilating, he was literarily conscious and sensitive in 3 languages. Accordingly, it would not be extraordinary for him to be aware, in all the spare time he had, of literary battles, particularly as they raged in France and especially after he had completed his studies for his master's examination. That is, after 1886. In the light of Conrad's 1897 preface to the Nigger, with its clear affinities to Signabalist, Wagnerian, and post-Sy-Enbalist doctrines, in view of his first letters to Marguerite Borodowska in French, with their symbolistic phraseology, 268 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 p. I-8 po. Ogi, and their reaching after infinitude, with our knowledge of his early prose, with its striving after symbolistic colors, tones, and sensory expression, its reaching after synesthesical sensations. If we consider all these, we can see how heavily dependent Conrad was on French sources even as he was consolidating his use of English. In one sense, of course, he was a symbolist, embodying in his own self and command of languages almost pure symbolistic doctrines of crossing over, obfuscation, confusion of the senses, desire to clothe the body or emotions in weighted prose. France in the mid-I-88 OS was, culturally, in a symbolist ferment. In early 1886, the publication of La Revue Wagnerienne brought together 8 sonnets of homage to the German composer. None of this is incidental to Conrad's development, given the Wagnerian insistence, in his preface, on the amalgamation of the arts, and his apparent awareness of symbolist influences, both in his letters to his Aunt Marguerite and in his own early prose style. The 8 contributors of sonnets included Mallarmé and a Polish critic and poet, Peter de Wisewa. De Wisewa is of particular interest, not only for his Polish background, but for his attachment to Mallarmé and Wagner and his attempt to see in the Germans' theater something applicable to literature and to language. Mallarmé himself contributed to this blending of theater and language in his own sonnet, an extremely difficult and tortuous attempt to hail Wagner for getting beyond realistic theater and, at the same time, to criticize him for not being more abstract and mysterious than he was. We are not really concerned with how much of this Conrad knew first hand or even understood, since most of it is difficult and devious stuff indeed, but with how far he was influenced by a prevailing sense that words and language, even ways of seeing and noting, were being altered, that Lan Gage had to undergo a freshening process. As he says in the preface, that the light of magic suggestiveness may be brought to play for an evanescent instant over the commonplace surface of words, of the old words, thin, defaced by ages of careless usage. Although Conrad disclaimed any ability to read symbolist poetry despite his use of lines from Baudelaire's Les Fleurs Duinal in the Shadow line, we do know he frequently dissembled, preferring to create an aura of the country boy who stumbled into literature. Although he chose this nothing attitude, it is quite possible he was familiar with the broader outlines of Mallarmé himself. In 1886, this Annus Mirabilis of French symbolism, the time also of Jean Moria's Symbolist Manifesto, Mallarmé distinguished between two kinds of speech, immediate and essential. The first is the routine order of speech, language that transmits information, reports, describes events, allows for the exchange of thought, and is what we assign to the scientific aspect of language for purposes of communication. The SEC and is the real or essential kind, what pertains to literature in general, to poetry in particular, and especially to symbolistic usage. Embarking 269. Since this second kind turns up as the essential language of Conrad in his early work and in his preface, Mallarmé's distinction warrants some attention, as does Morias's manifesto, which Conrad's own later manifesto echoes. Mallarmé saw the second kind of speech as an abstraction or purification of language, away from its function to communicate to its more primary or essential quality as the idea of language. The aim, as Wallace Fowley has put it, is to bring about a trick whereby something is changed into its absence. As an example, when a poet speaks of flowers, he means an idea of flowers that he does not find in a bunch or a bouquet. If a writer intends language as communication or routine speech, then he has fallen into chance, coincidence, happenstance. If he sees language as a way of abstracting real qualities of things, then such language falls outside of chance into patterns or laws detailing sound, sense, suggestivity. For Mallarmé, the purpose of language was to separate things from their commonplace status in the world of objects, as it was Conrad's, through Lan Gage, to make the familiar seem unfamiliar, the usual appear unusual. In a real sense, Mallarmé's use of language and poetry in particular was for purposes of purification and served a quasi-divine function. Morias's On Manifeste littéraire, published in the literary supplement of Le Figaro on September 18, 1886, suggested a somewhat similar intention. Enemy of explanation, of declamation, of false sensibility, of objective description, symbolist poetry tries to clothe the idea in a palpable form, which, nevertheless, is not an end in itself, but which, while serving to express the idea, remains subject to it. The idea in its turn does not let itself be seen without sumptuous trains of exterior analogies, for the essential character of symbolic art consists in never going to the conception of the idea in itself. Thus in the art, pictures of nature, actions of men, concrete phenomena are not there for their own sake, but as simple appearances destined to represent their esoteric affinities with primordial ideas. Morias asserted that symbolism was a reaction against a type of language that says rather than suggests. In practice, symbolism would free literature from the bondage of rhetoric, externals, regular beat in poetry, from the logging of nature and the chance accidents of daily life, liberating the literary arts of all elements of materialism. Literature can, in these terms, attain liberty and authentic speech, becoming, as an English interpreter, Arthur ****, as does his 191 letter to Francis Ward to Science, insofar that it calls on us with O. Rington Dawson, in which Conrad's response authority to behold, to feel. Whereas science to Dawson's program for a sane art sug best can only tell us it seems so. And that's just Mallarmé's distinction between two all it can do. It talks to us of the laws of kinds of speech. Art for me is an end in itself. Nature. Conclusions are not for it. And it is superior. 270 in Leopold's Congo, I88 p. Simons, put it, a kind of religion, with all the duties and the responsibilities of the sacred ritual. Given Conrad's predilections, he could have acquired many of these ideas: purification of language, the sacred duties and trust of the artist, the need to create a different relationship between creator and created from symbolists or from Flaubert, with whose work he was apparently familiar in the 1880s. There were several routes by which Conrad could have come to conclusions we associate with symbolism: through reading, possibly, direct contact, unlikely, awareness of a particular literary atmosphere, likely, or the priestly advice of Flaubert. Flaubert is everywhere in Conrad, virtually a divine presence, a guru. Despite Conrad's occasional disclaimers that he did not know the French novelist's work while he was writing Nayer's Folly, we also have his own words that he did. In a letter to Marguerite Porodowska, for April 6, 1892. When he was still in the early stages of his novel, he wrote, "You remind me a little of Flaubert, whose Madame Bovary I have just reread with an admiration full of respect." By this time, he had reread the novel. In a letter to Rob E.R.T. de Humiers, the French translator of the Nigger, Conrad speaks of having memorized whole pages of Bovary, a masterpiece, and he recalls that when he was writing the Nigger, Flaubert's Salarmed was his morning reading. It was for him a book that bordered on a miracle, and as he drank His coffee, he would read a page or two at random. He says that in his handling of his sailors there were pale reflections of Flaubert's treatment of his mercenaries. More than anything, Conrad learned from Flaubert what the French writer taught future generations of novelists, that, to quote Alan Tate, the action is not stated from the point of view of the author, it is rendered in terms of situation and scene. To have made this the viable property of the art of fiction was to have virtually made the art of fiction. Yet once we establish that Conrad felt Flaubert's presence and had nightly read Madame Bovary before April 1892, probably even as early as the 1880s, we must distinguish his method from the French novelists. Although Conrad wrote his 200 or 300 words daily with a very careful and conscious search for the correct word and phrase, he never possessed the kind of verbal modulation Flaubert was capable of. Flaubert's sense of language leads to Joyce, not to Conrad, although there is some overlap. To draw the distinction more severely, Flaubert sought to eschew the self and to find the correct modal variety that would purge subjective elements, whereas Conrad sought the correct word and phrase so he could all the better reveal the self. Haubert threw off subjectivity through his language, Conrad probed more deeply into self through his. Each sought precision of expression, of course, as a key to his method of working, and each was in a sense a literary priest. And yet each was constructing a language for very different ends. Flaubert for effacement, Conrad for greater expression of the ineffable. 4. Embarking 271. The latter, language had to express what he had observed for years in wind and waves and storm, as a man who found himself moved repeatedly by external forces, whereas Flaubert wanted to purge himself of subjective feelings, for whatever reasons, and needed the perfect neutral language. As a consequence, Flaubert worked modalities and tones within neutrality, while exploring burnishment and gloss. Of great importance to Conrad's development as a writer in English is the kind of French he used in his letters to Marguerite Porodowska. For in these letters, we have almost the sole chartable progression of his verbal ability. While he was writing Almayer, although he was using a different language in each medium, we see that the mind was singular, the assumption similar, and the outcome not at all split. The Conrad of the French letters beginning in 1890 was to be the Conrad of Almayer, in 1889-94. After a few letters of news and family matters, Conrad wrote on March 23 to 25, 1890, about life, la vie roule en flots et mers, comme I ocean. Sombre et brutal sous un ciel couvert de tristes nuages, et il de jours ou. Il semble aux pauvres âmes embarqués pour les désespérants voyages que jamais. Un rayon de soleil n'apu pénétrer si voile douloureux, que jamais il n'illura. Plus, tu il n'a jamais exist. Asterisk such inflated language has its qualities as contemporary prose. But distinctly Conradian is the use of language as a mirror. Or, conversely, a way of seeing so that language serves as a reflector and mirror. Roar of life. Ray, rayon, sun, solile, veil, voile, shine, luira. All of these indicate reflection and refraction. Having stared into the sea for so many years, Conrad considered water as a gigantic metaphorical mirror, a source of poetry as well as life. His was an art based as much on Perseus and Medusa as on the sea gods Proteus and Poseidon. What this suggests so far in the Conrad who was storing images, scenes, characters, and events is that he was conditioned as an observer to viewing in a particular manner. The fact that so much of his work, early and otherwise, is retrospective cast into flashbacks or on doubling back, based on past, within past and on narrators recollecting and tunneling into shadows indicates an author attempting to find the objective correlative of what he saw at the moment he saw it. Working back and through these narrative devices, we can assume that Conrad's imagination fixed elements forever, and all that changed as he developed artistically was the intensity of the vision, not the vision itself. These images of reflections we catch in his letters are the same images and reflections he was to carry over into his work, and both are comparable to his mode of seeing even before he turned to fictional writing. Asterisk life rolls on in bitter waves, like the despairing voyage it seems that not even one gloomy and brutal ocean under a sky-covered ray of sun has ever penetrated that sad veil. With mournful clouds, and there are some that never again will it shine, that it never. Days when to the poor souls embarked on it even existed. 272 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 P. There is much in Conrad the artist who, while writing ostensibly about a subject, is also speculating about the uses of the imagination. The tradition of this dualism goes back at least as far as Coleridge and Wordsworth and tends beyond Conrad into Proust, Mann, Gide, and others. According to this mode, which fits well indeed into the metaphor of Perseus slaying the reflected image of Medusa, one level of the imaginative act is concerned with imagination itself. That is, the artist is not only recreating a scene or event, or limning particular characters, but is also demonstrating how the imagination works while performing these acts. Implicit in this method is the artist's use of symbolic language, his avoidance of allegory, and his functioning in dual roles, as external or internal narrator and as conscious artist, suggesting how art is created. As Robert Penn Warren writes of the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, the Ancient Mariner is written out of and about the belief that in the poetic act the moral and aesthetic concerns are aspects of the same activity, and that this activity is expressive of the whole mind. In his novel, from the first paragraphs Conrad writes of Almayer's dissolution, of his life as a dreary tranquility of a desert, of the whispers of water, of whiteness, veils, mists, of a wasted imagination, a useless art. In a limited way, Conrad's Almayer is caught between opposing forces, trapped In the conflict of hopes and fears, a man who, having lost his center, waits. Held by ennui, in his own Sargasso Sea on the east coast of Borneo. The first page of the novel, in fact, has Almayer absorbed in dreams of wealth and power, in fantasies of gold or a golden era. From all this, we can deduce that Conrad brought to his material to his first sight of Almayer in Gura this mode of seeing and noting. It is very important for us to try to understand what and how Conrad saw, or else we cannot jump that gap between adventurous seaman and struggling novelist. Unlike most major novelists, Conrad did not enjoy a linear development. From early beginnings as an author and then gradually to a writer of fiction. What we can trace in Dickens, Thackeray, and even the Brontes. Also, Conrad lacked what George Eliot had, that is, George Henry Lewis, who provided critical support until she discovered her own means. Conrad had no one but himself, and his transformation from mariner to writer was an intensely internal decision veiled from the observer and perhaps even from his own consciousness. What is remarkable is that outside of his own reading, and the occasional letters of his uncle, he had no literary contacts, no profs. Sciential guidance, no bookish friend to whom he could speak. His correspondence with Marguerite Porodowska, in the 1890s, was his sole contact with someone of a literary mind or someone cultured along his lines. Unless we leave it all to chance, we must try to understand his transformation by probing into the creative act itself, by attempting to diagnose the ways his imagination performed. We can assume, then, that once he had begun his first novel, however carelessly and indifferently, every external experience was to embarking 273. Take on a grave intensity, and every memory or recollection was to gain substance by its linkage with his new life as a writer. The early pages of Almayer may limn the graveyard, but for Conrad they were a rebirth. Yet this was only half the plunge. Conrad descended into himself for literary materials and was beginning to seek his depth as an artist, but running parallel to this was his descent into another kind of experience, his other half. What Marlowe called an exploration of an immense snake uncoiled, with its head in the sea, its body at rest curving afar over a vast country, and its tail lost in the depths of the land. Conrad was moving toward the Congo. Those mornings in September in Bessborough Gardens, while he wrote the first pages of A Mere*s Folly Why were to be his calmest for some time, even though they contained the frustrations attendant upon his failure to find employment as a captain. Conrad's activities for this period are dim, a series of tryings out rather than anything steady. It is difficult to determine if he wanted to go to Africa in particular, or if he desired a command simply as part of his lifelong ambition to explore new land and sea areas. Was the journey to the Congo coincidental, a means of financial support, or did he head for Africa out of some desire to go there, an echo of his childhood boast? When I grow up I shall go there and nowhere else. Although motives are impossible to disentangle, I think we must see Conrad in this 1889-90 period as caught amid conflicting currents, that is, having arrived at certain choices. A maritime career, the beginning of his writing career, the desire to explore dark areas having arrived there, Conrad was ready to move in all directions or none. Before he headed for Africa and the Congo, he did try other positions. For some indeterminate period, he worked for Bar, Moing & Co., in which, through Krieger and Hope, he had made a small investment. Then he must have been associated with the firm of Walford & Co., with the possible promise of a command to Mexico and the West Indies, a matter which he brought up with Albert Thies, then acting managing director of the Société Anno 9 Beige pour l'e-commerce du Haut-Congo, when he was seeking a Congo command. Evidently, he tried still another tack, looking for a position through Bar, Moing with G. de Beerdemacher, Ghent shipping agents, Al. Though nothing came of this. In the letter to Thies outlining this latest attempt, Conrad mentioned that he possessed a commission from the Board of Trade which qualified him to command sailing boats and steamers, obtained by examination in London, 1885. One would have expected Conrad to remember the single most important date in his life as having occurred in 1886, but possibly his secretiveness about his examination addled his memory. In the same letter, he gave Hope as his reference. It was the firm of Beerdemacher that on September 24 wrote to Thies about finding Conrad a Congo post. 274, Happy Face, Leopold's Congo, I-88 Po. From this flurry of job applications, we can speculate that the African venture was by no means inevitable. The fall of 1889 was crowded with aborted efforts. If Conrad had obtained a command to return to the scenes of his young manhood in the Indies, he would have accepted it with alacrity. None of it came about, however. Simply staying alive through work was the primary consideration. In his accounting, Bobrowski indicated having sent Conrad his last money, stating, thus the making of a man out of Mr. Conrad has cost 17,454 rubles, or about $9,000, with triple the current purchasing power. In his last two entries, he noted that Conrad had been freed from subjection of the Russian Empire, that is, he was no more a Russian national, no longer subject to Russian courts or conscription. Then, in June you returned after 3 years sailing the Indian Sea, and as you had to increase your share in the partnership bar mooring etc., I sent you on the May 4th via Odessa the remainder of the capital intended by me for you, the sum of 400 rubles. Thus, at 31, Conrad was finally on his own, his patrimony exhausted. This could help explain his fury. Us activity to find a post, even though the parallel activity of writing had already begun to intrude on his imagination. Africa, to turn there, had by this time entered the news because of fresh exploits by Stanley. As a still dark and relatively unexplored land mass, the continent would have appealed to what was a constant in Conrad, that desire to seek out and explore, to test frontiers and limitations at the expense of self. The old self had to be renewed constantly through annihilation or flirtation with death. He had to intensify in order to feel alive. Africa was a means to that end, even if Conrad fell into it fortuitously. Henry Morton Stanley, by 1889, was known throughout the world as having found Dr. Livingstone, in 1871, and then, in 1876-77, as having penetrated the jungles of Africa from Zanzibar to the lower Congo, in the process tracing the course of the Congo River. Further, Stanley re-entered the news when in 1887 he went to Africa once again, this time on still another rescue attempt, to bring back Mehmed Emin Pasha, governor of the Equatorial province of Egypt, who had been cut off by the Mahdi revolt of 1882. Stanley contacted Emin in April 1888 and found the Pasha unwilling to evacuate his province. News of Stanley's announcement that he had found Emin began to filter back to Europe, and in the spring and summer of 1889, when Conrad was himself returning to London, Stanley's new exploit was the talk of the city. Apart from the celebrity aspect of Stanley's work and commentary on it, poured into Europe, from his geographical discoveries to his personal heroism, Stanley was a man after Conrad's own heart. As an illegitimate child, he came from an unsettled background, and even the name Henry Morton Stanley derived from a benefactor, his own being John Rowlands. Further, Stanley, before he fell into his life's work, had been an adventurer, soldiering, embarking 275 in the American Civil War, serving as a seaman in the merchant service and in the Federal Navy, then turning journalist. Himself parentless, struck by wanderlust, and having followed careers paralleling those of Stanley, Conrad could not help but be struck by similarities of temperament and motive. There is even the possibility he was familiar with Stanley's early books. How I Found Livingstone, 1872, and Through the Dark Continent, 1878, although this must remain speculative. Even without direct exposure to Stanley from his books, Conrad could hardly have missed reports in the London Times and elsewhere of Stanley's Emin Pasha rescue effort, recalling to the seaman his earlier enthrallment with Mungo Park and other African explorers. Certainly part of Conrad's interest in Africa can be attributed to Stanley's celebrity status, but I think it would be an error to accept Conrad's Congo expedition as a direct result of this publicity. The patterning becomes too neat for someone who resisted patterns. We know that in the 35 years before Conrad settled down to writing, he moved in several seemingly skewed directions, and it was this very lack of plan that created Uncle Thaddeus's misgivings and placed Conrad under an increasing burden to prove himself capable of mature behavior. Over half his life, he was involved in tryings out, testing of self, not in establishing clear directions. The Congo journey came in just such an uncertain time, harking back to his Marseilles period, when he entered into gun running. For the Carlists *, if we continue to see the strain of Apollo Korsaniowski's in him, we cannot discount those uncertain elements, those meaningless thrusts and counter-thrusts into life which characterized the son as much as they had the father before him. Still nothing came of his application to Theiss for a posting to Africa. Meanwhile, Conrad was planning a visit to Uncle Thaddeus, which would *. Dr. Meyer recounts that during colorful and detailed coverage of the stirring Conrad's Marseilles interlude Stanley re-occasion in the local press, the Gazette too, received considerable publicity. Conrad's Midi of January I-8 devoted several columns. Youthful susceptibility to the Stanley mice to Stanley's visit, describing his appearance. Teaksey last essays, pages 23 ff was on reviewing his heroic career, including his undoubtedly rekindled during his Marseilles era encounter with Livingstone, and recording in when the famed explorer, returning from his details Stanley's speech before the Société de Second Major African Expedition, arrived in Geographique de Marseilles. On January 19 Ellie triumph in that city. On January 13, 1878, a Semaphore de Marseilles reported that the few short weeks, incidentally, prior to president of the Société had shown Stanley a Conrad's suicidal gesture. Whether Conrad number of articles which had belonged to was among the capacity audience that at Livingstone, including a pistol given to him, tended a reception in Stanley's honor on Jan by Stanley at the time of their meeting. The URI 14, or was part of the crowd. That same paper noted that Stanley had received, accompanied the celebrated traveler to the 3 medals of honor during his stay in Railroad Station on the following day, is on seals, P96N. Known, but he could hardly have missed the 276 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 P I-8 Po. Take him out of circulation for a few months at least. As he wrote these, on December 27, 1889, a short visit would not be worth the trouble and expense of leaving. He asked the managing director how much time he could have at his disposal and when Theiss would require his services. The latter evidently had nothing to offer, and Conrad was, once again, left in limbo. As a last resort, he decided to attempt pressure from another quarter, an effort that put him in touch with a distant relative, his so-called aunt, Marguerite Porodowska, an extremely important association for Conrad at this time. In Heart of Darkness, the misogynist Marlowe indicates how low he had fallen and how hopeless his employment opportunities appeared, so that he had to resort to women for help. Then would you believe it? I tried the women. Charlie Marlowe, set the women to work to get a job. Heavens. Well, you see, The notion drove me. I had an aunt, a dear enthusiastic soul. She wrote, "It will be delightful. I am ready to do anything, anything for you. It is a glorious idea. I know the wife of a very high personage in the administration, and also a man who has lots of influence with, etc. etc." She was determined to make no end of fuss to get me appointed skipper of a river steamboat, if such was my fancy. Tadeusz probably advised Conrad to try Alexander Borodowski, a cousin of Conrad's maternal grandmother, then living in Brussels with his wife Marguerite, whose connections to some Congo colonists might prove useful. This was the woman to whom Marlowe turned, and the tone perhaps indicates how scornful Conrad felt about turning for help to this quarter. Of course, Aunt Marguerite in the flesh was to prove something else. Conrad wrote, on January 16, 1890, to cousin Alexander recalling their previous meeting in Krakow and the kindness shown him there. Conrad's tone, in Polish, takes on a polite deference that seems obsequious, so tentative was he in his demands on the older man's time and perhaps wary because he was returning to Apollo's world. Now, after years of escape from that net of Polish romanticism and political idealism, he was back, with a relative who had lost all in the 1863 insurrection, another exile. Conrad tried to arrange a meeting. "I do not ask whether you will permit me to visit you, for I permit myself not to doubt it in Brussels, on Conrad's way to the Ukraine, but I would very much like to be certain that you are in Brussels and that I shall be able to find you there in the course of the next month." Conrad conveys some of his background, including the fact that he spent 2 years as master of a vessel. The 2 years which he cites is an approximation typically in his favor, what he also claimed about his previous service when he applied for his chief's certificate. The 2 years were in reality 14 months, which rounds off more closely to 1 year. Such exaggeration is quite possibly not conscious duplicity but his desire to stretch his accomplishments towards some inner ideal of what he felt he should be achieving. One cannot dismiss Conrad's errors with figures as just his way. Embarking 277. Or as carelessness, not when the errors always went in his favor. To some extent, he saw his own life as material for his fiction, and even as he related his past he was intertwining it with a fictional component, heightening, aggravating, intensifying. The deception may have lain there. Conrad added that he would be in Brussels on his return from visiting Tadeusz, if he did go to the Ukraine, if he did not, he would be in Brussels anyway, in connection with the post in the Congo. Therefore, he wrote, "In any case I shall have the pleasure of seeing you, my dear uncle, and of making myself known to Aunt Borodowska, whom I only know from that portrait of her which you had with you in Krakow." When a return letter informed Conrad that his uncle Borodowski was in poor health, he indicated he would visit Brussels on his way to the Ukraine. He mentions that in the same mail he has received word from Tadeusz to come. However, those villains in the Russian consulate do not want to grant me a visa, which means further delay, inconvenience, and visits to the embassy, perhaps to no avail. But a few days later, on the 31st, Conrad could write that he had all the necessary documents and would leave on February 4 or 5 for Brussels, hoping that he would be permitted to remain for 24 hours. On February 4, Conrad wrote his first, extant, letter to Aunt Marguerite to indicate he was leaving London at 9 a.m. Wednesday, February 5, and would arrive in Brussels at 5:30 p.m. He arrived as planned, but 2 days later Alexander Borodowski died, at 54. This, in turn, set up an interesting situation. For the next 30 years Conrad was to write to Marguerite Borodowska in French, and for the period from 1890 to 1895, diverted by Edward Garnett, John Galsworthy, and Cunningham Graham, she was his most sustained correspondent. Further, beyond whatever literary yield we can gain from his letters to Aunt Marguerite, there is a strong personal undertow. For undoubtedly Conrad found Marguerite, almost 10 years his senior, an extremely attractive woman. Conrad's Tante Margot was also a person of cultivation. Here was a relationship he could depend upon, as before he had depended upon Tadeusz, a woman of some matronly and motherly bearing, who was also attractive, a person of refinement and literary achievement, and a relative to boot. The Borodowski-Borodowska association is extremely interesting on other grounds as well, since it brought Conrad so close to his own beginnings. Alexander had been involved in the insurrection of 1863 and in many ways seemed cut from material similar to Apollo's pattern. In seeking out Alexander, Conrad was reliving a portion of his heritage, and in hanging on to Marguerite he was curving back upon his own past. Until 1895, when his correspondence with Marguerite declined sharply, he was very much in her world of Polish relatives and Polish literary themes. Alexander, the first cousin of Conrad's maternal grandmother, had found 278 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 p. po. In the 1863 insurrection a focus for his energies. Before that, as a young man, he had tried many different activities, not unlike Apollo, and then fought gallantly in the uprising, only to be taken prisoner by the Tsar's troops and condemned to death as a traitor to the Russian officer corps. He escaped, however, through the aid of a fellow Russian officer and went into exile, first to Dresden, then to Paris and Brussels. In the latter city, he met Marguerite Gachet, whose father, a scholar of note associated with the Royal Belgian Archives, later become bureau head of the paleography department. He worked chiefly in old manuscripts, compiling numerous editions of old French texts, and undertaking a dictionary of words in the literature of the Middle Ages. After his death, Marguerite's mother was dismayed at her daughter's interest in Alexander. We have an almost exact duplication of Apollo's court ship of Eva Bobrowska, the romantic, idealistic young man with few prospects and no real focus to his life, seeking the hand of an attractive, intelligent young lady who was expected to make a more suitable marriage. Marguerite was indeed attractive, and her hand was sought after by many suitors, including Charles Bowles, later burgomaster of Brussels, respectability personified. Apparently, Madame Cachet's opposition was intense, and the courtship was broken off until Alexander could promise financial support for the couple. He left for Galicia, where it was safe for him, obtained possession of a small property in the neighborhood of Lemberg, and then returned to marry Marguerite. The couple lived in Lemberg and surrounding areas for several years before returning to Brussels, in 1884, because of Marguerite's health, or more likely because she found a French-speaking country more congenial. Her knowledge of Polish customs derives from these years abroad and from her association with Porodowski and, through him, with Conrad's distant relatives. Thus, in a real sense, she had entered into the Korsaniowskis' Bobrowski-Porodowski worlds. Before his death, Porodowski helped to found a charitable organization for Polish refugees and thus maintained a lifeline with those compatriots who had fought in Apollo's own causes. With his life nearly half over, Conrad now found himself intertwined in Polish affairs, personally and psychologically. The network extended outward from Poland to Tadeusz in the Ukraine, then to the Porodowskis in Brussels, and onto the correspondence he would have with Marguerite between London, then Africa, and Paris. After Alexander's death, Marguerite spent several months in Lublin, Poland, with Porodowski relatives, all of whom were part of Conrad's outer world. She soaked up material for her novels and stories. In her fiction, as we shall see, she kept before Conrad's eyes the roll call of his past. After this, she returned to more familiar places and spent the remaining years of her long life. She outlived Conrad by 13 years, in Brussels, Lille, and Paris, maintaining an apartment at 84, Rue de Passy. For the next 5 years, Conrad, embarking 279, established one of the most intensive friendships and correspondences of his life with this woman, whose fiction he could not have possibly appreciated, but whose lively intelligence and psychological support he needed desperately both during and after his Congo journey. It was to connections supplied by her, possibly Charles Bowles and also the geographer A.J. Waters, that Conrad turned for help in finding a post. In a somewhat different but related sense, much has been written about Conrad's indifference or even antagonism to his female characters and to his lack of respect for women in general, such views making him into a rough-hewn sailor who preferred male bonding to female companionship. Those who hold to that idea, however, must account for his extraordinary friendship with Marguerite Porodowska, in which he reveals his inner self, bears his most frail longings and hopes, exposes himself without shame or embarrassment, and never indicates any sense of male superiority or feminine dependency. He honors Marguerite for what she is, a woman of some talent, intent on establishing an independent life after the death of her husband. Despite numerous marriage proposals from very suitable men. And we cannot explain Conrad's attitudes away by asserting he simply needed someone to listen to him in those trying times when he was alone and fearful of the future. That may have been true, but it does not exclude his acceptance of Marguerite as an equal, not at all as the person Marlowe condescends to in Heart of Darkness when he brags to his male audience that he has never needed women. Perhaps most important of all, Marguerite had already authored 2 books when Conrad met her, Yaga, Esquisse de Moeurs Ruth N.S., Yaga, Sketches of Ruthenian Ways, and Demoiselle Missia, Moeurs Galicians. Miss Missia, Galician Ways, both of which had appeared in the prestigious La Revue de Deux Mondes. Although we do not know how Conrad felt about her slight work, he praised it lavishly in his letters. The relationship to someone who was an authoress and had published her work was of immense significance as he, at a snail's pace, moved along uncertainly on Al Mayer's Folly. She became someone to whom he could reveal his problems of composition, as he did in the next 5 years, and at one time he felt certain enough of her ability to recommend that they co-author Al Mayer's Folly in French. In still another sense, as Uncle Tadeusz grew older and fell out of Conrad's immediate circle, he was to die in 1894. His nephew had acquired another adult figure, a woman of great beauty, charm, and some accomplishment who would be both guardian and the woman in his life. We can observe the complexity of the relationship in his use of the term aunt when he referred to her. Aunt or auntie can be a term of endearment in Polish, by means of which a distant relative is accepted into the immediate family. But it also has a more compelling psychological potential, by means of which Conrad could carry on an apparent flirtation, however seri. 280. In Leopold's Congo, I88 po. Us or frivolous, under the guise of showing respect and obligation toward a member of his family. In a sense, she was less than aunt and more like mother, in still another sense, more like a fiancé who awaited him when he left for the Congo, like Kitz's fiancé left behind in Brussels. Uncle Tadeusz, whom little escaped, picked up the ambiguous intimations from Conrad's letters and warned him to give up this game, which will end in nothing visible. A worn-out female, and if she is to join up with some body, it will be with bulls who would give her a position and love. It would be a stone around your neck for you and for her as well. If you are wise, you will leave this amusement alone and part simply as friends. Once Conrad met Jessie George, the correspondence with Marguerite fell off dramatically, and then picked up sporadically until 4 years before Conrad's death in 1924. Also, Conrad's growing friendship with Edward Garnett gave him a replacement figure in the literary world. How conscious any of this was we cannot tell, but the pattern of Conrad's dependency cannot be ignored. Dr. Meyer, with his own psychoanalytic purpose in mind, says that Conrad was addressing her with the accents of love, but the love not of a grown man for a woman but of a hurt and weeping child for a compassionate mother. He quotes at length from a letter in which Conrad described himself as a doll whose back was broken into, whose nose was dragging on the ground, and whose arms and legs were flung aside in an attitude of profound despair, a doll which he hopes she will cushion on her lap. But this image of childish dependence is not the dominant note of the correspondence. The dominant chord of dependence does sound, but the dependence is that of a man who is trying out a new career and is using language and literary ideas as a way of finding out how art is created. The difficulty of the psychoanalytic method here is that it neglects the context of Conrad's dependence, which is a literary one, and it ignores a very positive fact, that Conrad was in a learning situation, sitting at the feet of a published, almost established writer, the sole one he knew personally at that time. It is true enough that the years of isolation and marginality, as well as the illness and enervation he suffered in the Congo, made him dramatize his insufficiency, even turn himself into a broken doll, a torn-up Orpheus. But that is only one of many roles Conrad played with Marguerite, the chief of which was that of a pupil desiring to discover how literature was made, how images were put together, how language could be used expressively. What he needed from her, beyond the flirtation, was what he wished from Hubbard, Maupassant, Turgenev, and others, language and craft, imagery, even a philosophy of existence. Or in a letter written only a month before the one in which he posed as a broken doll, he set forth an ironic, even stoic resolution, which is quite mature, and in letter after letter he tried to buoy her up, taking the role of older brother to this woman nearly 10 years his senior. Having met his aunt, Conrad departed from Brussels before Alexander, embarking 281, was buried and headed directly for Warsaw, where he intended to see Karl Zagorski, a nephew of Alexander. The Zagorski family, however, had left Warsaw, and Conrad found them in Lublin, 90 miles to the southeast. Conrad's letter to Marguerite, 4 February 15 to 16, 1890, indicates the family's grief when it heard of her husband's death and, more revealingly, demonstrates how closely Conrad identified with these distant relatives, all well beyond any blood relationship. He hurried on from Lublin to his uncle's estate at Kazimiroka, 325 miles southeast, in the present Soviet Ukraine and in what was then called the government of Kiev. With this, Conrad returned to the area where he was born and where he had spent those very early years preceding dislocation and exile. For the man of 32, it must have been a strange curving in on experience. In terms of language, he was back in Apollo's mold, he was speaking and listening to Polish, writing in French to his aunt in Brussels, and thinking about Almayer's Folly in English. In terms of geography, he was deep into the snow-covered Ukraine, right up against the Russian wolf, corresponding with a Western European, and writing about the steaming jungles and almost impenetrable rivers of East Borneo, with himself on the edge of a Congo appointment. The mixture of tongues, sensations, and topography is important, since Conrad the writer was developing as a blend of many traditions, personally, psychologically, culturally, and aesthetically. His life was, in itself, almost paradigmatic of the synesthesia which was the nub of symbolist doctrine. On February 16, Conrad arrived at Kazimiroka, to begin what was to be a 2-month stay. After some 10 days of travel in the immediate area, probably to revisit childhood memories, Conrad wrote Marguerite, March 10, of his fear that his recommendation in the service of the Company of the Congo was not strong enough and that the business will not go through. At the same time he was pressing for this appointment, Bobrowski was attempting to discourage him from undertaking the journey. In the same letter, Conrad commiserates with his aunt over the death of Alexander and mentions with what pleasure he had read about Henry Merzbach's funeral elegy. Merzbach, like Borodowski and Apollo Korsaniowski's, had been involved in the events leading up to the 1863 insurrection, another instance of people and events curving back upon Conrad as he pursued such very different affairs of his own. In a curious confusion of place and time, Conrad in a letter to Gustav Botkiewicz, March 1729, 1890, a distant relative, speaks of his former tutor, Adam Pullman, who was reported to have died in the ruins of a flaming Vienna theater, a report that Conrad discounts. He writes, probably he is living in Sambir. Sambir or Bira, in actuality, was located in Borneo. Conrad meant Sambir, in Galicia. The juxtaposition of past and present, of location in his fiction and of geography in actuality are all part of his dislocation. 282 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 p. Of language and imagination, for the letter to Sobotkiewicz was composed in Polish at the same time he was writing in French and English. Also, we must not forget that Conrad, despite the happiness of seeing Tadeusz and revisiting old scenes, was in a kind of limbo, sailor without a ship, a writer without a book, a man of 32 without any definite financial or psychological support. He was drifting, waiting for a letter from Thies, renewing old memories without having discovered what to do with them or with himself. 2 weeks later, on April 1, he wrote to Thies to thank him for the letter sent to Bar, Moing, and then rerouted to Russia, where it was mislaid or Lost. Conrad, therefore, did not know the contents, but assumed it had to do with the Congo post. He tells these he will be in Brussels at the end of April, and will present myself without loss of time at the office of the Society of the Upper Congo in order to learn of your decision concerning my affairs. Ironically, since such gaps in information were to become a Conradian motif, he was to hurry back from Kazimiroka to Brussels in order to respond to a letter whose contents he did not know. Although he assumed an offer was being tendered, Thesa's letter could as easily have indicated no post at all. Meanwhile, he had heard from Marguerite about her intervention in his AF affairs and he wrote to thank her for her kind attention to his African plans. None of this, however, was proof that he would be offered a definite position, since intervention in the past had proven useless. For another 3 weeks, he was to remain in limbo. Chapter 13. Journey to the End of the Night. 7 Carat. C. Lonrad planned to leave Tadeuses on April 18, spend 2 days in Lublin with relatives, and return to Brussels on the 29th. He apparently returned, instead, on the 26th and found that because one of the Congo steamer captains had been killed, a Dane named Johannes Fresleben in Heart of Darkness, his own appointment was firm. He would replace Fresleben. He was to make himself ready, which involved 2 rapid trips back and forth between London and Brussels. In Heart of Darkness, Marlowe conveys some sense of the turmoil. I flew around like mad to get ready, and before 48 hours I was crossing the channel to show myself to my employers, and sign the contract. In a very few hours I arrived in a city that always makes me think of a whited sepulchre. Prejudice, no doubt. I had no difficulty in finding the company's offices. It was the biggest thing in the town, and everybody I met was full of it. They were going to run an overseas empire, and make no end of coin by trade. A replacement for a dead man, Conrad never felt more alive than he did in Brussels, if we accept Marlowe's narrative as fact. He visited the company's office, with or without the 2 fates in the outer room, had his facility in French tested by the great man himself, a pale plumpness in a frock coat apparently Albert Thies, was ushered back into the waiting room and then taken by a clerk upstairs to see the old doctor, who wonders if Marlowe has had any madness in his family, and finally is approved, with the doctor's asterisk in a letter to Karl Zagorski from Free Sirs. And if you knew all the bottles of Medi Town, Sierra Leone, Conrad wrote of Hissina and all the affectionate wishes I took. Flurry of movement in tones that foreshadow away with me, you would understand in what Marlowe's, from London to Brussels, and a typhoon, cyclone, hurricane, earthquake. Back again to London. And then again I know. In what a universal cataclysm, in what a dashed full tilt to Brussels. If you had only fantastic atmosphere of mixed shopping, busy. Seen all the tin boxes and revolvers, the highness, and of affecting scenes, I passed 2 whole boots and the tender farewells, just another week's handshake and just another pair of true. 283. 284 J. N. Leopold's Congo, 1889 to 1890. Ironic farewell advice in his ear, do calm, adieu. Marlowe then goes to say goodbye to his aunt, and the die is cast. He says, I was going to take charge of a 2-penny river steamboat with a penny whistle attached. His aunt spouts idealistic words about missionary work, and Marlowe hints that things are run for profit. Marguerite, if it is she, is made to look like a fool, but Marlowe is a misogynist and Conrad was not. The experience in Heart of Darkness is hallucinatory, a journey into the unconscious or to the end of the world. A queer feeling came to me that I was an imposter. I felt as though, instead of going to the center of a continent, I was about to set off for the center of the earth. Going by rail from Brussels to Bordeaux, Conrad boarded the Ville de Maceo on May 6, planning on a 3-year stay in Central Africa. Destination, Boma, on the southwest coast of Africa, the entry point for the Congo. Conrad's first letter to Marguerite, dated May 15, comes from Tenerife, the initial port of call. He reports he is comparatively happy, which for him usually meant freedom from illness. He repeats his uncertainty about the future, expresses some haunting memories, suggests some vague regrets and vague hopes. He speaks of the design of life, a rather hopeless affair as he faces an uncertain future. A little self-deception, many dreams, a rare flash of happiness, then disillusionment, a little anger and much suffering, and then the end. Peace. There is the design, and we must see this tragicomedy to the end. One must make up his mind to it. He speaks of his 2 selves, the other I who is with her and who will precede her to Poland. It is the letter of a man who senses he is completely alone in a world of chilling indifference. Conrad never felt more marginal as he headed into the dark, his mind preoccupied with the future while his imagination grappled with Almayer in the past. And the MS of Almayer's folly, carried about me as if it were a talisman or a treasure, went there. Stanley Falls too. By the time he left Africa, he had 6 chapters of the book. The screw turns and carries me off to the unknown, he wrote Marguerite, a complicated image of fate intertwined with technology, the thrusting mechanical screw diminishing his humanity even as it propels him toward the future. He was to write even more ominously to Karl Zagorski a week later about what he felt his future might hold. As far as I can make out from my lettre d'instruction, I am destined to the command of a steamboat, belonging to M. Alexander Delcom Mune's exploring party, which is being got ready. I like this prospect very much, but I know nothing for certain as everything is supposed to be kept secret. What makes me rather uneasy is the information that 60% of our company's employees return to Europe before they have completed even 6 months service. Fever and dysentery. There are others who are sent home in a hurry at the end of a year, so that they shouldn't die in the journey to the end of the night. 285. Congo. God forbid. It would spoil the statistics, which are excellent. You see. In a word, there are only 7% who can do their 3 years service. It's a fact. To tell the truth, they are French. De nevroses. Say. Trace chic d'etre nevros. One winks and speaks through the nose. Yes. But a Polish nobleman, cased in British tar. What a concoction. News ver. Rons. In any case, I shall console myself by remembering, faithful to our national traditions, that I looked for this trouble myself. His irony here was a form of prescience. The last port of call before Boma was Libreville, in Gabon, near Lam Barine, where Schweitzer later built his famous hospital, where Conrad addressed a long letter to Marguerite. Conrad speaks of how impossible it is for him to get rid of the memory of my charming aunt, apparently because his recollection of her haunts him. He adds, "You have endowed my life with new interest, new affection. I am very grateful to you for this. Grateful for all the sweetness, for all the bitterness of this priceless gift." He talks of their 2 paths, she following one, he another. He does not know, he says, where his road leads. I go along it with my head lowered, cursing the stones. Conrad warns that he may not be able to write for a while, for after his departure from Boma, which occurred on June 1, 3, he would have no opportunity until Leopoldville, Kinshasa. He adds that he is waiting for the inevitable fever. On June 12, Conrad arrived in Boma. He had reached the Congo. In Heart of Darkness, he describes the voyage down this stretch of coast, an area no less strange than East Borneo, and even more desolate. Every day, the coast looked the same, as though we had not moved, but we passed various places, trading places with names like Grand Bassam, Little Popo. Names that seemed to belong to some sordid farce acted in front of a sinister backcloth. Conrad saw the coastline, as he later would see the Congo region, as part of an hallucination or a nightmare. Contrasted with the ghostliness of the Ville de Macieyo, the Africans had bone, muscle, a wild vitality, an intense energy of movement, that was as natural and true as the surf along their coast. They belonged, whereas the white man was an intruder. Once, I remember, we came upon a man of war anchored off the coast. There wasn't even a shed there, and she was shelling the bush. Pop would go one of the 6-inch guns, a small flame would. Louis Ferdinand Celine's version of his noon in the middle of the road throws off so African journey, which owed much to many different reflections that in one's eyes it. Conrad's Heart of Darkness stresses the takes on the importance of an accident. Samson's of reflected madness, it is hard to, you've got to be careful. It's not only the take a reasonable view of people and things and human beings who are hysterical down in the tropics because of the aura of color these parts, things get involved in it too. Which envelopes them. Things and colors are, Journey to the End of the Night, p. 124. In a haze. A little sardine tin lying open at 286 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 p. I-8 po. Dart and vanish, a little white smoke would disappear, a tiny projectile would give a feeble screech and nothing happened. Nothing could happen. Such things occurred as though in a dream, and are comparison to the unconscious. And to dream materials is appropriate, for only a few months after Heart of Darkness Freud's interpretation of dreams appeared. The actual Congo region that Conrad was about to explore on foot and by steamboat was the ghastly product of a very real world. Conrad's Congo was really Leopold's domain, the virtual private property of the King of the Belgians, from 1865 to 1909. Running parallel to Leopold's predatory acquisition of the Congo were Roger Casement's repeated attempts to expose what Leopold was doing, not an idle point here since Conrad met Casement in the Congo and then exchanged several letters with him in 1903-04. These letters to Casement, which are not generally known, provide a kind of capstone to Conrad's Congo trip. There are, for our purposes, really 3 Congos, Leopold's, which operated behind intricate disguises and deceptions, Casement's, which was close to the reality, and Conrad's, which fell midway between the other two, as he attempted to penetrate the veil and yet was anxious to retain the hallucinatory quality. Heart of Darkness demonstrates this desire to comprehend the truth, whatever it was, but still to submit oneself to the very anarchy that blurred the J-Suth. While the story exaggerated and distorted much of Conrad's experience, its tensions, we can assume, were his. If Marlowe represents the rational part, what Conrad had himself become with maturity, then Kurtz, who had abandoned himself to the jungle, represents the anarchic, chaotic youth. Each demonstrates a form of power. There was, in a sense, a fourth Congo, that of Henry M. Stanley. In 1876, when Leopold formed the African International Association, a scientific and philanthropic organization, Central Africa was largely unknown. Conrad equates it with Britain under Caesar's legions. In the years 1874 to 77, Stanley had followed the course of the Congo River, and when Leopold decided to open up the Congo, it was natural he would turn to Stanley as his chief agent. Leopold formed 2 organizations which served as facades for his real busyness, the Comité d'études du Haut-Congo, 1878, and the Association Internationale du Congo, or AIC, in 1882. Stanley's role was very Important and fed into Conrad's initial view of the Congo, for Stanley gave great respectability to Leopold's enterprises, which, apparently unknown to the explorer, were for purposes of exploitation, not missionary work. Stanley's function was to establish stations along the Congo River all the way to Stanley Falls, deep in the interior of the region. When he signed agreements or treaties with the local chiefs, he did so thinking he was bringing civilization to the bush. Or Leopold, however, the activities pointed elsewhere. Through a series of manipulations, he arranged to have the vast region opened up to free trade, and toward that end he had it declared a free journey to the end of the night 287 state, the so-called Congo Free State, which was announced in 1885, with its seat of government at Boma. The sovereign of this free state, which was independent of Belgium, was, of course, Leopold. For Stanley and, shortly afterward, for Casement, the declaration of the Free State would give them, and men like them, the opportunity unburdened by imperialism or colonialism to mold the new nation. Casement, in fact, went out to the Congo to establish a transport system, to administer a vast land area about equal to Western Europe, and to help stamp out the slave trade system still practiced by the Arabs entrenched in the area. It was, in the terms of the period, a great missionary work, not unlike the ideals we see in Conrad's Kurtz when he first goes out to the Congo. Casement, in particular, took on the job to survey the land for a railway that would link Matadi and Stanley Pool, then an overland journey that took several weeks to negotiate. Conrad writes of walking it, a distance of almost 200 miles, in heart of darkness, accompanied by the Free State agent Prosper Harrow. When a company was formed to construct a railway, Casement seemed the obvious choice as manager. It was during the spring of 1890 that he met Konrad Korsaniowskis, mentioned in Conrad's diary entry for June 13, and apparently an impression was made on both the Dublin-born adventurer and diplomat and the Ukrainian-born English sea captain. For them to have encountered each other in the Congo was perhaps no more bizarre than for Dante to have met former friends in the Inferno. Conrad had come to the Congo under the auspices of the Société Anonyme Embauche pour l'e-commerce du Haut-Congo, SAB, formed in 1888, whose acting manager was Albert Thies, a Leopold deputy. Both Casement and Conrad later discovered that Leopold's agents were using African work ERS as slave labor. The workers had themselves been sold by Arab slave trade ERS or else were simply indentured by the station agents. By virtue of the device known as the regime domanial, through which all vacant land was declared state property, only state agents were empowered to collect rubber and ivory. Thus, operating behind his philanthropic enterprises, Leopold penetrated vast sections of the Congo territory, bypassing Belgium altogether. Under these conditions, local labor operated under slave contracts, and we find the circumstances Marlowe observes. They were dying slowly, it was very clear. They were not enemies. They were not criminals, they were nothing earthly, now nothing but black shadows of disease and starvation, lying confusedly in the greenish gloom, brought from all the recesses of the coast in all the legality of time. Contracts, lost in ungenial surroundings, fed on unfamiliar food, they sickened, became inefficient, and were then allowed to crawl away and rest. These moribund shapes were free as air and nearly as thin. I began to distinguish the gleam of eyes under the trees. Then, glancing down, I 288 in Leopold's Congo, I-88P I-8Po. Saw a face near my hand. The black bones reclined at full length with one shoulder against the tree, and slowly the eyelids rose and the sunken eyes looked up at me, enormous and vacant, a kind of blind, white flicker in the depths of the orbs, which died out slowly. The man seemed young most a boy, but with them it's hard to tell. I found nothing else to do but to offer him one of my good sweet ship's biscuits I had in my pocket. The fingers closed slowly on it and held. There was no other movement and no other glance. He had tied a bit of white worsted round his neck. Why? Where did he get it? Was it a badge, an ornament, a charm, a propitiatory act? Was there any idea at all connected with it? It looked startling round his black neck, this bit of white thread from beyond the seas. Marlowe's isolation of this particular African makes the general situation even more poignant. Genocide becomes meaningful only if we sense the plight of individuals. The others are described in geometrical, mechanical terms, bundles of acute angles, bodies shaped like triangles, limbs squared off, boxed in, these dark figures approaching the death that would merge them with the very heart of darkness. The scene is of eternal misery and dislocation, as much of the inferno as of the concentration camp. Almayer, by this point in Conrad's Congo experience, had reached chapter 6, nearly half of its length in manuscript. As Conrad wrote in his first novel about Almayer's slow death, in East 3 Borneo, he was assimilating images of the more rapid death of Africans in the Congo. The juxtaposition of early parts of Almayer and Conrad's Congo experience should not escape us, nor should his own sense of personal stagnation. Those dying Africans, given a different time and place, were not unlike the Polish exiles indeed. The Korsaniowskis as he had experienced in his childhood, dying physically or spiritually under the Russian, not Belgian, in different deaths in an different universe. These wasteland images were deeply embedded in Conrad's imagination, so that Poland, the Congo, and East Borneo blend with each other, the past life, the present experience, and the future work. Conrad's actual journey in, however, was less dramatic. Having arrived at Boma, he continued 40 miles up to Matadi, where he arrived on June 13. According to his diary, made the acquaintance of Mr. Roger Casement, which I should consider as a great pleasure under any circumstances, and now it becomes a positive piece of luck. Thinks, speaks well, most intelligent and very sympathetic. PL considerably in doubt about the future. Think just now that my life amongst the people, white, around here cannot be very comfortable. Intend to avoid acquaintances as much as possible. Except for his correspondence with Casement 13 years later, Conrad forgot about the Irishman until Casement surfaced as an insurrectionist in Journey to the End of the Night 289. Tent on disrupting the English war effort against the Germans. At the time of Casement's trial for treason in the spring of 1916, Conrad wrote to John Quinn, the famous American lawyer and collector. I met Casement for the first time in the Congo in 1890. For some 3 weeks he lived in the same room in the Matadi station of the Belgian Société du Haut-Congo. He was rather reticent as to the exact character of his connection with it, but the work he was busy about then was recruiting labor. He knew the coast languages well. I went with him several times on short expeditions to hold palavers with neighboring village chiefs. The object of them was procuring porters for the company's caravans from Matadi to Leopoldville, or rather to Kinshasa, on Stanley Pool. Then I went up into the interior to take up my command of the sternwheeler Roi de Beges, and he, apparently, remained on the coast. On the 24th of June, Conrad attached his movements to those of Goss, the station chief, on Goss's return, intent to start up the river. Have been myself busy packing ivory in casks. Idiotic employment. Health. Good up to now. On the 28th, he announces he left Matadi with Prosper Harrow and a caravan of 31 men. Parted with Casement in a very friendly manner. As in heart of darkness, the trip upland of over 200 miles to Kinshasa, by Stanley Pool, was made miserable by the rain, the heat, the mosquitoes, lack of drinking water, and Harrow's indisposition, which made it necessary for him to be carried. As Conrad wrote wryly to Marguerite, he was traveling on foot, not an ass here except your very humble servant. 20 days of caravan. The rest of the letter having to do with was BSH consul in Rio de Janeiro on leave. Casement updates Conrad's relationship. Home for 3 months. We parted after 5 minutes. Next time we met was in 1896 in London. Conversation, and I never even heard of him. By chance, at a dinner of the Johnson Society. Except the Putumayo report, till I read the. We went away from there together to the news of him being in Germany. We never. Sports club and talked there till 3 in the talk politics. I didn't think he had really. Morning. I asked him down to Pent Farm any. A home ruler excepting Lord Solace. Where we lived then, actually not until O.C. Barry's patronage couldn't be taken very. October 1898. He came for the night. Lord seriously. He was a good companion, but Al. Salisbury had taken him up or was going to ready in Africa. I judged that he was a man. Take him up. Certain liberal circles were properly speaking, of no mind at all. I don't. Making rather a pet of him, well-connected means stupid. I mean that he was all emotion. Irishman, Protestant home ruler, of romantic by emotional force, Congo report Putu. Aspect and so on. In 191 I think, but any Mayo etc., he made his way, and sheer emo. How before the Putumayo atrocities report, journalism has undone him. A creature of sheer. We came upon each other in Surrey St. temperament, a truly tragic personality, all. Strand. He was more gaunt than ever, and his but the greatness of which he had not a trace. Eyes still more sunk in his head. There was only vanity. But in the Congo it was not busy. Strange austerity in his aspect. He told me he bleed yet. 290 in Leopold's Congo, I88 p. po. There is no mention in the diary of what Conrad relates of Matadi in Heart of Darkness. In the novella, Conrad sees a wasted landscape of industrial junk, a boiler wallowing in the grass, an undersized railway truck lying on its back, its wheels in the air. Once part of industry, it has now become part of dying nature. The thing looked as dead as the carcass of some animals or of the Africans themselves, defunct beasts of burden occupying a human burial ground. Marlowe sees more pieces of decaying machinery, a stack of rusty nails, a puff of smoke indicating a railway under construction, a human beings working on it indistinguishable from the industrial waste surrounding them. The metallic waste now becomes human waste, as Marlowe hears a clink. A chain gang of indentured Africans. The scene is inferno-like, a descent. Whether that of Dante, Odysseus, or Aeneas, into the underworld of human existence. A single paragraph, still based on Marlowe's view of Matadi, cuts through the detritus of Western civilization, so that the very ribs and joints of the Africans seem to become part of the clinking. They clink, death-like, different, with that unhappy look which signifies death for the primitive life. Behind them comes a member of the New World, carrying a rifle and wearing a uniform jacket with one button off. Human beings and machines join, in a grove of death. How prophetic that Conrad should have written this on the threshold of the 20th century. Meanwhile, his diary followed what he thought an explorer's diary or a mariner's chart should be: daily entries giving the terrain, campsites, the condition of the caravan, chance meetings. The diary, which, except for letters, is our first view of Conrad as a writer, stresses details but contains very little natural description. Such an omission is not unusual, since he was ably fatigued and pressed for time, and prone to emphasizing those details he wished to remember, hoarding impressions, nature, descriptive elements for The manuscript of Almayer. Even so, the entry for July 3 contains a kind of shorthand description, the work of a man caught by an impression and hurrying to get it down. A few minutes afterwards saw at a camp place the dead body of a Bakango. Shot. Horrid smell. Another broad flat valley with a deep ravine through the center. Clay and gravel. Another range parallel to the first mentioned, with a chain of low foothills running close to it. General tone of landscape gray-yellowish, dry grass, with red dish patches, soil, and clumps of dark green vegetation scattered sparsely about. Mostly in steep gorges between the high mountains or in ravines. Cutting the plain. Notice Palma Christi oil palm. Very straight, tall, and thick trees in some places. Name not known to me. Villages quite invisible. Infer their existence from calabashes 6 suspended to palm trees for the Malafu. Journey to the end of the night 291. Good many caravans and travelers. No women, unless on the market place. Bird notes charming. One especially a flute-like note. Another, kind of boom resembling the very distant baying of a hound. Saw only pigeons and a few green parakeets. Very small and not many. No birds of prey seen by me. These entries would continue until August I, when the convoy reached Ensalemba, about 15 miles from Kinshasa, with a break both in the journey, at Manianga, and in the diary from July 8 to July 25. The interesting point, however, is how removed the diary entries are from the later Heart of Darkness. In the novella, Conrad encapsulated the entire first part of his diary into one very long paragraph of about 1,000 words. That paragraph is full of description, narrative, and even dramatic action, as the porters balk at carrying the 16-stone harrow. At the end of the novella paragraph, the convoy on the 15th day stumbles into the central station. In the diary, the overland journey takes from June 28 to August I, with an additional day needed to go from Ensalemba to Kinshasa. Further, the diary entries are a form of awkward, almost discordant short hand, far removed indeed from art or artifice, little more than jogs to the memory. When we compare the distance Conrad traversed between these entries in 1890 and Heart of Darkness less than a decade later, we note the leap and see how clearly he discerned that the diary entries were insufficient as fiction. Conrad's immersion in language clusters once again intrigues us. In these diary entries, in English, Conrad was writing a kind of shorthand, with a phrase and sentence brevity. Yet at the same time he was jotting down his impressions of African phenomena. He was writing in fullness of his Borneo memories, not at all in shorthand but in the roundness of paragraphs and pages. Almost simultaneously, he was writing in French to Marguerite and commenting on her work, which was concerned with Polish scenes, and he was writing in Polish in and around this time to distant relatives or to his uncle. As for speaking, he was using French with Harrow and listening to a variety of African dialects among the porters, all the while thinking in English as he planned variations on Almayer. The diary, meanwhile, not at all concerned with reflections, catches images directly. On Friday, July 4, Conrad writes, saw another dead body lying by the path in an attitude of meditative repose. In the evening 3 women, of whom one albino, passed our camp. Horrid chalky white with pink blotches, red eyes, red hair, features very negroid and ugly. Mosquitoes. At night when the moon rose heard shouts and drumming in distant villages. Passed a bad night. 292 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 P. Po. In Heart of Darkness, as Richard Curie notes, this straightforward observation becomes transformed, a great silence around and above. Perhaps, on some quiet night the tremor of far-off drums, sinking, swelling, a tremor. Vast, faint, a sound weird, appealing, suggestive, and wild and perhaps with as profound a meaning as the sound of bells in a Christian country. The diary describes discomfort, but without any dramatic intent. On July 5, today fell into a muddy puddle beastly. The fault of the man that carried me. After camp went to a small stream, bathed and washed clothes. Getting jolly well sick of this fun. The entry for July 8 attempts some description. The country presents a confused wilderness of hills, landslips on their sides showing red. Fine effect of red hill covered in places by dark green vegetation. 6 hours before begin. Ning the descent got a glimpse of the Congo. Sky clouded. This entry logs the arrival at Manianga, where the caravan remained until the 25th. On the 25th, H lame and not in very good form. Myself ditto but not lame. Unlike Marlowe, Conrad passed several villages, and, except for the normal discomforts of an African climate and a rough terrain, his trip was considerably different from Marlowe's journey. Conrad encountered normal people, saw some elements of civilization, and experienced directly little of the ominousness associated with the story. On the 29th, he notes meeting a Mr. Louet, who was escorting a sick agent of the company back to Matadi. At that point, Conrad learned the bad news, all the steamers disabled. One wrecked. In Heart of Darkness, Marlowe is informed that his steamer is at the bottom of the river. The diary notes that after crossing the Inkazi River in canoes, the party puts up in a government chimbek. On the road. Today passed a skeleton tied up to a post. Also white man's grave no. Name heap of stones in the form of a cross. Harrow is increasingly indies. Posed, vomiting, and feverish. Put him in hammock and started for Kinfamu. Row with carriers all the way. Conrad indicates he assembled the carriers and made a speech, which they did not understand. They promise Good behavior. Conrad would himself, later, become far more indisposed than Harrow, almost dying from attacks of dysentery and fever, ailments that apparently remained with him in varying degrees for the rest of his life. On August I, the party finally arrived at Ensalemba, within reach of kin. Shasta the next day. Chief came in with a youth about 13 suffering from gunshot wound in the head. Bullet entered about an inch above the right eyebrow, and came out a little inside the roots of the hair, fairly in the middle of the brow in a line with the bridge of the nose. Bone not damaged AP. Apparently. Gave him a little glycerin to put on the wound made by the bullet. On coming out. On August 2nd, C. Conrad's journey to Kinshasa would end, with a total of 36 days on the trip, 19 of them traveling and 17 at man. Journey to the end of the night 293. Yanga. At this point, Conrad and Marlowe began to part ways. Each would pass into a different kind of world, Conrad into the actual experience and Marlowe into experiences already reshaped by the synthesizing powers of memory and imagination. What about Almayer's folly during this period? In a personal record, Conrad says that the novel proceeded line by line, rather than page by page. And shortly before this observation, he notes that the entire manuscript up to that stage was almost lost in a specially awkward turn of the Congo, and this on his return home, with 6 chapters, he mistakenly says. 7, of Almayer * while in the Congo, Conrad may have completed chapter 5, which he had begun in the Ukraine while visiting his uncle, and all of chapter 6. We cannot be certain, however, since he may have done much of this writing before coming to the Congo. We do know he carried 6 chapters out of the Congo, for chapter 7, worked on at Champel, has a reference to Geneva on the verso of page I of the chapter. Nothing in the 6th chapter gives us clues as to Conrad's state of mind in the Congo, if indeed he did write that part while fighting illness and climate, and trying to gain his command. We would have to speculate that as problems accumulated for him, as for Marlowe, the small pile of manuscript he kept with him must have become a form of security, even a source of sanity. Certainly it must have occurred to him that the tangibility of the paper with his writing upon it with its memories of the Vidar, his furnished room in Bessborough Gardens, his nostalgic stay in Kazimiroka was a kind of anchor amid Congolese experiences. That Conrad stuck so doggedly to the manuscript, despite incredible obstacles of language, career frustrations, and slowness of composition, indicates he was making some kind of resolution. That writing had a certain solidity or personal reference which contrasted favorably with his drifting professional career, particularly in the Congo when his future was so little in his own hands and so much in the control of men like Delcommune. Once at Kinshasa, the central station of the novella, Conrad discovered that the Florida, the vessel he was to command, was wrecked, but he was. I call to mind, for instance, especially haps quite so ill as myself, but still he was. Awkward turn of the Congo between kin going home. I got round the turn more or less. Chassa and Leopoldsville more particularly alive, though I was too sick to care whether when one had to take it at night in a big canoe did or not, and, always with Almayer's folly. With only half the proper number of paddlers. Amongst my diminishing baggage, I arrived at. I failed in being the second white man on that delectable capital, Boma, where before record drowned at that interesting spot the departure of the steamer which was to through the upsetting of a canoe. The first take me home I had the time to wish myself was a young Belgian officer, but the accident dead over and over again with perfect censor. Happened some months before my time, and a personal record, p14. He, too, I believe, was going home, not poor. 294, happy face, Leopold's Congo, I88 p po. Delayed at most 2 days, not the 3 months attributed to Marlowe. On either August 3rd or 4, depending on whether one accepts Conrad's second Congo notebook entry or the notation in the Movement Géographique records, he departed on his upriver journey on the Roi de Beges carrot but not as captain. He left as a supernumerary, to learn the river. In the sole supporting personal document for this period, we have Bobrowski's letter to Conrad, dated October-November 28, 9, in which Tadeu's response to his nephew's letters from various places along the way, including one from Stanley Poole on August 3. Bobrowski writes, I see from your last letter that you feel a deep resentment towards the Belgians for exploiting you so mercilessly. In general there is no love in your heart for the Latin races, but this time, you must admit, nothing forced you to put yourself into Belgian hands. You can say to yourself, Tu is valu, Georges Dandin, and if you had paid any attention to my opinion on the subject when discussing it with me, you would have certainly detected a lack of enthusiasm in me for this project. To pinpoint this resentment is difficult, although on it depended Conrad's future in the Congo. Chiefly, it concerned the manager of the station, Camille Delcommune, whose antipathy for Conrad, and Conrad's for him, appears to have been established immediately. It was this mutual dislike which was to wash away Conrad's plans for a permanent position in the Congo, even if his health had held out. In Heart of Darkness, Marlowe's meeting with the manager is auspicious indeed, since the latter, without considering Marlowe's condition after his long journey, begins to speak at once of his own problems. We can assume that the hostile relationship was set at first sight, and Conrad, from that point forward, was not to assume a large role in company affairs. When Conrad returned to Kinshasa in late September after making the trip to Stanley Falls on board the Roi de Beges, he poured out his feelings to Marguerite. After indicating his regret in coming to the Congo and expressing his confidence that she would understand him, he arrives at the nub of the problem, his lack of advancement. Everything here is repellent to me. Men and things, but above all men. And I am repellent to them, also. From the manager in Africa who has taken the trouble to tell one and all that I off-ended him supremely, right. Down to the lowest mechanic, they all have the gift of irritating my nerves, so that I am not as agreeable to them perhaps as I should be. The manager is a common ivory dealer with base instincts who considers himself to be a merchant when he is only a kind of African shopkeeper. His name is Delcommune. He detests the English, and I am naturally regarded as one of them. I cannot hope for either promotion or salary increases while he is here. Conrad continues that promises made in Europe, for a command, AP. Journey to the end of the night 295. Apparently carry no weight with Delcommune in the bush. He complains of his health fever on 4 occasions, an attack of dysentery lasting 5 days. And says he feels physically debilitated and not a little demoralized. He indicates homesickness for the sea as a kind of purification of Congolese rot. The desire to look again on the plains of salt water which so often lulled me. I miss all that. But what I miss even more is having tied myself down for 3 years. Conrad suggests that either someone will find reason to discharge him or another attack of dysentery will send him to another world, which would be a final solution to all my distress. Norman Sherry ascribes Conrad's inability to get along with Camille Delcommune to a series of circumstances, not the least of which was Conrad's extreme slowness in arriving at Kinshasa and Delcommune's own nervousness about a local fire and the damage to the Florida. In addition, there was an immediate clash of will between 2 ambitious young men. Conrad was 32, Delcommune 31, of very different social classes. At sea, class meant little, on land, everything. Despite this, Conrad and Delcommune left on the ROI de Beges to go upriver to Stanley Falls, to relieve the interstation and bring back George's Antoine Klein, the interstation agent now close to death. The trip, a considerable one of 1,000 miles, normally took well over a month because of obstacles in the river and the nature of the waterway itself. Jean Aubry's assertion that everything Marlowe describes is a direct reflection of Conrad's memories is incorrect on nearly every count. It is unfortunate that Conrad's upriver diary provides little more than maritime information, but even without such direct evidence, we can piece together quite a different journey from Marlowe's in the novella. At every turn of the fiction, Conrad heightened and intensified in order to strengthen his view of Marlowe as a man being tested by an irrational and anarchic situation. Conrad's need in the story is not only the description of a journey but the creation of a chaotic, amoral atmosphere which tempts Marlowe. If Marlowe is all superego, then the challenge must arrive from the ID. As the ROI de Beges chugged upriver, there was apparently considerable traffic, and numerous opportunities for other vessels to have removed the desperately ill Klein. Also, there were several trading stations along the way. And the interstation at Stanley Falls was not nearly so isolated as Marlowe indicates. Another key difference, and a crucial one for the biographer, is the fact that Conrad, unlike Marlowe, was not the captain of the ROI de Beges. And, therefore, was not in charge. In the novella, the fact that Marlowe is swearable for the upriver operation is essential for an understanding not only of the man but of his relationship to Kurtz and the interstation. For if Marlowe, the person of account, can waver in his fidelity to purpose, then Conrad can challenge the very nature of the civilizing process. Conrad was in actuality a supernumerary in someone else's drama. He did 296 in Leopold's Congo, I-88P I-8Po. Indeed share the bridge with Captain Cook. The bridge, we must recall, of a 15-ton sternwheeler, what Marlowe refers to as an empty Huntley and Palmer biscuit tin with a penny whistle attached. As the extra to Captain Cook's chief actor, Conrad was employed in making notes on the upriver journey, as his diary shows. He was, almost throughout, an observer, not a decision-maker or an active participant. As an observer, he apparently took of 2 kinds of experience, those observations, connected to his employment, which had to be accurate and preserved as navigational aids, and, more importantly for the future writer, those observations which were impressions, tones, textures, imaginative configurations, many of which were preserved not only for Heart of Darkness but for colors and textures in Almayer's Folly. That novel, and the ensuing outcast of the islands carried have tones and feelings carried over from the Congo experience, and, in many places, Conrad's sense of exotic and foreign places catches indiscriminately the lushness of East Borneo and the jungles of Africa. For fictional purposes, he was storing up memories of one kind, and for purposes of employment he was hewing to a factual journal of observations and aids. We recall Mallarmé's distinction between 2 types of speech, the first being that which transmits information, the second attributed to the language of literature. Conrad's observations were of these 2 kinds. Conrad's journey upriver was far less bizarre than what he created for Marlowe. The dealings with the Africans, the use of brass wire as currency, the peculiar food eaten by the workers, the dangers of the journey itself, and the isolation of Marlowe, all of these were imaginative reworkings of materials which, in actuality, were more prosaic, with the chief dangers being the climate, the debilitation of illness, the ever-present dysentery. In Heart of Darkness, the interstation has a totemic value as the lair for a dragon or primitive beast, as the mythical hiding place for Loki or an other satanic figure of evil. We are transported into another order of being, a topsy-turvy, synesthesiac reality with the harlequin-like Russian, the screeching of the steam whistle, the extraordinary reputation of the chief inhabitant, and the decorative human heads. Conrad writes, A long decaying building on the summit was half buried in the high grass, the large holes in the peak roof gaped black from afar, the jungle and the woods made a background. There was no enclosure or fence of any kind, but there had been one apparently, for near the house half a dozen slim posts remained in a row, roughly trimmed, and with their upper ends ornamented with round carved balls, human skulls. The rails, or whatever there had been between, had disappeared. Of course the forest surrounded all that. The river bank was clear, and on the water side, I saw a white man under a hat like a cartwheel beckoning persistently with his whole arm. Examining the edge of the forest above and below, I journeyed to the end of the night 297. Was almost certain I could see movements, human forms gliding here and there. This is the imaginative recreation of what was, for Marlowe, a descent into the underworld. The actuality was more ordinary, as was Klein, on whom Kurtz was ostensibly modeled. The inner station was quite well organized, and its chief threat came not from Klein and his methods but from conflicts between Belgians and Arabs in the collection of ivory. Apparently the Belgians found the Arab method of raiding settlements and the gaining of slaves, later to be sold for ivory, too crude and, as a consequence, had to use military muscle as a form of discouragement. For the novella, Conrad needed to intensify Kurtz's role in order to strengthen his view of the agent as a new type of European demigod, the refined product of the best Europe has to offer, who, when unsupported by his own civilization, descends into the unspeakable. The upriver trip to Stanley Falls ended on September 1st, with Conrad himself brought low by attacks of dysentery and fever. With Captain Cook also ill, the departure of the Roi de Beges was delayed until September 6th. When it chugged out of Stanley Falls, it was captained by Conrad, both the sick Cook and Klein aboard. Klein was to die, but Cook would recover and retake command of the tub. Conrad's short spell at the will of the vessel. With sickness among the crew, a sick or dying passenger, Klein, and an ill. The name Klein recurs in the Manu, possibly Stanley's expedition to relieve script of Heart of Darkness, at Yale, and the Emin may have led indirectly to Conrad's. Then is altered to Kurtz. Monsieur Smallby sense of Kurtz, although the latter was more a comes Monsieur Short, a piece of crude satire blend of types than an actual person. When Conrad could not resist Stanley left for Africa, he took with him a Georges Antoine Klein, who was 20, Major Edmund Musgrave Barthelot, who was 7 when he died on the downriver journey, left in the Congo to guard the rear of Stan. Of the Roi de Beges, need not concern us delays party, while Stanley himself pushed on. Spite Conrad's use of his name, since he was to meet the Emin. Completely unsuited for so little a model for Kurtz. He seems to have such work, Barthelot brutalized the Africans. Been an ordinary agent, not at all the remark with floggings and executions, until he was able. Phenomenon we find in his literary himself murdered in July of 1888, 14. Counterpart. In some way, he touched months after Stanley had left him in charge. Conrad's imagination, perhaps because of his savagery, may have provided Conrad with his relative youth, his lost hopes, his dreams, some sense of Kurtz's method of dealing with shattered by illness, dysentery, like the Africans, especially since Barthelot's Rads, but he was conventional in life and diary // E-Cow-O was published in 1890 by conventional in death. He did not last out the Bentley. Although we have no proof that 3-year enlistment, health, or lack of it, Conrad read it, some of the descriptions in was his destiny. Norman Sherry posits in Heart of Darkness especially of men as agent named Arthur Eugene Constant Hotis ghostly, as phantoms recall Barthelot's own Tur as a more likely model for Kurtz, but terms. Of course, such descriptive phrases. Conrad never met Hotis Tur and may only would be a common language for Europeans. Have known of him through hearsay. Who tried to see the Africans. 298 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 P. Po. Officer, became an archetypal situation for him with numerous variations. We find in this not only the nigger of the Narcissus but the shadow line and elements of several stories. In his September 26 letter to Marguerite, Conrad catches the tangential quality of the experience even for someone as marginal as himself. Indeed, he writes, while reading your dear letters I have forgotten Africa, the Congo, the black savages and the white slaves, of whom I am one, who inhabit it. Asterisk. As the downriver journey began, Conrad was hardly well, if not exactly invalid, he was weakened and dispirited. Survival, physical and professional, took what remaining energy he had. It is difficult to determine how much of the trip was under Conrad, how much under Captain Cook. Posse. Bly Conrad negotiated the entire downriver journey of 18 days, but Cook may have taken over at some point, perhaps at Bangla, about midway between Stanley Falls and Kinshasa. Although he could not have foreseen it. This was to be the extent of his command experience, in the Congo or else. Where? Yet when he returned to Kinshasa on the 24th of September, he was still full of plans for a captaincy and looking forward to the expedition on the river Kasai, toward Katanga province. Writing to Maria Tiskowa, his cousin, on the 24th from Kinshasa, I am busy with all the preparations for a new expedition to the river Kasai. In a few days I shall probably be leaving Kinshasa again for a few months, posse. Bly even for a year or longer. The Kasai expedition was the one Conrad had counted upon when he went to the Congo, and the journey he had written to Karl Zagorski about on May 22, as far as I can make out from my lettre. The instruction I am destined to the command of a steamboat, belonging to M. Alexander, Camille's brother Delcommune's exploring party, which is being got ready. The experience on the ROI de Beges, then, while discouraging, was to be a preliminary, not the main event. The journey on the Kasai would have taken Conrad deep into South Central Africa and been a far greater adventure. Despite these and similar comments, but not the thing itself. Throughout both the Conrad or Marlowe did not see his own actual trip and its fictional recreation role, in the pay of the Belgians, as part of the Conrad stressed the extraordinary quality of European rape of Africa. As an Englishman the experience as it struck him, the individual enjoying the vast amount of red on the not the rightness or wrongness of colonialism. Map of Africa. Real work is done in these. None of this is to suggest, however, that he parts Conrad considered himself outside was not overwhelmed by the wasteland the frame of reference of what he saw in the had observed. One of our 20th century Congo. That is, Marlowe and we can assume touchstones of colonialism will always be. Conrad accepted the captaincy as Conrad's description of the Congo in part. Sorry one, and only balked at the particularities of darkness. But he ordered his material to of Belgian methods, the unnecessary and make you see, not as a politician. His sense. Cruel wastage of human life, the unspeak of the Congo has remained long after Roger. Able elements of the enterprise, its excesses, casements reports have been laid away. Journey to the end of the night 299. Then the upriver trip to Stanley Falls, which was well traveled and held few uncertainties. There was in the Kasai expedition sufficient challenge for someone like Conrad, and it would, in a sense, duplicate those early explorations, not the least of them Stanley's, which he had assimilated in his reading since childhood. As an exploration, it not only had the danger, the illness, the strangeness, but would have afforded him the opportunity to hit upon something unknown, the 1890 equivalent of what he was aiming for in his Manuscripto Almaer's Folly. In a certain ironic sense, Conrad was trying to reverse the career pattern of his fictional protagonist, as Almaer headed into decline and collapse. Conrad was himself attempting to explore new experiences so as to prove in life what his fiction was telling him otherwise. Between September 24, when he wrote to Maria Tiscowa from Kinshasa, and September 26, when he corresponded with Marguerite, Conrad's plans were dashed. Almaer's fortunes were a more predictable bellwether of life than his own hopes. On the 26th, as we have already noted, Conrad wrote Marguerite that everything in the Congo smelled, men and things, but above all men. Delcommune, and here he means Camille, the station manager, not his brother, Alexander, who was to head the Kasai expedition, had turned against him, and promises made in Europe had no bearing on Congo matters unless in the contract. In this, his last letter for 1890, Conrad had to face another defeat. His sea captain's license meant nothing here, he felt, where he was associated with inferior men with small minds and mean hearts. Conrad's inability to please Camille Delcommune, whether personally or professionally, doomed him. The decision to keep Conrad in limbo, without a command, was made before Alexander Delcommune returned. Very possibly, Conrad hoped to persuade the still absent brother otherwise when he appeared in October, but nothing is known of that. Just after mid-October, the Delcommune Kasai expedition departed from Kinshasa without Conrad. Part of the irony and bitterness which characterize the tone of Heart of Darkness surely derives from Conrad's dashed hopes in 1890. In the novella, Marlowe speaks of the El Dorado exploring expedition led by the uncle of our manager. In actuality, the brother, Alexander. The unruly band is presented as a bunch of pirates, of sordid buccaneers. Marlowe describes it as reckless without hardihood, greedy without audacity, and cruel without courage. This was exploration at its worst, the aim being to tear treasure out of the bowels of the land with no more moral purpose at the back of it than there is in burglars breaking into a safe. We glimpse from this sarcastic passage that Marlowe was trying to justify his own participation in the escapade by way of moral purpose, but this defense becomes almost an afterthought, a means of attacking the Delcommune enterprises rather than a vindication of his own activities. Living through a recurring pattern, Conrad could not disguise from him 300 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 po. Self his lackluster prospects. Now at close to 33, surely an auspicious age and in ill health, his past decisions had really seemed to close down the future. If ever his uncle seemed correct in his estimation of the whole venture, and Thaddeus would rub it in his letter of October 28/November 9, 1890, it was now. In a real sense, his maritime career had come to nothing, and all he had were those 6 chapters of Almaer's Folly, themselves almost lost en route. This was little enough to show for those 33 years. At this point, a writing career may have appeared as the sole possible anchor in a whirlpool of threatening waters, and an ineffectual one. At that, Conrad made some attempt to rectify what he felt was a great injustice, and he asked Marguerite to exert whatever influence she could. She did write to Albert Thies, in a letter dated November 29, from Lublin, Poland. She said forward the terms that Conrad conveyed to her, that promises made in good faith in Europe carried no weight in the Congo unless part of the original contract. According to Jean Aubry, she wrote, it is sad to think that a man of Captain Korsaniowski's abilities, accustomed to commanding ships, should be reduced to this inferior post and exposed to such deadly diseases. By this time, however, Conrad had decided to break with the entire enterprise. On October 19, he had passed on to Bobrowski his decision to leave, even though it meant breaking a 3-year agreement after only 4 months. His illness with dysentery, however, gave him reason for annulling the contract, although he had contemplated picking a quarrel as another way Out. With his sense of honor and propriety, Conrad's insistence on abrogating the contract suggests the depth of his despair. After the close call with the manuscript of Almayer's Folly at Kalina Point, he completed the journey back to Matadi on December 4, a 6-week overland from Kinshasa, the extended length of the trip probably dictated by Conrad's illness. On the journey back, he had to be carried like Harrow on the way out, an ironic coda to the fortunes of the hopeful mariner who had gone out to Africa as a riverboat captain. At Boma, Conrad caught a ship back to England, and, like Marlowe, returned to the sepulchral city, Brussels. The intended of Keats's whom Marlowe visited was probably based on Marguerite, although Conrad certainly did not pass on the horror, which he had himself experienced. That horror, while present in the circumstances, was also a matter of feeling, of felt attitudes. For that kind of experience, there were no simple words, he would have to make you see. Returned to England in late January of 1891, Conrad was now back at square one, only older. Possibly, his experiences in the Congo turned him into a writer, or at least gave him a sense of the indifference and negligibility of human life which he could shape into his fiction. But it was only one ingredient. What he had experienced as a boy in Poland, as a child in his PAR journey to the end of the night 301, Ant's exile, then in his years as a seaman and later in the waters around Borneo, all of these episodes taken together created what Conrad knew about human depravity, baseness, degradation, and cruelty, as well as the individual's ability to survive such knowledge. The Congo alone did not suggest images of hell, it supported such experiences which Conrad had already accumulated. We can suggest that the Congo experience showed him how fickle any enterprise could be which was not completely in his own hands. In the sense that he learned not to give himself to uncertain plans, he may have come to the knowledge that a literary career was possible. But even that is too strong a statement, for Conrad continued to search for commands and exotic posts as a Suez pilot, for example, and continued to push along in his maritime career. Ultimately, the Congo episode, which became so momentous in his later work, may have been no more than the kind of defeat which brought him to the brink of existence, his own rather than that of civilization. At that edge, where he had to stare into the abyss, he saw himself drowning. And the question for him was whether he was worth saving. The writer. I8pp. Now the sirens have a still more fatal weapon than their song, namely their silence. And, though admittedly such a thing has never happened, still it is conceivable that someone might possibly have escaped from their singing, but from their silence certainly never. Kafka, The Silence of the Sirens. Chapter 14. Limbo. Uncle Tadeu certainly felt he was worth saving. With his trenchant view of his nephew's needs and his ability to mix sympathy with fatherly advice, Bobrowski wrote very sharply in late December of 1890, a letter Conrad received as a belated New Year's present. First, he discharges a salvo of his disapproval of the African venture, stressing that one never receives what one expects, that the individual has to cut his expectations or suffer eternal disappointment. For neither the people nor the circumstances responded to your expectations. This in my view would be only half the evil, although a year lost at whatever time of life is not a good thing, but what worries me most is your health and what will happen to it in the future. Bobrowski then zeroes in on matters of health, a topic very close to him because of his own rundown condition and the early deaths of members of his family. He warns Conrad not to let his ailments deteriorate and recommends consultation with specialists in tropical diseases and gout for Russian physicians do not understand the latter. He says that a rest at Kazimiroka would not provide adequate medical attention. Generously, he offers whatever money might be necessary for Conrad to regain his health. My sole concern is that my beloved nephew should get well as quickly as possible, and when that is achieved he himself will think of further work. I shall wait with the utmost impatience for news of your return and for the opinion of the doctors. The next 3.5 years for Conrad would be particularly trying. For he had reached 33, with a body that was already failing to respond to treatment and a family history of short lives. Consumption, the scourge of the 19th century, was as familiar as measles. His life was, in fact, half over, and although he may have had only fleeting intimations of that, he did know with certainty that his early expectations, however defined, whatever their shape, had been frustrated. Up to his completion of the first draft of Amir's Folly in April 1894, he had existed in terms of fits and starts. Whatever he began, he either did not finish or else found too tedious. 305. 306 The writer, I8pp. For consistent application. The itch to move on was still there. He did not settle into harness until the turn of the century, but when he did relocate he was still dissatisfied with his work, with his career as a seaman, most of all with himself. Characteristic of his attitude was his attempt to present his achievements as a lack of deficiencies. He turned himself into a figure of fun, almost a fool, in order to express indirectly how he felt about fate and fortune. He had been cheated somewhere along the line, and now he must bow to king's end crown as the court fool, no longer Hamlet, he was Polonius or Osric. Writing to Marguerite on his return to London, he expressed his scorn for life by mocking his own hopes. If you believe Peshet Pechier, Antwerp shipping agents approach. Abel, I inform you I am 32 years old, really 30-3. Have English master's certificate for service in sail and steam. Commanded both but principally sail. can furnish good references from ship owners, and also from London merchants. With all these assets, I burn with the desire of having the honor of commanding one of M. Pescitt's steamers. You can also add that judging from the appearance of my nose, I get drunk only once a year, that I don't seem to have any penchant for piracy, and that according to what you know of me you do not believe me capable of committing embezzlement. I have never passed within the jurisdiction of the police, and I am capable of looking discreetly upon a pretty face without squinting. It is true I limp, but I am in distinguished company. Timo Leon probably Tamerlane was lame, and there is even a devil in the same condition, according to my information. If after having understood all that, he refuses to entrust me with the ship, well, then, we will abandon him to his sad fate and look elsewhere. Especially disturbing to Conrad, besides his generally poor physical condition, was the lack of continuity in his life. As he reflected, there was, of course, the very real achievement of his maritime career, in which he took great pride to his dying day. But even with that achievement, one post did not lead to another. The depressed conditions of the English economy made berths exceptionally difficult to come by, and as Conrad completed one tour of duty he found it impossible to move on to something comparable or better. The Congo experience, in that respect, was not unusual. In the 1890s, he was to take posts far beneath his competence, as first mate on the Torrens and as second mate on the Ottawa, when he had a master's certificate. The Ottawa posting was especially humiliating. The high regard he sought in shipping offices simply was not forthcoming. It was clear he had lost forward movement. And while the manuscript of Almayer's Folly was indeed an anchor of sorts, it was frail and yielding, this scribbling in English, page by page, chapter by chapter, a novel set in Borneo, with Malays, when he understood Polish, French, and even English. Limbo 307. Characters far better. For him to write a novel about Malays and an area he had barely glimpsed seemed part of the foolishness. He knew neither the people nor the customs nor the language. And even while he was trying out this novel, he was writing in Polish and French, speaking English and French, corresponding with Marguerite about her work set in Poland. Conrad was traveling in very treacherous waters, keeping himself afloat only by small amounts and slow degrees. The constant illnesses, the subsequent visits to Champel for hydrotherapy, the crippling conditions, only some of which derived from hereditary gout, all of these indicate a man moving uneasily, while trying to reach neutral ground. Walter Benjamin, writing of Kafka and his metamorphosed character Gregor Samsa, suggests a condition not too different from Conrad's in the early 1890s. The latter was close, in his own eyes, to turning into a bug, for just as K lives in the village on Castle Hill, modern man lives in his body, the body slips away from him, is hostile toward him. It may happen that a man wakes up one day and finds himself transformed into vermin. His exile carrot has gained control over him. Conrad was not transformed into vermin, but his exile did in a sense gain control over him. Within the next 6 months, his letters manifest more than illness, they suggest a change of shape, a new body, limbs deformed by dis-ease. The following ailments accrued after his return from the Congo. Through July, legs swollen, rheumatism in left arm and neuralgia in right arm, stomach in bad condition, hands swollen, nerves disturbed, palpitations of the heart, attacks of suffocation, malarial attack, dyspepsia. His body was quite literally reforming itself, and he was becoming a grotesque. The images of malformation reach their climax when he speaks to Marguerite of having changed into a doll, the punch of his childhood. If we take the symbolic doll as the desire of the man, then whatever the precise motivation he has tried to metamorphose himself, the exile could no longer gain control without hydrotherapy, and the water cure was as much for his head as it was for his body. Conrad may have later found Freud's theories a jumble, but he was going through the very kind of breakdown that made Freudian analysis of the unconscious such a great creative achievement. Never to meet, never to read each other's work, they were, notwithstanding, reaching toward one another. Could I be a punch? The punch of the dust. Would you kindly scrape together? Childhood, you know his spine broken in the poor devil, put him tenderly in your 2, his nose on the floor between his feet, his apron, introduce him to your dolls, let him legs and arms rigidly spread in that attitude of play at dinners with the others. I see myself at profound despair, so pathetically droll, of toys this banquet, nose besmeared with jam, the tossed in a corner. This evening I seem others watching me, with that air of cold as to be within a corner, spine cracked, nose intonishment natural to well-made dolls. 308 The writer, I ate pie I ate pp. In his own life, now as earlier, Conrad was paying the psychic price for what had become in the 19th century a distinct phenomenon and what was to become so familiar in the 20th, the life of the exile. One thinks of Wagner in Paris, Marx in London, Conrad Heineself in France and England, Bakunin in Dresden, Zola and Hugo in England, Shaw and Yeats in London. Later Joyce in Trieste and Paris, Pound in Italy. Many went into exile for political reasons, others for aesthetic, some to resolve profound personal problems. Conrad's exile is self-conscious, self-imposed marginality straddled all, political, aesthetic, and personal. The depth of his exile was, in fact, so great that when he returned from the Congo to resettle in London in 1891, the pieces were becoming greater than the whole, thus, that dull image of disintegration and fragmentation. As a latter-day Ulysses, Conrad had lost the notes of the sirens. They surely beckoned him toward some kind of destruction, or some form of salvation, but he was no longer sure he could even hear their voices. One is reminded of Kafka's description of Ulysses, who, when he approached the sirens, stuffed the crew's ears with wax and had himself chained, like Prometheus, to the mast. All his efforts were expended in evading the allurement of their song. He had heard of it and he knew where the struggle would occur. They were after his very soul. Kafka. And when Ulysses approached them, the potent songstresses actually did not sing, whether because they thought that this enemy could be vanquished only by their silence, or because the look of bliss on the face of Ulysses, who was thinking of nothing but his wax and his chains, made them forget their singing. Ulysses, of course, did not hear their silence. He thought they were singing, and that he alone did not hear them. The pact one makes with art is ever illusory. As he yearned for what he was certain did exist, the very sounds he expected were not forthcoming. One's expectations, the only sustaining ele meant in a sea of uncertainties, could no longer be trusted. Facing the chaos of his own sensations, Ulysses senses only illusions. If he had not been chained to the mast, he would have fallen. Conrad, our Ulysses, was not heroic, however, and his recovery could not take epical lines. It required hydrotherapy. His letters to Marguerite for this general period, when not concerned with illness and reshaping, fall into despondency. They make no mention of Mayer's folly. The despair is tantamount to nihilism, which may have been Conrad's defense against the fragmentation of personal and professional aims that he sensed. He speaks of enduring existence, of the inevitability of occurrences, of the hopelessness of any action, and compares himself with Sisyphus rolling the stone uphill. He stresses his inability to think or feel or to touch pen and ink. In a letter of September 15, 1891, he shows gratitude for her sympathy, but to be honest I don't care a straw for happiness. I, Litivo 309. Hardly know what it is. I am neither more courageous nor more independent than the others. I am perhaps rather indifferent. We are ordinary PLE who have exactly the happiness we deserve, neither more nor less. He begins to ramble, becoming almost incoherent in trying to compare or deny people and convicts, who have, at least, the virtues of their faults. He mocks the Catholic belief in atonement through suffering, saying it leads either to the Inquisition or to bargaining with the Almighty. We can expect no bending, no flexibility, no relenting. Each act of life is final and fatally produces its consequences despite all the weeping and grinding of teeth, and the sorrow of feeble souls who suffer when fright seizes them at the results of their own actions. As for myself, I will never need to be consoled for any act of my life, and that is because I am strong enough to judge my conscience, instead of being a slave to it as the orthodox believers would like to make us. This line of argument, which suggests Conrad's nihilism of the 1890s, culminates in a paragraph, in French, he wrote to Graham on June 15, 1898. The use of French is itself curious, perhaps a direct linkage to comparable remarks he had made earlier in the decade to Marguerite, or else an indication of his continental orientation when he spoke of nihilism. The English scene in 1898 was perhaps too hardy colonialism, imperialism, militarism, etc. for the feelings he would express. He wrote, in translation, there are none converted to ideas of honor, justice, compassion, liberty. There are only those who, without knowing, understanding, or feeling, exist on words, repeat them, shout them without believing in anything but gain, personal advantage, satisfied vanity. And words vanish. And nothing remains, do you understand? Absolutely nothing, oh foolish man. Nothing. A moment, a wink of the eye and nothing remains, only a drop of mud, cold mud, dead mud launched in black space, turning around an extinguished sun. Nothing. Neither thought nor sound nor soul. Nothing. These are surely more than post-Darwinian cries of anguish, or the ravings of a Nietzschean figure, a Zarathustra. They are, like Conrad's earlier comments to Marguerite, an attempt to understand himself and to create coherence. The difficulty with the psychoanalytic interpretation of these remarks, as indicating Conrad's unmanly dependence on a strong woman or his regression to a helpless infant seeking refuge in motherly love, is that it loses sight of the context. In the context, Conrad's sense of things has an objective truth. Things were falling apart, not only in himself, but in England and in Europe. The century was closing on a different note from the one sounded 40 or 50 years earlier. And Conrad, as a developing artist, as a novelist seeking comprehension of his materials, needed to face fully the consequences of his helplessness. In his futility, he was attempting to discover general truths, and therefore, his plaints to Marguerite and, later, to 3io the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Graham are not simply calls for help, not the seeking of a mother or father figure, but the way of the artist attempting recognition of his themes so as to master them. In moving to Conrad the person at this time, we recognize that his mind was working imaginatively, and that each personal factor had its aesthetic counterpart. Every segment of subjective history would find transformation in his work, and every bit of knowledge, personal or literary, was undergoing the reshaping that occurs in the creation of a literary artifact. We have not only Almayer in incubation but a career of 30 years, we have implicit now the creative talent that includes everything. That is, if we are to deal with Conrad's internal mechanism at this stage, we must consider not only the 6 chapters of Almayer manuscript at hand but the whole body of work. Potential in his imagination. Conrad had already taken on, unconsciously, that quality of the artist in which, as Jung says, he is nothing but his work, and not a human being. That is, his artistic drives have taken over from his conscious self, although he continues to function as a human being, marries, works, has children. While many of Conrad's ailments were physically palpable, the sense of an anguish, the inability to find wholeness, the malaise that accompanied the illnesses all indicate he was undergoing intense forms of depression that occur because of irresolvable inner forces. None of this is apparent to the sufferer. At best, he may achieve only glimpses. Certainly in the evidence we have, mainly in the letters to Porodowska, we obtain only those persistent images of fragmentation, reshaping, transformation, bodily change. These are Conrad's glimpses, what he was capable of describing. But what they meant actually, in terms of the conflicts and divisions he was experiencing, was not clear, since he continued to putter along on Almayer and sought maritime berths for almost the length of the decade. Yet the metamorphosis, the final one in his case, was occurring. In that first stage, in Poland, when he recognized he had to break away, he achieved his will in part through illnesses, some of them frightening enough to gain his uncle's approval of a wild scheme. Now, recurring illnesses, some real, some induced, were suggesting comparable images of flight. Instead of his uncle, however, he had Marguerite. At this stage in his career, she was crucial. She provided continuity with the past, family, Poland, politics, and with the future, as a novelist, a woman of culture, and someone with literary connections. In 1891, we can characterize Conrad as having, in Jung's words, caught sight of the figures that people the night world, spirits, demons, and gods. As someone who felt the secret quickening of human fate by a superhuman design. Once back in London, having visited Marguerite in Brussels, Conrad fought his ailments with at least a show of activity. He demonstrated interest in Limbo 311. Credibly, in returning to Africa if he could obtain command of one of the steamers run by the Prince Steam Shipping Co. of Antwerp. Marguerite AP apparently had some connection with Pechier, the agents for Prince, and Conrad mentioned, on February 8, that he might run over to Antwerp with his friend Hope, director of the South African Mercantile Co. Nothing came of this, however, and on February 1 he wrote Marguerite that he had just returned from Scotland, as always on business, which meant he had sought a command or even a lesser berth. By the end of the month, the 27th, he wrote tersely, sick in bed in the hospital. From Bobrowski's letter to Conrad, we learn the latter had been admitted to the German hospital in London, probably through the intercession of his friend Adolf Krieger. The ailments were non-specific: rheumatism, neuralgia, swollen legs, and stomach trouble. On March 30, to Marguerite, Conrad indicated that Mr. Knott of Newcastle, who controlled the Prince Steam Shipping Co., was making overtures to him to command a steamer, and he had also received an invitation from his uncle to visit. The letter from Knott and the invitation from Bobrowski, both of them welcome, under other circumstances, must have seemed appropriately ironic in the light of Conrad's condition. In a letter to Maria Tiskowa, April 15, 1891, he mentioned that for 3 weeks his hands were so swollen he only managed with the greatest difficulty to write a few words to his uncle. The swollen hands, the very tools necessary for the writer, are like obvious clues awaiting the investigating detective. To find his resolution not cure, Conrad would have to deal with the swelling of those hands by putting them to almost exclusive use. A Dr. Ludwig of the German hospital recommended that Conrad go to Switzerland to attempt a water mountain cure, which was as much for nerves as for specific ailments. He left Lx, Enden on May 1 for Champel-les-Bains, near Geneva, a hydrotherapeutic establishment which provided a water cure, diet, rest, quiet. Having stopped off in Paris for one day, Marguerite was in Lille. He arrived at Champel on May 21 and remained until June 14, staying at the Hotel Pension de la Roseraie, which is situated between Geneva and its suburb of Carouge. Just before he left, he wrote Marguerite that he was still plunged in densest night and his dreams were only nightmares. Once at Champel, he began to write fairly rapidly. In a personal record, he indicated that Geneva, or more precisely the hydrotherapeutic establishment of Champel, is rendered forever famous by the termination of the 8th chapter in the history of Almayer's decline and fall. Evidence in the manuscript, however, seems to contradict the statement, for while Conrad obviously worked on chapter 7 here, there are computations and notations on the verso sheets of this chapter. He could not have reached chapter 8. Probably, in his subsequent renumbering of the manuscript, in which chap 312 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Ter 7 becomes part of 6, he lost track of exactly what he had achieved at each stage, and then in the much later account in a personal record, he misremembered. Nevertheless, the stay at Champel indicated that under perfect conditions he could work. The real test, however, would come when he returned to London, where the fairy tale atmosphere of a hydrotherapeutic establishment would vanish in the demands of a large city. The question was no longer how to live, but, more insistently, how to write. On his way back to Lx, Enden, he stopped off in Paris to see Marguerite, one of their infrequent meetings despite their numerous plans. In fact, in his letter of June 3, Conrad apparently tried to forestall a meeting. It seems he wrote, unwise to bother you. If they were indeed carrying on a flirtation, language not physical feeling seemed more their medium. Conrad's plans for the future were as uncertain as ever. Bobrowski's letter of May to June 5, 6. Sounds exasperated with his nephew's indecision. You speak so enigmatically, Callie, about your plans for the future that I can understand nothing. Were you referring to your professional plans or to the possibility of visiting me towards the end of your convalescence? State your thoughts. Panic Percy. With more clarity and lucidity. Conrad's ideas involved, among other things, a command on the Niger River and unspecified business schemes arranged by his friend Hope, none of which even remotely materialized. Meanwhile, he sailed on Hope's yacht and waited for something to break. Heading into the second half of 1891, no more established than in the first half. On July 8, he could write to Marguerite, truthfully, we are the slaves of fate before birth, and we pay tribute to calamity before having known it. We do not know what Conrad was saying to his uncle, but we can judge by Bobrowski's responses. As Baines remarks, Conrad must have outlined a large number of schemes for the future, most of them impractical, even foolhardy. Thaddeus lectures his nephew as he had done when the latter was a very young man. He dredges up the NAV taint, which Conrad had spent the last 15 years trying to escape and, as if speaking of some doomed Atrian bloodline, attacks Conrad's lack of endurance, his indulgence of himself in fantastic plans, his depression when his wild ideas do not turn out. They may have been the plans of a desperate man, or else of a man indulging his imagination. The public side of the writer. Bobrowski did not know at this time the fact of Conrad's progress on a novel, an omission of considerable importance. This might also have seemed impractical to Thaddeus, an other wild scheme, or else it might have indicated, to this man of some literary achievement, that Conrad was moving toward respectability. It is difficult to determine, since Bobrowski could have easily found in Conrad's turn to writing simply another indication of the Apollo taint. Bobrowski's letter of July 1830, whose arrival coincided with the misfurring of many of Conrad's plans, raked over the latter's character and then turned to his relationship with Marguerite. Thaddeus feared their seeming limbo 313. Flirtation would become something serious. He calls her, unfairly in the light of the facts, a worn-out female and warns Conrad to find his amusement elsewhere. In a later letter, he mocks her as being as romantic as a girl of 16. Thaddeus's remarks were made, however, in ignorance of Conrad's interest in writing and in Marguerite as an established writer. Also, we find it difficult to judge since we do not know what tone Conrad used in speaking of his aunt to his uncle. Further, and this is speculative, it does not seem as if an alliance with Marguerite would have been so disastrous for Conrad at this time, and it is very possible that, whether he felt romantically about her or not, he may have measured marriage in terms of its practicality. She had money, social position, a literary reputation. She was not, of course, a blood relation and was liked by the family. She shared many of Conrad's interests and was intelligent as well as handsome. If anything, at this point, she would have made a misalliance had she married Conrad. Unless we lack information available to Thaddeus, a marriage between the two does not augur tragedy. There is, of course, a still further consideration, that Conrad did contemplate marriage with her and withdrew from the idea because she was excessively formidable and he felt himself too vulnerable professionally, personally, and financially to undertake such a venture. Under such conditions, he would treat her as some sacred figure. He does speak of her as being on a pedestal so that he could abase himself before her. In these terms, marriage was out of the question psychologically. Such an analysis of the relationship, while possibly valid, assumes at least two factors. First, that Conrad's emotional life remained fixed forever, monolithically, and that experience and maturity had no bearing on him psychologically. Yet the very fact that he could move so tenaciously and now, near middle age, turn toward another career, indicates a steady pattern of growth. Dr. Meyer sees the relationship as such. In Conrad's fiction are not the monolithic Rita, viewed in this light Marguerite Porodowska and her like, but those creatures whose spring was a precursor of his statuesque fictional her from a much lower station in the hierarchy of ones who inspire not so much sensuous long social organization, women like Isa, winning as awe-filled adoration. Just as Razuma Burlock, and the simple hired girl, Amy Fos. In Under Western Eyes confides his love of her, the girl with whom the Russian student Natalie Halden, not to her directly but to his Razuma, finds final peace is not the revered diary, so did Conrad confine his love for his Natalie Halden but the bedraggled Tekla. In Beloved Aunt to the written page. Calm-like manner, Conrad could have given little if parably, just as Rita of the Arrow of Gold is any consideration to the idea of experiencing a fantasy, not at all founded on the fact of erotic excitement with Madame Porodowska. Conrad affair with Don Carlos's mistress, so, but by the same token he might encounter a 2. He fantasized Marguerite. Conrad could much less formidable psychological barrier in have attained a physical relationship only seeking the hand of the relatively obscure and with a woman who failed to inspire such war undistinguished English girl, Jessie George. Shipful sentiments. For the sensuous women. 314 The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Second, and more significantly, Marguerite was not an outsider. The very fact that she was involved in his family and his own national patterns would reduce the unfamiliarity which is often such an impediment to erotic feelings and to possible satisfaction. Marguerite was sufficiently in the family to remove the difficulties of an exogamous marriage, and yet, not being exactly family, would not recall the worst of memories and experiences. In these terms, her formidability would become less harsh, that he would worship her might be part of the relationship, indeed be necessary for his artistic development, but it would not in itself preclude an erotic attachment. Yachting with hope, with his maritime career stalled and Almeida moving very slowly, was fiddling while his health burned out. Conrad's ailments seemed directly correlated with his lack of direction, a throwback to his childhood with Apollo and various guardians. As an interim activity, he took a position with the establishment he had invested in 1883, mowing, at the firm's warehouse. However, because of renewed illness with malarial symptoms, his assignment was delayed until August 4. The job at the warehouse, which was located at 95, Upper Thames Street, brought out Conrad's sense of himself as Sisyphus. There is nothing very cheerful, he wrote Marguerite, in doing disagreeable work. It too much resembles penal servitude, with this difference, that while rolling the stone of Sisyphus, you lack even the consolation of thinking of the pleasure you had in committing the crime. There, convicts have the advantage over your servant. Under such conditions, even a writing career would appear an escape, and in a personal record Conrad indicates the events of the 9th chapter of Altnayer are inextricably mixed up with the details of the proper management of a water-side warehouse. Conrad's spirits were reaching their nadir. His letters become increasingly gloomy, even desperate. His language to Bobrowski was so despairing and pessimistic that his uncle possibly feared a recurrence of Conrad's suicidal impulse. Tadeus's response of late September or early October discourages his nephews talk about dying young, saying that such a philosophy does not even enter the head of anybody young and healthy, and this worries me greatly, my dear lad. Intermixed with letters from Kazimieroka are Conrad's own exchanges with Marguerite, no less morbid. He cautions, if I let you occasionally glimpse at my sometimes difficult life, it is a weakness of mine which I am very ashamed of, but you should not take me too seriously. I bear quite well the weight of the entire world on my shoulders, as do also the 5 million miserable souls who make up the population of this city. These comments are more than fin de siècle weariness or Weltschmerz, and they are more than the traditionally gloomy Slavic soul. Having line 315 reached a critical stage in his development, Conrad was undergoing an internal upheaval. The mental and emotional disruption he sensed was the equivalent of a patient waiting for a fever to break or to continue and carry him under. With hindsight, we know Conrad turned this period of his life to good use, but for him, experiencing the weeks and months of malaise, there was no foreknowledge. On October 16, he attempted to be witty about existence itself. I am vegetating. I do not even think, then I do not exist, according to Descartes. But another individual, a learned man, has said, without foes. For us, there is no thought. From which it seems it is the phosphorus which is absent, while I am always here. But in that case I would exist without thinking, which, according to Descartes, is impossible. Behind the playful analogy is a profound frustration at the whole range of creation, a question of man's very purpose and function. He must have written to Bobrowski along similar lines, because at the end of October or in early November, his uncle replied at great length, trying to place Conrad's pessimism in philosophical perspective. It is a very touching document, parts of which have been cited before, because it demonstrates Tadeus's attempt to impress the reality principle on someone caught between gloom and romantic idealistic notions of himself and his role in life. Bobrowski indicates he feels he should begin his letter with "My dear pessimist." He continues, I can't say that I am pleased with your state of mind. And having now recognized it for what it is difficult for me to contemplate your future with equanimity. Of course, he knew nothing of Conrad's writing plans. He heard only of the gloom, the drift, the lack of future opportunities at sea, the failure to find anything but demeaning work. Tadeus then moves to his chief theme, how pessimism can be understood and placed in proper perspective. As a Darwinian and positivist of sorts, Bobrowski always argues proportion with his nephew as Stein was to do with Marlowe in regard to Lord Jim. Like a modern Benthamite, he weighs the alternating elements of pessimism and optimism in each man's soul. Ultimately, one must achieve the golden mean, which contains, he says, the basic truth of life. All morbidity, he feels, has a cause, whether from over sensitivity, fear of death, or a diseased imagination. He advises that one must think of oneself as an ant in the vast cosmos of things in nature's plan, and in fulfilling its duties, this ant secures the life and existence of the whole nest. Since fate is never in one's hands, one must obey the order of nature, with an understanding of shortcomings of the order of society. Remarkable about the advice is how perfectly it would suit a man who had decided to devote himself to the sea. That is, despite Bobrowski's opposition to Conrad's maritime plans, his advice on living in accord with nature and obeying nature's dictates fitted the life of the mariner. Such views, or variations upon them, are indeed incorporated into several of Conrad's 3I6. The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Chanel Seaman, Singleton, Mac among others. And had Conrad not himself been stirred by other conflicts, he could have rested quite easily with this advice, as Tadeus intended him to. Such counsel, however, while wholesome for the man, was death to the creative artist, anathema to the imagination. It would lead, if carried further, to the very kind of art that Conrad wished to avoid. If his touchstones were Flaubert, Maupassant, and late 19th century French practices, then such views could be only the source of mockery. Flaubert had covered this entire ground in Madame Bovary, and the ridicule of it could not have been lost upon Conrad. He was grateful for his uncle's time, effort, and concern. But he could not tell the now aging man his advice had little or no application, that he was testing out other ideas altogether and they would not allow him release from demons, fates, or strange destinies. On November 14, 1891, Conrad announced to Marguerite that he had a post. He had received a letter from an acquaintance, Captain W. H. Cope, who commanded the clipper ship Torrens off Carrot, airing him a first mate's berth. Even though the berth was a step beneath what he was qualified for, his mood was elated. He would leave on the 25th, destination Port Adelaide, South Australia, a journey of about 3 months. The Torrens was a choice posting for any officer. One of the last of the clippers, it held records for the voyage from Plymouth to Port Adelaide. Her captain, Cope, had replaced a more famous predecessor, H.R. Angel, who had turned the Torrens into possibly the most illustrious ship of her class. Under Cope, the Torrens was not so successful, but by then sailing was giving way to steam and such records and average times held less interest. The posting itself, however, was tribute to Conrad's reputation as a seaman. Not only had he received a berth, he had obtained a prime one. He wrote his uncle almost immediately, evidently in a more enthusiastic tone, because Bobrowski comments on the air of satisfaction and energy. An active life, he says, even the most commonplace one, is the best remedy for pessimism. Asterisk. Other aspects of Bobrowski's long letter are of interest, since in many of his remarks, he touches Conrad's life at sensitive spots, though missing others altogether. His letter serves as a kind of gloss on a poem whose deeper meanings defy full interpretation. He writes, "If I am not mistaken, I imagine that you didn't want to take a position below that of a captain, and as none came your way you waited in LX, and in becoming more and more embittered, helping your friends who deep inside might have been surprised or else might have shared your opinion, until at last, bored and tired, you finally decided to accept a less brilliant position, but one which would prevent you from sinking deeper into pessimism. In any case, you couldn't have acted more wisely, that is, under the circumstances, for I would also have preferred to know that you had gone as a captain with a £1,000 salary instead of what you have got. One has to submit to necessity, and the moral advantage derived from the present decision will compensate you for the lost chances." He adds that if Conrad were to find in Australia what he had been looking for in London, he Limbo 317. Conrad sailed on November 25, 1891, and arrived in Port Adelaide on February 28, 1892. His memories of the ship in an essay written a year before his death indicate his pride. The Torrens had a fame which attracted the right kind of sailor, and when engaging her crew, her chief officer had always a large and promising crowd to pick and choose from, for, apart from her more brilliant qualities, such as her speed and her celebrated good looks, which by themselves go a long way with a sailor, she was regarded as a comfortable ship in a strictly professional sense, which means that she was known to handle easily and to be a good sea boat in heavy weather. Writing 30 years after having served on the ship, he could jest about it and himself. The Torrens was launched in 1875, only a few months after I had managed, after lots of trouble, to launch myself on the waters of the Mediterranean. Thus we began our careers about the same time. From the professional point of view, hers was by far the greater success. The wonderful Torrens, Basil Lubbock called her in his book The Colonial Clippers, and she proved to be a wonderful ship on Conrad's second voyage. Meanwhile, the first voyage was still upon him, and magical though the Torrens was in both myth and substance, Conrad was nevertheless floundering. Almay remained untouched. His letter to Marguerite from Port Adelaide, a very sober document indeed, is concerned mainly with her problems, her relationship to an autocratic, selfish old aunt who was making unusual demands upon her time and energy. With his own family background firmly in mind, Conrad insists on the individual's right to arrange his life as he chooses. He adds that the respect due old age is at bottom only a veiled feeling of deep pity for the miserable ones whom death has forgotten but time has stripped of hope. Conrad was drawing a sharp line between duty to others and duty to oneself, apparently a living matter with him. On April 7, he was to leave Port Adelaide for Cape Town, South Africa, on the long voyage back to England, which would include a stop at St. Helena. Before departing, however, he wrote a final letter to Marguerite, announcing his plans and telling her he has been in a kind of intellectual torpor which oppresses me. She did not know of his manuscript, and yet his reference, as we know, is clearly to his progress, or lack of it, on that. In this letter, while directing his comments to her work, especially to her ability to observe and describe, he remarks on his reading of Madame Bovary. AP. Apparently, as Conrad was stalled on Abnayer somewhere in or slightly after Chapter 9, he was attempting to visualize characters and scenes through the should take advantage of it and forget their suggesting a common epilepsy, convulsions, future meeting, and fits, however, and in Conrad's instance. Tadeus then goes on to more intimate, possibly psychosomatically induced matters and discusses the fits and possible a variety of physical conditions. Since tardation suffered by Michus, Casimir's son Conrad's later malarial seizures also had AP. And Conrad's first cousin. From this, he epileptic symptoms, claims of epilepsy based on alludes to Conrad's own fits in childhood. Bobrowski's comments seem misplaced. 3. I 8 the writer, I 8 pi I 8 pp. I of Flaubert or his disciple Maupassant. Yet his long stay in Port Adelaide and voyage over apparently produced no further pages of manuscript. He arrived back in England on September 3, after a trip of 5 months. On his return, a letter from Uncle Tadeusz told him of poor health and indicated that Conrad had been writing him about indisposition and weariness, v/which meant depression and malaise. Bobrovsky was concerned at the drift of his nephew, almost 35 and apparently living simply from year to year. He then mentions Conrad's cousin Stanisław, Kazimier's son, who had been imprisoned, and Conrad was suddenly thrown back into the world of those who had stayed behind. Stanis's case seems suggestive of Razumov's in Under Western Eyes. Stanis had, in fact, been accused of the unauthorized teaching of artisans, which meant he was using Polish, strictly forbidden in Russian Poland, as the language of instruction. Stan is MW represented both the heroism and futility of those who struggled, however minimally, against the Polish oppressor. He is, Bobrovsky writes, still under lock and key in the Warsaw citadel, where Apollo Korzeniowski's had been imprisoned 30 years before. In his next letter, also awaiting Conrad's return to London, Bobrovsky picks up Stanis' situation, a hopeless entanglement in the Russian bulletin bureaucracy. Bobrovsky had generously sent bail, but no one had requested it, and the boy remained under lock and key. In any case, this poor boy has spoiled his future, and knowing him, it is difficult to believe him as guilty as he seems. His reputation must have been tarnished by false appearances or friends. In future letters, Bobrovsky's account of the involved case continues, as Stanis is passed over to the St. Petersburg court. There, TTS fears he may be sentenced without a trial, and he will be sent to Siberia for a period. With Apollo and other quixotic idealists in mind, he adds, whichever way it goes, he is a lost man, especially as he has studied law. He could never become either a government official, a solicitor, or a notary, not even in Kamchatka. His whole life has gone off the rails together. With all the hopes and confidences I had placed in him, there is nothing to be done. Stanis was finally sent to St. Petersburg, to serve a prison sentence of 18 months. It was as if Bobrovsky were heuristically parading Conrad's past before him, and we perceive in the uncle's words the justification of his philosophy and his counsel to his nephew. Although we cannot know how Conrad responded, we do have Under Western Eyes, which is a more complicated answer than any letter could contain. Conrad stayed in London, sticking to the Torrens, for he needed the wages of £8 a month, about $125 in current purchasing power. Writing to Marguerite, he tried to console her about her own nephew Jean, a flighty Limbo 319. Young man * and took the opportunity to justify his own face so far. One always thinks one's important at 20. The fact is, however, that one becomes useful only by recognizing the extent of the individual's insignificance within the arrangement of the universe. When the individual well understands that by himself he is nothing, and man is worth neither more nor less than the work he accomplishes with honesty of purpose and means, and within the strict limits of his social duties, only then is he the master of his conscience and has the right to call himself a man. Conrad's analogy demonstrates his Darwinian orientation. Otherwise, he could be more charming than Prince Charming, richer than Midas, wiser than Dr. Faust himself, but the two-clawed, featherless creature is only a contemptible wretch stamping in the mud of all his passions. Bobrovsky could not have put it better. Except for his duties pertaining to the next voyage of the Torrens, Conrad seemed to be otherwise inactive, writing letters to his uncle that show him alternately depressed or hopeful, and to Marguerite full of support for her, but with himself effaced. He can even jest at his own expense. In a letter of October 1, announcing his departure on the 25th for Port Adelaide, he is amused at her comparison of him to Hamlet, perhaps a Hamlet of the steppes. You are laughing a little at your nephew in comparing him to the late Hamlet, who was, I believe, mad. Nevertheless, I allow myself to say that apart from his madness he was an altogether estimable person. So I am not offended by the comparison. I do not know where you found any signs of my contempt for mankind. This proves to me that, in generalizing, one can well say that even those who know us the best know us very little. The philosopher who said, "Know thyself," was, I believe, probably befuddled, having supped with Greek ladies, which was a philosophical custom of the day, since I cannot admit him to be stupid. The second trip on the Torrens was auspicious, not for anything it consolidated in the present, but for becoming a focus for several developments in Conrad's future life, his sailing career itself, his final voyage out, his manuscript of Almayer, which had its first reader, and his meeting with John Galsworthy and Edward Lancelot Sanderson, who became lifelong friends. In Galsworthy, in particular, he was to find, beyond friendship, someone who could help him financially when he needed such support desperately. In a personal record, Conrad writes laconically but affectionately about showing his manuscript to W.H. Jacques, a young and desperately ill can. The absence of parents and the prepon Conrad and Uncle Tadeusz and Conrad and the errance of nephew-uncle, nephew Aunt Rella and Marguerite, as well as Stanis and shinships is striking. We have, of course, Tadeusz, now Jean and Marguerite. 320 The writer, I8 pp. Tebergian traveling for his health. The moment was propitious, for Jacques was the first to know of and to read Conrad's work, and there was the possibility, very real at this time, that an adverse reaction could have discouraged Conrad altogether. We recognize how anxious the writer was to show his manuscript to an educated person outside of his own immediate circle of TTS and Marguerite, and Jacques was very possibly the first such person he had encountered. Would it bore you very much reading a mise in a handwriting like mine? I asked him one evening on a sudden impulse at the end of a long-ish conversation whose subject was Gibbon's history. Jacques, that was his name, was sitting in my cabin one stormy dog watch below, after bringing me a book to read from his own traveling store. Not at all, he answered with his courteous intonation and a faint smile. As I pulled a drawer open, his suddenly aroused curiosity gave him a watchful expression. I wonder what he expected to see. A poem, maybe. All that's beyond guessing now. He was not a cold, but a calm man, still more subdued by disease, a man of few words and of an unassuming modesty in general intercourse, but with something uncommon in the whole of his person which set him apart from the undistinguished lot of our 60 passengers. His eyes had a thoughtful introspective look. In his attractive, reserved manner, and in a veiled, sympathetic voice, he asked, "What is this carrot?" "It is a sort of tale," I answered with an effort. "It is not even finished yet. Nevertheless, I would like to know what you think of it." He put the mise in the breast pocket of his jacket, I remember perfectly, his thin brown fingers folding it lengthwise. Conrad then returned to his chief concern as first mate, the sustained booming of the wind, the swish of the water on the decks of the Torrens, and the subdued, as if distant, roar of the rising sea. I noted the growing disquiet in the great restlessness of the ocean, and responded professionally to it with the thought that at 8 o'clock, in another half hour or so at the furthest, the top-gallant sails would have to come off the ship. The turbulent sea, the quietly anxious Conrad, the imperturbable Jacques, as Conrad writes more than 15 years after the event, suggest all the crazy ingredients of his career, a bizarre meeting of goals achieved with those yet to be attained. He was a master mariner ready to take over as captain of a celebrated ship, and yet as a writer the merest apprentice, awaiting like a schoolboy the approval or disapproval of his first reader. The words came with sufficient encouragement. Conrad asked, "Is it worth finishing?" This question expressed exactly the whole of my thoughts. Distinctly, he answered in his sedate veiled voice, and then coughed a little. "Were you interested?" I inquired further, almost in a whisper. "Very much." Limbo 321. Exactly then, the ship's roll and pitch intrude. In a pause I went on, meeting instinctively the heavy rolling of the ship. And Jacques put his feet upon the couch. The curtain of my bed place swung to and fro as it were a punka, the bulkhead lamp circled in its gimbals, and now and then the cabin door rattled slightly in the gusts of wind. It was in latitude 40 degrees south, and nearly in the longitude of Green, which, as far as I can remember, that these quiet rites of Almaeus and Nina's resurrection were taking place. In the prolonged silence it occurred to me that there was a good deal of retrospective writing in the story as far as it went. Was it intelligible in its action, I asked myself, as if already the storyteller were being born into the body of a seaman? Conrad asks one final question, and receives a laconic reply, sufficient for the moment. "Now let me ask you one more thing, is the story quite clear to you as it stands?" "Yes. Perfectly." That was all Conrad wanted to hear. He had had his reader, and reading it was enough for him to continue. On January 30, 1893, he arrived in Port Adelaide once again, having been ill for 2 weeks on the voyage. He looked to a command, and had the captaincy of the Torrens been available, it is quite possible he would have remained with the sea. "I have neither plans nor projects," he wrote Marguerite. His existence continued to worry him. "What causes this discouragement is not my current ill health, but the uncertainty of the future, or, rather, the certainty of the uniform grave awaiting me." There seemed to be no escape, a succession of births awaiting him, none of them adding up to a career, a manuscript in English, the very language still strange to him, a past history of achievement which had not resolved anything, and the reality of his age, 35 in December. Aging would be particularly terrifying for the man who was unfulfilled and isolated, with the concomitant fear of accomplishing nothing, the horror of dying without anyone having recognized his existence. Conrad peered over the edge of the abyss, and it presented a mirror reflection. If he was becoming increasingly narcissistic, it was a process that occurred with full self-knowledge of what had happened to Narcissus when he observed his reflection. There seemed no ready solution, and all the color appeared to have passed out of Conrad's life. Existence was grey, the future was grey, he was greying. On the return voyage to England, there were respites from the morose greyness of an uncertain existence. In Reminiscences of Conrad, which John Galsworthy wrote immediately after the former's death in 1924, we gain some sense of that meeting on the Torrens. 32 to the writer, I8 pp. It was in March, 1893, that I first met Conrad on board the Inkshire sailing ship Torrens in Adelaide Harbour. He was superintending the stowage of cargo. Very dark he looked in the burning sunlight, tanned, with a peaked brown beard, almost black hair, and dark brown eyes, over which the lids were deeply folded. He was thin, not tall, his arms very long, his shoulders broad, his head set rather forward. He spoke to me with a strong foreign accent. He seemed to me strange on an English ship. For 56 days I sailed in his company. The chief mate bears the main burden of a sailing ship. All the first night he was fighting a fire in the hold. None of us 17 passengers knew of it till long after. It was he who had most truck with the tale of that hurricane off the Leewin, and later with another storm, a good seaman, watchful of the weather, quick in handling the ship, considerate with the Apprentices we had along, unhappy Belgian youth among them, who took unhandily to the sea and dreaded going aloft. Conrad compassion. Ately spared him all he could. With the crew he was popular, they were individuals to him, not a mere gang, and long after he would talk of this or that among them. On that ship he told of life, not literature. On my last evening he asked me at the Cape to his cabin, and I remember feeling that he outweighed for me all the other experiences of that voyage. Fascination was Conrad's great characteristic, the fascination of vivid expressiveness and zest, of his deeply affectionate heart, and his far-ranging, subtle mind. He was extraordinarily perceptive and receptive. The meeting with Galsworthy, and to a lesser extent with Sanderson, was the first of Conrad's pivotal friendships in the 1890s. After Galsworthy, there would be Edward Garnett and then Ford Maddox Ford, Hoover, in 1898. Galsworthy, Garnett, Ford, each was to play a huge role in Conrad's life, personally and professionally, and this threesome would replace Bobrowski, who was to die in 1894, and Marguerite, whose presence receded after 1895. Conrad found intelligent, educated men for friends. He could try out his ideas and fictional theories on them, and he could expect informed, even imaginative, responses. He would add others, H. G. Wells and, to a lesser extent, Arnold Bennett, W. H. Hudson, George Gissing, and Edmund Goss. H.O.V. Erring in the distance, a presence rather than a friend, was the revered, almost deified Henry James, the master. Conrad always felt he was first mate to James's captain, and that reverence, as well as James's own need for distance, never allowed a close relationship. It was balletic, full of intricate steps and mirror images. Galsworthy and Sanderson were passengers on the Torrens, having set out several months before to visit Robert Louis Stevenson in Samoa. 2. Conrad's 35, Galsworthy was 25 and seemingly the very opposite of the seaman. His background was solidly in the English upper middle class, education at Harrow and New College, training in the law, a limbo. 323. Well-to-do solicitor father, sufficient spending money for travel and experience, and deep roots extending into Victorian England. He was the embodiment of Conrad's younger fantasies, family, roots, income. And yet he was not entirely like that. He was dissatisfied with the role expected of him. He never practiced law, for example, and he felt the stirrings of a different career in which self-expression would be possible. He was, at least, sufficiently liberated from his traditional background for Conrad and his strange manner to strike him sympathetically. Writing home on April 23, 1893, Galsworthy mentioned Conrad. The first mate is a Pole called Conrad and is a capital chap, though queer to look at. He is a man of travel and experience in many parts of the world, and has a fund of yarns on which I draw freely. Conrad did indeed spin yarns about the Congo, Malacca, Borneo, and his Marseille smuggling, for Galsworthy mentions these with youthful admiration. Ted Sanderson, Galsworthy's companion on the voyage, was the son of the headmaster of the Elstree, Hertfordshire, preparatory school, one of a family of 12 surviving children, part of a turbulent and busy household, which Conrad visited several times. On his return to England, Sanderson added an M.A. to his B.A. from King's College, Cambridge, and became as assistant master at Elstree, later headmaster. Conrad was to dedicate an Outcast of the Islands, 1896, to Ted and the Mirror of the Sea, 1906, to his mother, Catherine Sanderson. This relationship, while pleasant, was not a crucial one for Conrad. Although Sanderson was a poet of sorts, the association had none of the literary overtones of his friendships with writers, and yet it apparently meant something to him. Aspects of Ted surface in Lord Jim, some invisible destructive pattern behind the resolute, heroic young man who wanted to do good for God and country. Like Jim, Ted was possibly the English boy Conrad wanted to be, the epitome of the English virtues of courage, manliness, and determination to do right. Further, the large, active family created stability, as Conrad saw it, and even he was able to work when he visited Elstree. When Sanderson and Conrad met, the difference in age was almost 15 years, and the friendship took on father-son overtones. But as Conrad began to know Ted and, later, Helen Watson, his wife, he saw that beneath the courageous exterior were a fragility, a moroseness, even an extreme sense of depression. This contrast between exterior rossiness and internal disintegration was an element Conrad would cultivate in his fiction, and Ted may have already embodied such qualities to the novelist's eye. Gratifying as these acquaintances were on the voyage back, Galsworthy disembarked at Cape Town. They resolved none of Conrad's problems. Only Jacques' reading of the manuscript advanced his fortunes ever so slightly. At least he had had some confirmation of a talent he only suspected. Conrad arrived back in London on July 26, 1893, and found awaiting him 324 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Letters from Bobrowski that indicated his uncle was ill and wanted to see his nephew for perhaps the last time. But he noted that if Conrad felt he might succeed Captain Cope as master of the Torrens, he should forego the journey to Kazimiroka. The succession did not materialize, however, and Conrad left for the Ukraine at the end of August, for a stay that would last about a month. It could not have been a very happy stay, for Tadeusz was not well. Conrad himself fell ill, and in addition, there he was back at his beginnings. Nostalgia must have been intermixed with entrapment. Some of the disorientation can be noted in his account of the manuscript of Almaer even before he arrived at Kazimiroka. And so it happened that I very nearly lost them is, advanced now to the first words of the 9th chapter, in the Friedrichstrasse railway station. That's in Berlin, you know, on my way to Poland, or more precisely, Ukraine. On an early, sleepy morning, changing trains in a hurry, I left my Gladstone bag in a refreshment room. A worthy and intelligent cough. Rager rescued it. Yet in my anxiety I was not thinking of the Ms. but of all the other things that were packed in the bag. On his journey to Kazimiroka from Berlin, where the manuscript had almost disappeared, Conrad passed through many memories of childhood, including the meeting with a friend of his early years whom he had not seen for over 20 years. That childhood passage, the negligence with the manuscript, the crisis over the lack of direction, all of these threads came together when he arrived at the estate. He fell into Tadeusz's arms and became as ill as he had been in childhood. As he wrote Marguerite, it's convenient to be ill here, if one must be ill. My uncle cared for me as if I were a little child. His sick uncle, under the circumstances, had to stop playing the monitory father figure and become the nursing mother. By becoming so sick that he had to be tended like a little child, Conrad diffused his uncle's criticisms, present or forthcoming. Thus, the passage Conrad made back into his childhood, for a final view of his uncle and the region where he grew up, was accompanied by all the childhood symptoms of disorientation, illness, desire for mothering and comforting. Such regression is quite significant for the writer or artist whose work would be so deeply involved with memory and with transformations of childhood images. If his art had been one of a more realistic kind, or one in which his fiction was contemporaneous with the experiences embodied in his fiction such as Hemingway's, then the regressive element would have hobbled him aesthetically. But, as in Proust, what might seem to be most debilitating personally could be the very strength of his art. Personal weakness could feed aesthetic needs, in that very reversal of elements which is so essential to artistic transmutation. Once again, we must insist on the kind of limho 325 artist that Conrad was becoming as the basis on which we can observe him personally. Meanwhile, Marguerite evidently became upset when she thought Conrad had returned to marry Marasienka Omakowska, her niece by marriage. Conrad was himself amused. It is perfectly true Marasienka is getting married, but in the name of all the follies, what have I to do with this matrimonial affair? Besides, I can hardly believe you are speaking seriously of the matter in your letter, for it must seem strange to you to see someone hasten suddenly from the depths of Australia, without warning anyone, to the depths of the Ukraine to throw himself into the arms of Karol. The whole idea is very funny. The girl was, in actuality, getting married to the son of Browski's neighbor. Conrad left Kazimiroka at the end of September and, without stopping, traveled via Amsterdam to LX, Enden, where he settled at 17, Gillingham Street, near Victoria Station. Since he could not obtain its command, the Torrens was long behind him, and he had no prospects. He may have writ 10 portions of Almayer, although certainty is impossible. In a personal record he speaks of working on the manuscript in a furnished apartment in Pimlico Square, where Almayer, that old acquaintance, came nobly to the rescue. Unknown to my respectable landlady, it was my practice, directly after my breakfast, to hold animated receptions of Malays, Arabs and half-castes. Conrad, in retrospect, apparently confused his beginning of Almayer, in Bessborough Gardens, of Pimlico Square, with the later time. After his return from Kazimiroka in 1893, when he continued work on the novel, from about chapter 9. Almayer was, now, virtually the sole source of activity. Close to his 36th birthday, he wrote to Marguerite. I am at present without work, and since my return from Poland to Ukraine I have spent my days in disheartening indolence. You who describe things and men, and consequently have raised a corner of the veil, know very well there are moments when the mind slumbers, the months slip away, when hope itself seems dead. I am experiencing one of these periods. It seems to me I have seen nothing, and will always see nothing. I would swear there is only the void outside the walls of the room where I am writing these lines. Under such circumstances, the absence of things, of objects, and of life itself is considerably more palpable than what was present, and only memory provided a lifeline. Then, as Conrad describes it, one murky November afternoon, he spoke to Captain Froude, who said he had a berth on a steamship, the Ottawa, for a second mate who could speak French. For Conrad, who held captain's papers, the step down was more than ironic, and in steam as well, which he 326 the writer, I8 pp. disliked. He saw his situation quite clearly. I had given myself up to the idleness of a haunted man who looks for nothing but words wherein to capture his visions. The impression from this and succeeding passages is that Conrad was more or less hypnotized by his manuscript, that is, in several ways, he had gained a greater reality and intensity, and in order for him to readjust to his present situation he had to wrench himself out of those Malayan memories. For many years Almayer and the world of his story had been the companions of my imagination without, I hope, impairing my ability to deal with the realities of sea life. As though surfacing after a long period underwater, Conrad listened to Froude's offer. He explained to me that the ship was chartered by a French company intending to establish a regular monthly line of sailings from Rouen, for the transport of French emigrants to Canada. Since the ship never sailed, it was the perfect berth for a man who wanted to recapture memories. He spent his Ottawa assignment on Almayer's Folly, possibly writing and recasting rather than moving forward with the narrative. On the 29th of November, Conrad signed on, and on December 4 arrived in Rouen. On the ship anchored in Rouen, he turned 36, a captain with a second mate's berth, a would-be author with a manuscript more than 4 years old. He was not joyful. He wrote Marguerite that he was to sail on the 9th for La Rochelle and then Halifax, and followed that letter with another on December 18th, also from Rouen. As though Edison Dant of Jonah, he had infected the entire enterprise. It appears the Franco-Canadian company has not kept to its agreement with our ship owner, and consequently our sailing has been postponed. Right now there is a trial which will take up, next Friday at Paris, the question of damages, but in any event, the affair is lost, and we will not be going to Canada. When the trial is over, we will return to England, to load there for India, the Persian Gulf, who knows where else. In the same letter, he asks Marguerite how he can go about getting a post as a Suez Canal pilot. He suggests she inquire, and, implicitly, use whatever influence she has. Suspecting that nothing would come of the Ottawa carrot, he wrote her 2 days later, on the 20th, that one must get settled into something, and toward that end he was taking steps, unspecified, to get a position in the Pearlfish Eries off the Australian coast. He also asked her once again about Suez. In his next letter, on the 25th, he sent his service record, a document, incidentally, which has never turned up. Conrad was to spend the new year in Rouen, in all until January 12, 1894. 10th chapter Oy Almeos. Its existence to this aborted journey on the Ottawa. I indulge in the pleasant fancy that the shade of old Flaubert, who imagined himself to be, among other things, a descendant of Vikings, might have hovered with amused in terraced over the decks of a 2,000-ton steamer called the Adosel, on board of which, gripped by the inclement winter alongside a quay in Rouen, the 10th Limbo 327 chapter of Almaer's Folly was begun. With that, Conrad was less than 3 chapters away from the full-length novel in manuscript, a book going forward at the rate of about 2 to 3 chapters a year. Interrupted by the third mate of the Ottawa while writing the passage. It has set at last, said Nina to her mother. Conrad moved along several levels of awareness, the quarters on board the ship where he is writing. Anchored in a freezing port, the Malayan setting of his novel, hot, ornate, cluttered with vines and jungle, the ever-present mix of languages French, English, Malayan, Polish, and, finally, the view of a cafe from the porthole, which brought back memories of another site, where the ship had previously been berthed. In that view, the one in memory, was the cafe where the worthy Bovary and his wife, the romantic daughter of old Pierre Renault, had some refreshment after the memorable performance of an opera which was the tragic story of Lucia de Lammermoor in a setting of light music. There was, in this Proustian moment, the real sense that Almaer had ties of Emma Bovary, and that the Donizetti opera, with its passions and madness, was not an inappropriate backdrop for his own novel of inner rage, set in Borneo waters. On January 7, 1894, Happy Face have Conrad's first public mention of his story of Almaer, although the tone in which he speaks of it indicates prior discus. Zion. As a defensive gesture against the admission, he turns his project into a reward. If you are a well-behaved little girl, he tells Marguerite, I will let you read my story of Almaer when I've finished it. At that point, Conrad was somewhere in chapter 10 of the unrevised manuscript, and he would subsequently propose to Marguerite several roles she could possibly play in the production of the novel. Conrad arrived in London on the Ottawa on January 12, although he was not officially discharged from the ship until the 17th. He reveals to his aunt fears he will be forced to leave on a long voyage shortly, but nothing came of that, or of any other attempts at either a berth or command. Instead, he returned to his Gillingham Street quarters. His existence now can be traced only through his letters to Marguerite. On February 2, he wrote a lengthy commentary on her novella Le Mariage du Fitz Grandsire, which he praised extravagantly. Since his tastes were forming along such different lines from those Marguerite displayed in her fiction, it would be of great interest to know what Conrad really thought of her novels and sketches. He may, of course, have felt exactly what he was saying to her while reading certain passages. I clapped my hands as one applauds at a performance. And how many sympathetic characters you have succeeded in producing. The comments seem condescending, although it is very possible Conrad lacked a critical vocabulary and was stating as precisely as he could what he honestly felt. His only critical piece from this general period is the author's note to Almaer's Folly, which dates from 1895, not from the much later time when he wrote his other author's notes for the Col. 328. The writer, I8pp. Lect edition. This short piece, which reveals very little, nevertheless does seem to suggest a dimension lacking in Marguerite's work. For although Conrad speaks of the need for an elaboration of detail in discussing his own work, he also mentions the blessings of illusions, the colors and tints. And we reach out for intimations of an art that goes well beyond detail and recognizable sympathetic characters. One does not wish to wrench this early, rudimentary statement into something it is not, but it does appear to forerun the preface to the Nigger of the Narcissus, and that document surely implies that Conrad could not have considered Marguerite's realistic work serious fiction. Whatever his reaction, Conrad was sufficiently impressed by her or her work to offer collaboration at a later stage, and whether he recognized the fact or not, he was, by February of 1894, a writer. He always discounted authorship as a conscious choice, saying that he slid into it, as into Almayer. Line by line, rather than page by page. And he was uncomfortable even with the term novelist or author. Still, the orientation was there, as we have seen, and his mind had been working imaginatively, picking up and sorting out, since his Marseilles days, if not before. The image of Apollo dying by slow degrees may have turned a young Conrad against revolutionary politics, but it did not make him reject books or the writing of them. On February 10, 1894, Tadeusz Bobrowski died. Conrad's announcement to Marguerite was terse: "I have just received a message from Poland. My uncle died on the 10th of this month, more likely the 10th, and it seems everything has died in me, as though he carried off my soul with him, too. Semble importer mon âme avec lui." Now, with Bobrowski in the forefront of his mind, the entire past became present. He had heard previously that he would receive 15,000 rubles in all a year after his uncle's death, and he learned that the latter had also appointed him one of a committee to supervise the publication of his memoirs, which appeared in Lau in 1900. Thus, his uncle, in life and death, remained with Conrad for the remainder of the decade, at least. The death of someone so closely associated with oneself as well as with one's past is a profound event in any circumstances, but far more so for Conrad, since he had devoted his energies to escaping that very past which his uncle represented and for whose values often argued. Several commentators have connected Conrad's more rapid completion of Almayer's folly with the death of Bobrowski. Dr. Meyer sees Conrad mastering a painful loss by advertising a fictional one, thus becoming the active author rather than the passive recipient of a piece of bad news. Comparably, Gerard's view is that, as a substitute father, Bobrowski, both his criticism and his presence inhibited his nephew, and as long as he lived Conrad could not do meaningful work. Conrad, however, did not experience a burst of creative energy when his Limbo 329 uncle died. He spent another 3 months completing the novel, and during this time he had no other meaningful work. There were no intrusions or diversions, his circle of friends was still quite small, his money limited. As he pointed out to Marguerite, he had no work ** with time at his disposal for writing. He did not by any means whip himself into a creative frenzy. The 10th chapter had been begun at Rouen, the 11th toward early April, and the 12th and final chapter in mid-April. Almayer's death was announced on the 24th. Since work on the 10th chapter preceded his uncle's death, Conrad completed 2 chapters, perhaps part of a third, after Bobrowski died. We are speaking of about 10,000 words, if that, in over 2 months of enforced idleness, about 1,000 words a week, 150 words a day. All this was first draft work, and it does not add up to a burst of creativity. More likely, because of the enforced idleness which preceded his uncle's death, Conrad had reached certain inner decisions, and those decisions were to intensify his commitment to his new profession, to let the drift into authorship take on a more pronounced direction. To stress Conrad's burst in terms of any particular event is to lose sight of the preceding context, in which it was becoming increasingly clear that a maritime career was closing down for him. The experience on the Ottawa could have been as much a FAC tour in his completion of Almayer as the death of Bobrowski, and, from the point of view of biography, a stronger consideration. On the Ottawa, every aspect of his maritime career was aborted or mocked, himself a captain serving as second mate, and then only because he spoke French, the ship's steam not sail, the enterprise itself frustrated, and the temporary servicemen Odo news and disagreeable. And all this to cap his disappointment that he had not attained command of the Torrens. We find here an almost natural ending to Conrad's maritime career, and we can assume that his depression, moroseness, and physical ailments so meticulously described in his letters to his aunt are a recognition on his part of what was happening to him. What could be more natural, indeed more attached to survival itself, than for him to have come to an inner decision in the idle period after the failure of the Ottawa that he needed some kind of shore enterprise. *** The worst is that in the idleness too but difficult to find, he repeats his desire for which I am condemned at this time I can sue as employment, and questions the silence of scarcely forget my suffering from neuralgia his potential employers and rheumatism. Oblivion is a good thing. Chapter 15. Turning to shore. Carrot. T. Here was the further, and by no means insignificant, point that Conrad was considering marriage, or at least considering the idea of settle down, and for that he needed shore employment. In 1894-95, he was to become involved with 2 women in addition to Marguerite, if we can consider that relationship and involvement. They were Jessie George, whom he ultimately married in 1896, and Emily Brickell, whom he met in 1895, Happy Face, Cham. Pell, near Geneva. Such considerations, even if still dim in early 1894, would help explain his commitment to writing and suggest, further, his speed up in production, if we can call it that, which occurred after the Ottawa fiasco. Conrad had clearly discovered something within himself. In a letter to Marguerite, dated March 29 or April 5, written after a brief visit to Brussels, he said, I begrudge each minute I spend away from paper. I do not say from the pen, for I have written very little, but inspiration comes to me while looking at the paper. Then there are flights out of sight, my thought goes wandering through great spaces filled with vague forms. Everything is still chaos, but, slowly, ghosts are transformed into living flesh, floating vapors turn solid, and who knows? Perhaps something will be born from the end. Counter of indistinct ideas. Conrad left to stay for 10 days at the Sanderson home in Elstree, and he wrote Marguerite from there, on April 16, that he had completed chapter 11 and was beginning chapter 12 in a quarter of an hour. He returned to London on the 20th and on the 24th announced the death of M. Caspar Almayer. He promised, in his letter of the 24th, to send 2 chapters when typed, by which he meant 11 and 12, although in actual ity he sent only 11. The completion of the first draft of Algenair was the beginning of a crucial year for Conrad, the major pivot for the remainder of his life. For in 1894, he would complete the novel and its revision, submit it to a publisher, experience the surprise of its acceptance, begin a second novel, An Outcast of the Islands, and in November of the same year meet Miss Jessie George through 330. Turning to shore 331. Their mutual friends, Mr. and Mrs. Hope. He would also begin his long friendship with Edward Garnett. In his next 2 letters to his aunt, he speaks of rewriting the first 4 chapters and retouching my first 3 chapters, tasks he finds not only disagreeable but absolutely painful. The early manuscript, as John Gordon demonstrates, was much worked over, and even elements of plotting were altered. The most important, in terms of the completed text, was the addition of Almayer's attachment to his daughter, Nina, which in turn affected the relationship between Almayer and Dane, Nina Suter. Repeatedly, the manuscript or a comparison of manuscript and later typescript indicates not only changes in word, phrase, and line but a tightening of plot development, actor relationships, and matters of motivation and subsequent action. In a sense, the first draft for Conrad was a working sketch, over which he could play like a composer over a score. This method of working, incidentally, was not unique with Almayer's Folly, for if we move 20 years ahead to Victory, we note a similar revision of passages and the introduction of paragraphs and even entire pages to tighten attachments or strengthen direction. In all probability, Conrad had had a typescript made which he could show to Marguerite when he was in Brussels. She probably read the first 10 chapters, unaltered, and her reaction must have been favorable in the light of Conrad's attempt to draw her into a collaboration of sorts. On May 1, in any event, Conrad announced to his aunt that the whole manuscript was in the hands of a rather distinguished critic, Edmund Gosse. Gosse, at this time, was a Heinemann editor, in charge of its international library. The library consisted of English translations of foreign novels, and as Bain suggests, Conrad may have felt that an English novel by a French-speaking Pole fitted the general idea. Gosse's role in this matter is otherwise a mystery, and it is very possible his was a name Conrad had heard of, so that he sent the manuscript to the man rather than to the firm. They remained friendly in later years, and Gosse played a large role in Conrad's receiving a civil list pension at a time when he desperately needed funds. Gosse may have suggested that the manuscript be sent to Fisher Unwin, but we have no record of his opinion of Conrad's earliest work. In a June letter to Marguerite, Conrad indicated he had completed chapter 12, by which he meant the revision. Shortly after this, on July 4, he submitted the novel to Fisher Unwin. He thought of Unwin, he says, because that firm published a series of de romans anonymes, by which Conrad meant not anonymous but pseudonymous. The Unwin pseudonym library was an ongoing collection, and in fact, one of its novels was John Sherman and Doya by Gunkonik, the pseudonym of William Butler Yeats. For his pseudonym, Conrad used Camudi, the Malayan word for rudder, and pronounced, he tells us, Camudi. In his letter of July 12, he 332 the writer, I8pp. Minimizes the importance of the novel and his submission of it to Unwin, saying, to be frank, I don't sense any interest in the fate of Almayer's Folly. It is finished. Besides, it could in any case be only an inconsequential episode in my life. The attitude was, of course, feigned, as we learn from future letters, and was undoubtedly a defense against an expected rejection. Conrad had, in fact, begun another novel, a story called Two Vagabonds, before hearing of the fate of Almayer, and this fact alone would contradict his seeming insouciance. Furthermore, the circumstances of the submission of the novel were an almost perfect blend of Conrad's boldness and diffidence when it came to his new calling. Publication by a pseudonymous library would be an apt mating of author and publisher. In terms of naming, his Polish surname had already been transformed and reshaped by numerous captains and mates, mispronounced, misspelled, or abbreviated. The word Camudi, written on the typescript, was as solid an identification as any. The French and English-speaking Pole using a Malayan word to identify himself and his novel, writing about a Dutchman who is, in part, Apollo Korzeniowski's. The confusion of realms was already Conrad's heritage, and when he finally changed Camudi to his own name, he used, for the first time, Joseph Conrad, in itself a pseudonym, even though it remained his name to the world for the next 30 years. Captain Korzeniowski's was somewhere behind all this, and behind that was the Joseph Dieter Conrad Korzeniowski's of his childhood and school days, and behind even that was the family heraldic name, NAV-CZ, with its profound connection to the Polish past. Although an English citizen and shortly to marry and raise English children, with Joseph Conrad he was deracinated. He was to inhabit double and triple layers of skin, marginal to the last, far more deeply buried than Mary Ann Evans, who became George Eliot to the world at large, and George Eliot Lewis, and then Mary Ann Cross to her poor sonal circle. Since there was no way he could escape transformation, there is Good reason to believe he sought it out when he chose the pseudonymly Brary, finding in these areas, as Kafka later did with his K and Joseph K, the very kind of thing he knew best. Yet, we must never forget the mastery which he sensed in himself as he shifted his energies. He may have wavered from month to month, even from day to day, but he sustained himself with a Schopenhauerian pessimism, grafted onto a Darwinian survival of the fittest, however gloomy he might present himself. Trying to cheer up Marguerite, who appears to have drifted in and out of depression, he wrote, "Man must drag the ball and chain of his individuality up to the end. It is what one pays for the infernal and divine privilege of thought." As he waited now for Unwin's word, he had virtually nothing else working for him. His desire for a maritime birth was stalled, his turning to shore 333 career as an author was in limbo. In July 1, 894, he was moving toward his 37th birthday. His letter tentatively dated July 25 indicates mental torture that struck deep. He was swimming in a vast ocean and had lost his strokes. Keeping afloat was the best he could hope for. According to the Arab expression AP, applied to those who have incurred the displeasure of the sovereign, I live in the shadow of the sword, and I ask myself morning and night when it will fall, today, tomorrow, or the day after. And in the same letter, I no longer have the spirit to do anything. I hardly have any to write to you. It is an effort, a forward rush to finish before the pen falls from my hand in the press sign of complete discouragement. About July 30th, he wrote again, struggling with disappointment, having hoped for a response from Unwin by this time, although only 3 weeks had passed since his submission of the novel. More was, of course, at stake than the acceptance of a manuscript. He had absolutely no backup position. I have had no response from Fisher Unwin. Here, in this country, where 4 novels appear every week, and what novels, good heavens, one must dance attendance for a very long time. He then made a strange proposal to his aunt: if you have said nothing to the review, we might perhaps be able to have Almayer appear not as a translation but as a collaboration. Haven't I any amount of cheek to speak to you like this, cher maître? Expecting to be rejected in England, Conrad apparently wanted to be translated into French by Madame Poradoska and published in the Revue du Monde. His plan for a collaboration, however, is not satisfied by the above explanation. Implicit in his remark is his desire to be associated with Madame Poradoska because of her literary successes in France. Thus, if Al Mayer's Folly appeared as a collaboration, it would be published originally in French with the help of her connections and under her name, as Conrad indicates in his August 18th letter from Champel. The nervousness and fever attendant on his situation threw him back into uncontrollable anxiety, and into the childhood ailments which required nursing, water therapy, rest. For him to go to Champel at this time for hydrotherapy indicates he was desperate, for he had to husband his money and channel his energy. He wrote Marguerite, I have requested the return of the manuscript, and upon my return to England from Champel I will put it at your disposal. I wish to keep my name of Camudi. To think of these things is altogether typical of your kind friendship. To have your lovely language to express my poor thoughts is a joy and an honor. The name of Camudi sick in small letters somewhere will be adequate. Let your name appear on the title page. An explanatory note will suffice to say K has collaborated. There. 334 writer, I8pp. In the same letter, a kind of survival letter in its reach and implications, Conrad indicates he must find a position quickly, for his resources will soon be exhausted. He asks her to intervene with her ship-owning friend, Peschier, whose name Conrad chronically misspelled as Peshet, either an indication of disdain for his own role in using influence or a rejection of the very role he was seeking. He mentions he can post 12,000 francs for a command on the 1st of March 1st 895, which would be the last of his money from his uncle. He cites some of his reading, Maupassant with delight, and Anatole Francis Elie Les Rouges, which means nothing to me. The important news is that he has begun something very short, no more than 20 to 25 pages, called Two Vagabonds. This was an early draft of An Outcast of the Islands, 3L novel of well over 100,000 words. His idea was reasonably secure even at this early date. I want to describe in large terms, without shadows or details, two human strays such as one finds in the lost corners of the world. A white man and a Malay. You see, Malays stick to me. I am devoted to Borneo. What bothers me most is my characters are so true. I know them so well. They shackle the imagination. The white is a friend of Almayer. The Malay is our old friend Babalachi before he arrived at the dignity of Prime Minister and confidential advisor to the Raja. But I am missing a dramatic climax. My head is empty, and even at the beginning there is some difficulty. I tell only you this. I feel like letting it all drop already. Do you think one can make something interesting without any women? This suggests that although Conrad had found his main outline, he had not yet seen the connection between Willems and Isa, nor had he thought of the destructive passion that would become the very heart of the novel and of Willems's corruption. Conrad's announcement to Marguerite about this new story contradicts his later version that Garnet's words encouraged him to write another. He was writing another well before he met Garnet or even suspected that Al Fnayer would be accepted. Conrad said he planned to return to England at the end of August, and he actually returned on September 6, bypassing Marguerite in Brussels and going directly to London. If Conrad had been romantically interested in her, he would surely have spent some time in Brussels before going to London from Champel, but he quite clearly had no intention of doing so. He still had no information about Almayer, and he wrote Unwin on September 8. I venture now upon the liberty of asking you whether there is the slightest likelihood of the Ms. Malay life, about 64,000 words, being read at some future time. If not, it would be probably not worse fate than it deserves, yet, in that case, I am sure you will not take it amiss if I remind you that, however worthless for the purpose of publication, it is turning to shore 335. Very dear to me. A ridiculous feeling no doubt but not unprecedented. I believe. In this instance it is intensified by the accident that I do not possess another copy, either written or typed. Conrad certainly had the handwritten manuscript and possibly even an other typescript. It is, however, the rather witty but defensive tone of the letter that interests us. We must take the depreciating tone for its opposite, and venture that Conrad considered his manuscript and work as essential to survival. The acceptance of his book had now begun to take on the same importance as the passing of his master's examination in 1886. On October 2, 2 days before hearing of the novel's acceptance, he wrote Marguerite that he could not get hold of the manuscript after having asked twice and that he was sufficiently busy with negotiations for several ships. These negotiations, which came to nothing, may have been with M. Petier of Antwerp or with some Liverpool people about serving on a small bark called the Primere. On October 3, Conrad received the unexpected news, an acceptance from Unwin, offering terms of £20 for the copyright, equivalent to about $250 to $300 at present. In his letter of the 4th accepting the terms, Conrad requested the French translation rights for Marguerite, so that he could appear in the review and still more have the advantage of being translated by such a competent and charming writer. He notes that his aunt has spoken to M. Ferdinand Brunetière, the well-known literary critic and historian, who was then editor of the Revue des Deux Mondes. In a long introduction to his collection of letters from Conrad, Edward Garnett revealed how chancy the acceptance of the manuscript actually was. As a lowly reader at Unwin's, Garnett had his attention called to Almayer by another reader, W. H. Chesson. Garnett was at this time just starting out in the literary world. Himself the son of a distinguished scholar and museum keeper, Richard Garnett, Edward was about to make one of his discoveries. The first in a line that would include Galsworthy, W. H. Hudson, D. H. Lawrence, among many others. He writes, My wife recollects that I showed her the manuscript, told her it was the work of a foreigner and asked her opinion of his style. What particularly captivated me in the novel was the figure of Babalatchi, the aged one-eyed statesman, and the night scene at the river's edge between Mrs. Almayer and her daughter. The strangeness of the tropical atmosphere, and the poetic realism of this romantic narrative excited my curiosity about the author, who I fancied might have Eastern blood in his veins. I was told, however, that he was a Pole, and this increased my interest since my nihilist friends, Stepniak and Folkowski, had always subtly decried the Poles when one sympathized with their position as underdogs. Garnett's insistence that the manuscript was publishable tipped the design in Conrad's favor, and Unwin followed with his offer. After that, the meeting between author and reader occurred in one of two places, either in 336 the writer, I8 Pi I8 PP. The Unwin offices or, later, in November, at the National Liberal Club. Conrad wrote to Marguerite about this auspicious beginning. At first the two readers of the firm received me and complimented me effusively, were they, by chance, mocking me. Then they led me to the presence of the head to speak of business. He told me frankly if I wished to take part in the risk of publication, I would participate in the profits. Otherwise, I get £20 and the French rights. I chose this latter alternative. We are paying you very little, he told me, but, remember, dear sir, that you are unknown and your book will appeal to a very limited public. Then there is the question of taste. Will the public like it? We are risking something also. We will publish you in a good-looking volume at 6 shillings, and you know whatever we bring out always receives serious critical attention in the literary journals. We will print immediately, so that you can make corrections, and we will send the proof sheets to Madame Porodowska before Christmas. Write something shorter, same type of thing for our pseudonym library, and if it suits us, we will be very happy to give you a much better check. If we assume the two readers were Garnett and Chesson, then Conrad and Garnett met at the Unwin offices on October 8. Garnett, however, published a different account, a recollection Conrad had described to Mrs. Gertrude Bone the last Christmas before his death. Unwin had arranged a meeting at the National Liberal Club. The first time I saw Edward, Conrad related, I dared not open my mouth. I had gone to meet him to hear what he thought of Almayer's folly. I saw a young man enter the room. That cannot be Edward, so young as that, I thought. He began to talk. Oh yes. It was Edward. I had no longer doubt. But I was too frightened to speak. But this is what I want to tell you, how he made me go on writing. If he had said to me, why not go on writing, I should have been paralyzed. I could not have done it. But he said to me, you have written one book. It is very good. Why not write another? Do you see what a difference that made? Another? Yes, I would do that. / could do that. Many others I could not. Another I could. That is how Edward made me go on writing. That is what made me an author. In the author's note to an outcast of the islands, Conrad's account places Garnett's advice at still another meeting, but the message was entirely the same. You have the style, you have the temperament, why not Write another. Garnett left his own amusing account of that first meeting. In November. My memory is of seeing a dark-haired man, short but extremely graceful in his nervous gestures, with brilliant eyes, now narrowed and penetrating, now soft and warm, with a manner alert yet caressing, whose speech was ingratiating, guarded, or brusque turn by turn. I had never seen. Turning to shore 337. Before a man so masculinely keen yet so femininely positive. The conversation between our host Unwin and Conrad for some time was halting and jerky. Conrad, extremely polite, grew nervously brusque in his responses, and kept shifting his feet one over the other, so that one became fascinated in watching the flash of his pointed, patent leather shoes. The sea hammocks came unexpectedly when, in answer to Mr. Unwin's casual but significant reference to your next book, Conrad threw himself back on the broad leather lounge and, in a tone that put a clear cold space between himself and his hearers, said, I don't expect to write again. It is likely that I shall soon be going to see the meeting, the interview, Conrad's dissembling about not writing. Again, these have the contradictory quality of myth and legend. Exactly what occurred may never be discovered, but the following seems likely. It is typical Conrad, in keeping with the secretiveness, circuitous narration, and circumlocutory manner of his later fiction. The two readers he mentioned in the Unwin off list probably did not include Garnett. One reader was Ches' son, and the other person, reader or not, is unknown. At the November meeting, their first, Garnett did utter those famous words, already quoted. Why not write another? But he said them to a man who had already made his own resolution about continuing. Conrad had a second manuscript, however rudimentary, in the making. Further, Conrad probably remarked to Unwin that he did not expect to write again because he did not want the publisher to own him. In his October 10th letter to Marguerite, he speaks of being part of the slave trade, word of honor, with himself a slave. Further, Unwin was a dominating, possessive type of person, described by Garnett as having a falcon-like red Jewish glance, and these physical as well as personal qualities may have turned Conrad against him. This point is, of course, speculative, but later Conrad letters mocking Unwin personally and drawing attention to his Jewishness cannot be discounted when we look back to their first meeting. Conrad, in fact, had not completely forsaken his search for a maritime post, and continued to mention Marguerite's shipowner friend, M. Petchier. He was, here, at close to 37 years old, at the exact meeting point of careers, subject to severe bouts of neuralgia, nerves, depression, and fever, with hereditary gout not too distant. Any attempt to pin him down, to buy his soul, or to redirect him from whatever the inner voices were telling him, any of this was certain to enrage him. His position was delicate indeed. And as he turned to writing as a career, it must not have been lost upon him that, like Apollo after the failure of his political activities, he was turning to an authorial career. The irony of it was apparent. Since Almayer's Folly was too long for the pseudonym library, Unwin decided against publishing it in that series. But Conrad moved into a pseudonym anyway, going, as we have seen, from Konrad Korsaniowski's to Joseph. 338 The writer, I8pp. Conrad. Except for a few English friends, he was an unknown man. His passport gave his POHSH name, and the Poles and Frenchmen he knew would not have recognized Joseph Conrad. Only Hope, Krieger, his landlady, and a few others could have connected the two, and when he was introduced to Jessie George in November, it was as Konrad Korsaniowski's, even though by then he was about to become Joseph Conrad. Like Verloc, who would go by the pseudonym of a delta sign, part of Conrad disappeared from view. To compound the irony, the man who pronounced his name Joseph Conrad sounded in speech exactly like someone escaping from Konrad Korsaniowski. In his later story Amy Foster, all these undigested elements of name, background, foreign accent, foreignness itself would come together to destroy the Polish intruder cut off from his past. In a curious sense, Conrad was launched, in that shadowy manner we find so striking in all his activities. Lacking money, exact knowledge of the English language, friends in high places, and ability to work rapidly, he had entered into a profession where there was almost no middle ground. An author either did the hack work of Grub Street or else tried to become a best-selling novelist by writing on popular themes. It was a situation never lost on Conrad, who insisted on the quality of his work and yet raged at his lack of sales and at the popularity of novelists of little worth. Conrad could, indeed, have been tempted into the following type of career, as Walter Besant described it. The kind of life led daily by the modern man of letters, not a great genius, not a popular author, but a good steady man of letters of the kind which formerly had to inhabit the garrets of Grub Street. This man, of whom there are many, or this woman, for many women now belong to the profession, goes into his study every morning as regularly as a barrister goes to chambers. He finds on his desk 2 or 3 books waiting for review. A MS sent him for opinion, a book of his own to go on with, possibly a life of some dead and gone worthy for a series, an article which he has promised for a magazine, a paper for the Dictionary of National Biography, perhaps an unfinished novel to which he must give 3 hours of absorbed attention. There is never any fear of the work failing as soon as the writer has made himself known as a trustworthy and attentive workman. The literary man has his club, he makes an income by his law, or which enables him to live in comfort, and to educate his children properly. Now this man 100 years ago would have been an object of contempt for his poverty and helplessness, the cause of contempt for literature itself. Conrad may have lacked the facility and temperament that would have opened all these possibilities of income, but he could have, at the outset, tried to attain this kind of comfortable existence as an ideal way of life. In the 1890s, the temptations were especially strong, as Besant remarks, with the turning to shore. 339. Proliferation of journals, periodicals, reviews, little magazines, and other publications of various personal kinds. The most flamboyant established bore monant reputations, such as the Yellow Book and the Savoy, but there were a myriad of others between the Yellow Book and the Yellow Press. The growth of little magazines, the Quarto, the Hobby Horse, the Dome, among others, was so great an author could find one or another to publish his work, regardless of quality. To publish, and keep publishing, as it is for academics now, was one way to become known. Arnold Bennett, we recall, got his start by winning a competition in Tit-Bits, a fairly obscure journal in which Conrad very possibly published his first story. From there, Bennett went to the Yellow Book, moving up to the higher-paying publications as his name became better known. At the outset, Conrad faced the temptation to publish, although it is questionable, given his temperament and slow method of working, whether he would have succeeded on the popular route. But as he approached 40, and the Malay stories came with a certain ease of composition, the temptation to become known and thus increase his rates was overwhelming. Conrad expected advance sheets of Almayer by mid-November, but still seeking a sea berth, he apparently sent his record to Ampechir. Very posse. Bly, he hoped to combine a maritime career of sorts with the slow, occasional writing of fiction. On the continent, he had an excellent example in Pierre Loti, and in fact, Ford was to draw attention to the resemblance. Loti, who was 7 years Conrad's senior, during the course of his sea career became a captain in the French Navy and also saw service in many of the exotic places Conrad visited. He moved into fiction writing in 1879, at 29 years of age, and worked in both the naval service and authorship until his retirement from the Navy in 1910. Conrad very possibly read his Picaratshire DLS. Land, 1886, and knew of Loti either from his period in France or from Marguerite, in whose general literary circles Loti moved. The latter had the admiration of Brunetière, who was Marguerite's editor at the Review, as well as Anatole France and Jules Lemaitre, whom Conrad read. Whatever Conrad knew specifically of Loti, whether his work or the man's reputation, there was before him an author who had effectively pursued a parallel maritime career. A complication in this plan or idea, however dim it was, arose when Conrad met Jessie George through Hope, who was acquainted with the George family. There is some confusion about the actual circumstances of the meeting, since Jessie and Joseph Conrad as I knew him indicates meeting the Hope somewhat later, I remember shortly after we were engaged. His telling me that now his uncle was dead, Mr. and Mrs. Hope, as far as his feelings could go, were the nearest relations he had in the world, and that he wanted to take me to make their acquaintance. In the same book, however, she indicates having met Conrad early in November 1894 through a Mu. 340 The writer, I8pp. 12 friend, Hope. The time of the meeting is not in dispute, although Jessie several years afterward was to speak of it as having occurred late in 1893. Most likely, the Hopes were the means by which Conrad and his future wife got together, since Conrad had few other friends at this time and virtually no way of meeting a marriageable young woman. Just 2 weeks before he married Jessie, in a March 10, 1896, letter to Karl Zagorski, Conrad gave an amusing account of his feelings. I announce solemnly, as the occasion demands, to dear Aunt G.A. Brynia and to you both that I am getting married. No one can be more surprised at it than myself. However, I am not frightened at all, for as you know, I am accustomed to an adventurous life and to facing terrible dangers. Moreover, I have to avow that my betrothed does not give the sign of being at all dangerous. Jessie is her name, George her surname. She is a small, not at all striking-looking person, to tell the truth alas. Rather plain, who nevertheless is very dear to me. When I met her a year and a half ago she was earning her living in the city as a typewriter in an American business office of the Calligraph Company. Her father died 3 years ago. There are 9 children in the family. The mother is a very decent woman, and I do not doubt very virtuous as well. However, I must confess that it is all the same to me, as vous comprenez. I am not marrying the whole family. The wedding will take place on the 24th of this month and we shall leave London immediately so as to conceal from people's eyes our happiness, or our stupidity, amidst the wilderness and beauty of the coast of Brittany where I intend to rent a small house in some fishing village. This was Conrad's view of it just on the eve of the marriage. In November 1894, when he met Jessie, then 21, the situation was not appreciably different. Conrad alone, his uncle dead, surely lonely, his prospects uncertain. He needed companionship or the sense of a family life. We can speculate that the energies which had carried him forward for 20 years had been dissipated, he had lived off the original capital and now he felt the need for family once again, especially if he was to pursue something as uncertain as a writing career. These questions arise because of the nature of Conrad's choice for a wife. If he had been romantically inclined with Marguerite, there would be ready explanations, but Jessie fell far outside the circle of someone like Conrad Korzeniowski's. There were radical differences in age, class, background, sta. Thus, education, sophistication, and expectation. Their sensibilities could not have been more different if they had derived from two distinct planets. Al. Most the sole certainty was that Conrad was extremely lonely and sought a relationship that had as little side to it as possible. His letter to Zagorski, describing his bride-to-be, is not demeaning, it is not, either, that of a man turning to shore 341. Marrying someone whom he considers to be an equal. The comments are AF. Affectionate and caring, but very much those of a man who recognizes distinctions between himself and his fiancée. Indistinguishable from this view is Conrad's sense that his new career, or his combination of maritime and writ-ing careers, will require a wife with few expectations, simple tastes, and little ego. He also could not escape self-mockery, that of the man of 37. Marrying for the first time. In terms of the type of person Conrad was, and turned out to be as an author, his choice was perfect. Jessie was not an intellectual equal, nor could she be expected to be, but she possessed emotional and psychological qualities which fitted exactly into what he needed, and there is no reason to believe he ever regretted his choice. Jessie was a straightforward, devoted, quite competent young woman, and, her marriage photo shows, a handsome one as well. Conrad's description of her as rather plain was self-deprecatory. He was not making a big match. Her place in a family of 9 children without much money had undoubtedly prepared her psychologically for all kinds of familial eventualities, and her former situation, caring for younger children and working as a typist, made her ready to accept whatever emotional and psychological demands Conrad made upon her. She was not to become overly upset by the strangeness he demonstrated, nor was she incapable of dealing with his radical shifts of mood, temperament, and tone. Although not a victim in any obvious sense, she saw her marriage as a series of sacrifices, not demonstrations of self. She would spend her life arranging his, while he pursued the inner voices not unlike millions of Victorian marriages. All this is jumping ahead, however. In November 1894, when we can as soon Conrad met Jessie, we have no indication of any serious feeling on his part. On the contrary, he was still involved with Marguerite, and he was as yet to meet Emily Brickell in Champel. Meanwhile, he was still caught in uncertainties, with nothing settled in his professional life. In a letter to Marguerite about the translation of Almayer into French, Conrad discouraged her from undertaking the job while her own work languished, and this was either consideration on his part or a gradual withdrawal from involvement with her. The letter is of interest, also, for reaffirming Conrad's interest in Maupassant, especially his Pierre et Jean. It seems nothing, but it is of an intricate mechanism which makes me pull out my hair. The French influence, as we have seen, was particularly strong in Conrad's early work and then diminished somewhat as he began to find his own voice in those distinctive years between 1899 and 1904. He felt more authoritative about Two Vagabonds, which he saw more clearly than Almayer. After sitting for 3 days before a blank page, the forerunner of many hours and days contemplating the whiteness of the paper, awaiting a word or phrase, he came upon his idea, and the theme solidified. 342 The writer, IAPP. Pierced, the theme is the unrestrained, fierce vanity of an ignorant man, who has some success but has neither principles nor any other of conduct than the satisfaction of his vanity. Also, he is not even faithful to himself. Whence his fall, the man's sudden descent to physical slavery by an absolutely untamed woman. The catastrophe will be brought about by the intrigues of a little Malay state, whose last word is poison. The denouement is suicide, still through vanity. Although the final version was to demonstrate some divergence from this, from the suicide, if Conrad meant it literally, nevertheless he followed the plan. Even more, we note how many elements in Vagabonds were forerunners of ideas in Lord G, and, especially in some of Conrad's descriptive terms, such as vanity, fall, descent, physical slavery, suicide, still through vanity. The situations of Willems, the outcast, and Jim, the fallen angel, are of course different, yet Conrad, as early as 1894, experienced intimations not of immortality but of his major materials, and not only of Jim, but of Kurtz, Nostromo, Razumov, even Heist. All of these future Conradian fixtures, the outposts of his imagination and sensibility, were implicit in his description of Willems. In a sense, the latter was to be the criminal side of the later fallen angel, the petty, trivial man who embodies the same qualities as the man of greater stature, both of whom are brought low through vanity, self-love, narcissism. And yet despite these considerable stirrings, Conrad indicated he was still looking for a maritime birth. In the continuing series with Marguerite *, Conrad notes a trip to Antwerp to see Petier, but nothing came of that. On the other front, Unwin has mentioned Almayer will not appear until the next year, in February, and actually not until late April. Conrad demonstrated a lack of concern about that, but it is hard to believe he did not want the physical book in hand. Something to indicate solidity after years of dealing with the bulk of a ship, the volume of water, the presence of a crew. If I remain longer on shore, all will be ruined, alas, he writes. Destroyed, for lack of a physical book and a maritime berth, was his concentration, a clear working pattern. He was still stumbling, although his bitter plaints about inability to work must be somewhat discounted. By early fall of 1895, he was to complete an outcast, over 100,000 words in less than 18 months. Yet in this still early stage of the novel, when all of it was already imminent in his imagination, he threatened to burn it. It is very poor. Too poor. Marguerite evidently responded in horror, and Conrad followed with characteristic cynicism, I have burned nothing. One speaks like that, but lacks the courage. There are those who speak like that of suicide. And then there is Al. His correspondence with her is Archive Conrad letters, 2 to Unwin, 1 to Ches. Source of biographical material, 4 in the End Son, not to Marguerite. Tire year of 1894, there are extant only 3. Turning to shore. 343. Ways something lacking, sometimes strength, sometimes perseverance, sometimes courage. The courage to succeed or the courage to recognize one's impotence. What remains always ineradicable and cruel is fear of final things. One temporizes with fate, one seeks to deceive desire, one tries to juggle one's life. Men are always cowards. They fear nevermore. I think it is only women who have true courage. Much of this philosophizing must be discounted, however, as the mean dearings of a lonely, embittered man who was beginning to feel the impact of a crowded imagination that could not transform itself into fiction rapidly enough. In his December 27th letter to Marguerite, just past his 37th birthday, he announces he has changed his title to an outcast of the islands. And the thing itself has been changed. Everything has been changed except doubt. Everything, except the fear of the ghosts which one evokes and which often refuse to obey the brain that has created them. He indicates he has completed chapter 8, with 4 more to go. 4 centuries of agony, 4 minutes of delight, and then the end, an empty head, discouragement, and eternal doubt. The completion of 8 chapters, in terms of the whole, however, is misleading, because the final draft came to 26 chapters. And with revisions those 8 chapters were, possibly, no more than a quarter of the book. In the same letter, he mentions having received 16 pages of Almayer proofs. Despite his disclaimers as he turned toward 1895, he was deeply caught in a writing career, receiving proofs of Almayer, with an early spring publication date, and 8 chapters of An Outcast in hand, with the overall idea reasonably firm. Besides this, he frequently commented on Marguerite's work Yaga, as well as other pieces, and spoke out about literature in general. Further, he was writing the short preface to Almayer's Folly. He had begun to establish some pattern, desultory work on Outcast in interspersed with intense application to the novel, long bouts of depression. Anxiety over the appearance of Almayer, repeatedly postponed, some meetings with Garnett, perhaps some social gatherings with Jesse George present, and occasional forays, either in actuality or imagination, to seek a maritime berth. My nature is to be miserable, morally beggared, bankrupt of courage, he wrote Marguerite while awaiting his first copies of Almayer. He indicates a departure for Newfoundland on business, but like all his other speculatory ventures, nothing came of this. He complains steadily of illness. Yet none of this can be construed as simply appeals for compassion or as neurotic reactions. He was not a well man, and his situation was uncertain and trying. We should not forget that with all his will to succeed, English was a nightmare. He was writing in a language he was uncertain of. In his brief letter to Chesson, the Unwin reader, he stands corrected on his idiomatic use of aversion, and this suggests his fear that there were idioms, words, meanings he did not know and whose usage he could mangle. Moving. 344 writer, I8pp. Into English as a creative language was an exploration, and like most explorations it had the anxiety attendant upon the unknown. Edward Garnett, meanwhile, was reading An Outcast. On March 8. Conrad sent 4 chapters. He speaks of a new style in chapter 12, really. 5 in the revised chapter headings. Please say in the margin what you think. 1 word will do. I am very much in doubt myself about it, but where is the thing, institution, or principle which I do not doubt? The section in case begins, and now they are back in the courtyard where from, at their appearance, listlessness vanishes, and all the faces become alert and interested. Once more. The new style apparently involved use of the present tense so as to create a more pictorial scene. Conrad did not consistently hold to this style in An Outcast, but his experimentation with tense here does foreshadow the far more profound experimentations of his later novels, when time sequencing became crucial to his narratives. His hesitation here was connected to his anxiety over language itself. As his confidence grew, a period that begins to be apparent in 1899, he could synthesize various elements of technique. Until then, he proceeded with one venture at a time, pruning the rich vocabulary of the fin de siècle and decadent period, experimenting gently with time sequencing, flashbacks, involution of scenes, etc., tilting ever so slightly the straightforward presentation of character and event. Conrad wrote to Unwin jesting about dying on the firm's office carpet if his novel did not appear soon, a frivolity, as he says, which disguises very deep feeling. He is, also, anxious about the French translation of A.L. Nader, which was now in question, and he indicates he has sent the proof sheets to Paris, to T.H. Benson, a colleague of Marguerite's on the review, and herself, a woman of considerable interest. T.H. Benson was the pseudonym. Conrad could be at home here, of Marie-Therese de Soames Blanc, a prolific journalist, novelist, and author of a pioneering study, The Condition of Women in the United States, 1895. Conrad hoped she would give the novel an appreciatory reading and perhaps convince Brunetière to publish a translation. Nothing came of this, however, and Almayer did not appear in French translation until 1919. He returned from a week's trip to Brussels on March 15, still looking forward to the publication of Almayer and, perhaps more importantly, awaiting word from Edward Garnett about the early chapters of An Outcast. Garnett's praise and encouragement cannot be overestimated here. While it is quite probable Conrad would have continued to write, the energy and drive were there, it is also possible that without support his continuity, so essential for a beginning author, would have been upset. Your appreciation has for me all the subtle and penetrating delight of unexpected good fortune of some fabulously lucky accident, like the finding of a gold nugget in a deserted claim, like the gleam of a big diamond in a handful of blue earth. Turning to shore. 345. So Conrad wrote to the Unwin reader. He even tried out some theory, which is that theory is a cold and lying tombstone of departed truth. But since even truth is questionable in this relativistic universe, theory is not to be sneezed at. Conrad's comment contains irony within ironies, sneering at theory when faced with truth, then questioning truth itself, which is not more immortal than any other delusion, and finally admitting that he has submitted Willems to his own pet theory, which he stands by, lamenting and grinning with the spade in my hand. We do not know how Garnett received this Nietzschean outburst, whether he thought his volatile correspondent had suddenly gone mad. Conrad bombarded Unwin with inquiries about the appearance of Almayer. His growing dissatisfaction with Unwin, besides the latter's rather niggardly terms, began here, in the delay of publication. But even had Unwin done everything Conrad desired, there was little chance of satisfying him. The very nature of Conrad's talent and his inability to pick up a sizable audience would predispose him to bickering with his publishers. At the end of March he went to stay with the Sandersons at Elstree and returned to London on April 2. By then, he had, finally, obtained advance copies of Almayer, promising Marguerite one of the first copies. Throughout, he moved along on An Outcast, as far as chapter 17, with 20 or 21 expected to conclude it. By the time Almayer appeared at the end of April, Conrad had in hand almost a first draft of An Outcast, but at the expense of much nervous energy. Although his letters do not yet indicate it, he was building up for an attack of nerves and anxiety, a clear pattern by now. Like Persephone, he surfaced, in order to write, but at the expense of a periodic stay in the dear world of near collapse. As the publication date for Almayer approached, its delay caused by Macmillan's in America and copyright law, he began to fall to pieces. On April 30, the day after Almayer appeared, he wrote Marguerite, I am not at all well. I am leaving my bed and setting out for Champel for the water cure, to restore my health. This explains to you my long silence. You know, when I'm not well I have attacks of melancholy which paralyze thought and will. He thought of appearing in Polish and told Marguerite to write to Angeli Zagorska, her niece. Nothing came of this, however, although Almayer did appear in Polish in 1923 and 1928, translated by Angeli's daughter Aniela. Just before departing for Champel on May I, Conrad wrote Garnett in a jocular tone, his jesting manner here contrasting with his deadly earnest one with his aunt. He says he called on Unwin and discovered that William E.R. Nest Henley, then an important critic and editor, could not read more than 60 pages of the immortal work, after which he lays it down. Conrad indicates he will commit suicide by thirst on Henley's doorstep as revenge for his dislike of Almayer. He says he cannot find work but hopes the Mound. 346. The writer, I8 pp. Tain Air will enable him to complete An Outcast in about 3 weeks, if the lenient gods are willing. He would, in actuality, complete it on September 16. We do not know whether Conrad was seeing Jessie George alone or with friends during this time. There are no letters or references until later. When Garnett did meet her, at a future date, he tried to dissuade Conrad from marriage with a woman intellectually beneath him. At Champel, Conrad attempted to carry on a normal life. He was to stay there for a month. He immersed himself in An Outcast and began to receive his first reviews of Almayer from the English and Scottish journals. Fighting his nervous ailments as his professional life began to shift before him, he found the moment delicate and auspicious. He was edging toward self-discovery. Chapter 16. Toward the self. Karl. The idea of a Dutchman in Borneo as the subject of his first novel was, of course, the product of Conrad's observations of the land and people, but it was also the fictional recreation of his own sense of himself, not in any direct relationship, but in his periodic movement on the edges of both familiar and unfamiliar places. Those who might see Conrad as responding in his early work to the romantic literature of his day, Stevenson, Haggard, Kipling, Anthony Hope, among others, failed to recognize he was reacting to impulses in himself far more than in his reading. The early reviews stressed the strangeness of Conrad's exotic scene and characters. Arthur Waugh, in The Critic, for example, hoped that Conrad's novel would not lead to a torrent of Bornean fiction. Yet the point is not the influence of exotic places or literature on Conrad as he wrote his early trilogy, Almayer, Outcast, Rescue, but how closely these novels followed psychological impulses in their author. The character of Almayer follows the line of Apollo and of Conrad himself, a fairly realistic view of Apollo in decline, with his dreams of gold, and a projection of Conrad's own fears about himself, all of it imaginatively recreated in a heightened romantic style. In his Old Dutchman, who relies on memories for sustenance, Conrad attempted no less than the myth of failure and the myth of marginality, exactly what he was emphasizing in his letters to Marguerite. Karl. As the trilogy moves into the past with passage after passage caught in flashback *, we find Conrad attempting to discover in technique what he senses as his material. Memory is crucial, since with this book he went from significantly, the novel has barely begun period of Apollo's malaise and illness, his own. Before Conrad flashes Almayer back 20 time of indecision and uncertainty when he years, but his memory lagging behind had only youth. The points of reference to some 20 years or more in point of time Conrad's own memories, while of course saw a young and slim Almayer, p5. When never congruent, are testimony to how Conrad started this section. In 1889, the flash found his early art was touched by his sight. Back of 20 years would have taken him to ecological experience. 1869, the year of his father's death, the long 347. 348 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Konrad Korsaniowski's to Joseph Conrad, a name change that signified a engagement from the past and from past memories, all of which would have solidified a technique that keeps memory before him. In a letter, already quoted, to his namesake, the historian Joseph Korsaniowski's, he indicated his touchiness about the name change and charges of betrayal of his Polish past. And please let me add, dear sir, for you may still be hearing this and that said of me, that I have in no way disavowed either my nationality or the name we share for the sake of success. It is widely known that I am a Pole and that Joseph Conrad are my two Christian names, the latter being used by me as a surname so that foreign mouths should not distort my real surname, a distortion which I cannot stand. It does not seem to me that I have been unfaithful to my country by having proved to the English that a gentleman from the Ukraine can be as good a sailor as they, and has some thing to tell them in their own language. Conrad wrote this letter to acknowledge receipt of Tadeusz Bobrowski's memoirs and to thank Korsaniowski's, bearers of the same name, and having the same family crest. The interconnectedness of Conrad's experiences cannot be lost upon us. Almayer's relationship to a daughter who deserts him, who runs off with her love, Dane, is, given the context, an artistic recreation of a youthful Conrad experience, only the first of such desertions in his fiction. How carefully he nurtured the break. You wanted me to dream your dreams, to see your own visions, the six Zions of life amongst the white faces of those who cast me out from their midst in angry contempt. But while you spoke I listened to the voice of my own self. The relationship of Nina, a child who has grown up apart from her parents, to Almayer and his wife is an obvious parallel to Conrad's own former situation. The family triangle is reproduced, the mother and father, the one strong in her weakness, the other weak where he could have been strong, as Conrad puts it. He writes about Almayer, all passion, regret, grief, hope, or anger all were gone, erased by the hand of fate, as if after this last stroke everything was over and there was no need for any record. Even more compelling is the way in which Conrad slides from Nina to Dane and turns the false Dane into a mangled, crushed corpse, not unlike his description of himself to Marguerite as a broken doll, his spine broken into. The transformation into two Danes is significant, the Dane who remains whole and gains Nina, but, also, the Dane whose flesh and bones are smashed. Perhaps most compelling of all these parallels is the series of benefactions, which lie at the core of each of the early novels. As we have seen, Lingard saves Almayer's future wife, he befriends Almayer, and he salvages Willem's twice, in An Outcast. The novels are cast in terms of help given, resent meant at the help, lack of reward for the benefactor, feelings of guilt and help toward the self. 349. Lessness on the part of the recipient. The question arises of the mythical gift or exchange, here transmuted into benefactions which never go beyond the act itself, that is, the benefaction is never reciprocated, and the recipient is never part of a moral, personal transaction. Conrad's way of presenting the transactions is a gloss on his memories, on the way he has fitted himself into his past. Yet, unquestionably, Almayer's folly clearly manifests the language, the deliberate rhythms, and many of the mannerisms of fin de siècle literature. In its formal aspects, it is a prose counterpart of 1890s poetry, of early Yeats and Dowson, of Arthur Symons and the lush siftings of the pre-Raphaelites, in particular the softness of D.G. Rossetti and the otiosity of William Morris. Conrad's novel, as befitting its background, is one of filmy torpor and fatigue. Its key images are those of languor, a languor of character, prose, and setting. Many of the early reviewers paid tribute to Conrad for his adventurous use of language and recognized the importance of his awareness of words, though in many instances they were undecided whether or not it was advantageous to the theme. In his manner of presentation, the apprentice Conrad, for all his 36 years, was not unlike the young Yeats or the young Melville, about whose early work he was enthusiastic. As their vision deepened, their verbal style changed, Yeats becoming leaner and harder, Conrad and Melville less embellished and more conservative. Conrad's early enameled prose has many striking similarities to Yeats's woven world. The long drawn-out vowel sounds of the following passage suggest the languor a setting. The big open space where the thick-leaved trees put black patches of shadow which seemed to float on a flood of smooth, intense light that rolled up to the houses and down to the stockade and over the river, where it broke and sparkled in thousands of glittering wavelets, like a band woven of azure and gold edged with the brilliant green of the forests, guarding both banks of the Pantai. Those critics who pointed to Conrad as a strikingly new figure working in English did not see the continuity between Conrad's early work and the poetic language of decadence, itself a carryover from the French symbolists. and failed to recognize how significantly he was part of the 1890s milieu. The work of Arthur Symons, a central 90s figure who Jesse Conrad said was the only poet Conrad read with pleasure, is full of sea moans and dark, shivering trees, sickle moons and delicate ivory that whole parafer. Nala of late 19th century poets who combine the vivid mannerisms of Romanticism with a misunderstood and misused French symbolism. Like Ernest Dowson, that frail figure of washed-out manhood who wrote of pale and faded roses, long dead leaves, the pallor of ivories, the dread oblivion of lost things, languid lashes, and a vast assortment of exhausted objects. Conrad, similarly, wrote of the murmuring river behind the white veil, the 350 the writer, I 8 pp. Soft whisper of eddies washing against the riverbank, and the breathless calm of the breeze. As much as Yeats and Dowson, Conrad learned his literary English at the end of the century, and was only able to make it leaner and more pungent as he developed a more mature style. For him, this would come at the end of the 1890s. Of parallel importance in Conrad's early work is his use of another type of image, the image of despair. Among Conrad's contemporaries, this imagery had of course gained prominence in the necropolis of James Thomson's nocturnal imagination, in Dowson's personal laments, in Beardsley's Nihilus Tick sketches, in the pessimism of John Davidson's distorted visions. It would reappear in Houseman's A Shropshire Lad, 1896, and come to fruition in Conrad's own Heart of Darkness, 1899, in which a personal malaise became objective and gained almost epic proportions. In Almayer, this image supports the languor of the jungle, but it is essentially a city image, a civilized image transferred to an exotic setting. In the scene, for example, portraying Almayer's desolation, his exhaustion, his life come to naught, we have a virtual wasteland of sterility and dust. He went towards the office door and with some difficulty managed to open it. He entered in a cloud of dust that rose under his feet. Books open. With torn pages bestrewed the floor, other books lay about grimy and black, looking as if they had never been opened. In the middle of the room the big office desk, with one of its legs broken, careened over like the hull of a stranded ship. Most of the drawers had fallen out, disclosing heaps of paper yellow with age and dirt. The language of desolation joins with the language of exhaustion and retreat to fix the atmosphere of Almayer's folly and give substance to its ghostly characters. Like Ibsen, Conrad was concerned with ghosts, only his were the ghosts not of society but of his own background. Despite this attraction to the language and images of the 1890s, however, Conrad should not be compared with the romancers popular at that time. Stevenson, Haggard, and Anthony Hope. His manipulation of narrative alone, so as to create simultaneity of past and present, was an attempt to impose on the novel form an idea about life and mind alien to the romancers. Further, any serious critical attempt to see the weaknesses in Conrad's early work as embodying the failings of popular romance must weigh more carefully his own awareness of the pitfalls. Writing to Edward Noble, a seaman starting out as an author, Conrad wrote, "Do not throw yourself away in fables or romance. You have a remarkable gift of expression, the outcome of an artistic feeling for the world around you, and you must not waste the gift in, if I may say so, illegitimate sensation." He goes on to speak of the psychological intensity of each event. Remember that death is not the most pathetic, the most poignant thing in you. Toward the self. 351. Must treat events only as illustrative of human sensation as the outward sign of inward feelings, of live feelings which alone are truly pathetic and interesting. Then displaying his reading in Maupassant and Flaubert, and his sense of simplicity, his rejection of formulas based on naturalism, realism, and romanticism, Conrad wrote, "You must squeeze out of your self every sensation, every thought, every image mercilessly, without reserve and without remorse. You must search the darkest corners of your heart, the most remote recesses of your brain. You must search them for the image, for the glamour, for the right expression." This is a letter written coterminous with Almayer and Outcast, and its stress on precision of image and word is a direct blow at the popular romance, in which, except perhaps for Stevenson, the matter of expression is incidental to the sensational effect intended. Unless Flaubert can be conceived part of this romantic tradition, then Conrad must himself be judged in the main as separate from that tradition also. As far as the reviewers were concerned, the author of Almayer's Folly had arrived from nowhere with a name unknown to all but those in the Unwin office. In an unsigned piece in Saturday Review, H.G. Wells, himself an A.P. Prentice novelist, wrote that Almayer's Folly is indeed exceedingly well agent and well written, and it will certainly secure Mr. Conrad a high place among contemporary storytellers. Even more enthusiastic was the Sunday Weekly Sun, which selected Conrad's novel for its lead book review article. T.P. O'Connor, in whose journal Conrad would publish Nostromo, was extravagant in his notice. He wrote that soon the world will know that a new great writer and a new and splendid region of romance have entered into our literature. Calling Conrad a writer of genius hardly the case with this novel as the sole evidence. O'Connor judiciously selected passages that supported his view of the new author. While other reviews were more moderate, nearly all gave encouragement. Reviewing may have been hack work, but the modern reader cannot but remark how astute the critics were in their estimation of this new writer. The Athenaeum critic, the Daily Chronicle reviewer, James Ashcroft Noble in the Academy, and others in the Speaker, the Guardian, the Bookman, the Leader, Airy News all praised the effort and the result, while pointing out excesses of language and characterization. Conrad's stay at Chapel, however, went beyond the reading of reviews. writing to his aunt, and working on the manuscript by an outcast. At the La Roserai pension, he had met the Brickell family, rich bourgeoisie who came originally from Lorraine and were presently living in Luneville, a family that consisted of the mother, son Paul, aged 17, and daughter Emily, who was 20. Apparently, Emily and Conrad spent many hours together, although exactly what occurred between them cannot be untangled. 352 The writer, I8pp. We do have two sources, however, Conrad's letters to the brother and sister, and Emily's diary, some of whose entries appear to indicate a close attachment to the men almost twice her age. Although we have no proof, we can conjecture that Madame Brickell did not look with favor upon her daughter's preference for an impecunious foreigner, even if he did come more or less from their own class. At the time of the meeting and during the ensuing relationship, Conrad continued to correspond with his aunt, chiefly about her own work, with Unwin, over reviews of Almayer, and even with Charles Bowles, Marguerite's longtime admirer. The outward display remained constant, but surely an internal drama was occurring. For in May of 1895, Conrad was at the meeting point of several courtships especially crucial for someone of his temperament, not at all the normal or routine family man. Whatever his precise feelings about Marguerite, something triggered a reaction that led to her suppression or destruction of his letters between the one for June 1 one and the next, almost 5 years later. Without question, the correspondence continued, but no letter from this period has turned up. Whether this was because Conrad became too intimate, in a move to marry Marguerite, or whether he began to discuss other relationships, we do not know. Our suspicion that Conrad had possible romantic motives, a marriage, as we have already noted, that had a good deal to flow for both parties, is, of course, attached to the abrupt drop in extant letters. Whatever happened occurred with finality. Conrad was, very possibly, still seeing Jessie George, although how frequently and under what conditions of intimacy we cannot tell. One suspects that he saw her rather little, on the assumption that his abrupt decision to marry her came on impulse. Further, the vast gulf between them, not only in age and background, but in ideas about life, experience, and art, would appear to argue against a long relationship before marriage. Too much exposure might have discouraged both parties. With Conrad, it hardly seems a case of love conquers all, but of a willful decision that he should marry. And Jessie was available asterisk. Although her details are often inconsistent that Conrad saw a good deal of her in the tent and unreliable, Jessie does indicate that months before an outcast was completed in. Several months elapsed between our 4th mid-November of 1895, in fact, she says, and 5th meetings months in which I heard Conrad brought the bulky package of Manu. Little of the strange and courteous gentleman, script from which he suggested I should read. The author of my inscribed copy of Almayer's hymn some pages right away. That night was folly. Joseph Conrad as I knew him, my first experience of his characteristic impulse. This 4th meeting took place either since, and after all these years, I can still feel. In late April, when Conrad may have had an as I felt that night, trembling with pleased in advance copy of his novel, published on the Tirist, and with my mouth as dry as cinder. 29th, or, more likely, in June upon but the chronology of Conrad's activity sug. His return from Chample. Jessie then indicates just that he spent little time with her prior to. Toward the self 353. With Emily, Conrad had the best of both worlds. She was young and, therefore, adoring of this older man with the cosmopolitan manner and the unending supply of exciting stories and adventurous episodes, Desdemona to his Othello. With her, he was truly the mysterious romantic stranger, deeply cultivated and naturally courtly, a writer with a published novel behind him. Another almost completed, a family history that made him respectable, a long career at sea that was socially responsible, a fluency in French and a heavily accented English. He apparently disguised his Polish background. She was herself intelligent and sensitive. She began a French translation of Alf Nayer, which Conrad appeared to admire. Her family wealth meant that Conrad could have written his novels in some leisure, the very kind of support he needed for the type of fiction he would write. Emily, further, brought the respect Conrad apparently needed from a woman and, at the same time, had the intelligence we associate with Marguerite, although hers was as yet unformed. Emily's diary reveals her admiration for Conrad and, at the same time, provides our sole glimpses of him as an active suitor. After an especially pleasant outing on Lake Geneva, where Conrad demonstrated his skill with the boat, they saw each other constantly. She wrote that Conrad would listen to her play the piano and was particularly fond of selections by Schubert, Massenet, and Chopin. They discussed books, and he indicated that he read Pierre Loti, Hugo's poetry, and Odette, her own favorites. She notes that on May 20 Conrad inscribed a presentation copy of Al Nayer's Folly to Miss Emily Brickell, whose charming musical gift and ever-bright presence has cheered for him the dull life of Chample. The book is presented by her most humble, grateful, and obedient servant, the author. In her diary 10 days later, she noted 3 types of love: that for family, the kind she will have for her husband, and, finally, friendship, which is how I love Mr. Conrad. She was, of course, 20, and Conrad was 37, much of her admiration, even infatuation, can be explained by that. His proposal in January of 1896, and her MEM Nile administrator, and then turned to a or he seems to have played her false writing career, striking it rich with a book. Ford Maddox Ford offered another view called Clotted Vapors. The title would indie together, in the form of a malicious novel. The Kate Ford's view of Conrad's prose style. Lazy. Simple Life Limited, published in 191 1 under and half mad, Brandt's son hires a typist, Jess. The pseudonym of Daniel Chaucer. Conceived sie, for his manuscripts and seduces her, she. Of as a satirical view of the Garnet Circle, and becomes his mistress and they eventually. Especially of their Fabian socialist friends, marry. Ford's version, which came after he. Ford depicts a Pole named Timion Bran and Conrad had fallen out over the former's. Ditsky, who changes his name to Simon personal excesses, would account for the Sud. Brandt's son when he settles in England. Similar den marriage between the sophisticated. To Conrad in several ways, Brandt's son has trapped foreigner and the uneducated typist. Held in exotic places, proven himself as a Colorado. 354 writer, I8pp. Conrad's letters to her and her brother are circumspect and for the most part reveal a paternal flavor. In a July 3 letter, for instance, he lectures Paul, 20 years his junior, that the sole chance of happiness comes from a task accomplished, in an obstacle overcome no matter what task, no matter what obstacle. One must, Conrad continues, accomplish tasks which are boring, painful and revolting. One must make the world go without paying attention to eternal error, for it is full of truths we must help make triumphant. The relationship with the Brickwells, Conrad may have recognized, would always have this paternal undercurrent. They looked to him for advice, and Emily may have confused awe with love. Conrad's first long exchange with Emily came on July 14, a little more than 2 months after the meeting, in response to her letter. She had been working on a French translation of Almayer, and Conrad was appropriately touched by her devotion and by her ability. On her part, it could have been a way of ingratiating herself intellectually with the older man, on his gratitude at her application and his real desire to see the book in a French translation. Even if by a 20-year-old. Since you have begun, he writes, it's going to be you or nobody. Here you are properly captured, caught in a trap. But, seriously, I am enough of an egoist to want to see you finish this translation, although my conscience is crying out to tell you to persuade you the book is not worth the trouble. He indicates he is wrestling with chapter 23 of his new book. Then comes chapter XXIV and then the deluge. The deluge of doubts, remorse, regrets and fear amidst which I shall swim until some charitable critic tends me a helping hand made up of flattery. Otherwise, I shall let myself go to the bottom and will never be heard of again. Except for this outpouring of romantic angst, Conrad never becomes personal, sending regards to her brother and mother and commenting lightly on his work. Unknown to her, however, he was involved in enterprises besides the writing of An Outcast. He was yachting with his friend Hope and indulging in several business deals involving Hope's brother-in-law, a man named Rourke. Conrad clarified his role in this transaction in a long letter to Ted Sanderson, written on August 24, 1895, indicating furious bursts of activity. Crossing the channel 6 times, 3 trips, in a fortnight. After announcing the sale of An Outcast to Unwin for 12b2% royalty and £50, plus half serial and American rights, he gets down to this strange episode. First of all, I was induced to look up and make use of my old French acquaintances for the sake of a very good fellow called Rourke, of Rourke's Drift, whom I knew some years ago and who is Hope's brother-in-law. That man owned some 150 claims on the Rudeport Gold Reef for the last 6 or 7 years. Of course he tried many times to sell, but during the period of depression, since 1889, nobody would look at them. Now the boom came a few months ago and a French syndicate approached Rourke, out there in toward the Self 355 Johannesburg, and actually concluded the sale, paid £500 deposit, and in induced Rourke to part with documents. Then various hitches occurred. Rourke waited, paying meantime the statutory licenses, to keep his title to the claims. For that purpose he parted with every penny he could scrape, sold his freehold, farms, etc., and at the end of last June found himself without a penny, with his documents somewhere on the continent of Europe, so that he could not sell to anybody else. He wrote a despairing letter to Hope praying to be saved. There was no time to lose. The unsophisticated Rourke was at his last gasp. As the syndicate was in Paris, I went over there on the 8th and looked up people I know or used to know. I enlisted many influential and sympathetic people for my cause. Conrad then mentioned some of these people: Pascalis of the Figaro, the bankers Juin and Epstein, and, a sensational figure, Gueste, a deputy. He calls them all acquaintances of my young days. There is no way to deter mine how well Conrad knew them or in what capacity, but Gueste in particular demonstrates a radical turn for which we have little other evidence in Conrad's Marseilles years. Jules Gueste was born Matthew Basile in 1845. And when Conrad purportedly knew him in the 70s, Gueste was a radical journalist, later becoming an organizer and early leader of the Marxist wing of the French labor movement. When Conrad renewed the acquaintanceship, Gueste was serving in the French Chamber of Deputies and trying to augment his program of carrying the class struggle to the halls of Parliament. He apparently stood for everything Conrad detested. The letter to Sanderson continues. We found out, to my intense satisfaction, that the French syndicate were all Germans. We sat upon them with an order from the President, from the ex-court, and ascertained that they have been trying to sell already to some shady people in London. The documents, reports, and plans were also in London. Epstein got very interested and proposed to come back with me. Agreed. He snored ignobly all the way. At 8:30 in Victoria. At 10 in Hope's office. At 3 p.m., same day, the London People called. Thompson parted with all the papers for the sum of £100. They had no more chance, of course, to float a company than any crossing sweeper. As a matter of fact, they are penniless Jews. They tried to bluff and bully, but collapsed before a firm attitude. Next day Epstein, Hope and I met some people of good standing here, and before evening a memorandum of association of an Anglo-French syndicate was signed by which they agreed to buy Rourke's claims for £8,000 cash and 25,000 shares. We cabled Rourke the terms and he cabled consent. Meantime power of attorney for Hope arrived from Africa. We concluded the sale on the 8th August. I was on my way back to Paris with Epstein. He snored all the way. Even in the retelling, Conrad's excitement is evident. He was caught up in a true adventure, a financial deal in which he showed to good advantage. He goes on. 356 The writer, I ate pp. For 2 days there was much cab eating and rushing about. In my 2 trips I managed to get rid of £1.17. On the 14th evening, I left Paris with a cheque of the French syndicate of £4,000 in my pocket. On the 15th the NHSH half was paid up and £8,000 less expenses, some £370, were cabled through African Banking Corporation to the unsophisticated Rourke, and we all sat down and wiped our perspiring brows. Epstein, previously unknown to me, is a very straightforward Jew, and the French part is in very good hands. The English undertaking is practically floated and shall be put on the market within the next fortnight as Rourke Rootport Gold Mine. There are 2 Rhodesia directors on the board and the thing is sound. Of course I do not make anything. My expenses are paid and I shall take 200 shares as acknowledgement of my services. They wanted to give me 1,000 which I declined. Yet I must say I was very smart. Nobody was more surprised than myself. Following upon this success, Conrad was cabled by a man named Mayharg from Johannesburg, offering him the selling of 50 claims on the Black Reef, next to the so-called Minerva mine. Conrad says he took the thing up to gain payment in shares for the base purpose of carrying on a wretched and useless existence. He made still another trip to Paris, and then sold the property in London. It was exciting and interesting work, and I had a glimpse into curious depths. Very curious. If the actual episode was close to Conrad's narration of it, then he was still quite ready for an adventure, and we remarked how rapidly his ailments seemed to have disappeared as he raced back and forth between London and the continent. At the end of August, on the 26th, he was back in Gillingham Street, writing Emily Brickell that he had returned from a yachting trip around the Shetland and Orkney Islands on Hope's 23-ton cutter, the Gond. He had, in actuality, made only a North Sea cruise to the Dutch coast. He says he is immersed in his book once again, with An Outcast drawing to its close. He would complete the first draft on September 16th. He also indicates a desire to return to the sea, saying he would like to buy a ship and command it for a voyage of 2 to 3 years. He admits, those are just plans. In a further letter to Emily, on October I, he mentions a whale fishery in the south, an enterprise, incidentally, recalling the one he had outlined 10 years before to Spyridon Klizachowski. The development of the imagination of a major writer is, indeed, a mysterious thing, even while Conrad's imagination was flooding with characters, plots, scenes, endings and beginnings, he was skewing off into other areas. In this October I letter to Mild Brickell, he discloses illness, attendant upon the completion of Outcast and Garnett's criticism of the ending, and then reveals his circus of activities, a veritable juggling act. Also, according to my idiotic habit of doing many things simultaneously, I became involved in all sorts of affairs, gold mines, coal mines, toward the self. 357. Vessel for whale fishery in the south. One is not such a fool after all. You can imagine that while I was enjoying the luxury of different kinds of neuralgia in a room with its curtains drawn, the devil, who is most obliging, interfered in all those magnificent affairs, so that having presently emerged into sunshine, I cannot find my way about. It is like a skein which had passed through a kitten's paw. I've missed a number of meetings, people I have trusted committed colossal blunders, my ideas have been badly understood, and now there are only explanations, recriminations, disgust, and desolation. I am being made to take on absolutely impossible commitments and forced to swallow fantastic stories. My hands are full and my head is crammed with figures, facts, theories, heavy truths, and light but poisonous lies. Conrad's awareness of himself here is appealing, for he says his ability to struggle without thought of victory distinguishes him from a common adventurer, an insight worthy of the novelist at his best. In his litany of A.P. sods, disastrous or otherwise, he might have mentioned Jessie George, to whom he would propose in less than 4 months, and Marguerite Porodowska, who was either receding or becoming too important. Yet even as he wrote so candidly to Emily on October I, that relationship was ending. Only 2 more Conrad letters, on November 14 and December 29, followed, and this episode, except for his announcement to Madame Brickell of his impending marriage, was closed. Emily's diary does not reveal what occurred. She was herself to become engaged on February 10, and perhaps nothing more than a flirtation, if that, had taken place. Whatever emotional investment Conrad had made in Emily, he moved rapidly to other things. On September 1, he announced to Garnet the death of Mr. Peter Willems, late of Rotterdam and Macassar, murdered on the I6THINST at 4 p.m. The composition Oy an Outcast indicates Conrad's advancement both in his confidence in English and in his conception of his work, for while Alme required considerable revision, An Outcast appears to have been written straight through, with significant revisions coming only on the 24th chapter, a result of Garnet's criticism. Not that the novel satisfied him. He wrote to Edward Noble on October 28 that he looked upon the book. Now it was finished with bitter disappointment, and he told Emily he expected many savage reviews. A full 23 years later, in his Thor's note to the novel, he admitted that the story was never very near my heart. Garnet, in his introduction to Letters from Joseph Conrad, indicated his reservations about the character of Willems, perhaps sensing how close the conception of Willems, outcast, borderline criminal, traitor, was to his own creator. Willems was, in many ways, the first of Conrad's outcasts, Sir. 358. The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Tamely the first of his antagonists to carry the burden of the author's sense of fey beyond the respectable pale. A recipient of trust and benefaction, Willems repeatedly betrays his trust, moves to the margins of respectability, and finally in Faustian fashion succumbs to an inner demon, not money, not power, but women. The relationship between Willems's outlaw career and Conrad's inner life may have been in Garnet's mind, for he wrote he was himself too enthralled by the strange atmosphere and poetic vision, and too intent on encouraging him to criticize Willems till the end was at hand. However, on the delivery of the final installment, I criticized adversely the psychology of Willems' motives and behavior just before his death at Isa's hand, and Conrad agreed, with reservations, to my strictures and set to work to remodel various passages. In his letter to Garnet for September 24, Conrad responded at great length, and the letter as well as the cast of his remarks gives us considerable insight into his imaginative processes at this confusing time. After indicating his gratitude to Garnet for his care, he says, "You gild the pill richly, but the fact remains that the last chapter is simply abominable. I am glad you like the XXIII chapter, the penultimate. To tell you the honest truth, I like it myself. As to the XXIV, I feel convinced that the right course would be to destroy it, to scatter its ashes to the four winds of heaven. However, I am afraid I can't. I lack the courage to set before myself the task of rewriting the thing. It is not, as you say, a matter of correction. Here and there a matter of changed words or lines or pages. The whole conception seems to me wrong. I seem to have seen the wrong side of the situation. I was always afraid of it. For months I have been afraid of that chap. And now it is written and the foreboding is realized in a dismal failure." Conrad then, rather surprisingly for this willful man, displays a view of creativity which places him among the visionaries, what Pater in his essay on style called the soul writers, those who reach us through vagrant sympathy and a kind of immediate contact. Conrad told Garnet he could not unmake his mistakes. "I shall try, but I shall try without faith, because all my work is produced unconsciously, so to speak, and I cannot meddle to any purpose with what is within myself. I am sure you understand what I mean. It isn't in me to improve what has got itself written. This is, of course, purely romantic theory, with special reference to the symbolist poets. This is Rimbaud's poet as a drunken boat. Once he has plunged into the poem of the sea, Conrad, like Rimbaud, suggests he is a drunken craft, tossed by the sea of his imagination, meeting glaciers, silver suns, pearl waves, coal-like skies, hideous wrecks, giant serpents, all of which control him more than he can control them. The work gets itself written out of this kind of imaginative seizure, and the seizure, whatever shape it takes, is the poem or artwork. Toward the self. 359. Now, Conrad was to revise this view significantly as he moved along the decade, and it is questionable whether he ever really believed in this kind of automatic writing. We can speculate that, carried along as he was in a new profession before he had fully committed himself to it, he tended to observe himself as a drunken boat caught up getting himself written by uncontrollable forces. But as he settled later into writing as a lifetime's work, he moved toward a different set of precepts, the careful, structured author, creating dimensions of narrative method and layers of narrators, the crafts, man utilizing tone, angle of vision, textures. As we shall see in the 1899-1904 period, when he achieved literary maturity, he responded to what Pater called mind, a condition, when the literary artist reaches us, as Pater said, through static and objective indications of design in his work. Conrad explains to Garnet that he intended Willems to want to escape from both women, Isa and his wife, from a personal point of view. Conrad's own underlining is interesting. That is the very idea. He outlines his plan, which was to have Willems react to Isa at the end passionately. Even when his passion is spent, it's an impulse of thought, not of the senses. The senses are done with. Nothing lasts. He has already withdrawn from the relationship, and his effort to recall passion is a last resort, for only after his passion is gone does he recognize what he has lost, and now he regrets what he has given up in pursuing his senses. Yet passion saves nothing, for Isa herself, beyond her woman's affection, which is simply the ambition to be an important factor in another's life, is burned out also. Still, they both long to have a significance in the order of nature or of society. Conrad closes this part of his analysis by saying that they seem typical of mankind, where every individual wishes to assert his power, woman by sentiment, Man by achievement of some sort, mostly base. Asterisk. Conrad's conception was clearly tragic, his achievement hardly that at all. What Garnet correctly objected to was Conrad's desire to impose a large conception on basically trivial people. His development of Willem's contradicts an imposition of largeness, certainly not any universal feeling of wasted passion, desire for power, slippage of grandeur, debasement through the asterisk. It is, of course, tempting to read these than one bargain for, and the vampirish comments to Garnet about Willem's and Mistress, a 90s phenomenon, who sucks Isa as a gloss on Conrad's own intimate AF out one's very soul. In this view, the man is a fares, especially since so much of the novel fly caught in the spider's web, Conrad carry does rove in and out of Conrad's past. Yetting on simultaneously with 3 women, and whatever we say is purely speculative and not resisting the temptations of each, or measure, backed by biographical evidence, such conning himself as lover and / or husband. The Jecture would perhaps view the very intention dangers of such speculation, however, are as based on women as an evil element, the easily that one never knows when to stop. Parasitical wife, who turns out to be far less. 360 The writer, I8 pp. Senses, loss of self in the pursuit of a mad sensuality. Isa, at the same time, is no Medea, and Conrad was surely striving after a Medea-like figure. For Joanna, Willem's wife, is no Clytemnestra. The difficulty lay, originally, in the scale, not in Conrad's intentions, which may have shifted as he worked over the manuscript. His wish to measure passion against reason and spent sensuality against regret for a lost past is a potentially tragic theme. But Willem's cringes, Isa is undeveloped as a female character, and Joanna is pity. Full scale precludes the intention. Conrad explained to Garnet that he was too lazy to change his thoughts, words, and imagination, even his dreams. Laziness is a sacred thing. It's the sign of our limitations beyond which there is nothing worth having. Yet he had a view of things and he could not suppress it, telling Garnet he wanted to convey the kind of placidity that is caused by extreme surprise. We get the sense he wanted to utilize his own torpor, as he referred to it, and reshape it into a mode of being, so that his inner response to objects was transmuted into his characters, whose basic laziness is then outraged by astonishment. Change, need to shift to different values. That's why they are so quiet. That's why I put in the quiet morning the immobility of surrounding matter, emphasized only by the flutter of small birds. Then the sense of their position penetrated the heart, stirs them. They wake up to the reality. Then comes violence, Joanna's slap in Isa's face, Willem's rush, Isa's shot, and the end just as he sees the joy of sunshine and of life. Yet we recall Willem's as a petty embezzler in Hiddig's office, then as an outcast and a betrayer of Lingard's trust. Although he has some of the anonymous background of the tragic or epical hero, he achieves none of the roundness of life, nor does his reversal amount to much. His recognition, such as it is, cannot go beyond his trivial needs. He may think of himself as Paris and Isa as Helen, or of the two of them as Jason and Medea, but the scale is more Emma Bovary and Rodolphe. Conrad calls it a complete fail. He says he simply could not express himself artistically. Yet, even as he stresses failure, he hopes that both he and Garnet are wrong. For Conrad now, in the fall of 1895, the situation was a death watch. Though he awaited the publication of his novel, which would occur in March, he knew his work was not yet what he was capable of writing. Talent is a long patience, the French naturalist Buffalo Fon wrote, and Conrad had apprenticed himself for only 6 years, really 4 of steady work. He sensed its tall and would work out at its own pace, and in a letter to Noble he speaks of squeezing out of oneself every thought and every image. The artist searches the darkest corners of his heart. The answers, if they came, would not derive from reviewers, but from oneself. Not until Heart of Darkness and perhaps Lord Jim did Conrad feel he had emptied himself of what he was capable. None of this suggests that An Outcast was a throwaway. In many ways. Toward the Self 361. That novel seems continuous with Almayer, especially because of the overlapping cast of characters, but such similarities are not the entire story. While the language of both remained lush, Conrad was attempting to find a distinctive rhetoric for himself even within a frame of reference of languor, enervation, depletion, and impotence. Remarkable about both novels is that, as first books, they seem the work of a worn-out, burned-out man. The trial characters, whether English, Dutch, or Malay, are aged or aging, impotent, depleted. Old men control all fortunes, and even the younger people, Willem's and Isa, for example, age rapidly while still young in years. The descriptions themselves have begun to take on a leaner, more functional line, even though purple passages remain. Conrad was capable of both kinds of writing, the ornate, decorative style of the 90s, as in the following passage, and the more transient, ironic style which was beginning to emerge. The following suggests how much he still owed to Almayer and his jeune de siècle contemporaries. As Isa spoke, she made a step nearer, then another. Willem's did not stir. Pressing against him, she stood on tiptoe to look into his eyes. And her own seemed to grow bigger, glistening and tender, appealing and promising. With that look she drew the man's soul away from him. Through his immobile pupils, and from Willem's features the spark of Arie. Sun vanished under her gaze and was replaced by an appearance of physical well-being, an ecstasy of the senses which had taken possession of his rigid body, an ecstasy that drove out regrets, hesitation and doubt, and proclaimed its terrible work by an appalling aspect of idiotic beatitude. He never stirred a limb, hardly breathed, but stood in still immobility, absorbing the delight of her close contact by every pore. Yet here is the leaner look, characterizing Babalatchi, Lecomte's wily old Prime Minister. In his readiness to learn from experience that contempt for early principle so necessary to a true statesman, he equaled the most successful politicians of any age, and he had enough persuasiveness and firmness of purpose to acquire a complete mastery over Lecomte's vacillating mind, where there was nothing stable but an all-pervading discontent. The ironic undertone foreshadows the language of Heart of Darkness, Nostromo, and the secret agent. In this passage, which points backward and forward, an image-making power is struggling to escape from an excess of words. Willem struggled with the sense of certain defeat, lost his foot. Fell back into the darkness. With a faint cry and an upward throw of his arms, he gave up as a tired swimmer gives up, because the swamped. 362 The writer, I8pp. Craft is gone from under his feet, because the night is dark and the shore is far, because death is better than strife. There is, everywhere, an attempt on Conrad's part to work through, by means of images, his hell death motif, which dominates the entire conception. His use of a veil image, for instance, is an attempt to break away from language toward some pictorial conception of scene and event, what he would formalize less than 2 years later in his preface to the Nigger. Isa veils herself against Willems like a mummy in cheap cotton goods, and she uses her hair as a veil-like network to hide behind or reveal herself. Conrad describes it as a funeral veil, an image he would later use to good advantage. In Under Western Eyes, the hell-death motif takes on additional power from Conrad's use of images from nature, a far more insistent presence here than in Almayer. 4. The man who had spent 20 years on and off staring at water and creating in his imagination its force and fury, nature is an adversary, not a decoration. It had to be placated, not embraced. Conrad's jungle background, despite its torpor, is a snare, a den of struggle for survival in which man is worn down and subjected to inhuman forces. Towering over Willem's end, emphasizing his isolation, the trees themselves look somber, severe, and malevolently solid, like a giant crowd of pitiless enemies pressing round silently to witness his slow agony. Nature becomes the sole enduring thing, deathless in its omnipotence, and man in his struggles becomes frilier and more ephemeral. He had, nevertheless, reached a new level of awareness about Almayer. He had begun to see more clearly the dialectic which he would intensify and make more distinctive, the uselessness of struggle against nature, yet the need to continue that struggle even if useless, the torpor and languor that lie at the center of every enterprise, the need to struggle against such depletion. The sense of destiny, fate, even nemesis, the concomitant need to shape one's individual destiny, the marginal, isolated individual working out his life in places that seem discontinuous with what he is, the need to try to shape that discontinuous universe, to make it accommodate oneself even when it fails to work at all, and, finally, for the author himself, the recognition that only irony can begin to provide a perspective on human folly, need, and potentiality. If individual human life was a whim, and if the universal will was always potentially triumphant, Conrad was now asking, then what was left, where did the epigraph to the novel Kalkron's philosopher in terms of pure determinism, from man's greatest crime is having been born, birth to death, man runs a hopeless course, may have come either from life is a dream. Conrad's pessimism was not always so inexo, or from Schopenhauer's the world as will, rabble, although, as Galsworthy points out, where it is quoted in a passage on suffering, if read Schopenhauer with sympathy, the latter, then Conrad read the German toward the self. 363. One search, and how did one know one was even seeking the right answers? In the final pages of An Outcast, there are stark hints of a new Conrad. As Willems dies, the style changes, and Conrad describes the death in a stream of consciousness prose, as language itself winds down in the awareness of someone facing death. And he saw her Isa very far off, throwing her arms up, while the revolver, very small, lay on the ground between them. Missed. He would go and pick it up now. Never before did he understand, as in that second, the joy, the triumphant delight of sunshine and of life. His mouth was full of something salt and warm. He tried to cough, spat out. Who shrieks, in the name of God, he dies. He dies. Who dies? Must pick up night? What? Night already? Following this extraordinary passage is a short section devoted to a chance visitor from Europe. He was a Romanian, half naturalist, half orchid hunter for commercial purposes, who used to declare to everybody, in the first 5 minutes of acquaintance, his intention of writing a scientific book about tropical countries. Although incomplete, this half-naturalist prefig Stein of Lord Jim and is, in fact, the first Conrad character, however briefly presented and vague, who is not a part of that lush jungle world of his first 2 novels, the first not committed to making his fortune in East Borneo. With An Outcast off his desk, Conrad apparently took some of his own advice to Edward Noble to heart. He had told Noble to write and rewrite from an inward point of view and to use Edward Garnett as his reader, as Conrad planned to do with his next effort, The Sisters. Speaking of Garnett, he said, he is young but very artistic and also a very severe critic. It was, incidentally, that very severity which began to rankle, especially when Garnett was candid about his feelings. Conrad repeated his advice to Noble. In a November 2nd letter, everyone must walk in the light of his own heart's gospel. That's my view of life, a view that rejects all formulas, dogmas, and principles of other people's making. These are only a web of illusions. Another man's truth is only a dismal lie to me. Although he was to write the sisters in other men's style, Conrad's remarks really skip that effort and look ahead to the nigger of the Narcissus, which marked his attempt to free himself of 1890s ideologies and mannerisms. Awaiting the appearance of an outcast, which was postponed by a fire that burned the American edition and delayed the English, Conrad was apparently heading in several directions. He began the sisters in February or March, and put it aside by the latter month. He began The Rescue or The Rescue, at the same time, a novel whose writing and development were to extend almost the entire length of his career. He was seeing Jessie George, whom he was to marry on March 24, and he wrote twice more to Emily Brie. 364 The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Call not love letters, however. In addition, he was still seeking a distinctive style or manner for himself, which he would discover in the nigger carrot begun on his extended honeymoon in Brittany. Threading through it all was a half-hearted quest for a command, continuing well past the writing of the Ger. We can say that, 2 years short of his 40th birthday, Conrad was moving along at all levels of his life, his imagination beginning to soar over his physical ailments, but challenged by uncertainties at every turn. The ailments were unabated, apparently running parallel to the energies going into creative work and planning. Writing to Miles Brickell about his use of an epigraph from Calderon for an outcast carrot instead of the Hugo quotation suggested by her brother, he speaks of his neuralgia. He could, in fact, have used another trip to Champel. He followed this letter with New Year's greetings to Emily and her family, announcing the delay of his novel until February, although he had already told Noble it would have a March publication date. So ended 1895 for Conrad. If nothing else, he had proven to himself that without serious interruptions he could create a long novel in 18 months. When he began The Sisters, he evidently hoped to follow approximately the same course. The incomplete manuscript of The Sisters, however, suggests bizarre developments in Conrad's imagination. About 15,000 words were written before. With Garnett's discouraging criticism to face, he put it aside. This fragment of a novel never appeared during Conrad's lifetime, not even as part of the Heinemann or subsequent collected edition. It was first published in 1928. In the Bookman, along with a lengthy commentary by Ford Madox Ford. By 1928, Ford had already written a study of Conrad, rather more a study of their collaboration, and his comments, in the book-length study and in the commentary on The Sisters, have to be sifted for the truth beneath the hyperbole. Ford groups The Sisters with The Return, a story of the following year, but in reality they are quite different in style and execution. The Sisters is far more interesting than The Return, for its Slavic artist protagonist is a real departure for Conrad in both character type and conception. Stephen, the artist hero of the fragment, is a typical fin de siècle disillusioned idealist, showing traces of Pater's Marius, an early counterpart of Conrad's own Martin de Cout and Axel Heist. Stephen draws back instinctively from personal contacts and seeks salvation in the pursuit of immortal masterpieces. This Alastor-like spirit with the exhausted manner of Huysmans' Essient suffers from a soul infected by ennui, torpor, and a mysterious longing for completion. In nature he seeks the sources of all inspiration, but with a sigh of not here. Not here, he turns away to the undesirable security of perfect solitude. The placement of this fragment of work in Conrad's personal life is of considerable interest, for even as he was writing of perfect solitude and exquisite withdrawal echoes of Biller's toward the self 365. Resladam's Axel, and foreshadowing his own Axel, he was preparing to marry Jessie George. In still another dimension, the Rita of The Sisters looks backward and forward to Rita de la Stila of the Arrow of Gold, and backward to that childhood sweetheart, that early love referred to above. The Sisters concerns two characters, Stephen and Rita, along with several subsidiary figures who will recur in the Arrow of Gold, Conrad's autobiographical novel of 191-7. As a Slavic wanderer, Stephen himself recalls unmistakable aspects of Conrad. He is a painter, and the woven texture of Conrad's language, overblown as it is an attempt to paint the former's vocation. We note the influence of Pater, the prodigies of chisel and brush transported him at first with the hope of a persuasion, of an unveiled religion of art, and then plunged him into despair by refusing to say the last word. Stephen is a child of the Russian steppes whose father cannot understand why he should want to paint. We recall Conrad's announcement that he wanted to go to sea. He leaves, nevertheless, with his younger brother taking over the family business while he wanders seeking fulfillment. He intends to seek the origin of all inspiration, nature, to clothe the august form of the terrible, of the immense and tormenting idea. In pursuit of this idea, he wanders the face of Western Europe. Conrad's immersion in a symbolist ideal, the Mallarmé absence and blankness, was rarely more apparent. Cold silence, absolute silence, is better than the unfinished melodies of deceived hopes. He resolved to return to the cities, amongst men, not because of what the poet Baudelaire said about solitude in a crowd, but from an inward sense of his difference from the majority of mankind. He chooses to live, withdrawn, among the crowd. Stephen finds the ideal retreat on the outskirts of Paris in Passy, which, we recall, was the location of Marguerite Porodowska's house. His studio is situated near an establishment owned by Ortega, an orange merchant. The novel fragment now shifts to Rita. Raised by an uncle who is a devout priest. She has been sent to live with another uncle, the orange merchant outside of Paris. She is in many respects a female counterpart of the young Conrad, an orphan, someone moved around from relative to relative. Her father, a smuggler, was shot by frontier guards, and she is the unwanted product of a past everyone would prefer to forget. She is, like Conrad at that age, untamed, directionless. This Rita, only roughly sketched out here, recurs 20 years later in the Arrow of Gold. As we have seen, both Ritas are Basque peas. Aunts, both have sisters named Therese or Teresa, intense, fanatical women. Both are involved with men named Ortega. Rita proves to be the joy of her uncle, the orange merchant, a henpecked man of simple tastes, but he has no understanding of her or her needs. The fragment ends suddenly with the placement of Rita on one side of the road, Stephen on the other. Ford indicates Conrad had concocted quite a mellow 366. The writer, I 8 pi I 8 pp. Drama. He says the theme was to be incest, not the consummation of the forbidden desire, but the rendering of the emotions of a shared passion that by its nature must be the most hopeless of all. Ford writes, Stephen was to have met, fallen in love with and married the elder sister Teresa. The younger sister Rita, failing in the religious vocation that her uncle the priest desired her to have, was to come to Paris and to stay with the young people in Stephen's pavilion, the tyrannous power of her aunt being such that she could not live with the orange merchant and his wife. The elder sister proving almost equally domineering, Stephen was to fall before the gentler charm of the younger. And the story was to end with the slaying of both the resulting child and the mother by the fanatic priest. Ford suggests further complications, in that Stephen's brother was to visit Paris and to fall in love with Rita also, thus establishing a rivalry between the two brothers as well as the two sisters. Still further, Conrad intended to transport all the characters first to Spain and then to Russia, so as to get the last drop of contrast out of opposed race natures. Surely none of these complications could have been worked out at novella length, so that even if half of what Ford relates is true, the 15,000 words of the fragment would have needed at least another 50 to 75,000 words for completion, especially with the use of Spanish and Russian backdrops. Of great biographical interest is the kaleidoscopic nature of the materials. With this novel, Conrad was entering profoundly into personal materials in a way only faintly suggested by his first two novels. The histories of the characters, their psychological states, their quest for ideals, the backgrounds of France, Spain, and Russia, all of these cut across and pick up large segments of Conrad's early life. Although the final result, the slaying of mother and child by a priest, recalls Maupassant, it is clear the rest of the material is distinctly Conrad's. This strange fragment, whose abandonment is usually explained by Garnett's adverse criticism, has such intense psychological overtones we are tempted to speculate about every aspect of it. The rivalry between an older and younger sister, a situation repeated in Nostromo, has no clear parallel in Conrad's early background, but it does reflect his romantic attachments of the mid-1890s. If we assume he felt any attraction to Marguerite, abandoning her as he became more serious about Jessie George and flirtatious with Emmy Libracel, we find some semblance of that older and younger sister Essie Quince at the time he wrote The Sisters. All of this is conjectural, but an incest pattern, if Ford is to be believed, would not be distant from his mind if he were thinking of marrying Aunt Marguerite, or even Emily or Jessie, the latter two almost young enough to be his daughters. Even without these parallels, which depend on Ford's projection of the novel, we find what we might call philosophical incest, a manifestation of Conrad's own feelings, embodied in Stephen, about his abandonment of Poe toward the self. 367. Land. There is, in Stephen, considerable guilt, and there would be in Conrad. In the mid-1890s a comparable misgiving as he moved inexorably toward an English career, even to the extent of marriage to an English girl, while Porodowski's, Bobrowski's, and Korsaniowski's has receded. The March 10th announcement of his marriage, to Karl Zagorski, with his somewhat condescending description of his bride-to-be, seems to place Zagorski as his true family, with Jessie as the outsider. In the same letter, Conrad dismisses his in-laws' 9 children, father dead, mother very decent, but he assures Zagorski he is not marrying the family. It was, as Dr. Meyer suggests, an exogamous marriage, and one that carried over profoundly into his fiction of the 90s, certainly to Almayer and his wife, then to Willems and Isa, more personally to Stephen and Rita. The Sisters, then, presents both a reordering of earlier life situations in Conrad and a screening of present possibilities, including the emotions that would be attendant upon his choices. Not unusually, his next project, once he dropped The Sisters, would be a manuscript called The Rescuer, a manuscript that fitted particular needs at this time. So deeply did it probe into Conrad himself that he found it impossible to resolve its various elements, and not until 1919 did he complete the novel. Dr. Meyer pursues quite a different kind continue as an author. The move toward of argument here, seeing in Conrad's choice of authorship, with the mid-90s Russia pub Jessie a distancing from his image of a Euroshed books and incomplete manuscripts, was P and mother figure, such as Marguerite. As intense in its ways as the decision earlier to Meyer points out, rightly, that such attempts go to sea, and Conrad would do whatever was often fail, since the aim is to find someone div necessary, within responsible limits, to make Ferrant from the mother, not someone who sees it possible for the choice to be ill-affected. This is sorely sufficient in herself. He sees the not to assert that Jesse was merely a means to marriage as not having met with significant an end, but it does suggest that his priorities success, for Conrad was not psychology made it necessary for his private life to be set Callie equipped to enjoy the satisfaction of tide and that the choice of a woman was sec. Love, marriage, and family life. I prefer to Andre to the greater pressures within. Those view Conrad's marriage as really a means to pressures, based on choice of career, would ward his major and dominant preoccupation, dictate the type of marriage he would ultimately establish the best terms on which he could mately make. Chapter 17. Marriage and Rescue. And March 23, just one day before the ceremony, Conrad made another decisive choice besides the marriage itself. Writing to Edward Garnett in response to apparent criticism of the sisters, he first fell into a characteristic defensive pose, which is that life is only ironic and mocking. When once the truth is grasped that one's own personality is only a ridiculous and aimless masquerade of something hopelessly unknown, the attainment of serenity is not very far off. Then there remains nothing but the surrender to one's impulses, the fidelity to passing emotions, which is perhaps a nearer approach to truth than any other philosophy of life. And why not? If we are ever becoming never being, then I would be a fool if I tried to become this thing rather than that, for I know well that I never will be anything. I would rather grasp the solid satisfaction of my wrong-headedness and shake my fist at the idiotic mystery of heaven. Such philosophizing was not only Darwinian and Schopenhauerian, it was also the product of Conrad's years at sea, when man's disproportion in terms of waves, sky, and horizon became apparent. For all those years, Conrad had lived within a different scale of reference from that associated with land and urban values. Man was miniaturized when measured against the elements or the scale of the ship, whether crawling on spars, wrestling with huge sails, or being tossed about by wind and waves. He could only achieve size and scale by blending with other men. In the mass, on board ship, a man could gain a more harmonious relationship with nature, although the basic disproportion remained. After such trifles, Conrad arrived at his main business. The sisters would be laid aside and he would take up a sea story, The Rescuer, which he hoped to complete within 12 months. Conrad had already outlined it to Garnett, very possibly in conversations. After calling his friend a gentle and murderous spirit, he asks him for suggestions about a title, himself of preferring The Rescuer / A Tale of Narrow Waters as a working title. Beneath the jesting tone, one detects some personal strain, especially since 368. Marriage and Rescue 369. Garnett had already indicated disapproval of Conrad's impending marriage to Jessie. Nevertheless, having settled his order of writing and having drawn Garnett into his plans, Conrad proceeded with the marriage. Jessie was 23, having been born on February 22, 1873, whereas Conrad had turned 38 the previous December. Besides the information about her family divulged in Conrad's letter to Zagorski, we know her father was either a warehouseman, cited in her birth certificate, or a bookseller, noted on the marriage certificate, or had shifted from one position to the other. Jessie herself had little formal education and had apparently grown up among P.R.I. Vashon's small income, huge family. With few expectations, she possessed a quality that would surely have appealed to the hard-pressed Conrad, even though he still had the remainder of his 15,000 ruble legacy from his uncle. Throughout their difficult early years, she appears to have made do with whatever they had, and in many ways was far more economical than Conrad. On the face of it, Conrad had caught a meek and compliant woman. But if we assume that his primary purpose was to settle his private life so as to get to the main matter at hand, then his quirky courtship of Jessie and subsequent marriage makes sense. No letters of Conrad are extant from his period of courtship, if it can indeed be called that, and we must depend for our information on Jessie's confusing and inaccurate autobiographical memoir. She says she and Conrad spent many pleasant times together, chaperoned by her 13-year-old sister. As noted above, Conrad presented her with an inscribed copy of Al Mayer's Folly, and she was ordered to read aloud from the manuscript of the Outcast during its composition, while Conrad reprimanded her for not speaking distinctly. Some months later, she reports, he abruptly proposed. "Look here, my dear, we had better get married and out of this. Look at the weather. We will get married at once and get over to France. How soon can you be ready?" In a week, a fortnight. The proposal, if it did take this shape, probably occurred in late January or early February of 1896, some time before Conrad's letter to Garnett of February 22. Conrad told his ain't she the reason for haste was not overwhelming passion but the weather. His health, his work. She continues, he even urged as a further induce. Meant that he would not live long. She faced the prospect of early widowhood and they were not yet even engaged. The period of engagement, she says, lasted 6 weeks, although this estimation is suspect and contradictory. All the while, Jessie fought her mother's prejudice against a foreigner as son-in-law. At this time, Conrad carried himself like a Middle European count and spoke English with a very heavy accent, so that to Mrs. George it seemed as if her daughter would be swallowed up either by Europe or by the sea. Her marriage was not an easy one. 370 The writer, I8 pp. For her lower middle-class family to accept the footloose, foreign-looking and sounding Conrad, his background at sea, the lack of regular income, his new career as an author, 15 years difference in age, and a remoteness that could never be bridged. The marriage ceremony took place on March 24, at the St. George Regis Tour office, in Hanover Square, with Hope and Krieger attending. Conrad gave his name as Joseph Conrad Korsaniowski's, his profession as master mariner, and his father's profession as landowner. For some inexplicable reason, Jessie gave her age as 22, she had turned 23 on February 22. In terms of inaccuracy about dates, they were well matched. Shortly afterward, the Conrads left for Lannion, on the Brittany coast, a rough, windswept area that was popular with French tourists. Conrad needed a remote, cheap, and fairly obscure place where he could work uninterruptedly. The manuscript in hand was The Rescuer, and one hates to think of the quality of his early relationship to Jessie as he became increasingly baffled by the unresolved elements of that book. A great deal was at stake, his own development as an author of books that had not sold well, his relationship to a very young wife, who expected him to produce something, and the need to earn an income. Lannion itself proved too large, and the coup sought, preferably, an island where there would be no danger of French tourists during the summer months. On April 7, they took possession of a small house on Isle Grande, by which time Conrad said he had completed 11 pages of The Rescuer. He wrote to Garnett that Jessie was a good comrade and no bother at all. The house was on a rocky and barren island off Lannion, an area noted for its fishing widows. In this extremely difficult period for Conrad, Garnett was to prove his single lifeline with literary sanity. For all her good and gentle qualities, Jessie could not be consulted on artistic matters, nor could she ever be. That was the choice Conrad had made. Once he had isolated himself, he relied on his reader with increasing and overwhelming need. He begins by reporting the quota of Rescuer he is writing. On April 13, it is 24 pages, but even more important are the indecision and hesitation, as if Conrad needed paternal reassurance, whereas Garnett was the younger man by 11 years. Not much older than Jessie, in fact. Conrad wrote, "I am so afraid of myself, of my likes and dislikes, of my thought and of my expression, that I must fly to you for relief or condemnation for anything to kill doubt with. For with doubt I cannot live, at least not for long. Is the thing tolerable? Is the thing readable? Is the damned thing altogether insupportable? Am I mindful enough of your teaching, of your expoundings of the ways of the reader? Am I blessed? Or am I condemned? Or am I totally and utterly a hopeless driveler, unworthy even of a curse?" Marriage and Rescue 371. He then attempts to turn his desperate need to jesting. "I am ready to cut, slash, erase, destroy, spit, trample, jump, wipe my feet on that MS at a word from you. I have become one of the damned and the lost." The intensity of the verbs, their violence, and their manifestation of explosive rage indicate the depth of his desperation. Critics have offered many explanations for Conrad's difficulties with The Rescuer. While acute and ingenious, none of them, unfortunately, has sufficiently taken into account how deeply Conrad was beginning to wrestle with his talent. The Rescuer was so difficult a manuscript because it occurred at almost exactly the time Conrad's literary direction was changing. He was writing a novel in a manner that for the next 20 years he was to forego. He was returning to a period of Almayer and outcast, which in imaginative terms he had already begun to reject for more intense experimentation. Had The Rescuer proven easier to write, it would have been a far worse novel than it actually turned out to be. That is, for Conrad to have created it with ease would have meant he was ready to accept the formulas of romance and melodrama endemic in the 90s. In mid-April, Garnett fell seriously ill with typhoid fever, a particularly dangerous disease at that time, and Conrad's letter to Constance Garnett, Edward's wife, indicates real concern. Meanwhile, reviews of An Outcast were beginning to appear, and they were in the main quite favorable. Unfortunately, one of the first Conrad read was from the National Observer, a review sent him by Fisher Unwin. The unsigned notice, which Conrad acknowledged as no doubt being correct, was indeed quite accurate, if harsh. The reviewer suggested that Conrad on the basis of Almayer would seem to be shaping up as the Kipling of the Malay archipelago, but that An Outcast disappointed this expectation. He complained of diffuseness in the narration and contended that the author, after a solid beginning, had lost his grip on the subject. The story melts away among a desert of words, and the ert alas is dry. Unhappily, his characters, on whom he has evidently expended considerable pains, are not in themselves particularly effective. The reviewer then went on to compare Conrad's novel to an R.L. Stevenson story, grown miraculously long and miraculously tedious. Such criticism, pinning Conrad between Kipling and Stevenson, would remain with him a long time, as would his reputation as a sea novelist that resulted from the nigger of the Narcissus. Other reviews, in the Daily News, the Daily Chronicle, the Scotsman, the Glasgow Herald, the Illustrated London News, the Sketch, and, most of all, the Saturday Review, whose reviewer was H. G. Wells, however, were favorable and supportive. They were not simply puffs but the kind of criticism especially valuable for a young writer. Amid the avalanche of fiction published in the 1890s, including all the derivative Kipling, Anthony Hope, and 372 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Stevenson, the reviewers were still able to thread their way through the facetious to more imaginatively conceived books, even when such novels were still trying out. As we noted, the remarks by Wells in the Saturday Review were particularly gratifying. Wells was then beginning to establish himself as a writer of science fiction, The Time Machine and The Island of Dr. Moreau. He also possessed a critical intelligence and was able to get beneath Conrad's 1890s prose and poses to quarry the real thing. His notice demonstrated reviewing at its best, coming at a time when a talented but flawed book could have sunk into the muck and vanished. Wells wrote, Mr. Conrad is wordy, his story is not so much told as seen intermittently through a haze of sentences. His style is like river mist, for a space. Things are seen clearly, and then comes a great grey bank of printed matter, page on page, creeping round the reader, swallowing him up. You stumble, you protest, you blunder on, for the drama you saw so cursorily has hold of you. Then suddenly things loom up again, and in ammo meant become real, intense, swift. It never seems to dawn upon him that, if a sentence fails to carry the full weight and implication it was meant to do, the remedy is not to add a qualifying clause, but to reject it and try another. After all this has been said, one can still apply superlatives to the work with a conscience void of offense. Subject to the qualifications thus disposed of, An Outcast of the Islands is, perhaps, the finest piece of fiction that has been published this year, as Almayer's Folly was one of the finest that was published in 1895. Wells noted prophetically, he writes so as to mask and dishonor the greatness that is in him. Greatness is deliberately written, the present writer has read and reread his 2 books, and, after putting this review aside for some days to consider the discretion of it, the word still stands. Only greatness could make books of which the detailed workmanship was so copiously bad, so well worth reading, so convincing, and so stimulating. Wells's review uncannily perceived that Conrad was preparing to move onto another style, and that the writer's excesses and faults were those of an author who had not yet discovered his own greatness. Wells's shrewdness in seeing that the author was still masking his real qualities was an act of perception fully appreciated by Conrad. The review, coming in mid-May, when he was wrestling with the very style Wells had condemned, was especially supportive. We have here one of those significant meetings of a growing tall, and with its recognition, comparable to Garnett's support earlier with Al Meyer. It was Conrad's good fortune and ability which made it possible for him to receive encouragement at every crucial turn of his work. The next would be Henley's appreciation of the nigger, then Blackwood's of Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim. Conrad responded to Wells on the 18th of May. Marriage and Rescue. 373. I have tried to tell myself that gratitude has nothing to do there, that you have written all your thought regardless of pain or pleasure for the more or less thin-skinned creature behind the book. Such considerations, and also the sense of my insignificance, should have deterred me from this intrusion. But I own I have been so awed by the evidence that a man of letters had thought it worth his while to give more than a passing thought to my endeavor that I prefer to throw myself upon your indulgence, of which your review of my book is such a signal proof. He went on to this unknown reviewer, his gratitude apparent in such a difficult period for him, a young wife and a manuscript heading toward an impasse. I wish to thank you for the guidance of your reproof and for the encouragement of your commendation. You have repeated aloud and distinctly the muttered warnings of my own conscience. I am proud to think that, writing in the twilight of my ignorance, I have yet seen dimly the shortcomings which you point with a hand so fine and yet so friendly. Wells identified himself in reply in one of those rare instances when Conrad saved his mail. Wells opened by reaffirming his high regard for an outcast, continuing, I, for instance, could not more write your outcast than I could fly. But, unlike the huge majority of reviewers, I do happen to have written an unsuccessful book or so, and to have learned something from my failures of the method of the art. If I have indeed put my finger on a weak point in your armor of technique, so that you may be able to strengthen it against your next occasion, I shall have done the best a reviewer can do. You have everything for the making of a splendid novelist except dexterity, and that is attainable by drill. Looking forward to reading your next book. Writing to Garnett, Conrad was ecstatic. Wells was the first novelist to recognize his talent, the first to praise him in print, and who do you think it is? He lives in Woking. Guess. Can't tell? I will tell you. It is H.G. Wells. May I be cremated alive like a miserable moth if I suspected it? Anyway, he descended from his time machine to be kind as he knew how. It explains. The review. He dedicates his books to W. Henley, you know. Conrad wrote Wells a week later in the same ecstatic tone. It was as if the latter's review had justified the entire direction of his life up to this indecisive and difficult time. If I praised highly the review before I knew who wrote it, it becomes still more precious now, when the name of my kind appreciator is known. Strangely enough, about 5 months ago, when turning over the last page of The Wonderful Visit in the full impression of the extraordinary charm and suggestive realism of that book, I remember reflecting with contemptible bitterness that a mind which could conceive and execute 374 writer, I 8 pi I 8 pp. Such work was absolutely beyond my reach. That to a man who could think and write so, anything I could do or attempt to do would probably never seem worth a second glance. It's sick a shameful confession, but you know how difficult it is for a common mortal to kick himself free of his own clamorous carcass. However, it appears that the feeling, besides being base, was uncalled for. I am immensely surprised. But you can imagine how delighted I must be. Your books lay hold of me with a grasp that can be felt. I am held by the charm of their expression and of their meaning. I surrender to their suggestion. I am delighted by the cleanness of atmosphere, by the sharp definition even of things implied, and I am convinced by the logic of your imagination, so unbounded and so brilliant. I see all this, but the best I am probably unable to see. Pardon this uncouth outburst of naive enthusiasm. I am, alas, 40. 38 and enthusiasms are precious to me and to be proud of. I am also very thankful to those who can raise them in my battered brain. I did not intend to bore you really. Just a few days before, Conrad had indicated to Unwin he had turned out about 9,000 words of a story of Brittany peasant life. This was The Idiots, to be published in the Savoy for October 1896. The Idiots is Conrad's first short story as a professional writer, if we exclude The Black Mate, written when he was a seaman. Although he announced to Unwin that he had 20,000 words of The Rescuer in hand, the short story was the first fruit of his growing impasse with that novel. While The Idiots is imitative of Maupassant's naturalistic methods at their most simplistic, it is an extraordinary biographical document. Written within 2 months of Conrad's marriage, The Idiots charts a cruel destiny through the experience of a woman, Susan. Having given birth to 4 idiot children in succession, she stabs her husband in the throat with a pair of scissors when he tries to make love to her. Hearing the dead man's voice, haunted by him and her memories, she leaps into the sea and drowns. The story became part of Tales of Unrest, which Unwin published in 1898. The entire series of stories Conrad wrote beginning at this time and which appeared as Tales of Unrest are of comparable biographical interest. The fact that he conceived of his fiction as materials for unrest, especially The Idiots, an outpost of progress, and The Return, indicates how fiercely he had entered into personal conflict. Very possibly, these intense antagonisms and hostilities, as Dr. Meyer suggests, developed from Conrad's problems in adjusting to the needs of a woman and to married life, difficult enough for anyone in the early months and surely more intense for a man who had had only himself to consider until well into his 30s. One can, then, see these stories as continuous with both Almayer and Outcast, Esp. Chailey, the latter with its murder of Willems by Aissa, another man haunted by a woman and eventually destroyed by her extraordinary needs, which he, Marriage and Rescue 375, cannot fulfill. These fictions, as such, display images of impotence, hostility, hatred of the other, and an uncontrollable desire to break out and away. Such a view, or reading, however, sees Conrad as the man, not as the creative artist. While the stories may reflect such conflicts within him, they are also the means by which he has surmounted the conflict. For the artist, the very conflict that would destroy, either partially or entirely, the non-artist might become for him the materials by which he could examine and transform his materials. These stories of intense hostility toward women, with rage, hatred, and even murder as the outcome, indicate how deeply Conrad was prepared to enter into certain areas of his imagination. They are reflections of the creative process, manifestations of his creative materials, experiments in matter and tone which had become part of his imagination. With such stories in 1896 and 1897, Conrad was entering the arena of his own developing talent. What he turned up was not only neurosis or neurotic need but everything that was to become the major part of his creative life for the next 20 years. The fact that he may, or may not, have found marriage unbearable is of some passing interest, but, ultimately, it becomes secondary to what he was to make of it in his fiction. Once he had committed himself to authorship, he made the tacit agreement that his personal life was to be subsumed under his art. If nothing else, his preface to The Nigger the next year meant that, even while he was describing the morbid sentiments of The Idiots, he was expressing to Garnett his delight with life. I swear by all the gods that I haven't had such a smashing day May 22nd since I came here as today, as though the creation of the story had, at least temporarily, pacified the inner rage. The long letter expresses his delight in Garnett's recovery, indicates it was Wells who did the Saturday Review piece, reveals he has 70 pages of that most rotten twaddle of The Rescuer, and brags he has written 10,000 words of The Idiots. I've been living in a kind of trance from which I am only waking up now to a sober existence. Once sober, he announces, he will never write anything worth reading, a touch of masochism that apparently served as a goad. In late May, Garnett began to express his views of The Rescuer. On May 26, he gave a most enthusiastic reading of the first chapter, but Conrad sensed beneath Garnett's remarks some reservation, probably his own misgivings. For he seized on a slight criticism of page I and responded almost entirely to that aspect. The first page is bad. Can't I be bad? Can't I? It's perfectly rotten, that paragraph, and when one touches it the putrid particles. What Garnett said was, there the May 26, 1896. But he had commented on scription, the tone seems to me not up to the opening chapter as most artistic, just level. The feeling though poetical seems a what is right for an opening chapter. Garnett, little forced, a little over elaborated, continued this favorable criticism through the 376. The writer, I8 pp. Stick to the fingers. Conrad kept up a barrage of adverse criticism of the manuscript in letters to Garnett, as if it were necessary to prepare him for the worst before the actual reading. If you knew how idiotic the whole thing seems to me you would pity me. I feel as if I could go and drown myself in a cesspool at that for 2 pence, or, here I have used up 103 pages of manuscript to relate the events of 1-2 hours. I have done it in pursuit of a plan. But is the plan utterly wrong? Is the writing utter bosh? I doubt the sincerity of my own impressions. Probably no more will be written till I hear from you. If you think I am on a wrong track you shall say so, and I may try some other way. By the following year, Conrad would not lean on Garnett to such a degree, but now he was undergoing the most severe doubts about his direction. He had hoped to be freed from routine concerns by isolating himself with his bride, and he had expected his imagination to flow. What he was learning, instead, was the primary lesson of his creative life, that each word, scene, and page would have to be wrenched out with the greatest difficulty. And that, further, he would have to confront fully those aspects of memory and past he might have wished to forego. In other words, to be a writer, his kind of writer, was far more difficult than he had imagined, and just as he had failed his tests for chief and master, so there was the chance he might fail the test of authorship. He was learning Flaubert's lessons firsthand, that authorship was a priesthood and that eminence came from the agonies of creation. In this, he was alone, and even Garnett would not be able to help him. Ever familiar were the signs of illness, rheumatism in the extremities, which kept him in bed for 2 weeks, and a swollen head which made writing even more difficult. Jesse speaks of his raving in Polish during one of these attacks, when fever led to delirium. The cycle was familiar, the inability to work, the illness accompanying the malaise, the return to Polish as the language of frustration and illness, the childhood regression, the need to be nursed, the regaining of attention, and then the slow recovery toward some sense of achievement. Conrad literally had nothing left to fall back upon except himself, for Jesse reveals that just 2 weeks before their marriage, he had, through the failure of some gold mining company, lost all but a few. Next month, all is in your best style commentary on the drama as it goes along. And rather a new style for you, so crisp, so combined to create my uncertainty. Yes. Admirably firm and concentrated in the haunt, it must be something in the self-expression of feeling and presentation, June 17th. Then the characters that worries me, and perhaps reading it 23 years later as a serial conflicts with the solidity and depth, the force in land and water. Garnett found a key flaw, and fluidity of the whole spectacle, in which the tone, perhaps the strain of reading, the figures are playing their parts. The slash-out carrot of story in bits, perhaps a lack of mental agility, the expression perhaps does not harmonize, or of ability to adjust myself to your own with the drama, June 4, 1919. Manner, perhaps a slight insistence in your marriage and rescue 377 £100 of his modest capital. This episode is murky, but probably connected to Conrad's ventures in South African stock, when he helped Rourke and then provided some service for Mayharg. The rescuer became that more insistent. And the more insistent it became, the more impossible became the task. Writing to Garnett, his soul and jaw in these shifting waters, he thanks him for his approval of the manuscript thus far and then laments his situation. Since I sent you that partist, on the 11th of the month, I have written 1 page. Just 1 page. I went about thinking and forgetting. Sitting down before the blank page to find that I could not put one sentence together. To be able to think and unable to express is a fine torture. I am undergoing it without patience. I don't see the end of it. Other writers have some starting point. Something to catch hold of. They start from an anecdote from a newspaper paragraph. They lean on dialect or on tradition or on history or on the prejudice or fad of the hour. They trade upon some tie or some conviction of their time or upon the absence of these things which they can abuse or praise. But at any rate they know something to begin with, while I don't. I have had some impressions, some sensations in my time, impressions and sensations of common things. And it's all faded, my very being seems faded and thin. Like the ghost of a blonde and sentimental woman, haunting romantic ruins pervaded by rats. I am exceedingly miserable. My task appears to me as sensible as lifting the world without that fulcrum which even that conceited ass, Archimedes, admitted to be necessary. The degree of difficulty was surely not created by Conrad's loss of faith in himself, but was the consequence of his attempt to grapple with deeper levels of his imagination, all the while working with materials which were antithetical to this more profound artistic sense. As long as Conrad struggled with rescuer, he would be, in effect, denying the deeper reaches of his talent. And it was in perfect keeping with his development that he should put the manuscript aside and then take it up again in his later years. The manuscript fitted him like a skin in those years, just as it did in his very early ones, but as he moved toward a deeper expression of his material, it was unsuitable and inappropriate. This statement is archetypal Conrad, and who had never heard a word of Warmafek fits quite easily into Razumov's statement. Titian or praise in his life would think on Matt Halden in Under Western Eyes, in which he turns on which you would think first with or laments his lack of a starting point. You are against your class, your domestic tradition. A son, a brother, a nephew, a cousin. I don't your fireside prejudices. Did you ever know what to know end of people? I am just to consider how a man like that would feel. Man. Here I stand before you. A man with a have no domestic tradition. I have nothing to mind. Did it ever occur to you how a man think against, p6 I. 378 The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. The Conrads in their isolation had Unwin's mother-in-law, Mrs. Brooke, as a visitor, and Conrad received her warmly despite all his difficulties and his dislike of interruptions during his working day. He also notes making the acquaintance of a local poet, possibly the MLE Gothic mentioned by Jesse. There were frequent cruises in the cutter La Pervenche, which Conrad had hired from a retired shipmaster, Lebras. Apparently the idiots reflects some of their own life, the stonecutters, their landlady, their sense of their surroundings. Also, the idiots themselves, according to Jesse, were observed, while the Conrads were being driven by their friend Frederick from Lanyon to Il Grande. There were other occasional visitors, but by and large Conrad had perfect conditions for consistent work. Unwin sent on a notice of both Almayer and Outcast in the Indian Mega Zine and Review. What is interesting about the review is the fact the reviewer correctly identified the original of Tom Lingard. Conrad was especially pleased by its level-headed appreciation. By July 22, he was still puttering with Rescuer and asking Garnett to send on the first part to hope to check his seamanship terms. But he could not have been working too seriously on the novel, for he produced the lengthy story An Outpost of Progress, then called A Victim of Progress, in the first weeks of July. He found it relatively easy to write the short stories of this period as a relief from The Rescuer, although the writing of stories was difficult when he concentrated solely on them. These tales were either based on direct observation such as The Idiots or on the still fresh past, An Outpost, with its memories of the Congo, or the Lagoon and Carrion, with their Malay settings. The fifth story, The Return, became very difficult, but for other reasons, chiefly that Conrad attempted to move away from the kind of thing he could do into areas that required a different kind of talent. Perhaps with The Return he hoped to challenge James or even Flaubert, but his own imagination was of such a different blend of elements that the story proved almost as intractable as the novel he had interrupted. As for the sale of his stories, he pretended in div-carrot errands as to where they appeared as long as he received payment. But I must live, he wrote. Unwin. I don't care where I appear, since the acceptance of such stories is not based upon their artistic worth. If you knew the wear and tear of my writing, you would understand my desire for some return. I writhe in doubt over every line. I perspire in incertitude over every word. Conrad was moving ever closer to becoming a Grub Street writer with these early stories, superior though his poorest efforts were to the average fiction of the day. His need to secure high payment, however, saw him appear in Mag. Quite possibly, Conrad began Lord Jim 1896, although the evidence for this is Nisse's, or some version of it as early as the summer of Sarley speculative, or at best circumstantial. Marriage and Rescue 379. Azines he did not respect, the Savoy and Cosmopolis, for example. Only with the Cornhill and, of course, Blackwoods, did he achieve respectability. But the danger was ever there, and once he no longer appeared in Blackwoods, he backslid into some less than prestigious publications. His description of An Outpost foreshadows his feelings about the mate. Real for Heart of Darkness. All the bitterness of those days, all my puzzled wonder as to the meaning of all I saw, all my indignation at masquerading philanthropy have been with me again, while I wrote. This line, vaunting the story, was the one he took with Unwin. His real life he displayed to Garnett, calling Rescuer ghastly. The further he plunged into the heart of the story, the more he saw its intractability. Your commendation of part I plunges me simply into despair, because part 2 must be very different in theme if not in treatment, and I am afraid this will make the book a strange hybrid, fit only to be stoned. Conrad fears his work may be taken for a Clark Russell puppet show. Russell was a novelist of marine mellow dramas, the very type of writer he wanted to dissociate himself from. Yet to make the dissociation, he had to skirt the kind of romance his material led to. Ward. Besides, he writes, I begin to fear that supposing everything conveyed and made acceptable, which seems impossible, supposing that I begin to fear that I have not enough imagination, not enough power to make anything out of the situation, that I cannot invent an illuminating episode that would set in a clear light the persons and feelings. He sits before the empty page, having been almost completely stalled for the previous 2 months, its whiteness or absence of words mocking his ASPI rations. When I face that fatal manuscript, it seems to me, he tells Garnett, that I have forgotten how to think, worse, how to write. It is as if something in my head had given way to let in a cold grey mist. I knock about blindly in it till I am positively physically sick, and then I give up, saying tomorrow. And tomorrow comes and brings only the renewed and futile agony. I ask myself whether I am breaking up mentally. I am afraid of it. Turning to another story, The Lagoon, which he called very Malay. Indeed, he hammered it out of himself with difficulty but without plea. Sure. Conrad was heartened by Fisher Unwin's agreement to collect the stories into a volume, although by this time he was disillusioned by the latter's niggardly terms. The two men, author and publisher, could not have been more different and lacking in understanding of the other. Unwin found it almost impossible to handle individuals, and he tended to drive a hard bargain with his authors. On the other hand, Conrad did not sell, and Unwin could not expect much in the way of return except prestige for a well-received author. Conrad, for his part, mocked Unwin's Jewishness, making fun of him to Garnett and Graham, portraying him as the stereotypical Hebrew, tied with money and deceptive in business affairs. In The Inheritors, Conrad and Ford would portray Unwin as Polehampton, a cultural IG. 380 The writer, I8pp. Noramus, for whom books were simply marketable commodities. With the stories to be collected in 1898, Conrad at least did not feel he was throwing his work into magazines where it would die. While a volume of stories did not have the weight of a novel, it did keep his name before the public in the only form that mattered, something of book length. Answering Garnett's criticism of An Outpost, Conrad tried to sidestep the relative tepidity of that story by saying he intended none of the particular stories for him, only the volume itself. He toyed with the title, Idiots and Other Stories, or Outpost of Progress and Other Stories. It would appear as tales of unrest, and be dedicated not to Garnett but to Adolf Krieger. As Conrad fell more and more into the grip of short stories he had writ 10 in 3 months and would write 2 more, Carrion and The Return, the following year he became increasingly Maupassant's disciple. Writing to Unwin, he expounded almost pure Maupassant. Ostensibly, he was commenting on A First Fleet Family by Louis Beck and W. J. Jeffrey. But struggling to escape was that clarification of personal aims that would lead, eventually, to the preface to The Nigger. He wrote, "Everything is possible, but the note of truth is not in the possibility of things but in their inevitableness. Inevitableness is the only certitude, it is the very essence of life as it is of dreams. A picture of life is saved from failure by the merciless vividness of detail. Like a dream it may be ludicrous or tragic, and like a dream pitiless and inevitable, a thing monstrous or sweet from which you cannot escape. Our captivity within the incomprehensible logic of accident is the only fact of the universe. From that reality flows deception and inspiration, error and faith, egoism and sacrifice, love and hate. That truth fearlessly faced becomes an austere and trusted friend, a companion of victory or a giver of peace. While our struggles to escape from it either through drink or philanthropy, through a theory or through disbelief, make the comedy and the drama of life. To produce a work of art a man must either know or feel that truth even without knowing it. It must be the basis of every artistic endeavor. Unwin had pressed Conrad to meet a Frenchman named Ortmans, possibly in connection with some dealings with a French publisher, but nothing came of it, although Ortmans did send Conrad a small check in 1897. This episode, if indeed it was even an episode, remains unclear. Conrad mentions it at about the time he and Jessie were planning to return to England at the end of September. After a few cramped days spent in the Gillingham Street bachelor quarters, they moved to the first of their many homes within a 2-hour train ride of London. From this time on, that is, from October 1896, Conrad remained in a rural setting and would visit London only rarely. They set up in a small house in Stanford-le-Hope, in Essex, near the Thames estuary and not far. Marriage and Rescue 381. From Gravesend, the locale of the Nelly Inn, Heart of Darkness. The location placed them near the Hopes and afforded Conrad the opportunity to sail. It was clearly intended as temporary quarters, for the house was badly constructed and drafty. Conrad referred to it as a damn jerry-built rabbit hutch. Although visitors came, Galsworthy, among others, the Conrads remained only until the following March, when they picked up to go to Ivy Walls Farm, an Elizabethan farmhouse. Conrad apparently felt strong enough about his career and work to balk at Unwin's terms. The latter had promised £50 in 2 installments for his next book, which Conrad found offensive, since the terms had not proved over an outcast. Smith, elder, another publisher, was interested in his work, and with the rift growing between him and Unwin for financial and personal reasons, he was poised to begin his peregrinations among publishers, which were to last most of his early and middle writing career. The book he was negotiating for was his collection of stories, which Unwin would indeed publish as Tales of Unrest. But Conrad also had something else in mind, the novel which he saw as a turning point in his imagination and in his career. This was The Nigger of the Narcissus, the volume that was to shift his concern from Malay subjects to a much deeper and more intense concern with life and death, the mythical sea and the transient individual, survival itself, themes which in ensuing years would become his major subject matter. The Nigger was begun in June 1896, while Conrad and Jessie were in Brittany. The wrapper of the manuscript notes, begun in 1896 June. He probably fitted it in during one of his impasses over The Rescuer, and very possibly in mid-June, when he had completed part I of that novel. Jean Aubrey says Conrad had about 10 pages of the new novel in hand when he left Brittany. The new novel, however, was apparently to be only a short story. Conrad first mentions it in an October 19 letter to Unwin, indicating it will contain 25,000 words at least, begun as a long short story. The Nigger, there is good reason to believe, was intended for inclusion in a collection of stories, along with The Idiots, An Outpost of Progress, and The Lagoon. 3 of the 5 pieces in Tales of Unrest. In a letter 6 days later to Garnett, Conrad mentions a projected length of 30,000 words. The final version was well over 50,000. He very possibly had in mind something along the order of Heart of Darkness, although it is hard to see where it could have been cut almost in two. He told Unwin he would like to place The Nigger with Henley, then editor of the New Review and a man of great influence among younger writers. To be considered one of Henley's young men was, in a sense, to have been recognized. Conrad indicates his admiration. I would like to try W. Henley. Not so much for my own sake as to have a respectable shrine for the memory of men with whom I have, through many hard years, lived and 382 the writer, I8pp. Worked. By the time Conrad wrote this letter, he had possibly 30 or 40 pages of manuscript in hand, no more than 10,000 words. It would become his major preoccupation during this period, and he hoped to complete it rapidly so as to peddle it with the 3 other stories to Smith, elder. While planning The Nigger, Conrad decided to send on a copy of an Outcast to Henry James, with an inscription that was tantamount to a short letter of deference and worship. The novel was sent on October 27, the inscription having been written on the 16th. Unfortunately, Conrad did not use the ensuing time to revise what he wrote, for it is an embarrassing document, in poor taste and overbearing in its flattery. I address you across a vast space invoking the name of that one of your children you love the most. I have been intimate with many of them, but It would be an impertinence for me to disclose here the secret of my affection. I am not sure that there is one I love more than the others. Exki. Side shades with live hearts, and clothed in the wonderful garment of your prose, they have stood, consoling, by my side under many skies. They have lived with me, faithful and serene with the bright serenity of mortality. And to you thanks are due for such glorious companionship. I want to thank you for the charm of your words, the delight of your sentences, the beauty of your pages. And, since the book before you has obtained some commendation, for men have been good to an erring brother, I trust that you will consent, by accepting this copy, to augment the precious burden of my gratitude. The children of the address are, of course, James's books. The gift led to James's sending Conrad an inscribed copy of the spoils of Poynton in February 1897, with the message, Joseph Conrad, in dreadfully delayed but very grateful acknowledgement of an off-carrot airing singularly generous and beautiful. The exchange of books and praise was followed by a luncheon meeting, and a somewhat chary friendship. Knees bent, head bowed, ceremonial French on his lips, Conrad approached James to acknowledge his master. Many critics have written cogently of the influence of the older writer on Conrad, but I think they overstress the linkage between two writers who are, in their assumptions and execution, really quite different, despite certain overlapping characteristics. Certainly at this early stage of their relationship, there is no clear Jamesian influence. Part of their later commonality can, of course, be attributed to their mutual attitudes toward writing, their sense of themselves as first acolytes and then priests, and their devotion to a French tradition of careful, precise composition. Also, both were moving to stress the how and the meaning of an event, rather than the what or the working out of events. Both were highly introspective at a time when other more external modes or styles, realism, naturalism, aestheticism, were more common. For Conrad, who was still trying out his powers, James was a novelist who, Marriage and Rescue 383, showed what could be accomplished in fiction, not necessarily a writer who provided any specific guidance. Very possibly, of course, Conrad's development of Marlowe as a central narrative figure was influenced by James's registering consciousness, but even here Conrad's use of a central consciousness is quite different in weight and implication, and seems to have derived from his own personal needs for distance and impersonality rather than from any direct literary influence. Chiefly, Conrad's obeisance before James at this time, in October 1, 896, was not the deference of the apprentice before the master in any literary sense, surely not Maupassant before Flaw Bird. Rather, it was Conrad's way, we can speculate, of dissociating himself from the Grub Street practitioners of the novel by linking himself with the most serious of writers. In a sense, the only competitor each was to have in the novel in that pre-World War I era. Conrad now began to see his short stories in print, 3 in 3 months. What would become for him a regular pattern of stories written in the interstices, as it were, of his novels. These stories would earn him the necessary money to continue while he plodded along for a year, even 2, on his longer fiction. Then the stories would appear in a volume in both England and America, picking up another advance, which would carry him along as he wrote his 300 or so words each day. His dissatisfaction with Unwin's terms, as we see in his comments to Garnett, was connected to his need to glean every possible cent from the volumes of collected stories, for his own inner timetable told him his longer works could be produced only if he subsidized himself with the collections. It was this method of writing which made Conrad's dealings with publishers so precarious. And even when he began to employ Pinker as his agent, he demonstrated considerable dissatisfaction with the latter's deals as having provided insufficient funds for maintaining his lifeline with greatness, the long novels. With his city connections, Garnett began to offer suggestions to Conrad about the use of an agent, A.P. Watt, in this instance, or a new publisher, Longmans and then Heinemann. It was through Garnett that Conrad was put in touch with Sidney Pauling of Heinemann and, through Pauling, with William Ernest Henley of the New Review. Moving away from Unwin was to have enormous implications for Conrad's developing self-confidence and his ability to do his work even when sales were minimal. By November he noted the nigger was growing, but was pleased because he would need at least 55,000 words for a volume of short fiction, and the nigger could fill out the book. This pattern, of a work beginning as a story or novella and then growing to novel length, even the length of Lord Jim, was intrinsic to Conrad's method of working. Since so much of his work began in memory, he started with circumscribed episodes and characters, what he could grasp in memory, and then expanded them as his mind and pen began to find larger worlds in which to place the otherwise enclosed material. The analogy would 384 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Be of concentric circles that result from a stone thrown into a pond. The inner vibration sets off increasingly broader circles until the smaller inner core becomes the whole, the world, the universe. Staring at the sea had suggested a method and supplied a structure. For a time, the firm of Smith, elder considered becoming Conrad's publisher. They judged him, he says, an infant phenomenon, but nothing came of it. Conrad was very excited, however, by the interest of two Cambridge dons in seeing him, spurred by their praise of an outcast. The two were Walter Headlam, a classicist and poet, and Charles Waldstein, later Walston, a reader in classical archaeology and then Slade professor of fine art. Conrad was amused, as if he were a kind of archaeological artifact which they wanted to check out. What do such fellows think and talk about? He asked Garnett. Conrad's connection with the academy or with dons and professors was always one of amusement. Like William Faulkner in our time, he put on the air of a country bumpkin who happened to write novels, and, unlike his academic admirers, he conceived of the writer not as a man of letters but as a man who came to writing from a life of experience *. Yet even as he sailed along on the Nigger and could report good progress, the rescuer intruded. Reginald Smith, of Smith, elder, showed interest in that novel, but felt an offer should await its completion. Conrad told the publisher he could finish it within 6 months, it would take almost another 23 years. He hoped for a serial of The Rescuer, which was an other way to earn money while he worked on a long novel, and it was, of course, the favored method of the 19th century novelist. Under the more severe calling of modernist fiction, not a little abetted by Flaubert and James, this procedure began to disappear, but Conrad, who disliked serialization and rarely began it until he had his novel well along, found it a necessity, since English and American book sales alone did not provide a livable income. In mid-November of 1896, as he approached his 39th birthday, Conrad was the author of 2 novels and 3 short stories. He had 3 other incomplete manuscripts, The Sisters, which he had put aside permanently, The Rescuer dropped, whose conflicting elements frustrated its development and completion, and The Nigger of the Narcissus, which he still considered the 4th block in a volume of stories with the other 3 he had completed. His sources of income were few, royalties being negligible. He was dependent on magazine sales of the stories, a 1. Very possibly he would have acquiesced dress like everyone else old-fashioned. To Flaubert's mockery of artists in his day they earned huge sums and squander them. Scenario of accepted ideas, Arises. All often asked to dine out. Woman artistnesses. Charlatans. Praise their disinterestedness sorely a whore. What artists do cannot be. Old-fashioned. Express surprise that they called work. Marriage and Rescue 385. Shot earning, on outright sale of his novels, also a one-time sale, on serialization, which he had not yet obtained, on collection of his stories into a single volume, which had not yet occurred, and on foreign rights, which had proven negligible. Financially, he was in desperate shape. Furthermore, in terms of his later dealings, he was getting himself into great difficulty by negotiating with several publishers, so that neither he nor the publisher himself could build up confidence in the other and his copyrights would be scattered. Financial expedients impeded any coherent pattern from developing for many years. Conrad, at this point in November, feared he would remain in limbo, while his work simply piled up. He felt, and rightly so, that he needed to keep himself before the public eye with an annual book. So precarious was his hold on himself and his ability to work, he needed the feel of the magazine or book to give him the sense he existed, however insubstantially, as an author. For a novelist whose work so discouraged popularity, he still required the physical necessity of an audience, as if he were closer to Marie Corelli than to James and Flaubert. Meanwhile, negotiations continued, for serialization of The Nigger and The Rescue and for the volume of short stories, which would revert to Unwin. Conrad's chief support during this time was Garnett, for introductions and for advice. Pauling of Heinemann showed definite interest in The Nigger, which Conrad was producing with some difficulty. He wrote to Ted Sanderson that the easy, fine days of Al Mayer's folly were gone. The more I go on, the less confidence in myself I feel. There are days when I suspect myself of inability to put a sentence together, and other days when I am positively incapable to invent anything that could be put into a sentence. The difficulty was, surely, attached to the new mode Conrad sought, a leaner prose style, a more symbolic structure, a desire for greater artistic unity and coherence. I am more conscious of my unworthiness and also of my desire of perfection, which from the conditions of the case is so unattainable. By November 25, Conrad had a favorable report from Henley via Paul Ing, that if the rest of The Nigger was up to the sample, it would most certainly appear in the new review. In his note to the novel in the collected edition many years later, Conrad quoted Henley's comment and called it the most gratifying recollection of my writer's life. To be recognized by Henley, as later by Blackwood's, was to have been received into the inner sanctum where literature itself was forged. Conrad now worked steadily on The Nigger, by November 29 reaching 82 pages of manuscript. Garnett must have commented upon the unpopular subject, for Conrad said it would have to remain, although he felt it was trivial enough on the surface to appeal to the man in the street. Conrad's contempt for his audience was constant for the next 15 years at least, and he gained considerable satisfaction from the fact that the average man would have no idea what 386 the writer, I8pp. He, the author, was striving for. Yet, at the same time, he desperately wanted that average man to buy his book. In this respect, Conrad followed that detestation of the bourgeoisie who, after all, bought the books which began with Flaubert and continued into the modernist movement. Conrad always denied he wrote for other writers, but there is little question his ideal audience consisted of Flaubert, Turgenev, James, and others of that level. In later years, even Garnett fell below that ideal. Interspersed with progress on The Nigger, Conrad reports to Unwin that he has received a letter from Roger Casement, his acquaintance from Congo days. Although we have no idea what Casement said, Conrad's reply, if he did indeed reply, is lost. It is very possible that the letter set off in Conrad's mind a chain of circumstances which led him back to his Congo fiasco and spurred him onto another short story idea, The Eventual Heart of Darkness. In 1903 and 1904, as we have seen, Conrad wrote at least 5 letters to Casement concerning atrocities in the Congo. Looking ahead from 1896, it is more probable that Casement's attention to Congo atrocities entered into The Inheritors, the collaboration of Conrad and Ford completed in 1900. There, the Congo becomes Greenland and Leopold to the Deux de Marche. In early December, Conrad heard that Henley wanted some additional pages of the nigger, even though the latter was to take another month before he decided on serialization in his new review. Conrad's work on the manuscript produced some real bad days and he planned to take it with him on a Christmas visit to the Kliszewskis in Cardiff. He had evidently thought vaguely of a trip to Poland, but he tells the Zagarskis 5 days short of Christmas that no holiday is possible. He must write, and write endlessly. On January 3, 1897, he can tell Unwin that Henley will serialize the nigger, indicating that Unwin may have the other stories plus 2 new ones on his own terms for a volume of short stories. The nigger had clearly outgrown that collection. On January 10, Conrad announces to Garnett completion of the short novel, but another letter to Garnett, dated the 19th, mentions he has been in bed for 2 days after finishing the nigger, which points to a January 17 completion date. He called his illness a cheap price for finishing that story. To further confuse the matter, the wrapper of the manuscript, which he sold to John Quinn many years later, indicates February 7 as the completion date, and the manuscript is itself dated February 19, 1897. Most probably, Conrad kept updating the manuscript as he worked over details, so that at each stage as he dated it he did consider it complete as far as he had decided to go at that point. Besides serialization in the new review, the novel would appear under the imprint of Heinemann, with 8 copies published in 1897 to secure copyright and the book officially appearing in 1898. As of yet, Conrad did not plan on any accompanying document. What would be the preface, which, Marriage and Rescue 387, would follow serialization in Henley's periodical. As soon as he had finished the novel in draft, Conrad tried to assess it, underplaying his own sense of it as a landmark work for him. Writing to Helen Watson, who would marry Ted Sanderson in 1898, he said, "Candidly, I think it has certain qualities of art that make it a thing apart. I tried to get through the veil of details at the essence of life. But it is a rough story dealing with rough men and an immense background. I do not ask myself how much I have succeeded, I only dare to hope that it is not a shameful failure." Conrad suggests his triumph will come if a few readers see what he was trying to do, even now, to make them see was his aim. With the completion of the nigger, Conrad, consciously or not, had put behind him the kind of imaginative effort that went into Almayer and Outcast and prepared to enter different realms of gold. As he approached 40, he was reaching maturity as a novelist, and even though he had begun very late, he was on schedule as far as his own development was concerned. Physically, he had sufficient energy remaining to see his work through, and intellectually he was on the edge of discovering himself. He had made the kind of marriage that would sustain him emotionally and, apparently, sexually, his intellectual and imaginative needs he could supply himself. This latter point many commentators have missed when they speak of his lack of intellectual stimulation. He was a man who needed little. Sufficient was an occasional visit with Galsworthy, Garnett, even Ted Sanderson, or Wells and James. The collaboration with Ford also provided both emotional and intellectual stimulation, especially in the area of language and aesthetics. But he was, withal, the man who had chosen the sea, where communication in words is brief and where silences fill the time and space between sentences. The nigger demonstrates Conrad's first serious experimentation with no realistic form, although he evidently did not attempt to be consistent. The structure of the book is simple enough. The story is told by an omniscient shipmate on the Narcissus who doubles as author-narrator and as participant in the action. But the logic of the storytelling shows that Conrad was lazy in his conception, or at least was indifferent to the logic of the narration. Begin. Ning in the third person as a viewer, the narrator soon passes into the first person we and us. From there, he fluctuates between viewer and participant. The discrepancy or difficulty arises when as the we he participates in events at which he could not logically be present, or when as narrator he describes events and / or conversations from which he is logically removed. The method suggests Conrad's move toward the use of a participatory central narrator, what he developed more consistently with Marlowe in Youth, Heart of Darkness, and Lord Jim. The Nigger, however, is less a novel of how than it is Conrad's demonstration of a representative situation in which an individual moves so far beyond the comprehension of the group, or crew, that he expresses the other, death itself. Almayer and Will. 388 The writer, I8 pp. Lems have become the West Indian Negro James Waite, who was himself based on several seamen, white and black, Conrad had encountered in his seagoing days. Waite's qualities are a distillation of elements Conrad had already explored in his earlier characters, although for them he had not as yet formed quite the correct context for their enervation, exhaustion, and marginality. With Waite's death in life and life in death, Conrad had found his own voice. In presenting Almayer and Willems against a jungle background, Conrad lacked the right mix of elements necessary for his kind of imagination, which worked on ironies, tensions, contraries, and opposites. He needed a more suggestive dialectic of forces, perhaps a more mythically charged atmosphere. By moving weight against an active ship's crew, especially a crew caught in an elemental storm that almost sinks the ship, Conrad discovered the correct tension. An enervated weight who approaches death, a man feigning death in order to evade work, a crew which must work to survive an most lethal storm. The play of opposites fed Conrad's view of life and fiction. This mix of forces would recur on far larger scales in his major fiction, as Marlowe and Kurtz, Lord Jim and Marlowe, Decoud and Nostromo, Razumov and Halden. These had been, after all, the staples of his own life, that pendulum, swinging back and forth between torpor, enervation, languor, and bursts of activity on ship or, now, at the writing desk. These alternating forces were not simply external circumstances weighing upon the inner man. They were elements apparently deeply entwined with every aspect of his being, and surely attached to those feelings which had led to his suicide attempt at 20. As he moved closer to his distinctive themes, he moved back toward those conflicts between life and death which had motivated his own attempt at nullification. When Conrad returned to life after having placed a bullet in his chest, he returned from a world he had glimpsed that made him unique. With Waite and the crew, he began to explore the disproportions of that six Zion, between the movement toward death of Waite and the slow movement of the crew away from Waite toward life. The opening out of the novel has itself the rhythms of a man who, having chosen death one moment, lies in a kind of limbo as the Narcissus lies for days on her side between destruction and recovery and then slowly turns toward life. What Conrad had done with the nigger of the Narcissus WSLS to bring his fictional material, for the first time, into the paces and beats of his own life. When we say he was beginning to achieve maturity as a novelist, we mean, in Conrad's instance, he had found the correct rhythms in his fiction. And these rhythms fitted his own sense of life from 20 on, as well as from before. That tremendous preponderance of death and suicide in Conrad 15 suicides alone is attached not only, as Dr. Meyer suggests, to the relationship of men and women, but to the perhaps deeper theme in Conrad. Marriage and Rescue 389. That actual extinction was the sole way of gaining or understanding life. A major element in Conrad's insight into his material came in his decision to place a live equivalent of the dying Waite in the crew itself, in the shape of Duncan. This was, for Conrad, a move toward the kind of counterpointing his earlier fiction lacked. For Duncan has, in his social and political attitudes, the enervated qualities of Waite, but they are contained in a fully healthy, if emaciated, body. Thus, Duncan becomes the death principle that exists in life, while Waite represents the life principle that wanes as it moves toward death. The relationship between the two, which involves the crew and OFFI, sirs, even the captain, suggests a choreographed movement in which life and death are the dancers. At stake, however, is not only Waite's life, which is, after all, foredoomed because of lung complications, but the Narcissus itself. That is to say, life. Through the name of the ship, we enter a mirroring pattern, in which life and death are reflections of something comparable. That mirror image was not lost on Conrad, for in a February 1st 3-letter he wrote about James's spoils of Poynton, which had arrived, inscribed, that morning. Conrad's comment is remarkably accurate, and his major image is of a mirror, a double evocation of here and there. The delicacy and tenuity of the thing are amazing. It is like a great sheet of plate glass. You don't know it's there till you run against it. Of course I do not mean to say it is anything as gross as plate glass. It's only as pellucid as clean plate glass. Such an image descriptive of James and implicit in his own work helps support the mythological dimension and reference of the nigger. Waite is the classic intruder, the Jonah, the marginal figure who jeopardizes all life, who must be accommodated and, ultimately, exorcised. That he is blackness personified, is appropriate, for his negritude intensifies what he is. Benito Serrano comes to mind. Yet unlike Melville, Conrad had no political allegory behind his tale. He was, rather, reaching toward an archetypal, unconscious fear residing in the crew, a fear that lies beneath individual death, within survival itself. It was to sound these depths, far back in the racial unconscious, that Conrad jogged his imagination. Arnold Bennett, who was a remarkable judge of Conrad's work, wrote H.G. Wells that the nigger moved him to enthusiasm. Where did the man pick up that style, and that synthetic way of gathering up a general press sign and flinging it at you? Not only his style, but his attitude, affected me deeply. He is consciously an artist. Now Kipling isn't an artist a bit. He is a great writer but not an artist. Bennett goes on, just as perceptibly, to indicate that despite Conrad's extraordinary management of color he needed to curb his voracity for adjectives. So taken was Bennett with Conrad's manner that he noted in his journal his desire to revise his own Staffordshire novel in that style of presentation. This, however, is jumping ahead to the publication of the novel, and to the time when Conrad published his preface, after the final installment in the 390 The Writer, I8 Pi I8 pp. New Review. The completion of The Nigger, and its subsequent revision, did not help Conrad financially. He still needed to write stories to make a able income. He told Ted Sanderson his life now was all stories. Something preoccupied and shadowy and I think more elusive even than other existences. And so it goes on, from story to story, from fiction to fiction in an unceasing endeavor to express something of the essence of life. He sees himself as an unequipped traveler stumbling in a desert in pursuit of mirage. Conrad's image of a lost man or of a man moving along the drear edges of Life was not isolated but was characteristic of his fiction as well as himself. He began carrying another story drawing on his Malay experiences, and completed it on April I. It would be published in Blackwoods in November, his first publication in that prestigious magazine. While writing it would grow to nearly 15,000 words. He sent a first draft to Garnett for criticism, and then became overly jocular about the latter's suggestions for revision. Conrad was also involved, on March 13, in the move to Ivy Walls, near Stanford Le Hope. The Conrads' near neighbors were the Hopes, but they knew nobody else. Jessie feared that the isolation of the house would be particularly hard on Conrad, since he would not have the company of men of his own standard of intellect. She called the first year in Ivy Walls, in all. They spent 19 months there, one of the most difficult in the whole of our married life. Eventually, Sanderson, Garnett, and Galsworthy visited, and Conrad does not appear to have found the isolation enervating. On February 25, if we accept Garnett's dating, Conrad and James lunched into Veer Gardens. The former looked forward to it, saying, "There is something to live for at last." With the completion of the nigger, Conrad reached a resting point where he could collect his energies. He would work on stories, but had no novel on his writing table. Intellectually, his development seems to have been completed, and his beliefs were meaningful only to the extent they could be shaped into imaginative materials. That is, like a painter with color or a composer with sound, he was thinking in terms of words as they could be grouped into novels and stories. As we shall see, he was intellectually aware of what was around him, but nothing could occur in the larger world that would alter his fixed opinions. Only in his art would he open himself. He continued to inveigh against the liberalizing tendencies in British official life, and he attacked in particular the languid imbecility of Salisbury's government. He made fun of Garnett's nihilist friends, the groups who clustered around Constance Garnett because of her translations of Russian novelists, and her interest in Russian affairs. Many of these ideas would be tested when he began his long correspondence with R.B. Cunningham Graham. Later in the year, even though the Scotsman was a social radical of the kind Conrad usually detested. Marriage and Rescue 391. Carrion did not engage Conrad intellectually. He personally preferred The Lagoon, he told Helen Watson, and essentially it was a left-handed venture into his Malay experiences. While writing it, he had already done this scene artistically. His memories, to begin with, had not been abundant, his experiences relatively few. Almayer's Folly, and what it represented, had really been the only essential Malay freight Conrad carried around with him. After that, it was a matter of keeping the writing machine going until new ideas and new themes shaped up. With the nigger, he hoped to have found a direction. Thus, at a certain point, he could even tell Garnett he would burn the partial manuscript of Carrion if his friend suggested it. Carrion, to keep the burning image, later becomes that infernal story which he cannot finish. It was, despite its relative brevity, falling into the same impasse as The Rescue, that other maze of Malayan experiences. There is good reason to believe Conrad's difficulties here led him directly to seek a mirror image, that is, an objective subjective persona, and Marlowe would become his rescuer, as Ford would in real life, when The Rescue and Malayan matters floundered. Conrad, meanwhile, expected to see an outpost of progress in the April-May issue of Cosmopolis, but found it postponed to make way for Kipling's Slaves of the Lamp. It would now appear in June-July, with payment on publication. His monetary exigencies were clear. He was living right on the edge, and he depended on exact scheduling. A delay or postponement was potentially disastrous. Writing to his old friend in Cardiff P. J. Sef Spyridon Klizichowski, he asked for a loan of £20, a not inconsiderable sum, until Cosmopolis paid. Conrad undercut his embarrassing request by indicating he did not really need it, calling it more of a diplomatic necessity than anything else. The financial pattern was set one that continued until the success of Chance 16 years later, in which he borrowed from many of his close friends, including Galsworthy and Ford, and also depended on Pinker's outlays once he had become his agent. Conrad tells Spyridon Jessie knows of none of this, and it is quite likely she never realized how far Conrad fell into temporary and then permanent debt. He handled money matters, giving her an allowance, and she never questioned where the money came from, whether publishers, friends, Pinker, loans based on insurance policies, or bank robberies. On April 14, Conrad sent the manuscript of Carrion to Unwin, now T.I. Tled Carrion, a memory. He indicates that the cheerful ending is a departure for him. Totaling up words, he says he needs one other story of 5,000 to 7,000 words to make up the length of a potential volume. This story, which he already calls a London story, was to be the return, an attempt on Conrad's part to break with both the Malay settings of his early novels and stories and the sea background of the nigger. As we shall see, it gave him tremendous difficulty. It was not completed until September, and it never 392 the writer, I8pp. Found magazine publication. As a city tale of marriage and infidelity, its genre was unsuited for Conrad's kind of imagination, although it has biographical interest as an oddity within his canon. By early May, sheets of the nigger were available. Conrad sent some to Ted Sanderson, warning him that before his mother read it, he should screen it for coarseness and then judge whether it was fit for her. Meanwhile, Garnett had evidently praised the novel highly, and Conrad was extremely gratified, both happy and proud, Garnett was still his only active reader. In a late May letter, he thanks his reader for having sent on Pater's Marius the Epicurean carrot over which he is licking his chops in anticipation. Pater played a much larger role in Conrad's aesthetic development than has generally been granted, so that when the latter came to write his preface in the summer, he moved familiarly along the line of Pater's ideas, especially his essay style. Yet despite these little bursts of enthusiasm and gratification, Conrad was seriously stalled. Although hardened by proofs of the nigger, he could not resolve the conflicts with Pauling and Heinemann over the manuscript of The Rescue. And even though Blackwood's offer to publish Carrion was certainly a boost for his morale, particularly when the magazine met his demand for £40, that was insufficient to compensate for the impasse. He had, at this time, in June of 1897, no long work going except The Rescue, and his future was clouded by the possibility of his writing short stories indefinitely to meet weekly expenses. A letter to Garnett on June 2 indicates a lot of action but little result. Conrad conveys a string of disconnected news. Jessie was not well. By now, she was pregnant with Boris. The first part of Rescue had been sent to Pauling, who could not place it. He was, meanwhile, writing the return, which dragged on and on. The Bockeller Syndicate bought the nigger for serialization in the United States. Nothing came of it, and Appleton was going to publish the American edition. It did not. It all added up to frustration, at best a holding action. Still to Garnett, Conrad says he is writing nothing on Rescue, often restraining tears, never restraining curses. At times thinking the world has come to an end, at others convinced that it has not yet come out of chaos. Defiance and bitterness, he says, even before Stephen Dedalus, are his sole weapons. Writing to Unwin a rare letter about aesthetic matters, Conrad commented on Somerset Maugham's Liza of Lambeth, that 1897 novel in which Maugham drew on his experiences as an obstetrician. Conrad wittily calls it a society novel, society of a sort, and then mounts an attack upon what the naturalistic novel is up to. Mead eventually published the title was unsuitable for its readers. Al. Nigger in the United States under the title of Though Conrad's use of nigger derives not The Children of the Sea, a tale of the four from how he, but from how the crew of the castle. The American publisher apparently Narcissus referred to James Waite. Marriage and Rescue 393. I am not enough of a Democrat to perceive all the subtle difference there is between the two ends of a ladder. One may be low and the other high, a matter of pure chance, just as the ladder happens to be stood up. The principal thing is that the story gets on a rung and stays there, and I can't find it in my heart to praise it because the rung happens to be low. Rungs are artificial things, that's my objection. There is any amount of good things in the story and no distinction of any kind. He asserts that what it offers, a genre picture without any atmosphere, is exactly what the general reader prefers, similar to a George du Maurier drawing same kind of art exactly, only in another sphere. Of course, part of Conrad's intention here, besides expressing his contempt for this level of art, was to educate Unwin into the difference between Maugham's easily accessible fiction and his own, which required another dimension of understanding. Conrad's dislike of Unwin was twofold, connected to the latter's business dealings, niggardly in Conrad's view, and to his inability to grant. There were different levels of art, some of which did not find an immediate audience. On July 18, he wrote Unwin he was willing to enter into an agreement by which Blackwoods would have the refusal for serial purposes only of any short story he might write, with the exclusion of the return from this arrangement. He then states he is not likely to write any more short stories, though, in fact, he did begin Lord Jim as a story after the return and followed it by Youth, Falk, Amy Foster, and others. Such statements indicate Conrad had little sense of where he was heading in the second half of 1897, another one of those limbo-like periods when he felt himself pulled by forces he could not control. The COR/nection at Blackwoods was, nevertheless, hardening. Conrad called the magazine and owner Modern Athens, and he felt so flattered that for a whole day I walked about with my nose in the air. Blackwood and his magazine were extremely conservative, far more so than Conrad, whose reactionary politics were always balanced by countering anarchistic tendencies. Blackwood's, however, was the establishment itself. Safe, a conserver of tradition, highly aware of its own esteem, very solicitous about bringing good literature to its readers, and most careful about its lections. William Blackwood, at the time Conrad came into his circle, and it was very much a select circle of authors and publisher, had been a member of the firm for 40 years and editor for fully 20. He was well aware that the Blackwood imprint conferred credit on his authors, and in turn, he expected loyalty and no nonsense. Given his ingrained sense of traditional values and his conservative literary tastes, his acceptance and publication of Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim, first in serial, then in book form, were acts of tremendous perspicacity. For these works, seen from the perspective of 1899-1900, were little less than revolutionary, both in content and in their 394 writer, I8pp. Shaping. For an audience accustomed to Barry or Kipling to come upon the nightmarish Heart of Darkness and then the convoluted, intense Lord Jim was not an easy experience, and their publication involved courage on the part of a conservative editor. Blackwood's magazine and editor, as well as the assistant editor, David Meldrum, was a perfect prop for Conrad at a time when everything else seemed uncertain. So taken was Conrad with his newly found anchor that he tried to introduce both Galsworthy and Garnett to the magazine, But Blackwood would not accept their work. By late July, the exhilaration had apparently worn off, and Conrad's true condition returned to him, for he suffered from fever, gout, sore throat, a regular assortment of ailings, with both feet in flannel and a pillow at his back. July 26th was also the day on which the initial installment of The Nigger would appear in the new review, the first of 5 monthly parts. Meanwhile, the return was stalled, even though Conrad speaks of trying the Yellow Book with it. The materials of the story were proving intractable, unadaptable to Conrad's way of thinking, although full of his own personal fury. August, however, was to be more auspicious. For Conrad was to begin his lifelong friendship with Cunningham Graham, first by mail, then with occasional meetings, and he was to write his preface to The Nigger, a document of overwhelming personal and aesthetic importance for him. It was, in several ways, his personal summation of the life of the artist up to 1897 and, in a limited sense, a harbinger of the artist to come after 1897. That Conrad could even write it indicates a depth and intensity belying any other stance. He might take that treated writing as negligible. First, the connection with Graham brought out the best in Conrad as a correspondent and person. Graham is to us a man of great interest who has passed from view because we consider him a literary man, and his work, unfortunately, despite occasional pieces, is not the best part of him. When the correspondence began in August, with Graham writing to Conrad about an outpost of progress, the Scotsman was 5 years older than Conrad, born into a mixed Spanish and Scots background, a grand seigneur, as Conrad was to call him. Graham's forebears, like Conrad's, were of the aristocracy and landed gentry, and after his father's death he became Liberal MP for North Lanarkshire. His aristocratic background did not impede his radical politics, and he became, along with Keir Hardie, a strong supporter of the early development of the Scottish Labour Party. Anathema to Conrad, and the Scottish nationalist movement, all the while writing prolifically in every genre and travelling widely in South America and Africa. He was an idealist, a hard-headed politician, an aristocrat, a socialist, and an anarchist, one who subverts order and stirs up trouble. The combination fascinated Conrad, and their sympathy for each other appears to have been cemented by the first letter. They became, in a sense, allies. Marriage and Rescue 395. Against imperialism and politics as usual, an alliance that helped to bridge the chasm that otherwise separated them politically. Although it is impossible to cite precise influences, it appears evident from Conrad's letters that Graham proved an educational experience for him, and that his own well-hidden anarchistic tendencies, his own sense of rage and chaos carefully buried under the skin, were allowed freer play because of Graham's presence. Put another way, Graham's insistence on forms of anarchy as part of the normal political scene struck a sympathetic note in Conrad, even as he consciously pursued order and shape. His relationship with the turbulent Graham and the writing of the preface in the same month provide two very different sides of what he would later resolve in his fiction. Graham had written originally comparing an outpost, favorably, with Kipling's Slaves of the Lamp, which had appeared in Cosmopolis 2 months before Conrad's story. Conrad was delighted and let loose on Kipling, whose success he both envied and deplored. Mr. Kipling has the wisdom of the passing generations and holds it in perfect sincerity. Some of his work is of impeccable form, and because of that little thing he shall sojourn in hell only a very short while. He squints with the rest of his excellent sword. It is a beautiful squint, it is an useful squint. And after all perhaps he sees around the corner? And suppose truth is just around the corner like the elusive and useless loafer. It is. I can't tell. No one can tell. It is impossible to know. It is impossible to know anything, though it is possible to believe a thing or two. Conrad's contempt is hidden in persiflage, and it was the perfect tone to warm Graham's heart. He knew his man, and under the Conradian irony he could sense the baffled idealist. Under the persiflage was a man, like himself, seeking moral direction. Conrad continued at his wittiest. Most of my life has been spent between sky and water, and now I live so alone that often I fancy myself clinging stupidly to a derelict planet abandoned by its precious crew. Your voice is not a voice in the wilderness, it seems to come through the clean emptiness of space. If under the circumstances I hail back lust, I know you won't count it to me for a crime. Conrad followed up his Kipling comments with further remarks, which coincided, probably, with his start on the preface. He says that in the chaos of printed matter at present, Kipling's sketches appear by contrast finished and impeccable. I judge the man in his time and space. It is a small space. Conrad adds, as to posterity, it shall be busy thieving, lying, selling its little soul for sixpence, from the noblest motives, and shall remember no one except perhaps one or two quite too atrocious mountebanks. This diatribe derives from Conrad's disdain for the democratization of taste, with its resulting loss of aesthetic standards. Undeniably, he had in mind the tremendous popular success of quite inferior work which passed 39 carat the writer, I8 pp. For literary effort, Marie Corelli, and others of that kind. Graham himself had little interest in high art, and he wrote essays and fiction to present his feelings without strict regard for lasting quality or universality. He was a writer mainly of the moment, although Conrad in reply always insisted on taking the road of high art. As the correspondence and meetings, the first came at the end of November, continued, Conrad began to learn more about his friend. He was particularly taken with Graham's tale of civil disobedience in 1887, when he led a rush on the police during agitation against unemployment, at a time, significantly, that Conrad was having difficulty in finding a maritime berth, and was knocked on the head with a truncheon, charged with assaulting the police, and imprisoned for 6 weeks for unlawfulism. Bly. That meeting in Trafalgar Square, incidentally, besides Graham, included figures such as William Morris, and his Socialist League, Hindman, and his Social Democratic Federation, Prince Kropotkin, Bernard Shaw, Mrs. Besant, and others on the left. Further, in ensuing years, Graham campaigned vociferously for universal suffrage, free secular education, abolition of lords, disestablishmentarian, a graduated income tax, a free meal for every state school pupil. He opposed England's expansionism and imperialism, a stand that explains his reaction to an outpost, an indictment of imperialism, and he spoke out strongly against the clergy. On these two issues, at least, Conrad could join him. That whole side of Conrad which did not spurn Apollo Korzeniowski's idealism would be reawakened by Graham. If not to activism, then to disputatious letters and meetings. Graham was exactly the kind of man with whom Conrad needed to carry on a dialogue. Meanwhile, he told Garnett, on August 24, that he had written a short preface to the nigger. He says he will not draw one breath till your Sublime Highness has spoken to the least of his slaves. What he really must know is whether it stands a chance of being printed, and Garnett, to whom the nigger was dedicated, would be final arbiter. In going over the preface, the Unwin reader deleted one paragraph, as follows. It may seem strange if not downright suspicious that so much should be said in introduction to the unimportant tale of the sea which follows. It may also appear the height of conceit or folly, since every word of the preface may be brought in judgment against the work it is meant to introduce. But a preface, if anything, is spoken in perfect good faith, as one speaks to friends, and in the hope that the unprovoked confidence shall be treated with scrupulous fairness. And, after all, everyone desires to be understood. We all with mutual indulgence give way to the pressing need of explaining ourselves, the politician, the prophet, the fool, the bricklayer. They all do it, and if so, then why not the writer of tales, who is, as far as I know, no greater criminal than any of these? It is true that the disclosure of the aim otherwise than by the effective effort towards it is a confession of doubt, and so far a confession of weakness. Yet in the region of art such an avowal is not so fatal as it would be elsewhere. For in art alone of all the marriage and rescue 397 enterprises of men, there is meaning in endeavor disassociated from success and merit, if any merit there be is not wholly centered in achievement, but may be faintly discerned in the aim. Garnett's taste was delicate, and he noted how the wordiness of this section upset the pace and rhythm of the whole. In any event, Pauling of Heinemann subsequently refused to publish the preface with the novel. Conrad then took it to Henley, who placed it following the last installment of the serial. Yet the version Henley published differs in omissions and details from the one Conrad originally wrote, which is the text attached to the Col. Lect and all later editions. Further, in 1902, Conrad apparently had printed for private distribution the text of the preface as he wished it to appear. This text is basically what he originally wrote in 1897, except for the deletion of the paragraph Garnett had objected to. There is, however, the possibility that this 1902 printing was a forgery by Thomas J. Wise, later a collector of Conrad's manuscripts and typescripts, but throughout his career a notorious forger. The preface served as a literary anchor for Conrad in this early segment of his career. Yet even as it helped him to sort out his ideas, it did not particularly define his later writing career when he substantially found his métier. The preface, however, put him at his ease in those early years when he was seeking both an aesthetic and a language. His debt to 19th century French literature and theory is evident, but the influence of Walter Pater, and especially Pater's essay on style, published in 1889 as Appreciations with an essay on style, is of equal importance, though perhaps less apparent. Another clear influence was James's essay The Art of Fiction, originally published in 1884. We see, then, feeding into the preface several overlapping elements: flaw, bird, of course, symbolist suggestions and doctrines; Pater, with particular reference to style; James, especially The Art of Fiction, a strong post-Wagnerian aesthetic, derived from Wagner's amalgamation of the arts, and 1890s language and attitude about aesthetic ideals and artistic elitism, and, what was unique, that impressionism which both heightened and lessened in order to make the reader see with the peculiar intensity which we call Conradian. Much of the ground Conrad covered had been well explored before. So close in spirit, despite certain differences in execution, are Conrad's preface and James's The Art of Fiction, published 13 years earlier, that one is tempted to compare them in parallel columns. In arguing for heightened realism, James had pleaded for intelligence in the novel and a seriousness of prose that had often been brought only to poetry and poetic drama. The novel's raison d'etre for James is no less than to represent life, and the novelist's very calling stimulates, he says, fidelity to a sacred office. Trollope is castigated for his sense of only making believe, his betrayal of a great trust. 398 The writer, I8pp, is a terrible crime. James spoke of fiction as producing an illusion of life, a semblance which is the very air of reality. The novel, like music, is united in texture and interwoven; in each part should be found something of other parts, a functioning of Coleridge's secondary imagination which dissolves, diffuses, dissipates, in order to recreate The absolute wedding of the parts themselves is stressed by James, as it was by Flaubert before him, Pater after, and by that small army of Wagnerites, including Mallarmé, who had Gath aired in Paris following the composer's death. There is little question, though we lack specific proof, that Conrad was caught up in the Wagnerian fervor of the 1880s and 1890s. For the artist, for the novelist, experience is never finite, his imagination is always catching new hints. His subject matter is always of seeing and feeling. James's famous dictum, try to be one of the people on whom nothing is lost, is a plea for the novelist to expand his horizons, to be devoted to his craft at all times, in all places. The province of art is all life, all feeling, all observation, all vision. Art, says James, is created by men enjoying the freedom of unlimited experience and the freedom of its recreation in whatever form that particular experience suggests. The mind of imagination, says James, the mind of genius operating freely, takes to itself the faintest hints of life, converting the very pulses of the air into revelations. Experiences an immense sensibility. James implies that under these conditions of fidelity to art, beauty and truth are sufficient, and that if the intelligence is fine, the art will be fine, while the moral and aesthetic unite into a whole. When we come to the preface to the Nigger, we cannot ascertain whether Conrad obtained this idea of the alliance of the moral and the aesthetic from James, Flaubert, Pater, or even Keats, or else derived it from his earlier French reading or from the literature of the late 1890s. Conrad speaks of the artist snatching in a moment of courage, a passing phase of life and bringing to bear upon it an imagination bathed in tenderness and faith. The artist must show life's vibration, its color, its form, and through its element, its form, and its color, reveal the substance of its truth, disclose its inspiring secret, the stress and passion within the core of each convincing moment. Whoever holds to these convictions, says Conrad, cannot be faithful to any one of the temporary formulas of his craft. All the gods of realism, romanticism, naturalism, and even sentimentalism must abandon the artist on the threshold of his struggle with his own conscience. At that moment the temporary formulas are left behind and only the individual intelligence remains. In that uneasy solitude, Conrad says, the supreme cry of art for art itself loses the exciting ring of its apparent immortality. It sounds far off. It has ceased to be a cry, and is heard only as a whisper, often incomprehensible, but at times and faintly encouraging. Conrad echoes James on the necessity of artistic awareness, remarking that to show intelligence at every moment and to search out the fundamental marriage and rescue 399. The essential and the enduring are the work of the artist. The artist appeals to what is in us, a gift and not an acquisition. All art appeals emotionally, primarily to the senses, to our senses of pity and beauty and pain and mystery. And how, Conrad asks, can art, particularly fiction, catch this air of sensory reality? How, in short, does it penetrate to the colors of life's complexities? Art must, he says, in a passage already partially quoted that is reminiscent of Pater, strenuously aspire to the plasticity of sculpture, to the color of painting, and to the magic suggestiveness of music, which is the art of arts. And it is only through complete, unswerving devotion to the perfect blending of form and substance, it is only through an unremitting, never discouraged care for the shape and ring of sentences that an approach can be made to plasticity, to color, and that the light of magic suggestiveness may be brought to play for an evanescent instant over the commonplace surface of words, of the old words, worn thin, defaced by ages of careless usage. Conrad then made his now famous declaration of intention, which repeats James's dictum that the artist should produce the illusion of life. Conrad said, my task which I am trying to achieve is, by the power of the written word, to make you hear, to make you feel. It is, before all, to make you see. It is to catch at rest each passing moment and to reproduce that moment so that it arrests the interest of men. That function, he says, is the aim reserved only for a very few to achieve. At that moment, the artistic aims of the creator assume a moral importance, achieving a sense of grandeur and of something fully done which captures the moral significance of the moment. As it turned out, the preface was more a point of demarcation for Conrad in the late 1890s than it was a directive. At this stage, in 1897, as he was Janus-like, looking both ways, back toward the rescue and forward from in Pater, music and prose literature are, introduction to the collection of letters Flaubert. In one major sense, compatible. If music be wrote to George Sand, Flaubert speaks there. The ideal of all art whatever, precisely because of the end of art as the beautiful, the end of. In music it is impossible to distinguish the physician as healing, and the painter form from the substance, the subject from the painting. And Maupassant wrote about flaw expression, then, literature, by finding its birth search for the one thing, one word to civic excellence in the absolute correspond, call it by, one adjective to qualify, one verb to tense of the term to its import, will be but animated. Since we do not know when fulfilling the condition of all artistic quality in Conrad, read these words in Flaubert and things everywhere, of all good art. From Maupassant, it is quite possible, although on Pater, Conrad may have also come across, for provable, he first learned of them through the first time, Buffon's famous phrase, the Pater, especially the Maupassant introduc style is the man, and it is also possible that from that, he may have gone to the Pater's essay. He gathered up ideas from Flaw original Bert's letters as well as from Maupassant's in 400 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. The nigger, he needed to define what he was and what he was seeking lit. Irarly. The preface provided that definition, giving him an anchor both in his French past and his Pater-oriented present. Through James and Pater, he had found a way to blend Flaubert, Maupassant, some, Zola, the Wagnerites, the symbolists, whom he may have known only indirectly, with a further group who seemed not to fit with the first group, that is, Nietzsche, Darwin, Schopenhauer, and Hardy. At the time the preface appeared in print, in December of 1897, Conrad wrote two of his most splendid letters to Graham, and two passages in particular capture this undertow of unrelenting pessimism whose only relief, as Schopenhauer had indicated earlier, may come from art and aestheticism. There is a, let us say, a machine. It evolved itself, I am severely scientific, out of a chaos of scraps or iron, and behold, it knits. I am horrified at the horrible work and stand appalled. I feel it ought to embroider, but it goes on knitting. You come and say, this is all right. It's only a question of the right kind of oil. Let us use this for instance. Celestial oil, and the machine shall embroider a most beautiful design in purple and gold. Will it? Alas, no. You cannot buy any special lubrication. Make embroidery with a knitting machine. And the most withering thought is that the infamous thing has made itself without thought, without conscience, without foresight, without eyes, without heart. It is a tragic accident, and it has happened. You can't interfere with it. The last drop of bitterness is in the suspicion that you can't even smash it. In virtue of that truth one and immortal which lurks in the force that made it spring into existence, it is what it is, and it is indestructible. It knits us in and it knits us out. It has knitted time, space, pain, death, corruption, despair, and all the illusions, and nothing matters. I'll admit, however, that to look at the remorseless process is sometimes amusing. And 3 weeks later, Conrad wrote a variation on the above. The mysteries of a universe made of drops of fire and clods of mud do not concern us in the least. The fate of a humanity condemned ultimately to perish from cold is not worth troubling about. If you take it to heart, it becomes an unendurable tragedy. If you believe in improvement, you must weep, for the attained perfection must end in cold, darkness, and silence. In a dispassionate view, the ardor for reform, improvement, for virtue, for knowledge, and even for beauty is only a vain sticking up for appearances. As though one were anxious about the cut of one's clothes in a community. A blind man. Life knows us not, and we do not know life. We don't know even our own thoughts. Half the words we use have no meaning whatever. And of the other half each man understands each word after the fashion of his own folly and conceit. Faith is a myth, and beliefs shift like mists on the shore. Thoughts vanish, words, once pronounced, die, and the memory of yesterday is as shadowy as the hope of tomorrow. Only the string of my platitude seems to have no end. As our peasants say, pray, brother. Marriage and Rescue 401. Forgive me for the love of God. And we don't know what forgiveness is. Nor what is love, nor where God is. Essay. Conrad could write this way only to Graham, Don Quixote reborn, who fought privilege and sought social justice. Conrad was himself compassionate, but disdained men who lost sight of their universal situation while they pursued individual gain, or even hope. Accepting the 19th century scheme of the universe as a machine, yet lacking Victorian religious hope as a way of ameliorating that mechanistic view, he could, like Hardy and the very naturalists whose art he abhorred, only show the universe as malevolent, or, at best, schemingly neutral. While the correspondence with Graham and the writing of the preface called him to empyrean patterns, the present was more prosaic. He had to do something about the rescue, which was sinking him. On August 28, he laid out a proposal for Blackwood to look over the manuscript with an eye toward serialization only, since book publication was promised to Heinemann. Conrad indicates the book will be advanced by November and finished by the end of January 1898. Blackwood told him to send it on. The rescue was not, of course, moving along as he had told Blackwood, and the return was also stalled, worried, he informed the publisher, almost to extinction. By a short story I've been trying to write for the last 3 months. A good deal of Conrad's difficulty with these stalemated works was, apparently, that he was caught at the conjunction of several literary styles. He was, in effect, trying to put his energies into at least 3 distinct modes. In The Rescue, on September 6, the new title became official. He was writing, as we have noted, in a romantic mode, somewhat characteristic of the style of his 2 earliest novels, with a setting from the Malay Borneo area, and a character, lingered, who fitted only in a lush prose. In The Return, which grew to novella length, he was moving toward a somewhat leaner, more suggestive prose, away from his jungle language. His model seemed to be Ibsen, a Dow's House, and a modified naturalism. In The Nigger, he had turned to a more natural style, though without the irony that would become characteristic of his middle career. We can even speak of a 4th style, that of the preface, with its heavy indebtedness to aestheticism, its post-Wagnerian rhythms, its appeal to the sensuous, the emotional, the intuitive. His artistic progress was impeded by a lack of clarity of purpose, by a failure to have achieved the correct mode of expression. For a man whose shaping of English depended on accommodating himself to a learned language, the matter of style, as he had recognized, was paramount. Style, individual words, idiom, tone, colors, voice, textures. If we borrow the idiom of the structuralists, he had mastered the diachronic or historical flow of the language, but the paradigmatic or synchronic aspect, the full potentiality of sound and meaning, still escaped him. Such matters had to be resolved, and 402 The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Would be, in the years 1899 to 1904. Meanwhile, he wrote to Blackwood his plan for the rescue, 2L scheme that would have made perfect sense for Conrad at a different stage of his career. The outline is long, but worth repeating. The situation per se is not new. Consequently all the effect must be produced in the working out in the manner of telling. This necessity, from my point of view, is fascinating. I am sure you will understand my feeling, though you may differ with me in the view. On the other hand, the situation is not prosaic. It is suitable for a romance. The human interest of the tale is in the contact of Lingard, the simple, masterful, imaginative adventurer, with the type of civilized woman, a complex type. He is a man tenacious of purpose, enthusiastic in undertaking, faithful in friendship. He jeopardizes the success of his plans first to assure her safety, and then absolutely sacrifices them to what he believes the necessary condition of her happiness. He is troth-outsick, mistrusted by the whites whom he wishes to save. He is unwillingly forced into a contest with his Malay friends. Then when the rescue, for which he had sacrificed all the interests of his life, is accomplished, he has to face his reward in inevitable separation. This episode of his life lifts him out of himself. I want to convey in the action of the story the stress and exaltation of the man under the influence of a sentiment which he hardly understands and yet which is real enough to make him as he goes on reckless of consequences. If we break in, we note how close this formulation is to Willem's situation in An Outcast, and yet evidently Conrad was striving for something grander and more ambitious. What held him back was not the idea, which even has tragic potentialities implicit within it, but the right frame of reference and the correct tone language rhythms, which he could not discover. He continues. It is only at the very last that he is perfectly enlightened, when the work of rescue and destruction is ended and nothing is left to him but to try and pick up as best he may the broken thread of his life. Lingard, not the woman, is the principal personage. That's why all the first part is given up to the presentation of his personality. It illustrates the method I intend to follow. I aim at stimulating vision in the reader. If after reading the part / you don't see my man, then I've absolutely failed and must begin again or leave the thing alone. Of course the paraphernalia of the story are hackneyed. The yacht, the shipwreck, the pirates, the coast, all this has been used times out of number. Whether it has been done, that's an other question. Be it as it may, I think rightly or wrongly I can present it in a fresh way. At any rate, as I wish to obtain the effect of reality in my story, and also wanted the woman, that kind of woman, there was no other way to bring her there but in the time-honored yacht. Nothing impossible shall happen. Marriage and Rescue 403. That final line indicates how sharply Conrad felt he had broken with traditional romantic literature. Yet the very rhythms of the rescue belie the intention. The prose itself points to the high road of rhetorical flourish. Our first introduction to Lingard is not promising for a man with a tragic flaw. Nor is the description of his brig. To him she was as full of life as the great world. He felt her live in every motion, in every roll, in every sway of her tapering masts, of those masts whose painted trucks move forever, to a seaman's eye, against the clouds or against the stars. To him she was always precious like old love. Always desirable like a strange woman, always tender like a mother, always faithful like the favorite daughter of a man's heart. At the time Conrad put the manuscript aside, although he picked at it for years, its conflicting styles and tones discouraged any single line of development. In 1919, as we have seen, he was to revive his hopes for the now completed novel and write to Pinker that he felt it might catch the eye of the Nobel Prize Committee. It was, he said, in its concentrated coloring and tone, the swan song of romance as a literary art. Blackwood, as we know, rejected any plan for his magazine to serialize the novel, since its book form was promised to another firm, Heinemann. In a guarded letter to Conrad, on October 28, he praised the first part and advised him to come to some arrangement with Heinemann so that he, Blackwood, would have clear title to it. In return, Conrad indicated he felt a moral obligation to Heinemann, although not legally bound to him. Beneath both sides, one hears dissenting voices, Blackwood's, not being overly happy with the manuscript thus far, and Conrad's, seeking a way to break with Heinemann despite that moral commitment. Chapter 18. Holding on. 7 Carat. C. I ought up by 2 works that did not satisfy him or others, Conrad wrote Garnett in a tone with the subsurface of annoyance. The fact is, my dear fellow, your criticism, even when most destructive, is so shamelessly adulatory that I simply can live without it. As a matter of fact, it's about all I have to live upon. Meanwhile, the title of the collection of stories was established as Tales of Unrest, Promise to Unwin, and of course without the nigger. Conrad was still trying to sell The Return, for which he had a physical horror and which embittered 5 months of his life. Withal, he tried to defend the story against Garnett's attack upon it, asserting that if I have to explain that to you, then I've egregiously failed. Conrad concluded that his fate was to be descriptive and descriptive only. Early in October, the 2nd, he wrote in French a very candid letter to the Baroness Janina de Bruno, one of the Taube sisters from his Krakow days. Without embellishment, he describes his situation as a writer and an artist. I have been married now almost 8 months, and since then I have worked uninterruptedly. I have some reputation literary, but the future is anything but certain, for I am not a popular author and probably I never will be. That does not sadden me at all, For I have never had the ambition to write for the all-powerful masses. I haven't the taste for democracy, and democracy doesn't have any taste for me. I have gained the appreciation of a few select spirits, and I do not doubt I will be able to create for myself a public, limited it is true, but one which will permit me to earn my bread. I do not dream of fortune, besides it is not within an ink. Well, that one finds it. But I confess to you I dream of peace, a little reputation, and the rest of my life devoted to the service of art and free from material worries. Now, dear madam, you have the secret of my life. The remainder of the letter is a journey through nostalgia. Uncle Tadeusz is mentioned, and then the Baroness's 4 brothers, all of whom along with Conrad had formed a band, with the latter reputedly in love with Janina. Conrad's long letter, in response to hers, reminds us, as it apparently 404. Holding on 405. Minded him, of the bizarre nature of his situation, the Pole, with all his memories of the past, writing in French to a possible childhood love of his beginning career as an English novelist seeking an audience whose very tastes he deplored. Even in his note to the collected edition of Tales of Unrest, Conrad spoke of the return as a left-handed production, and we recognize how much energy was going into simply remaining afloat. Except for sporadic work on the rescue, Conrad was at an impasse as he moved toward his 40th birthday. His condition seemed hallucinatory. I feel like a man who can't move, he wrote Garnett, in a dream. To move is vital, it's salvation, and I can't. It's like being bewitched, it's like being in a cataleptic trance. Garnett was his chief supporter during this time. Conrad depended on him as heavily as he had leaned on Bobrowski earlier and as much as he would on Pinker in later years. Neither principal, however, could know that this impasse and ensuing malaise, a typical breakdown for Conrad, was characteristic of his way of working. In mid-October, the 14th, Conrad mentioned to Garnett a luncheon meeting with P. N. Crane, Pauling, and Stephen Crane. The luncheon was to form the basis for a close and warm friendship between Crane and Conrad, one so sympathetic in fact that after Stephen's death Conrad remained on good terms with Cora, whose relationship with the writer was of the kind Conrad ordinarily deplored. Crane had come to England in the summer of 1897, with The Red Badge of Courage, published in England at the end of 1895, having been exceptionally well received. When he arrived, in 1897, Conrad saw his first translation. Banning had the effect of creating renewed into poh of an outcast, in a war satirist. Conrad was, in fact, the almost perfect weekly, and it is quite possible he had himself novelist for people suffering under a foreign scent on the manuscript, although their AP occupation. After the war, Jancott, who later appears to be no direct proof, Lord/him, in 1904, became known in the United States for would be his first book text publication in radical interpretation of Shakespeare as R. Poland. This would, in fact, be the beginning. Contemporary attacked Conrad and his of a large-scale polemical reaction to Conrad's work for being anti-progressive and obstruct work in his native country, his reputationing the development of a socialist mentality, fluctuating between condemnation and he accused his countrymen of loyalty to moderation, glimmerings of which we noted in the Laws of Slaves, of abetting slave mentality. The Ordisko-Waludislawski attack and to Conrad's reputation sees odd, until by the fence. In 1922, with Poland re-established, the late 1950s, he was no longer viewed solely as official recognition began with an addition of an opponent of the socialist state. By now, his selected writings, in which Aniela resurrection of his reputation has been calm. Zagorska enjoyed a major role. With this, Polplated, with a full translation into Polish, ish critics turned to serious consideration of Pervizd by Zdzisław Najder. C. Stefan. Conrad's fiction from a moral and philosophy. Zabierowski, Conrad Iana, 6, 3, pages 197. Cal point of view. However, by the mid-1930s, 209, Adam Gillen, Conrad, and Poland, in interest in Conrad fell. During the war years, Conrad and Shakespeare, pages 21-135. The Nazis banned his work, although the 406 the writer, I8pp. He wanted to meet Conrad, whose nigger was beginning to appear in the New Review. S.S. Pauling, of Heinemann, Crane's NHSH publisher and also the owner of the New Review, invited Crane and Conrad to luncheon on October 15. The two hit it off, and after Pauling left they tramped 4 hours through the London streets, stopping for tea and a late supper, discussing Balzac and the comedy humane, the sensitive and perceptive, but uneducated, American questioning the sophisticated, well-read European. The two parted without exchanging addresses, but Conrad sent Crane an inscribed Almater, and the latter wrote on the 11th of November, having received proofs of the novel, to praise the nigger as simply great and the death of Waite as too good, too terrible. The first of Conrad's letters in a sequence of over 30 to Cora and Stephen, together or separately, displays sheer pleasure that another craftsman has understood him. Conrad's comments warrant full quotation. If I /Antio with the death of Jimmy, I don't care if I don't hit another man. I think, however, that artistically the end of the book is somewhat lame. I mean, after the death. All that rigmarole sick about the burial and the ship's coming home seems to run away into a rat's tail thin at the end. Well, it's too late now to bite my thumb and tear my hair. When I feel depressed about it, I say to myself, Crane likes the damn thing, and am greatly consoled. What your appreciation is to me I renounce to explain. The world looks different to me now, since our long powwow. It was good. The memory of it is good. And now and then, human nature is too a vile thing. I ask myself whether you meant half of what you said. You must forgive me. The mistrust is not of you, it is of myself, the drop of poison in the cup of life. I am not more vile than my neighbors, but this disbelief in oneself is like a taint that spreads on everything one comes in contact with, on men, on things, on the very air one breathes. 3 weeks short of 40, Conrad was speaking to a man just turned 26, and yet he could write to him as though we had been born together before the beginning of things. This was the kind of interlude that made him rejoice, even in his gloom, but meanwhile, events kept intruding. While Crane praised the nigger and Conrad awaited first copies, he was in a sense dealing with past history. The present was not of triumphs but of rejections. The return, as if the title were itself prophetic, came back again. No one wanted it. Also, it was not as though Conrad were preparing himself intellectually for a future foray or waiting to strike. He was not reading in any particular area and apparently not disciplining himself. He was waiting for something to happen. His letters in October and November suggest a holding action, comments on Hallam Tennyson's memoir of his father, a defense of those who seek revolutionary change as the result of a strongly held idea, indications of a beginning friendship with David Meldrum of Black Woods, cursory remarks to Unwin and Ted Sanderson, glimmers of hope. Holding on 407. That Blackwood will take the rescue even with the Heinemann book rights. Still vague. As noted, 8 copies of The Nigger had been produced in 1897 to secure the copyright, the book itself not appearing until 1898. Then on November 5, Conrad settled that the rescue would go to Heinemann and, therefore, could not be considered by Blackwoods for serialization. Conrad now had only tales of unrest to look forward to, and that prospect, dimmed by his need to deal with Unwin, was a dead end. His only hold on a publisher of any consistency was Blackwoods and, vaguely, Heinemann over the rest. These conditions, almost self-imposed, put Conrad in an uncertain position, and even his connection with Garnett was colored by the latter's plans to leave Unwin and move on elsewhere, going first to Heinemann and then to Gerald Duckworth. In an early November letter to Unwin, Conrad took a new tack, asking his publisher if he would like an entirely unpublished story, The Return, for the collection, asserting that he thought it much too good for any blamed magazine. He says he does not want to throw it away where the right people won't see it. The private estimation of the story as dreadful, the public one as something too good to be thrown away. This was not the kind of thing Conrad normally practiced. He was quite candid about his art, but in this instance he evidently needed some sign of external success to regain confidence, especially since on the same day he more or less closed with palling over the rescue, £100 for book, £400 for serial rights for a book. He could not write. Impotent before the blank sheet of paper, he fantasized success. On the same day, to Garnett, he refers to Unwin as the patron Jew and says he is done with him, quite a different tone from that in his letter to Unwin offering him the stories. To Blackwood, Conrad had to write to assure him he was staying with Heinemann not for money but to honor a prior commitment. It was simply a question of fidelity, if I may so express it. In that letter, Conrad indicates he has in mind a study of a Scotch sea man, very probably an early sketch of Mac-Hur of Typhoon, a story he would write in 1901. On November 30th, Conrad wrote Henry James at De Vere Gardens that he was sending The Nigger of the Narcissus, which has, he says, the virtue of being brief. The remainder of the short letter is depreciatory of the novel. One cannot communicate the poignant reality of illusions. Conrad adds that destiny calls for the dream to end, the words to vanish, and the book to be forgotten. Then, with profound humility before his share Maffray, he bows out of the letter. James himself demonstrated uneven taste in Conrad, admiring the early work and showing little appreciation of the asterisk with its touching motto from Pepys's a great deal of love to the ship. Diary, my lord in his discourse discovered. 408 The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Major achievements. He nevertheless gave vital support to a Royal Literary Fund grant for Conrad, who desperately needed both the money, £300, and the show of confidence in his work. At that time, in 1902, James called The Nigger in his opinion the very finest and strongest picture of the sea and sea life that our language possesses, the masterpiece in a whole great class. And Lord Jim runs it very close. James continued, to the fund. When I think that such completeness, such intensity of expression has been arrived at by a man not born to our speech, but who took it up, with singular courage, from necessity and sympathy, and has labored at it heroically and devotedly, I am equally impressed with the fine persistence and the intrinsic success born to pull and cast upon the waters. He has worked out an English style that is more than correct, that has quality and ingenuity. The case seems to me unique and peculiarly worthy of recognition. Unhappily, to be very serious and subtle isn't one of the paths to fortune. Therefore I greatly hope the Royal Literary Fund may be able to do something for him. Yet when Conrad had developed his artistic powers more completely, in Nostromo, The Secret Agent, and Under Western Eyes, James characterized these works as impossibilities and wastes of desolation that succeeded the 2 or 3 final good things of his earlier time. Chance, which is not Tage Conrad, he attacked slyly in a well-known review, which we will examine in a later chapter. Very possibly, Conrad's middle period disturbed James because the Pole was challenging the American on much his own ground, and in chance James found almost a too close imitation of his own later style. Early in their relationship, James had shown Conrad a draft or scenario of The Wings of the Dove, an indication that he was truly interested in Conrad the artist and solicited his advice. Nothing like this would recur later, especially after Nostranto began the period of challenge, when Conrad and James were the two premier novelists working in English, not of course known to the general reading public, but certainly to other craftsmen. Arnold Bennett, one of the shrewdest observers of the literary scene, watched Conrad carefully, as did André Gide, who was beginning to note Conrad's work in his journals. The presentation of early copies of The Nigger was a pleasant episode, reminding Conrad of the potentialities of his calling and temporarily separating him from the financial scramble. He read Crane's stories, on Garnett's recommendation, and found himself excited by A Man and Some Others and The Open Boat. He wrote Crane that he was a complete impressionist from whose hands the illusions of life come out without a flaw. It is not life which nobody wants, it is art. 4 days later, he repeated his estimation of Crane to Garnett. His eye is very individual and his expression satisfies me artistically. He certainly is the impressionist and his temperament is curiously holding on 409. Unique. His thought is concise, connected, never very deep, yet often start HNG. He is the only impressionist and only an impressionist. Why is he not immensely popular? With his strength, with his rapidity of action, with that amazing faculty of vision, why is he not? He has outline, he has color, he has movement, with that he ought to go very far. But will he? I sometimes think he won't. It is not an opinion, it is a feeling. I could not explain why he disappoints me, why my enthusiasm withers as soon as I close the book. While one reads, of course, he is not to be questioned. He is the master of his reader to the very last line, then apparently for no reason at all he seems to let go his hold. It is as if he had gripped you with greased fingers. His grip is strong, but while you feel the pressure on your flesh you slip out from his hand much to your own surprise. Conrad's characterization of Crane's talent is trenchant. By Crane's impressionism, a term quite slippery in itself, Conrad probably meant that the American writer attempted to gain his artistic effects through a surface technique. That is, he worked through colors, shapes, proportions, balances, and tones as a way of conveying total meaning, ignoring the broader issues of interpretation, analysis, and resolution. Conrad's criticism is of some interest. Since The Nigger has superficial resemblances to Crane's work, especially to The Red Badge of Courage, similarities not at all lost upon early reviewers. W. L. Courtney, of the Daily Telegraph, an extremely influential critic, wrote in his review of The Nigger, Mr. Joseph Conrad has chosen Mr. Stephen Crane for his example, and has determined to do for the sea and the sailor what his predecessor had done for war and warriors. The style, though a good deal better than M.R. Crane's, has the same jerky and spasmodic quality, while a spirit of faith, full and minute description even to the verge of the wearisome is common to both. If we open any page to The Nigger of the Narcissus we are told with infinite detail what each one was doing, what the ship was doing, and what sky and sea were doing. He continues that Conrad builds up his scenes piece by piece, never by one large and comprehensive sentence, but through a mass of commas, semicolons, and full stops, especially when it is his business to depict character or narrate incidents. It is in these that the example of Mr. Crane is most obvious and potent upon him. Courtney was suggesting an impressionism of method, small elements, often mere suggestions, which hint at the whole, not the whole as deductively leading back to details. We can find such resemblances between The Nigger and The Red Badge in several places, especially in the kind of contrast each uses to develop a passage. For example, at the beginning of chapter 2, when the Narcissus sails from Bombay, Conrad writes of the smooth water which lay sparkling like a floor of jewels, and as empty as the sky. The juxtaposition of the splendor of jewels with the vacuity of the sky is tip 41. The writer, I8 pp. Inculcan Radiant Impressionism, a way of suggesting the lushness of romantic experience only to undercut it with late 19th century pessimism. In Crane, such juxtaposition suggests ironic contrast between indifferent nature, Conrad's empty sky, and human aspiration, the moving masses of troops. The sun, Crane writes, spread disclosing rays, and, one by one, regiments burst into view like armed men just born of the earth. For both writers, that surface impressionism permitted them to assert their paradoxical acceptance of nature's determinism and their fierce defense of human values in the face of a mechanical universe. To go further, however, and emphasize that Conrad learned from Crane is nonsense. Conrad was, in 1897, undergoing the kind of artistic development that Crane had himself experienced 2 years earlier, and Conrad was to pass through this phase of impressionism, just as Crane might have done had he lived beyond the age of 29. Both The Red Badge and The Nigger were significant novels in the respective development of their authors. Since Conrad lived for another 27 years, we can see The Nigger, apart from its intrinsic value, as a stage in that development. He was to move on from his technique here, whereas Crane, with his foreshortened life, simply did not have the opportunity to mature if he ever would have. Superficially, we have the parallel development of two writers who touch temporarily and tentatively but are otherwise vastly different. Even at this early date, Conrad had a great desire to write a play myself, even though plays themselves seemed an amazing freak of folly. Crane was to importune Conrad to collaborate *, but the latter had to square his sense of dramatic art with art itself. Writing to Graham, he tried to see past the actors, to the art they practiced. The actors appear to me like a lot of wrong-headed lunatics pretending to be sane. Their malice is stitched with white threads. They are disguised and ugly. To look at them breeds in my melancholy soul thoughts of murder and suicide, such as my anger and my loathing of their transparent pretenses. There is a taint of subtle corruption in their blank voices. In *, the proposal from Crane was that they dramatic. Crane insisted that one of the situa collaborate on a play with an American Westerns should present the man and the girl on a earned background. It was, as Conrad related in Boundless Plain, standing by their dead ponies. His introduction to Thomas Beer Stephen after a furious ride, a truly Crane touch. Crane, to be called tentatively the Preed, made some objections. A Boundless Plain in Cessor, and its general subject consisted in the light of a sunset could be got into a back man personating his predecessor, who had cloth, I admitted, but I doubted whether we died, in the hope of winning a girl's heart, could induce the management of any London. The scenes were to include a ranch at the Foot Theatre to deposit 2 stuffed horses on its of the Rocky Mountains, I remember, and the stage, last essays, pages 168 to 9. Action, I fear, would have been frankly mellow. Holding on 411. Their blinking eyes, in the grimacing faces, in the false light, in the false passion, in the words that have been learned by heart. Marionettes, however, are different. Marionettes are beautiful especially those of the old kind with wires, thick as my little finger, coming out of the top of the head. Their impassibility in love, in crime, in mirth, in SOR. Row is heroic, superhuman, fascinating. Their rigid violence when they fall upon one another to embrace or to fight is simply a joy to behold. I never listen to the text mouthed somewhere out of sight by invisible men who are here today and rotten tomorrow. I love the marionettes that are without life, that come so near to being immortal. Marionettes, we recognize, are like characters in a novel, at the beck and call of the author and not subject to fits of temperament or acts of emotional rebellion beyond what their creator desires. That apart, Conrad's interest, even in jesting, in the idea of a play with Crane, whom he hardly knew, indicates his readiness for support. Ford was to come along less than a year later. He was, like Crane, in his mid-20s. Conrad's desperate need for support is made clear by his willingness to work with someone 15 years his junior. The interest in a play continued into the new year, for writing to Crane on January 12, Conrad showed his usual blend of withdrawal and curiosity. Also, Jessie was at term, and he may have felt the need for a radical effort of some sort to divert him from the nervousness and anxiety, as well as distaste he felt when his routine was upset. He was afraid, he told Crane, that collaboration would be cheating or deceiving you. Conrad says he has no dramatic gift, whereas Crane has terseness, a clear eye, and an easy imagination. Conrad then draws the contrast more sharply. My ideas figures come out sharp cut as cameos, they come all love out of your brain and bring images and bring light. Mine bring only mist in which they are born, and die. I would be only a hindrance to you, I am afraid. And it seems presumptuous of me to think of helping you. You want no help. I have a perfect confidence in your power, and why should you share with me what then may be of profit and fame in the accomplished task? Working with Crane, nevertheless, had its compelling side. The American writer did have ideas, he was facile, and he was an adventurer, a type Conrad knew well. Both had spent years running, and both, having lived tangentially, moved naturally to bizarre situations. Also, a collaboration would give Conrad reason to escape the impending doom of an infant. He was to write, Garnett, I hate babies. But I want to know, he wrote Crane. Your idea is good, I am certain. Perhaps you, yourself, don't know how good it is. I ask you as a friend. 412 The writer, I 8 pi I 8 pp. Favor to let me have a sketch of it when you have the time and in ammo. Meant of intonation. I shall, if you allow me, write you all I think of it. About it, around it. Then you shall see how worthless I would be to you. But if by any chance such was not your deliberate opinion, if you should really, honestly, artistically think I could be of some use, then my dear Crane, I would be only too glad to work by your side and with your lead. And quien sabe? Something perhaps would get itself shaped to be man glad by the scorn or the praise of the Philistines. Like Conrad's earlier whaling schemes, the collaboration came to nothing, though he did not drop the idea, writing the next month to Ted Sanderson. Stephen Crane is worrying me to write a play with him. He won't believe me when I swear by all the gods and all the muses that I have no dramatic gift. Probably something will be attempted, but I would bet nothing shall be done. Crane, apparently, had grandiose plans, for he wrote a friend he was thinking of Oscar Hammerstein as the producer for his play. Hammerstein, he said, understood the popular mind better than anyone except Willie Hurst. During this jesting and half-serious affair, Conrad was trying to introduce Crane to the Blackwood family and obtain for his American friend some affiliation that would provide income for him, a meeting that took place on March 25 at a dinner party with Meldrum, Crane, and Conrad himself. The idea of collaboration with Crane suggests Conrad was desperate for some way to focus his creative energies. Implicit in his imagination was the still vague need to review the past for literary materials. Both Lord Jim and Heart of Darkness would begin to emerge in the spring. But in the dead months of 1897 to 98, what must have seemed for him a true winter's tale, he exhumed nothing but the morbid matter of the rescue. The novel, by now, had taken on a life of its own, but not a vital one. Its life was that of a barely breathing body kept alive by a doctor who recognizes futility. Conrad hung on to bits and pieces of things, whether writing, reading, or living. He praised Constance Garnett's translation of Turgenev's The Torrents of Spring and Other Stories, 1897, he was presented with a copy. He paid attention to the reviews of The Nigger and was especially hurt by the Daily Mail's characterization of it as a disappointment, a work lacking any plot. As if reveling in his failure, he repeated this remark to many people. He corrected proofs of Tales of Unrest, a book that now seemed distant and, for a publisher who was part of the past, he fell back on The Nigger, in swearing criticisms of it and trying to explain it to Graham and others. It was a support as he struggled to break out of the miasma. And such is the freakishness and unpredictability of the imagination, he was, unknowingly, preparing himself for a great creative surge, one that could carry him for several years into the mainstream of his finest work. Marguerite Porodowska, Conrad's cousin. By marriage and chief correspondent in the early 1890s. 5 carat. R carat if key carat comma. Dash dash carat xj. Carat dash carat carat carat. Carat 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 uh high. N carat. FL carat carat Louis carat LT. I. O. C. O. U. O. C. A. M carat TIIJ carat dash carat carat. The ROI de Beges, the steamer which took Conrad to Stanley Falls in 1890. Roger Casement, left, in the Congo. Casement later sought Conrad's help in documenting Belgian cruelty and genocide in the Congo. 3F carat 0. The manuscript of Heart of Darkness, with Keats's cry of the horror. Q.O. Jessie George in 1893, and in 1896, the year of her marriage to Conrad. Conrad's Woman with Serpent, drawn between 1892 and 1894. Carat. Slash. X carat. C. Dash. Slash. Conrad's drawing The Three Ballet Dancers, 1896. Conrad in 1896, the year of his marriage and the publication of An Outcast of the Islands. View of Lannion in Brittany, where the Conrads spent their honeymoon in 1896. IU carat I asterisk carat. Percent. R percent. 4 FCI 4. LHU.foot 4 carat carat TV carat slash U carat TFCIM carat carat JUEL slash 19 carat percent carat asterisk. Slash asterisk I slash slash slash. Signed letter to Henry James, sent October 27, 1896, with a copy of An Outcast of the Islands. The Nigger. A. Narcissus. A Tale of the FO Feast Fete. By Joseph Conrad. A 1 carat asterisk 4. Carat hashtag. NL. Carat FB carat FOFHR carat. Yuan Han. William Heinemann. 21, Bedford Street, WC. 1897. IAU rights reserved. Title page of The Nigger of the Narcissus, in the rare 1897 edition. Carat. FT, 101, G it, MMI in carat if it took. IMOM carat F carat UM. Slash TCI backslash N, happy face, slash FC. JCO carat RCA 7M. FJCM carat O slash H4, 4IRI 7KR carat MX. 3 carat New Jersey carat B carat A carat I. V carat G carat 2J carat S carat carat K carat 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 M carat H carat TE carat TC carat S carat. Lee CTTFYAL dot, kept TT carat U carat carat R1 carat asterisk carat TTW carat carat TFU 4U carat C carat IMHTU carat J. A page from the manuscript of the preface to The Nigger of the Narcissus, a key document in Conrad's artistic development. At Ravensbrook, Stephen Crane's home, in 1898, Conrad and Jessie in the doorway, Crane holding the black dog, Cora Crane with Boris in her arms. Henry James at Breed Place, in 1899. Ford Maddox Ford, whom Conrad met in 1898. Sketch by J. A. Hipkins, 1895-96. 5 to the power of 5th. A carat C. J carat TF carat. Carat dash carat. T. Etc. NUU slash. TT, I, Lu carat slash YT carat IC Redits R slash ITU. KYIU del IF. Carat HFP. 4, IU.4F, P Lee carat T backslash Y backslash, TE carat I carat K carat UIK 6D carat if carat, 4. Manuscript page of Lord Jim. Carat M carat Mem carat MMFM. Percent J carat RI. The quarry and the beach. 31. Near the French border later on. There had been room and to spare for that sort of pike, in the muddy waters, during slash FJ carat. A the backslash me Balic century. But the waters were clearing, and carat the carat SFOT carat NI. Good Castro valued at SMFCF to judge IC impending rope in the V carat ZW carat J. Backslash K carat Antilles or in Mexico. When in Alano for the Grand Manor dash carat J carat 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 carat. Carat T slash, Lie would swear that his arm had been cut off at Awa carat FC carat RLKZ, slash carat carat N carat J carat carat carat. WRN swear it with a great deal of asseveration, making one see the A carat. We carat Sears charging the gunners, being cut down, and his G carat X carat IIDJDVG asterisk carat woe. Sword carat failing suddenly, slash MTV dash dot. Carlos, however, used to declare with affectionate cynicism if, J asterisk F. I. That the arm had been broken by the cudgel of a slash peasant while slash J fu carat asterisk carat. Carat Castro was trying to filch a pig from a stable. I cut. Slash his throat out though, slash VA dash carat Castro would grumble darkly carat. Carat I carat T dash carat I that, and it matters very little it is even an, carat. C improvement. Carat QEY slash FXRI pull rough carat YHN. C, I translix JF carat Z carat. Carat U carat V carat that fly THCTE. See how astonished he was. Carat slash K carat. He did never expect that. He had actually impaled a carat. Crawling cockroach. He spent his days cooking extraordinary messy, crouching for hours over a little charcoal brazier that he lit surreptitiously in the back of his bunk, making substitutes for eternal gaspagos. Asterisk. All these things, if they deepened the romance of Carlos' asterisk career, enhanced also the mystery. I asked him one day, but why do you go to Jamaica at all if you are bound for Cuba? He looked at me smiling G carat ifty. Slash U carat type carat FCC carat YYV carat NT carat F carat T carat Y. Asterisk Juan Mio, he said, Spain is not like your England. Unchanging and stable. The party who reign today do not. Happy face, love me, and they asterisk EJ carat A in Cuba as in Spain. But in his slash carat asterisk a 4 carat JHFT. Province my uncle rules alone. There I shall be safe. He was condescending to roll some cigarettes for Tamash, whose wooden hand incommoded him, and he tossed a fragment of tobacco to the wind with a laugh. In Jamaica there is a U carat I merchant, a Don Ramon, I have letters to him, and he shall backslash carat and me a conveyance to slash my uncle's town carat slash H carat C asterisk phi carat AJ carat IUA carat I. He laughed again carat TT carat, happy face, I carat F, T carat VCFE. Carat slash percent carat J carat K. There was certainly some mystery about that town or his uncles. One night I overheard Siwa carat say to Castro slash J percent, carat. Conrad's proof corrections of romance. Asterisk carat the quarry and the beach. 3T. Near the French border later on. There had been room and, carat V carat to spare for that sort of pike, in the muddy waters, Duranu dash carat. The backslash WLMLL century. But the what WS were cleating carat N3 the dash asterisk carat asterisk TR. Good Castro FWWNRL if NFNR to CPNV if impending MIT carat JTRRTHEIJ carat dot T carat I. 4 carat. Antilles or in Mexico. M carat M4,2 and pound carat FL3, RHNI or TINR charging carat the gunners carat being cut down, and his own asterisk C carat R asterisk carat. Asterisk, carat W0F% Ming suddenly. Carat dash asterisk carat J dash G dot carat and carat entivate very little it is carat airy carat UTIF carat dash carat. Improvement. C, Lyle EFF my HTMDR, carat C, I transfix carat C carat Euro carat I carat A. You that fly there. See how astonished B was. Happy face, J. Never expect carat that. He had actually impaled a carat. Crawling cockroach. He spent his days cooking extraordinary messes, crouching for hours over a little charcoal brazier that he lit surreptitiously in the back of his bunk, making substitutes for eternal gaspagos. All these things, if they deepened the romance of 0. Carat R. 2. A dot U carat T. Carat M dollar. Ford's proof corrections of romance, with many of Conrad's alterations. A 0 stimo. X. First 2 pages of the manuscript of Nostromo. X. JECUCFRZ carat UF JAL C carat IC UCTUCFIFA carat R comma. J carat at UCI carat CU, U carat OCCC9. RC FO FJF2R. H. DTLC backslash ILC, carat pound 4 carat NJM8 slash TI carat IO11 backslash carat Louis. Dash carat I. A carat backslash Y backslash Y carat XY backslash Y backslash Y backslash dot carat. A heavily revised typescript page of Nostromo carat part 3. Holding on 413. To an unidentified reviewer of the nigger, Conrad wrote one of his rare letters responding directly to a notice. His comments, not unusually, overlap with the preface, which was being published that month. I wrote this short book regardless of any formulas of art, forgetting all the theories of expression. Formulas and theories are dead things, and I wrote straight from the heart which is alive. I wanted to give a true impression, to present and sick undefaced image. And you, who know amongst what illusions and self-deceptions men struggle, work, fail you, will only smile with indulgence if I confess to you that I also wanted to connect the small world of the ship with that larger world carrying complexities, fears, affections, rebellions, in a loneliness greater than that of the ship at sea. This part of his task Conrad only obliquely carried out, since mainly we see the Narcissus disconnected, except at the very end, from the larger world, a world in miniature that gains its very power from being disconnected. Conrad cannot have it both ways. He cannot insist on the particularity of the work and, at the same time, suggest its symbolical or allegorical quality. Though succeeding works such as J. Yellow Darkness and Lord Jim have profound symbolical dimensions, quite consciously so, the very substance of the nigger depends on its rootedness in particulars, and even the presence of weight, that mythical figure of death, cannot dissipate the individuality of the experience. Conrad continued. To you, whose mind will sympathize with my feeling, I wish to disclaim all allegiance to realism, to naturalism, and before all leaning towards the ugly. I would not know where to look for it. There is joy and sorrow, there is sunshine and darkness, and all are within the same Nal smile of the inscrutable Maya. Pursuing an evident attachment to the nigger, intensified surely by his lack of any other creative focus, he answered Graham at length. To his delight, Graham liked the book, but Conrad's joy was brief. In my mind I picture the book as a stone falling in the water. It's gone and not a trace shall remain. Graham had indicated that Singleton, the semi-literate seaman who is the backbone of the Narcissus crew, would be complete if educated. Conrad met this comment with his own view of Graham's social egalitarianism. Singleton with an education. Well, yes. Everything is possible, and most things come to pass when you don't want them. However, I think Singleton with an education is impossible. But first of all, what education? If it is the knowledge how to live, my man essentially possessed it. He was in perfect accord with his life. If by education you mean scientific knowledge, then the question arises, what knowledge, how much of it, in what direction? Is it to stop at plain trigonometry or at conic sections? Or is he to study Platonism or Pyrrhonism or the philosophy of the gentle? 414 writer, I 8 pi I 8 pp. Emerson. Or do you mean the kind of knowledge which would enable him to scheme and lie and intrigue his way to the forefront of a crowd no better than himself? Would you seriously, of malice prepense, cultivate in that unconscious man the power to think? Then he would become conscious and much smaller and very unhappy. Now he is simple and great like an elemental force. Nothing can touch him but the curse of decay, the eternal decree that will extinguish the sun, the stars one by one, and in another instant shall spread a frozen darkness over the whole universe. Nothing else can touch him, he does not think. Can you seriously tell such a man to know himself? Conrad asks, when knowing yourself means you will learn thou art nothing less than a shadow, more insignificant than a drop of water in the ocean, more fleeting than the illusion of a dream. Conrad endeavored to hold on until more profound things began to flow. His pessimism at this time, the period of his letter to Graham characterizing the universe as a gigantic knitting machine, was very possibly tied to Jesse's advanced pregnancy and his realization that, with additional dependence, he had not advanced financially beyond his original starting place. Galsworthy was already laying out small sums to support him, and Graham also off-aired assistance. None of it was sufficient, and Conrad, during this impasse, was even unable to barter away his future for advances. He continued to seek a command, however half-heartedly he pursued it, and when he solicited G.R.A. Ham's aid here, the Scotsman may have alerted some shipping offices not to off-er Conrad a berth for fear he would stop writing if he went to sea. As 1897 closed out and he entered his 41st year, Conrad pecked away at the rescue, the book looming larger than ever even as its composition became more intractable. Letters praising the nigger provided momentary gratification, one from Arthur Quiller Couch sending Conrad in response into an involved analogy between his work and Plato's metaphor of the cave. It Quiller Couch's letter is a sign that endeavor has come somewhere within sight of achieve. Meant, that the thought has cast its shadow upon the wall of the cavern and the discriminating eyes of a fellow captive have seen it pass, wavering and dim, before vanishing forever. Conrad's years of staring on board ship are repeated in those wavering and dim ocular experiences. Peering has created its own kind of reality, different in kind and degree from what the layman observes. Conrad says to Quiller Couch, writing in a solitude is almost as great as the solitude of the ship at sea, forgotten by the great crowd outside. 1 sails along the margins of existence, then one writes in an isolation almost as intense. The whiteness of sail and blankness of sky become the white sheet. Conrad's equivalent of Mallarmé's I abime blanchi, the whitened abyss of a throw of the dice never will abolish chance, itself a poem about J. Holding on 415. The artist captain who tries to control death and fate with his art. Conrad continues. 20 years of faith, 6 months of scrib and a lot of fist gnawing and hair tearing went to the making of that book. If I could afford it I would never write any more, not because I think the book good, but because it is what it is. It does not belong to the writing period of my life. It belongs to the time when I also went in and out of the channel and got my bread from the sea, when I loved it and cursed it. Odiet amo, what does the fellow Cadell say? I was always a deplorable schoolboy. But I don't hate it now. It has the glamour of lost love, the incomparable perfection of a woman who has been loved and has died the splendor of youth. The new year began with an attack upon Unwin. His publisher had given up trying to place the return and was now planning immediate publication of tales of unrest in order to capitalize on the stir of the nigger, not caring how he may injure me. Conrad says. The man is unsafe and I am a fool when dealing with such a type, for I can't understand it. Conrad feared that publication of 2 books at the same time would be fatal. It would confuse the public, throw off the reviewers, and lead to a fatal loss of sales. From Unwin's point of view, Conrad had been a losing proposition, a prestigious item but not a popular one, and his desire to recoup at the expense of Heine man was clear. Conrad thought Unwin should sit back and wait for sales to materialize. For Unwin, an author was a marketable commodity in a keenly competitive area. Writing to Garnett about Unwin's impossible behavior, Conrad proposed that the firm of Heinemann, through Pauling, lend him money, with the security of his writing as collateral. He says 2 parts of Rescue are complete. But he will not approach Pauling until the book is half done. He had, by now, somewhat under 30,000 words of a novel he felt would run to 90,000. He would complete another 10 to 20,000 words before laying out his proposal for borrowing. In reality, he had not 1/3, but about 1/6, of the Completed novel. To Unwin, his objections to early publication of Tales of Unrest are in the almost desperate terms of survival. My last book The Nigger had not as yet its chance. It looks as though it would be discussed, and many important reviews have not yet appeared. I had letters about it from various people. I know that even as late as middle February a cowsery about it shall appear by Quiller Couch in a popular magazine. The book is worth notice as much perhaps by its faults as by its qualities, and I think that notice it will get. Now it strikes me that another work of mine launched on its heels, so to speak, won't get its fair value of attention, besides interfering with the sale of the previous work while doing no good, commercially, for itself. I want, and of course, you do also, to have the vol of short stories noticed properly. They also deserve it. The longer the discussion of the last published book the better. 41.6 The writer, I8pp. It shall be for its successor. Let the critics have their say about one thing before they begin on another, or else they will neglect one of them. Now, you may take my word that they won't neglect the unique sea tale. They will hate it or praise it, it's all one to me, but there will be no conspiracy of silence. Conrad suggested a late March or early April publication date. Unwin agreed to the latter. In the same letter, Conrad tried to defend the return as not being a tale for puppy dogs nor for maids of 13. I am not, he said, in the least ashamed of it. During this midwinter malaise, Conrad invited Crane to Ivy Wall's farm, saw Galsworthy only infrequently, corresponded with Graham and Garnett. Except for Crane, he remained virtually isolated, using his letters as a means of holding on to the outside world. When he reached such a writing impasse, he did not attempt to dissipate it with socializing, which only further depressed him. He would concentrate, become more nervous and anxious, break down physically, put an emotional burden on Jessie, and then gradually find his way toward some artistic solution. In the spring, he would do just that, starting Lord Jaith and Heart of Darkness, writing Youth, and thus launch himself into a new phase of his career, which ended 15 years later with the writing and publication of Victory. On the 15th of January, Boris, his first son, was born. The birth coincided with, or caused, one of the most depressing periods of Conrad's life. His view of man's role in the universe reached a minimal level. We are, he felt, but flies in the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Boris is itself of interest, since the name is surely more Russian than Polish. In a January 2 letter to Mrs. Aniela Zagorska, in Polish, Conrad explained the naming, in the process demonstrating his own discomfort at living under Korsaniowskis in an English-speaking country or on English ships. After announcing the birth of Boris on the 17th, he says, he will be christened in the chapel of the cloister of the Carmelites in Southwark, London. No such record exists. The principle on which his name was chosen is the following, that the rights of the two nations must be respected. Thus, my wife representing the Anglo-Saxons chose the Saxon name Alfred. I found myself in an embarrassing situation. I wanted to have a purely Slavonic name, but one which could not be distort either in speech or in writing, and at the same time one which was not too difficult for foreigners, non-Slavonic. I had, therefore, to reject names such as W.J. Audis J. Bogus J. Wenchi Salah, etc. I do not like Bodon, so I decided on Boris, remembering that my friend Stanis J. Zaleski gave this name to his eldest son, so that apparently a Pole may use it. Unless, Aniela dear, you care to suggest a nicer name, and there is still time, please remember that there is a certain Alfred Boris Conrad Korzen Ioski, whom I commend to your heart. Holding on 417. By naming his son Boris, Conrad confused the Posher background, since Boris is still used in Poland, and by citing the rest of the name as Conrad Korsaniowski's, he both claimed him and disavowed him as a son. Conrad was, of course, Conrad's own baptismal name, but Korsaniowski's, which Boris was to become, was no longer Conrad's principal name. He now called himself and signed his books Joseph Conrad. Further, Boris came to call himself a Conrad. In a book he wrote late in life, he was Boris Conrad and used this name when he was growing up. Conrad never formally adopted his pen name as his family name. His passport read Korsaniowski's, and yet, when his second son was born on August 2, 1906, he was named John Alexander Conrad. The second son, by name, was a typical Englishman, whereas the first was caught between national traditions. As we have observed with Conrad's own names, the act of naming is so intimate, so profoundly personal, it is tempting to scrutinize it as carefully as the subject's sexual profile. The naming of Boris, at its simplest level, indicates the sharp split in Conrad's own mind, the uncertainty as to his own identification as a Conrad or a Korsaniowski's, his desire to do the right thing, along with a lingering confusion about the past use of a Russian Christian name and the Polish surname. By the time of John's birth, Nick, named Jack after Galsworthy, Conrad had settled into Conrad. His second son was, indeed, English. At a more profound level, his use of names for Boris, we should not forget, was surely attached to his confusion about becoming a father. It was not babies themselves he hated, he turned out to rather like them, but the disruption of his concentration and very likely the loss of Jessie's attention. He had been conditioned by his uncle and other guardians to expect and need adult attention. The birth of Boris led directly to the partial loss of his rights. Chapter 19. Into the Mouth of Hell. And this 6-month period, until the appearance of Ford, Conrad demon. Straight little hope for himself and even less for mankind. In a letter that, at the very end, would indicate an infant of male persuasion arrived and made such a row that I could not hear the postman's whistle, he felt driven to unravel and mock every Graham belief in mankind. The latter had commented on an outpost and on the final scene in particular, where Kayertz's swollen tongue points at the managing director. Conrad tried to defend it as an act of scorn and then questioned whether even scorn matters. Put the tongue out, why not? One ought to really. And the machine will run all the same. The question is, whether the fatigue of the muscular exertion is worth the transient pleasure of indulged scorn. On the other hand, one may ask whether scorn, love, or hate are justified in the face of such shadowy illusions. The machine is thinner than air and as evanescent as a flash of lightning. The attitude of cold unconcern is the only reason able one. Of course reason is hateful, but why? Because it demonstrates to those who have the courage, that we, living, are out of life utterly. Out of it. The mysteries of a universe made of drops of fire and clods of mud do not concern us in the least. The fate of a humanity condemned ultimately to perish from cold is not worth troubling about. If you take it to heart, it becomes an unendurable tragedy. If you believe in improvement, you must weep, for the attained perfection must end in cold, darkness and silence. Conrad's final words to Graham are not unlike Tolstoy's "The kingdom of God is within you," and uncannily close to many of his diary entries in his final days of life. On January 21, 1910, as Tolstoy recognized he was dying slowly, he wrote, "One, the more definite and decisive solutions are to questions about the unknown, about the soul, God, the future life. The more indefinite and indecisive is one's attitude to moral questions, to questions about life. 2. There is no more widespread superstition than the notion that man and man's body are something real. Man is only a center of consciousness that receives impressions into the mouth of you." 419. From there, Tolstoy made the leap to faith, to the idea of the soul living also before life as well as after death, and on to God. Such leaps, whether religious or existential, Conrad could not make. His chief accusation against Graham, in fact, is that the latter has leaped to his homelierism from a view of man which provides no basis for optimism. Shortly afterward, on January 23, Conrad once again assaulted Graham's ideas directly, the ferocity, in good humor, of his attack indicating how sharply he felt Graham's position threatened his own. In a sense, he had to resolve Graham's egalitarianism in his own mind before he could undertake that decade of some of the most unrelieved pessimistic fiction ever written. Perhaps duplicated only by Kafka's work at a slightly later time, the Pole and Czech moving along parallel lines. Conrad wrote in reference to Graham's article "The Impenitent Thief," which appeared in the January Social Détente, and in which Graham defended an impenitent thief as being more human and dignified than those thieving bankers, solicitors, and confidential agents who after swindling the public seek pardon in the dock. You with your ideals of sincerity, courage, and truth are strangely out of place in this epoch of material preoccupations. What does it bring? What's the profit? What do we get by it? These questions are at the root of every moral, intellectual, or political movement. In the noblest cause men manage to put something of their baseness, and sometimes when I think of you here, quietly you seem to me tragic with your courage, with your beliefs and your hopes. Every cause is tainted, and you reject this one, espouse that other one as if one were evil and the other good while the same evil you hate is in both, but disguised in different words. I am more in sympathy with you than words can express, yet if I had a gram of belief left in me I would believe you misguided. Graham goes wrong. Conrad indicates, in his faith in human nature, that it can be reformed, when even institutions cannot be reformed. Your faith will never move that mountain. Not that I think mankind intrinsically bad. It is only silly and cowardly. Now you know that in cowardice is every evil, especially that cruelty so characteristic of our civilization. But without it mankind would vanish. No great matter truly. But will you persuade humanity to throw away sword and shield? Can you persuade even me who write these words in the fullness of an irresistible conviction? No, I belong to the wretched gang. We all belong to it. We are born initiated, and succeeding generations clutch the inheritance of fear and brutality without a thought, without a doubt, without compunction in the name of God. Cowardice as the core of mankind, this paradox, the basis of Lord Jim, is at the heart of Conrad's mockery. Neither Calvinist nor Pauline, Conrad, disbelieved in everything except that final stage of civilization that rests in 42 of the writer, I8 pp. Each man. How man reaches back to put himself in touch with that civilizing force remains a mystery, the mystery in Heart of Darkness, whose philosophical superstructure already looms in these remarks to Graham. Conrad speculates that in a mechanical universe evolved out of a chaos of scraps of iron, what is flesh or body, no less soul? The Pirk fusion of metallic and NK-Hannical images suggests that resistant objectly of super's-ETL-offness. Flexibility, humanity itself, that, clearly, one is tempted to become an object. To J-H and durable and unfeeling, in order to survive. If Carlier and Kayertz of an outpost had had more metal, they would have turned into Kurtz. Yet how does one not become a Kurtz, when, isolated and unsupported, the mechanical universe turns Su-Tank T-flesh into a mepholic object, whether the solidity _and carat ola of ivory or, later, the very silver of the mine. Conrad was to write to Graham, on January 31, that our refuge is in stupidity, in drunkenness of all kinds, in lies, in beliefs, in murder, thieving, forming in negation, in contempt, each man according to the promptings of his particular devil. If all of these are the pillars on which society must build, what is there left? There is, Conrad adds, as if Graham may have missed the point, no morality, no knowledge, and no hope. There is only the consciousness of ourselves which drives us about a world that, whether seen in a convex or concave mirror, is always but a vain and floating appearance. That consciousness of ourselves is this Conrad's mockery of Socrates' self-knowledge. These questions are the very ones, of course, he could not answer directly. Such responses would come cloaked artistically as Marlowe attempts to penetrate the images reflected by concave and convex mirrors. How does Marlowe, that good angel, with Conrad hovering over him, create order from the shards of nihilism, negativism, distortion, deception, save augury, and, ultimately, fear and cowardice? While intensified in the Congo or on board the Putna, these are the normal feelings, the givens, of the world. One does not escape them by withdrawing from the Congo or jumping from the deck of the Putna. The questions haunted Conrad, and he drove relentlessly against Gra. Ham's belief that he had the answer in social change, in socialism itself. Conrad could only a dubious restraint. Somehow, one must find it within. It is an individual matter, and evidently either one has it or one does not. It is by no means solely a European quality, since Kurtz, that pan-European, lacks it and the Congolese tribal natives possess it. Restraint, a kind of muscular courage not to do, marks the errance between civilization and capitulation to savagery. Yet where does it come from? How does one obtain it? T7OES theory tac F it always brutalize. Society as constituted means little. Only the responsible individual counts. Possibly the individual acquires restraint as the sum total of what he is. Yet, decency, indeed the future of civilized society, hangs in the balance. Into the mouth of air 42-1. In the letter above, for the 31st of January, Conrad, with single tons fixity of purpose in mind, says that man's consciousness is fatal. Egoism is good, and altruism is good, and fidelity to nature would be the best of all, and systems could be built, and rules could be made if we could only get rid of consciousness. What makes mankind tragic is not that they are the victims of nature, it is that they are conscious of it. To be part of the animal kingdom under the conditions of this earth is very well, but as soon as you know of your slavery, the pain, the anger, the strife, the tragedy begins. We can't return to nature, since we can't change our place in it. Fixed by the Darwinian plan for man and nature, Conrad could not accept any social or societal breakout from determinism and pessimism, except in that inner determination to remain civilized, although one cannot account for its source or predict its application to mankind as a whole. As though on another planet, Galsworthy, whose attitudes and philosophy were so distant from Conrad's preoccupations, was meanwhile beginning a serious writing career and becoming dependent on his friend to help him make his work marketable. Conrad was caught up by a multitude of trivia. He did not realize how close he was to Grub Street, or how attractive its temporary rewards could be. Forced to respond, he praised Galsworthy's From the Four Winds, 1897, are its fidelity to the surface of life, to the surface of events, to the surface of things and ideas. Now this, he continues, is not being shallow. To me you have absolutely touched the bottom, and the achievement is as praiseworthy as though you had plumbed the very ocean. It is not your business to invent depths, to invent depths is not art either. Most things and most natures have nothing but a surface. The beauty of this kind of criticism was that Conrad could spin out its opposite just as readily. It is the type of critical prose he developed to deal with writers whom he liked personally but whose work fell outside the James Ian pale. When we read Conrad's critical response to others' work, whether Galsworthy's, Garnett's, Wells's, even Gede's, we must keep in mind how indifferent he was to anything outside his own concentrated and intensified view of things. As a man, Conrad was cordial; as a writer, he was an egomaniac. And he arranged every aspect of his existence so as to maximize the energy he could pump into his own writing. Perhaps this inner timetable was the result of his having come to fiction so late, or it may have been his recognition that his body was declining rapidly and would leave him few opportunities for a leisurely pace. Before departing from Ivy Walls to spend 10 days with the Cranes, beginning February 19, Conrad was disquieted to see a reference to him in 42 to the writer, I8 pp. Arthur Symons's notice, in Saturday Review, of D'Annunzio's Triunfo della Morte. In his comments on Georgina Harding's translation of the D'Annunzio work, Symons commented that the Italian writer, with his background of literature and philosophy, was grounded in the very elements missing in English literature of the present day. He cited Kipling, in Taines Courageous, and Conrad, in The Nigger, as writers with great ability of the narrative kind, but lacking in ideas. In an article on Kipling, which he wrote for the Outlook, but left unsigned, Conrad attempted to respond to Symons's objections. About all the two books have in common, he would have agreed, was their sea background, philosophically and ideologically. The two novelists were as different as Flaubert and Wells*. The Outlook also printed Conrad's piece on Alphonse Daudet, in the April 9 issue. It was a publication Conrad could only scorn, its price 3 pence sterling, its attitude literary, its policy imperialism, tempered by expediency, its mission to make money for a Jew, its editor Percy Hurd. Never heard of him, one of its contributors Joseph Conrad under the heading of Views and Reviews. Daudet, nevertheless, had been one of Conrad's favorites, rather inexplicably, and the essay is less an act of criticism than an appreciatory memorial for the author of Lettres de Mon Moulin. Fromont Jean et Risler and Sappho, who had died the previous year. Conrad admits Daudet was not an artist, but, nevertheless, he came as near the truth as some of the greatest. His creations are seen. Yet interesting as Daudet's creations are, poignant as is their fate, they are of not the slightest consequence. Conrad refused the last stages of puffery and insisted on his own view, that one's creations must be seen and of consequence. Pauling, meanwhile, was still working to place the rescue. The Heine Man editor tried to find space in Scribner's magazine, but it was full for 1/898 and 1/899, with Barry's Tommy and Greisel carrying through most of 1900. There was some irony in Barry blocking Conrad. The latter's view of the marketplace was fully substantiated. As though in another world, Karl Zagorski, Conrad's second cousin once removed, had died on January 19, and Conrad wrote, in Polish. He called Zagorski the man most akin to me in thought and by blood after my uncle, who took the place of my parents. Then, in French, Conrad in real sadness at the passing of an old, almost invisible order wrote, during painful moments the thought that there. Simons's remarks on D'Annunzio were, prescient of the symbolist movement, and to, in any event, exaggerated, since the Ida Hans Gabriel D'Annunzio as an Italian symbolist. So-called philosophy was of the most shallow given this stretching of the term to fit anyone. Kind and probably tempting to Simons at this new or different, it is remarkable that Simons, time because of his immersion in his symbol failed to see in Conrad a natural heir to this. His studies. In his dedication to Yeats of this tradition, with the Nigger no small collection of essays, in 1899, Simons referred sensitive to Yeats's Irish literary movement as 1x. Into the mouth of air 423. Would be a day when I could reveal to him my entire life and be under. This thought was my greatest consolation. And now this hope the most precious of all is extinguished forever. Conrad indicates how close he feels to Agnella and to her two daughters, Angeli and Carola, the former of whom, now 17, was to become the chief translator into Polish of this whole early phase of his fiction, Almayer's Folly Youth, Lord Jim. As the visit to Crane approached, for the 19th of February, Conrad's system cranked up, anxiety, unsettled nerves, and general physical ailments. He looked forward to seeing Crane, but he dreaded the interruption. It was as though he were taking a vacation after months of malaise. He writes to Crane he will bring a lot of paper, apparently for their collaboration on what Crane called a new kind of play. He announces to all his friends he is beastly seedy nerve trouble, a taste of hell. He tells Gra. Ham, I suspect my brain to be yeast and my backbone to be cotton. His description of bodily changes looks forward to his period of transformation, when he would reshape himself for a new kind of creative life. While his imagination was still sluggish, his body foretold of the changes that would come, however painfully. A sudden boost was Pauling's news that he had sold the serial rights to The Rescue to SS McClure, in New York, for £250, with £100 on account. Delivery date was July, when in actuality the rescue would be far from his mind as he worked on Lord Jim and Heart of Darkness. These advances, incidentally, were not small amounts for the time and not at all discouraging. For a writer who sold in the hundreds, not the thousands. The sale to McClure involved a purchasing power in current money of about $4,000. Conrad's difficulty was not in the sums he obtained as advances and for serial rights but in the slowness of his production, usually no more than 1,500 to 2,000 words a week. On March 4, the Conrads returned home, having gone from the Cranes at Ravensbrook, in Surrey, to the Garnets, a few miles away at the Cerne Inn, Limpsfield. Some further social activity followed, with a London visit for the Meldrum Crane luncheon on March 25, and previous to that, a dinner on the 19th at Ravensbrook. At that latter event, Crane proposed he and Conrad work on a story called The Predecessor, a dead sure thing, he called it. Nothing came of that, or, as we saw, of Crane's earlier proposal for Professor Norman Sherry speculates appear to be a summary of his reading in his story. That Conrad took with him not an idea for accounts of the siege, perhaps in those by play but notes that he had made for a project Henry Leboutre. Conrad was, of course, based on the siege and fall of Paris, 1870-71. Alert to a collaboration, whether with Crane. Sherry discovered these notes, dated 12 or Ford, but it is impossible to be certain what. February 1898, during a visit to G.F.W. Hope's use, if any, he planned to make of these notes. Grandson, the Reverend Charles Dobry. CTLS, 25.6.70. Conrad's jottings, as Sherry points out, AP. 424 the writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Collaboration on a play, but the shifting interest Conrad demonstrated in taking up with Crane suggests he was ready for a more stable collaborator, who would come along shortly in Ford. Like so much other social activity, however, this burst was the source more of anxiety than of pleasure. It was as if Conrad's imagination were in his nerve endings alone, bypassing the brain, and those nerves would trigger all kinds of ailments, which would act as transforming agents. On March 29, as he was poised to begin anything he wrote a desperate letter to Garnett, demonstrating possibly a more hopeless state of mind than any since his suicide attempt 20 years earlier. The difficulty was, ostensibly, Over the rescue manuscript I sit down religiously every morning. I sit down for 8 hours every day, and the sitting down is all. In the course of that working day of 8 hours I write 3 sentences which I erase before leaving the table in despair. There's not a single word to send you. Meanwhile, McClure waits, not to speak of eternity, for which I don't care a damn. The continuing temptation to get into Grub Street journalism and scribbling must have been tremendous, for he had no other resources except these advances and occasional loans from friends, Galsworthy, Graham, Joseph, Spiridione, later Ford. He wonders if he is the victim of the Jedidura, the evil eye. I assure you, speaking soberly and on my word of honor, that sometimes it takes all my resolution and power of self-control to refrain from butting my head against the wall. I want to howl and foam at the mouth, but I daren't do it for fear of waking that baby and alarming my wife. It's no joking matter. After such crises of despair I doze for hours till half conscious that there is that story I am unable to write. Then I wake up, try again, and at last go to bed completely done up. So the days pass and nothing is done. At night I sleep. In the morning I get up with the horror of that powerlessness I must face through a day of vain efforts. Conrad then moves to questions of style. I seem to have lost all sense of style, and yet I am haunted, mercilessly haunted by the necessity of style. And that story I can't write weaves itself into all I see, into all I speak, into all I think, into the lines of every book I try to read. I haven't read for days. You know how bad it is when Conrad feels one's liver, or lungs. Well, I feel my brain. I am distinctly conscious of the contents of my head. My story is there in a fluid and innovating shape. I can't get hold of it. It is all there to bursting, yet I can't get hold of it, no more than you can grasp a handful of water. Painful as it might be, this dissociation of his observing power from his imaginative function, I feel my brain would foreshadow his creation of Marlowe. The latter would, as narrator, stand outside Conrad's direction, and yet, as persona, would be privy to his creator's every wish. Conrad informed Garnett that, having cut out several paragraphs of the Into the Mouth of Air 425 Rescue, he is attempting to incorporate the latter's remarks into his corrections of Part 2. But real alterations would not be forthcoming. Meanwhile, he says he has to plug along because whatever the final book looks like, the serial must go anyhow. I would be thankful to be able to write anything, any trash, any rotten thing, something to earn dishonestly and by false pretenses the payment promised by a fool. Ted Sanderson married Helen Watson at this time, and the couple invited their dear friend to the wedding. Conrad genuinely liked the Sandersons. Their hopefulness and courage, their belief in England and themselves, their attempts to lead a normal life and do the right thing, all the questions and issues he was usually so cynical about, but the idea of facing a celebration in his present state was abhorrent. Pleading the despotism of the baby, his own wretched health, and the needs of his work, he declined the invitation. He added that his sour face and his constitutional melancholy, the age and soul of the ancient mariner, would make him an apposite wedding guest, when all the omens should speak of unalterable serenity, and peace, and joy. Conrad began to split into pieces, and one result was the emergence of Charlie Marlowe, a middle-aged seaman. Conrad's route toward the disc of area of Marlowe is mysterious. We really do not know precisely how or why he came to depend on this figure. Nevertheless, his next 3 works all used Marlowe in varying degrees of dependency: Youth, Heart of Darkness, and Lord Jim, with the Marlowe of the Congo story a key to the reading and understanding of it. How can we account for Conrad's movement toward a doubling figure as a way out of his impasse and malaise? Part of this question will be answered in the next section, on the development of his imaginative powers. Here, we can suggest that with his stress on mirrors, reflections, the Narcissus and narcissistic images, he was already moving along, however, subconsciously, toward a sense of himself as to the use of Marlowe, there, provided a support, an object beyond the destructive personal process. For even as the rescuer manuscript turned into the rescue, so Conrad was seeking a rescuer, financially and literarily. Lacking a sibling, an intimate, or a wife his intellectual equal, he created a puppet, a Sancho Panza to his Don. None of this internal transformation appears in his letters before May 18. When he writes Garnett that only a ridiculously small quantity of the rescue has been done, an indication, very possibly, he had moved to another project. Meanwhile, in April, he wrote a review of Hugh Clifford's studies in Brown Humanity, based on Clifford's experiences as governor of Malaya. The review, published in the Academy for April 23, began a friendship and correspondence between Clifford and Conrad that continued for most of the latter's life, despite severe doctrinal and ideological differences between the 426. The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. 2 men. The review is of interest for Conrad's distinction between a book focusing on literal truth, Clifford's studies, and a book that handles the same material artistically, Conrad's own Malayan studies. To apply artistic standards to this book would be a fundamental error in appreciation. Like faith, enthusiasm, or heroism, art veils part of the truth of life to make the rest appear more splendid, inspiring, or sinister. At the same time, Conrad rejected an offer from the Academy that he review Crane's The Open Boat and other stories, saying the connection between the two had been too close and any words of appreciation from him would be suspect. On May 28, Conrad suddenly announced a whole new creative life for himself. The inner surge had finally arrived as words on blank sheets of paper. First he indicates he has sold the Sea Thing to Blackwood for £35, by which he means youth, written in part by this time and to be completed by June 3. He then moves into the major news, that McClure is anxious to have a volume of short stories from him. I think Jim, 20.000, Youth, 13.000, A Seaman, 5.000, Dynamite, 5.000, and another story of say 15.000 would make a volume for B here and MCC there. Ye, W is, of course, Lord Jim, which originated as a short story or novella. A Seaman has not been identified, and Dynamite was apparently an early title for what later became Chance. Conrad would refer to it again as the Dynamite Ship story in a 1905 letter to Pinker. The burst of activity lays out several years of work for Conrad, at hand the early completion of Youth and the beginning of Lord Jim, far in the future Chance. The rush of activity was to increase considerably when Conrad decided to collaborate with Ford Maddox Hoefer. Ford, whom he probably had already met in mid-May. The order of composition was probably as follows: a start on Lord Jim, as a long story, then, having put it aside, work on Youth, with rapid progress, sporadic attention to the rescue, which, inexplicably, was promised for the fall, then, sometime in later summer or early fall, beginning of Heart of Darkness, also promised for the fall. With the collaboration fixed in later fall, Conrad began to think, additionally, of Ford Serafina, which was to become their collaborative effort. Although a September meeting with was a guest of the Garnets at the CERN. If Hoefer is usually cited, we find 3 earlier so, Ford and Conrad met in mid-May. If not, 1898 Conrad letters with the Pent Farm let there is the difficulty of accounting for the turhead on them, for May 1 7 to Clifford, for Pent Farm stationery in Conrad's possession. June 28 to Galsworthy, and for August 10 to Jean Aubrey, in his second biography of Meldrum. The Pent had been rented to the Conrad, the Sea Dreamer, placed the initial Hoefer since October 15, 1896. Although meeting in February, at Ravensbrook, when the property was let during May 1898 while Conrad visited Stephen Crane, p. 232. Ford and Elsie lived at Gracie's cottage on. There is no way to prove or disprove this debt. The high chart near Limpsfield it is quite except that Jean Aubrey's memory, like possible the Hoefers returned while Conrad's and Jessie's, often played him false. Into the Mouth of Air. 427. Mans / and then to devote some time to the Inheritors, which was mainly Ford's work. The period became a crazy quilt of conflicting styles and modes, of varying kinds of demands on his time. This was apparently the way Conrad worked best in turmoil, with hysteria close to the end of his pen. To Meldrum, on June 4, he sent 18 pages of Jim, the beginning of what he thought would eventually be 20 to 25,000 words, for 2 numbers of Mega, Blackwood's magazine. Then in a June 7 letter to Garnett, Conrad indicates he will stick with the rescue, put aside Jim until at least September, and let Blackwood and Meldrum discuss the short stories. The rescue, he repeats, makes him miserable and frightens him. I have lost all sense of form and I can't see image. But what to write I know. I have the AC. Only the hand is parleysed when it comes to giving expression to that AC. Conrad began to receive payment for Jim, £5 on account. Inexplicably, given his attention to more weighty matters, Conrad wrote a short piece on the novelists Marryat and Cooper for the Outlook, June 4 issue. In a sense, he was honoring the early influence of both on his thought and work. He had in mind the Cooper not of Leatherstocking but of his sea tales. Both Marryat and Cooper, he says, had faulty technique, but they were true to their own vision. However, aside from noting their importance in his own development, Marryat's youthful glamour and headlong vitality, and Cooper's profound sympathy and artistic insight, he had little to say. Such essays were left-handed productions to earn a few pounds. Conrad was beginning to work well, and more rapidly. Although he told Garnett he was continuing with the rescue, he was evidently moving along on Jim. In a letter to Galsworthy, which we can date as June 28, Conrad indicates, Jim takes his time to come out but it never stops for long. He had not put Jim aside for any length of time. It's writing now, not the rescue, became the thread holding together his creative life. In that same letter to Galsworthy, Conrad disclosed that Hoefer has been here inquiring with quite an anxiety, the here referring to Pent Farm, where the Conrads would not move until October 26. Not only does this letter pinpoint an earlier meeting date, it also suggests a certain familiarity with Ford. The land gauge does not indicate an initial meeting. If indeed these facts are so, then Conrad's burst of creative energy, which began in May-June, can be attributed partially to his introduction to Ford as early as mid-May and the confidence he gained from the off-ER of some kind of support. Talk of collaboration would come later. Stephen Crane, we know, was away in Cuba, and the opportunity for collaboration with him, however uncertain it was at best, had vanished. Ford's words in a personal Rema meeting and the actual collaboration, so the trans suggest a lapse of time between the writer left Limpsfield Gracie's cottage and 428 the writer, I8pp. Even more incredibly, amid this creative vitality Conrad was corresponding with Graham about returning to sea. This had been a minor motif in his letters dating back to January 3, but now, at the end of June or in early July, the enterprise was revisited in earnest. Through Graham, Conrad was put into touch with Sir Francis Evans of the Union Line, and, at the same time, he hoped to obtain the recommendation of Sir Donald Curry of the Castle Line, which operated Scottish ships. According to Graham's biog. Rafer, AP Skip Failey, as noted above, Graham called at various Scottish shipping offices where he told his friends, the directors, that he would soon introduce a certain Polish sea captain to them, and he asked them on no AC count to give him employment, for, should they do so, he assured them that a great writer would be lost to the world. This may or may not have occurred, since Graham left for Morocco on September 8. In any event, Conrad went forward to an interview with Evans and wrote Graham, I've seen Sir Francis Evans this morning, July 19. He was full of business with 20 people waiting for an interview, but he received me at once and was kindness itself. The upshot of it is this, it is of course I'm possible to place me in the Union line. I said I did not even dream of such a thing, but explained that I thought he might have some tramp or good collier. The company, he said, owns no tramps or colliers, but he might hear of something of the kind and in such a case would let me know. He has my card but my address is not on it. Perhaps you returned to the Pent farm. A complete veil-sider. The idea of a collaboration over that drop between himself and Conrad and story which Mr. Garnett had told him was. Then suddenly came the letter at whose read too individual ever to find even a publisher. It. Inga Robin attended. The writer had indeed would otherwise have been an impertinence. Roared at Limpsfield. Obviously he had told on the part of Conrad. And Conrad was never. Conrad the story of John Campbell Smith impertinent. His politeness even to his grocer. Serafina, for Conrad asked him to con was always oriental. Asterisk so that we do not think Conrad pro-ish man. Nothing. A moment, a wink of the seed in linear fashion toward productivity and nothing remains, only a drop of an achievement untroubled by doubts. We mud, cold mud, dead mud launched in black. Need only follow his letters. On June 15, in space, turning around an extinguished sun. The midst of his creative surge, he wrote to nothing. Neither thought nor sound nor soul. Graham in French, the language of les philo nothing. There is a good deal of 19th. Softs. The comments are worth repeating, century science or technology in those there are none converted to ideas of honor, marks the sense of entropy, of a dying uni. Justice, compassion, liberty. There are only verse turning increasingly colder but those who, without knowing, understanding, crux of it is Conrad's own cynicism about, or feeling, exist on words, repeat them, shout human nature and the potentialities of reform. Them without believing in anything, but he is writing this to Graham, and the intent. Gain, personal advantage, satisfied vanity, side of his negativism is explained by the and words vanish, and nothing remains, due counter-intensity of Graham's reforming. You understand? Absolutely nothing, a fool spirit. Into the mouth of air. 429. Would drop him a line pour I entretenir dans la bonne voie and mention where I live. He said he would be extremely pleased to do anything for a friend of Mr. Cunningham Graham. Thereupon I salaamed myself out and another man rushed in. Conrad asked Graham to keep any opportunities in mind, ending this sec. Of his letter, now some shadow of possibility to go to sea has been thus presented to me. I am frantic with the longing to get away. Absurd. Posse. Bly, the idea of chance, that dynamite ship story, was born here, in the ship Captain Anthony, who takes on board his wife, Flora, as Conrad would have taken Jessie asterisk. Conrad pursued Graham's Scottish connections and travelled to Glasgow in late September to seek a command. He wrote Garnett on September 29, I got back today. Nothing decisive happened in Glasgow. My impression however is that a command will come out of it sooner or later, most likely later, when the pressing need is past and I had found my way on shore. I do not regret having gone. McElntyre, Graham's friend. Dr. John McElntyre is a scientific swell who talks art, knows artists of all kinds, looks after their throats, you know. While in Glasgow, Conrad was well entertained by Dr. McElntyre, one of the first radiologists, who also had literary connections. Through him, Conrad met Neil Munro, a poet and novelist, whose The Lost Pibroch he found wonderful in a way. Conrad was suitably impressed by the demonstration of the X-ray machine, but he could not avoid persiflage in recalling to Garnett the scientific explanation behind the waves. These things, the fact that different states of consciousness can exist simultaneously, I said to the Dr. while Neil Munro stood in front of a Rontgen machine and on the screen behind we contemplated his back bone and his ribs. The rest of that promising youth was too diaphanous to be visible. It was so, said the doctor, and there is no space, time, matter, mind as vulgarly understood, there is only the eternal something that waves and an eternal force that causes the waves. It's not much, and by the virtue of these two eternities exists that Corot and that Whistler in the dining room upstairs. We were in a kind of cellar, and Monroe's here writ. Asterisk, her comment on this episode is vague, convinced that what proved the greatest influence, but does suggest the uncertainties of her early ints against this course was his indifferent married Faye. Joseph Conrad made one or two health and a certain indolence that had to abortive efforts during these months to return scented upon him in consequence. During to his sea life, even if he was to be a compa those early months, I held myself always need by our small son and his doting mother, ready for his decision, and I would never have. The sea called with an insistent voice, and I raised a dissenting voice. I was more or less should never have been surprised to find my prepared for him to demand freedom, corn. Self left alone while he made one or two voigtlet and unrestricted ages before he finally settled down. I am 430. The writer, I 8 pi I 8 pp. Ings and your nigger and Graham's politics and Paderewski's playing, in the phonograph, and what more do you want? The literary equivalent of all this, as Conrad almost touched upon it in that Sentence, was stream of consciousness or, at least, free association, sensations. Emotions, objects, levels of consciousness of differing kinds existing together. As to the object of the visit, a command, nothing came of this. He wrote to Graham on November 9, showing special gratitude, because his friend was himself engaged in a desperate struggle to save the family's estates despite his father's overwhelming debts. These activities, however serious they seemed, turned out to be diver Zions. The real events were the manuscripts at hand and the collaboration to come with Ford. On August 10, Conrad wrote Meldrum that September is safe quite for Jim, a clear indication he had not put it aside. His contrast between it and the rescue is of interest. After indicating that Blackwood had sufficient for 2 installments on hand, it would, eventually, run for 14 installments, October 1899 to November 1900, and possibly 3 or 4, he wrote, this work isn't like the rescue where I am at purely aesthetic, if I dare so, effects. He adds that nothing bars the way of a happy termination of Jim's troubles. The entire second section, on Pattison, was of course not yet in mind. He then provides a sharp look into his peculiar kind of malaise, in which the imagination is active but the pen will not write. The worst is that while I am thus powerless to produce, my imagination is extremely active. Whole paragraphs, whole pages, whole chapters pass through my mind. Everything is there, descriptions, dialogue, reflection. Everything but the belief, the conviction, the only thing needed to make me put pen to paper. I've thought out a volume in a day, till I felt sick in mind and heart and gone to bed, completely done up, without having written a line. The effort I put out should give birth to masterpieces as big as mountains, and it brings forth a ridiculous mouse now and then. This explains, he adds, why I must sell my mice as dear as I can. Yet 10 days later he told Garnett he was able to write, and he now saw The Rescue as a book of some 150,000 words, which is what the completed novel came to. Garnett had apparently found the manuscript visually vivid, and gave sufficient encouragement for Conrad to continue, all the while the latter was announcing Jim as ready for fall serialization. Conrad indicates the horrors of the previous 4 months have dissipated, although the fear of he had decided at this point to forsake somewhat common background as landed Gartmore, through auction, and to retain gentry, the ownership of property being the Ardoch, in Dunbartonshire. All this was a basis for their class status. Course, of interest to Conrad because of their Into the Mouth of Air. 43:1. Their return makes him shiver. He views himself as a figure blundering in the dark, with all the doors behind me shut, an apt image of entrapment, an animal cornered. To Graham, later in August, he continues the atmosphere of entrapment. Clement Shorter, editor of the Illustrated London News, had bought The Rescue from McClure and decided to put it into the October number. Since Conrad had an advance from McClure, he realized he must write or burst. Since at least half the book was unwritten, he had about 3 months in which to write 75 to 100,000 words. Much of this was simply talk, for there was absolutely no chance of Conrad's finishing The Rescue on time, especially as he was committed to Blackwood and Meldrum. For Jim, the game was a familiar one: juggle his properties, gain advances so as to live, promise deliveries which he could not possibly make, and, all the while, goad himself through anxiety into some of his best work. He already knew quite well what he was later to write in chance, yet it is so true that the germ of destruction lies in wait for us mortals, even at the very source of our strength, that one may die too of too much endurance as well as of too little of it. Conrad had time to visit the Garnets at the Cern, in Surrey, and to write very respectfully to H. G. Wells that since the latter's review, he, Conrad, had lived on terms of close intimacy with you, by which he meant he had pruned his style and scrutinized his sentences with Wells's criticism in mind. Wells had also commented on the extended ending of Youth, suggesting it should have concluded at the paragraph describing the men sleeping in the boats. Now, 17 years after the event, Conrad indulges in some nostalgia about the Palestine episode and its captain, Elijah Beard, which becomes in Youth the Judea under John Beard. Despite Wells's criticism, he apparently felt pleased with his effort, for itself and because it provided a way out of his impasse. From September 6 through the 29th, when he wrote both Garnett and Ford, there is a gap in Conrad's correspondence which suggests intense activity. During that period, he was planning to collaborate with Ford and move into Pent Farm, a lovely farmhouse at Posling, near Hythe, in Kent. The house itself, where he lived until 1907, with its wooden porch above the asterisk to Mrs. Sanderson, Ted's wife, he and is gone also the last penny. The baby how? Announced the news in a jaunty, even manic, ever is well. He is singing a song now. I don't. Tone, this is sprung on me suddenly, I am feel like singing, I assure you. I am like. Not ready, the artist is in despair, various a tightrope dancer who in the midst of his Jews are in a rage, McClure weeps, threads of performances should suddenly discover that cancelling contracts are in the air, it isn't in, he knows nothing about tightrope dancing. Extricable mess. Dates are knocked over like he may appear ridiculous to the spectators. 9 pins, proofs torn to rags, copyrights but a broken neck is the result of such on. Trampled underfoot. The last shred of honor, timely wisdom. 432 The writer, I8 pp. Front door and grapevines growing over it, was to prove a most productive place for Conrad. In a real sense, he made it his command post or captain's bridge, for he left it relatively little and the literary world visited him. Wells, Crane, Galsworthy, Garnett, Gissing, Shaw, James, Hudson, Graham, Will, Liam Rothenstein, Clifford, even Roger Casement. The decision to collaborate with Ford was momentous for Conrad. What did they see in each other? Ford, at 24, and his wife, Elsie, at 20, were virtually children when Conrad met them. They had, in fact, while still children, done adult things, having married when he was 20. And she 17. Since Conrad had himself married a woman closer to their age than to his own, he was, in associating with them, moving among two women and a man almost young enough to be his own offspring. In speaking of the collaboration, we should not forget that except for Conrad, the youth of the foursome was extreme. What was for Ford at this time a kind of lark or adventure, the self-discovery, apparently, he periodically needed, was for Conrad, at close to 41, life and death. Hoefer, born Ford Hermann Hoefer, later anglicized from the German to Ford Maddox Ford, also known as Fordy, was, according to Wells's APT description, a long blonde with a drawling manner. He was indeed well over 6 feet tall and slim. Ford appears to have selected George Moore, the Irish novelist, as his model, for both affected a fake pose, an upper-class man. A stylishly drooping stature and visage. Even in his mid-20s, Ford, as befitting his illustrious forebears, was already affecting a high aesthetic tone. He fitted well into the 90s. His father was Dr. Franz Hoefer, a man of several interests and accomplishments, a philosopher, specializing in Schopenhauer, librettist, and musicologist. He wrote a study of Wagner. In his English years, he started 2 magazines devoted, respectively, to Schopenhauer and Wagner, The New Quarterly and The Musical World, and in 1872, he married Catherine Maddox Brown, daughter of the painter Ford Maddox Brown. Ford's maternal grandfather connected him to pre-Raphaelite circles, and he was himself to write, by 24, a biography of Brown. Through his mother, the sister-in-law of William Michael Rossetti, he was connected to every level of the artistic world. After his father's death in 1889, Ford spent his later youth in a dwelling in Regent's Park, at St. Edmund's Terrace, that virtually adjoined that of the William Rossettis. His tradition was both artistic and arty. He was clearly prepared for the kind of life he would lead. And no small part of his attraction for Conrad was the world he belonged to. Even his extremely youthful marriage fitted well into his circle, in which, given Conrad's own shift of names and different name, for nationalistic reasons so use of a pseudonym, it is of interest that as to mute his German background. Collaborator should also in later life assume a into the mouth of air. 433. Girls of 17 were aging brides. His own maternal grandmother, Emma Hill, was 15 when she married Brown. Elsie Martindale came from quite a different background, not at all artistic or bohemian. In fact, it was quite middle class and scientific. Her father was Dr. William Martindale, author of Extra Pharmacopoeia, the Pharmacist's Handbook, and a colleague and friend of Joseph Lister, the founder of Antiseptic Surgery and a baron. The Martindales' expectations for Elsie were quite different from what Ford presented in his lounging, drawling, aesthetic manner. He must have conjured up visions of Oscar Wilde and that raffish world, yet the very qualities that made the Martindales stiffen against him were apparently the elements that charmed their daughter. Theirs was, and would turn out to be, the love of 2 children who outgrew each other as they became adults. Ford's career was almost the reverse of Conrad's, at least in its external aspects. Internally, they may have been, as Dr. Meyer has indicated, secret sharers of a very complicated, symbiotic kind. Ford had started to write before he had had much experience, and for someone his age he had written voluminously out of background, reading, and natural feel for the leader. Airy word. By 24, an age at which Conrad was still feeling his way on English ships and learning the language, Ford was the author of a novel, The Shifting of the Fire, 2L biography of Ford Maddox Brown, his maternal grandfather, a volume of poetry, and at least 3 fairy tales. Although his range had been enormous: poetry, tales, biography, and fiction. The achievement was slight. He was, at the time of the meeting, still learning his craft, very much the apprentice with great expectations but little accomplishment. He lacked weight, pacing, narrative skill, all the elements Conrad had tortuously taught himself. It is impossible to disentangle the extravagant claims made by the Fordians, on one hand, who assert Ford all but taught Conrad how to write English, and the Conradians, on the other, who have seen his young friend as a not a little encouraged by Ford's own Conrad mentioned was W. E. Henley. He words in Joseph Conrad, a personal restated succinctly and carefully that he had met Brantz. Conrad confessed to the writer said to Henley had published that previous to suggesting a collaboration he nigger of the Narcissus in his review had consulted a number of men of letters as to look here. I write with such difficulty, its advisability. He said that he had put before intimate, automatic, less expressed thoughts them his difficulties with the language, the R in Polish, when I express myself with care. Slowness with which he wrote and the I do it in French. When I write I think in increased fluency that he might acquire in the French and then translate the words of my process of going minutely into words within thoughts into English. This is an impossible. Acknowledged master of English. The writer process for one desiring to make a living by imagines that he had actually consulted Mr. Writing in the English language. And Edward Garnett, W. E. Henley and Mr. Marley, according to Conrad on that evening, had Riot Watson. Of these the only one that said, "Why don't you ask H. Hofer to Col. 434 the writer, I8pp. Parasite eating off the literary body of his more famous collaborator. The unpublished correspondence, while settling nothing, suggests that neither assertion is very close to the truth, that, indeed, each writer had much to gain from the other's ideas and techniques, and each had a good deal to lose from the time expended on their relatively inferior collaborative work. In discussing any joint work, one must start by assuming that each agent in the collaboration has measured what he himself has to gain and lose. Conrad was entering a desperate period, memory and experience seeking an outlet, but an inability to write steadily, a personal malaise and an impasse with existing manuscripts, a long, complicated novel The Rescue, that would not work, and recognition, perhaps not fully conscious, that he had entered a critical time when he would either leap toward solid land or fall into the destructive element. His immediate work limning the insanity of a Kurtz and the haunted obsessions of a Jim cannot be ignored as providing insights into his own sense of sanity and insanity. Blocked in a situation that offered no resolution, he sought a rescuer, however superficially and externally. Conrad needed someone who could convince him, as it were, that he was not making a fool of himself when he, son of Polish landed gentry, French man by adoption, Englishman by language, turned to a literary career. Perhaps he was born to be a fool, a Don Quixote. 40 was there as a reality, as was Edward Garnett earlier in his role as reader and editor. Also, Conrad felt shaky in his use of language, and Ford, with his background among Trius Browns, Medoxes, and Rossettis, as well as his precocious literary endeavors before he was 25, knew English idiom much better than Conrad could at this stage, despite his remarkable ear for nuances and rhythms. It is reasonably certain that Conrad suggested the collaboration. For at the time, October, he wrote a long letter to Henley. His explanation seems reasonable. Laborate with you. He is the finest stylist in the English language of today. Ford's self-praise and egomania are well documented, and this comment seems to place this relatively unknown youth at the center of Henley's literary world. And yet intermixed with his exaggerations and lies is an element of truth. Conrad's sense of English idiom was shaky. Whatever the truth of Ford's actual contribution to Conrad's work, and his claims were extensive, he was a substantial prop for many years. As we shall see, Ford may have done some writing on Heart of Darkness, actually wrote a section of Nostromo, helped considerably with The Mirror of the Sea, and received a check covering some part of the royalties, but asserted he had worked over every one of Conrad's books between Heart of Darkness and Nostromo. The Daily Mail review of Tales of Unrest, on April 12, pointed to Conrad's grammatical weaknesses and may have made him redouble his efforts for support. It is sufficient testimony to Mr. Conrad's power that we accept and enjoy him as we do, concede, airing the continual weakness of his grammar and the frequent slipshodness of his general method. In this book, for instance, a story of quite ordinary people, moving in quite ordy into the mouth of air. 435. When talking with Hofer, my first thought was that the man there who couldn't find a publisher had some good stuff to use, and that if we worked it up together, my name, probably, would get a publisher for it. On the other hand, I thought that working with him would keep under the particular devil that spoils my work for me as quick as I turn it out. That's why I work so slow and break my word to publishers, and that the material being of the kind that appeals to my imagination, and the man being an honest workman, we could turn out something tolerable perhaps, and if not, he would be no worse off than before. It struck me the expression he cared for was in verse. He has the faculty, I have not. I reasoned that partnership in prose would not affect any chances he may have to attain distinction of the real kind in verse. It seemed to me that a man capable of the higher form could not care very much for the lower. These considerations encouraged me in my idea. It never entered my head I could be Dan Jarose to Hofer in the way you point out. The affair had a material rather than an artistic aspect for me. It would give, I reflected, more time to Hofer for tinkering at his verses, for digging, hammering, chiseling, or whatever process by which that mysterious thing a poem is shaped out of that barren thing inspiration. As for myself, I meant to keep the right to descend into my own private little hell whenever the Spirit moved me to do that foolish thing, and produce alone from time to time verbiage no doubt my own and therefore very dear. Conrad indicates he is no Dumas who would eat up Hofer without compunction. Not being that I must navigate cautiously at this juncture lest my battered, ill-ballasted craft should run down a boat with youth at the helm and hope at the prow pursuing shapes. It seems to me it would be sinful to sink Hofer's boat, which for all I know may be loaded with splendid gems or delicate robes, and all for my private ends. No, I shall not go mad and bite him, at least not without a fair warning. From the literary point of view, there seems little reason to distrust Conrad's version, especially since the letter outlining his plans coincides with the plans themselves. From Ford's point of view, the desire for collaboration was more vague, but perhaps less complicated. He was turning 25, married, the father of a small daughter, and missing a father figure since the deaths of his father in 1889 and of his maternal grandfather in 1893. Conrad, at an old 40, had the solidity of adulthood as well as proven authorship. One significant element in Ford's entire career was his desire, a driving need, to ally himself with the chief literary forces of the day. Later, he was to discover and help as many important writers as was Ezra Pound, and frequently, their nary London life the return grips, and is because of this avidity that we reconcile. Holds us by sheer force of the author's sigh ourselves to tolerate laxities of style which, ecological insight and his unusual ability to would be unpardonable were they less richly see common things in an uncommon way. It redeemed. 436 The writer, I8pp. Careers overlapped. The Conrad of the late 1890s was already picking up a reputation as a new, major writer, although known only to a few. Ford very possibly sensed that his own development depended on association with major figures. If there was expedience in his choice, it was equaled by Conrad's. At a deeper, personal level, as Dr. Meyer points out, Conrad and Ford shared a common identity, although much of his evidence is based on an acceptance of the latter's extravagant stories. The nature of the personalities of Conrad and Hueffer undoubtedly facilitated such a conception of a common identity, for aside from whatever qualities Conrad might have held with Hueffer's father, both were non-practicing Catholics, both were Europeans with prominent beards, both spoke English with a heavy accent. There were other aspects of his nature which more closely resembled Hueffer himself. Perhaps the most compelling reason for their mutual attraction lay in the sense of isolation shared by both men. Further, each was evidently seeking for a firm human relationship of a parent-child configuration to compensate for weak, frustrating, and unstable childhood attachments. As a consequence, both were attracted to women who were either strikingly older Hueffer after he left Elsie or much younger than themselves, toward whom both men engaged in active and passive fantasies of rescue, which theme, incident, tally, occupies a conspicuous position both in their separate fictional creations and in the books they wrote together. Ford was, apparently, a chronic rescuer of many varieties, and Onyxa Zion sought victims. In Quartet, S.I. fictionalized account of her relationship to Fordy, Haler, not Hueffer, is his name. Jean Rhys saw him as an insistent rescuer, as much as she was the classic victim. That is, apart from any other aspect of their attachment, this was the dominant note of their arrangement, so that Ford depended on her monetary and emotional need in order to keep the relationship going. If we read back from her account, the affair began at almost exactly the time Ford's book on Conrad was to appear, in November 1924. We can speculate that Ford's personal need of Conrad was as powerful as Conrad's professional and emotional need of him. The correspondence between the two, meanwhile, was concerned almost solely with Conrad's impending move into Pent Farm as a tenant, with Ford as landlord and occasional guest. On October 6, Conrad told him he wanted to come to the Pent for a day, a visit that took place, and it is very possible that the two men discussed the collaboration at that time, although a more formal announcement of the arrangement did not come until later in the month. Conrad wrote Wells he was in a state of jubilation at the thought they were going to be nearer neighbors, Wells having settled at Sandgate on the Kentish coast. Conrad's letters demonstrate a considerable pickup in Into the Mouth of Air. 437. Spirit, both the impending move and the upcoming collaboration beginning to appear like a rebirth, an unforeseen circumstance that could improve his manner of working. Edward Garnett's essay on Conrad appeared in the Academy, unsigned, and became the first general, as separate from review, article to appear on him. Conrad in Jamesian prose called it magnificent and was immensely gratified to find himself wrapped in the glamour of your intention, not of what has been done, but of what should be done, what should be tried for, what should be desired, what cannot be attained. Even a single paragraph from Garnett shows how the latter's comprehension of Conrad was very sound, and his criticism, coming in 1898, was quite prescient. What is the quality of his art? The quality of Mr. Conrad's art is seen in his faculty of making us perceive men's lives in their natural relation to the seen universe around them. His men are a part of the great world of nature, and the sea, land, and sky around them are not drawn as a mere background, or as something inferior and secondary to the human will, as we have in most artists' work. This faculty of seeing man's life in relation to the seen and unseen forces of nature, it is that gives Mr. Conrad's art its extreme delicacy and its great breadth of vision. It is preeminently the poet's gift, and is very rarely conjoined with insight into human nature and a power of conceiving character. When the two gifts come together, we have the poetic realism of the great Russian novels. Mr. Conrad's art is truly realism of that high order. The nigger of the Narcissus is a masterpiece, not merely because the whole illusion of the sailor's life is reproduced before our eyes, but because the ship is seen as a separate thing of life, with a past and a destiny, floating in the midst of the immense mysterious universe around it, and the whole shifting atmosphere of the sea, the horizon, the heavens, is felt by the senses as mysteriously near us, yet mysteriously aloof from the human life battling against it. To reproduce life naturally, in its close fidelity to breathing nature, yet to interpret its significance, and to make us see the great universe around art, cannot go beyond this, except to introduce the illusion of inevitability. As they move toward collaboration, Ford could not have missed the import of such an article, or of the kinds of reviews tales of unrest was airing. From the other side, Conrad described to Meldrum the Pent as full of rubbishy relics of Browns and Rossetti's. There's Brown's first picture, like wise that of Dante Gabriel, Christina Rossetti's writing table which I intend to profane by my own wretched manuscripts, and so on. The Ravlish air with the vintage background Conrad found immensely satisfactory, as he did Ford. An exceedingly decent chap who lets me have the thing awfully cheap. In an October 20th letter to his future collaborator, Conrad details with 438 The writer, I8 pi I8 pp. Great precision, as if planning for some great ship to steam out of harbor, the move to the pent, which would take place on the 26th*. We note the intense anxiety as he prepares each stage, and in a kind of code, mystery. Silence. Codlin's your friend not short, indicates their collaboration is firm. Conrad would announce it to Galsworthy 8 days later. Intermixed with these momentous decisions to move in, collaborate, and continue working were worries about Stephen Crane and incessant importuning from Cora for aid. Crane lacked funds to return to England and she had asked Conrad, the improvident, for help. Further, rumors had sifted back to England that Crane had eloped with the wife of General Adna Chaffee, Al. Though what Cora wanted Conrad to do about that is uncertain. The rumor was unsubstantiated, and he dismissed it as what the world calls scandal, which he said did not affect him. In later years, comparable scandal surrounding Ford would very seriously affect him. During this difficult time for himself, Conrad did attempt to help Crane. He asked the firm of Blackwood for a loan of £75 or £100 and offered as SECU. Write a bill of sale on the Crane furniture, a future story by Crane, or his own work, a book of short stories on which a royalty arrangement had been made. Conrad expected Meldrum to put this proposal before Blackwood, but Meldrum felt he could not, since he did not believe Crane would produce the required material. Instead, he promised to help Conrad with Crane through his friends, among them John McQueen, a London publisher, by becoming security himself. As it turned out, Heinemann came up with the £50, which was cabled to Crane for his return, and for security Heinemann accepted Crane's future work. The collaboration with Ford began almost immediately. The plan was to rework Ford's version of Serafina, which they would transform into romance carrot, what they hoped would be a popular piece of romantic literature that could tap the audience for Stevenson, Anthony Hope, and Rider Haggard. Although The Inheritors turned out to be their first book together and attempt here to work along the lines of Wells's new genre of science fiction and political fantasy, they began on Serafina. The twin thrust of the collaboration was clear: to reach the audience in two popular areas, hit it high, with a sophisticated science fiction tale full of political savvy, and hit it fairly low in the region of pirates, adventure, and romance. 2 months later, on December 18th, he which slope in zigzag fashion down to the sea. Wrote on yellow Zagerska about the pent and is like the battlements of a big fortress. A road. Life in it, before my window I can see the runs along the foot of the hills near the buildings of the farm, and on leaning out and house a very lonely and straight road, and looking to the right, I see the valley of the along which, so it is whispered, old Lord Ster, the source of which is so to speak be Roxby, he died 80 years ago, rides some hind the third hedge from the farmyard. Betimes at night in a four in hand driven by. Hind the house are the hills, Kentish downs, himself. We live like a family of Anja. Into the mouth of air. 439. To clear the air, Conrad read or reread Ford's early novel, The Shifting of the Fire, 1892, which he had begun to write before he was 20. Indicating that he was looking for the inside in that book, Conrad says he found it delightfully young, instead of drearily or morally young. He notes that he appreciated the movement, the imagination, the conviction of it, and the writing is wonderfully level. Finally, however, he came to the point that the effects are lost because the material is not integrated, the idea is not presented adequately. Trying to be gentle, he drives home his argument that Ford does not make the reader see Conrad's work on romance, however obvious and coarse the materials, was to make the reader see. In this same letter, on November 12, Conrad says he gets on dreamily with the rescue, dreamily dreaming how fine it could be if the thought did not escape, if the expression did not hide underground, if the idea had a substance and words a magic power, if the invisible could be snared into a shape. He invokes the blankness of the page as his fate, and it is sad to think that even if all this came to pass, even then it could never be so fine to anybody as it is fine to me now, lurking in blank pages, in an intensity of existence without voice, without form but without blemish. The dreamily dreaming over the rescue must have led to a chain of thought that moved forward in memory from the Malay experiences to those in the Congo 2 years later, for Conrad, following a line from an outpost of progress and youth, would begin Heart of Darkness in mid-December. He would complete it in about a month, all the while asserting that the rescue was to be serialized in the Illustrated London News, beginning in April. To Graham's mother, Mrs. Bonteen, he announced the certainty of publication with the assurance that everyone would be disappointed. The idea has the bluish tenuity of dry wood smoke. It is lost in the words, as the smoke is lost in the air. Attempting to tell romantically a love story in which the word love is not to be pronounced seems to be courting disaster deliberately. The assessment of wordiness is trenchant, nearly every passage is overwritten. In Heart of Darkness, Conrad could AFL port overwriting because the scale was broad enough to include the burden of excess verbiage. The scale of the rescue, whether by design or unintentionally, was too frail. Toward the close of 1898, Conrad was preparing himself emotionally and imaginatively to enter the great period of his life, for which everything else writes. From time to time a pious pilgrim be just expecting one today, the author gals. Longing to la grande fraternite de lettres worthy officelin, which is dedicated to me. Comes to pay a visit to the celebrated Joseph. The novel is not remarkable, but the man is Conrad, and to obtain his blessing. Some very pleasant and kind and rich, diable. Times he gets it and sometimes he does not, for fate il dan set galerie where we are navy. The hermit is severe and dyspeptic et entente gating whilst using pens by way of orzon. Pas la plaisanterie and mediare d'art. At all an ocean of ink pour and arriver new ue part. Events, the pilgrim receives an acceptable din he loss. A Spartan bed and he vanishes. I am 440 the writer, I8 pp. Had been preparatory. Nevertheless, he was still blocked on his long novel. With the even worse prospect of having seen it announced for serialization. While he wrote words and not pages, he was at an impasse on Lord Jim Carrot. Which he had apparently put aside, he was raking over Ford's idea of Sir Avena for a collaborative effort, but putting that aside to work on the in. Heritus shortly thereafter, he would not yet, evidently, begin to write Heart of Darkness until the middle of December, although the idea of it may have occurred earlier, and he had no other stories on the work table, though he had come upon Marlowe, the agent who would get him, eventually, out of his malaise. At the beginning of December, H.G. Wells sent over a copy of The Invisible Man, which Conrad called uncommonly fine. Although his comments are circumscribed if it just misses being tremendous, he wrote Wells, it is because you didn't make it so, a kind of lighthearted of criticism the novel evidently alerted him and Ford to the kind of thing that might be worthy of their collaborative efforts. Conrad called Wells a realist of the fantastic, saying he gives over humanity into the clutches of the impossible without foregoing the human elements of flesh, sorrow, and folly. At the same time, Conrad indicates he is eating his heart out over the rottenest book rescue that ever was or will be. On December 13th, he announced to Blackwood that he would be able to send on about 30,000 words or perhaps a little less in January. Shortly after this, Blackwood wrote and asked for a contribution to make his thou santh number, which would be the February 1899 issue. Conrad's speed in concluding Heart of Darkness can be attributed to that invitation, which delighted him. He responded on December 31st, I expected to be ready in a very few days. It is a narrative after the manner of youth told by the same man dealing with his experiences on a river in Central Africa. The idea in it is not as obvious as in youth, or at least not so obviously presented. I tell you all this, for though I have no doubts as to the workmanship, I do not know whether the subject will commend itself to you for that particular number. He continued, the title I am thinking of is The Heart of Darkness, but the narrative is not gloomy. The criminality of inefficiency and pure selfishness when tackling the civilizing work in Africa is a justifiable idea. The subject is of our time, distinctly sick though not topically treated. It is a story as much as The Outpost of Progress was, but, so to speak, takes in more, is a little wider, is less concentrated upon individuals. I destine it for the vol, which is to bear your imprint. Conrad then says its length will be under 20,000 words as I see it now. The final version of Heart of Darkness was twice that, at just under 40,000 words, and therefore Conrad produced as many words again as he had already written by the time he sent the story in January. On January 16, 1899. Into the Mouth of Air. 441. The end of the piece seemed imminent, and the actual completion of the draft revision seemed to come shortly after this. Heart of Darkness, the first of Conrad's Carrot mature fictions, appeared in the February number of Blackwood's, and continued in all for 3 months. His facility in producing copy for this story, almost 40,000 words of intense work in about a month, indicates a qualitative shift in his imaginative processes, a kind of leap in which his memories had found the right formulas for presentation. Memory, imagination, technical means, the material or subject matter, all of these coalesced. And when they did, the most important thing in the world for Conrad came those moments when he could sit at his desk and produce words, no matter how many or how few. With Heart of Darkness, the final days of 1898 flew by. His letters become perfunctory, and he produced only dribbles of the rescue. Even his correspondence with Graham trails off to brief notices, clearly holding AC-tions. He made a sudden visit to Wells on December 23, and found him out jocularly writing to Wells about an invisible man who kept the bell ringing long after Conrad had lifted his finger. His Christmas letter to Aniela Zagarska closes out the year with a review of popular literature, revealing that Conrad had carefully estimated the competition as he prepared for collaboration with Ford. He calls Grant Allen a man of inferior intelligence, and is the woman who did a Libre Mort. He says Allen is popular among people who read Marie Corelli and Hall Caine, whose thought is commonplace and whose style lacks distinction. Conrad's venom was reserved for Hall Caine as a man mad with vanity, a megalomaniac who maintains that the lower part of his face is like Shakespeare and the upper like Jesus Christ. He singles out Kipling as a writer who deserves attention, also Barrie, and mentions Meredith and George Moore, whom he cites disdainfully as having Zola for his prophet. He also shows awareness of T. Watts Dunton, the friend of Swinburne and a novelist. He asserts that Wells's Invisible Man would be suitable for her to translate into Polish, and he promises to revise her work if she decides to do it. Then, after all this information, he adds, I read nothing and I never look at the papers, so I know nothing of politics and literature. With that disclaimer, Conrad leaped into his own kind of darkness, a creative burst that would carry him down not only into memory but into the very chaos and extravagance of the unconscious, ivory, jungle, a sinking ship. A leap, the silver of the mine. His subjects were themselves archetypal images that extended deep into the recesses of mankind itself, denoting riches, power, sexual potency, failure, and achievement. Stalled, depressed, ill, he had touched bottom and had, in his own way, found his subject matter. I. J. 6. The novelist. A fiery chariot floats on nimble wings. Down to me and I feel myself unbuoyed. To blaze a new trail through the upper air. Into new spheres of energy unalloyed. Oh, this high life, this heavenly rapture. Nor tremble at that dark pit in which our fancy condemns itself to torments of its own framing. But struggle on and upwards to that passage. At the narrow mouth of which all hell is fla-ning. Be calm and take the step, though you should fall. Beyond it into nothing, nothing at all. Goethe, Faust. Translated by Louis Magnice. If carrot. XHE imaginative process, whatever it is and whatever form it takes, may. BHKE dreams, that is, not at all straightforward or predictable, surely not. Linear, but misleading, deceptive, suggestive of condensation and displace. Meant. Like the dream, an individual's imagination reveals as much as it veils. Whenever we follow a particular thread or line, we may be losing an even more important clue, for we are pursuing something that is essentially irrational, or at least irrational in the light of our present tools to understand it. But as with dreams, the imagination will suggest recurring patterns, schemas, significant statements as well as evasions. It is a coded process, which we can pursue at least part of the way. With a writer such as Conrad, we must be careful not to attribute too many of his ideas to literary sources, for he was intuitive and followed his ganglia as much as he did his reading or the practices of his associates. Such a lonely man had ample time and inclination to work out modes of seeing for himself. And assuredly a man who has spent 20 years staring at the sea has noted how intensity of observation can change an object into new shapes and novel configurations. Staring for hours at the horizon, at sea and sky, waiting for shifts of wind, watching waves build and recede. These are funk. In the mirror of the sea, cont SSIW before light itself, p71. Wind, also. Water as a prehistoric, mythical force, as sim whether described in the mirror or in Ty. Bullock of another world entirely beyond man's phone, has the elemental quality that suggests routine comprehension, like the jungle of the another time, another place, a world empty of Congo, if you would know the age of the mankind. Thus there is a certain 4 o'clock. Earth, look upon the sea in a storm. The grey in the morning in the confused roar of a black ness of the whole immense surface, the wind and white world when coming on deck to take furrows upon the faces of the waves. The great charge of my watch I received the instantane. Masses of foam, tossed about and waving, like us impression that the ship could not live for. Matted white locks, give to the sea in a gale and another hour in such a raging sea. Mirror. Appearance of hoary age, lustreless, dull, p76. Without gleams, as though it had been created. 445. 44 The novelist, IAPPIPO F. Shins that can transform one into shaman and magician, into the meditative pose not unlike Marlowe Supreme, God put a position in heart of darkness. Asterisk. Since sources of the imagination are infinite and unique, whatever we say is approximate, but such indeterminacy does not mean we can say nothing. Too little has been made of those years at sea which Conrad experienced. Years not consumed by reading or shipboard activities but filled with staring and boredom and tediousness, all those hours spent between rather than doing. Conrad's metabolism must have become reconstituted to take these long days and nights into account. We are not speaking here of eating or sleeping habits but of the way in which he had to arrange himself for the passage of time on long voyages as opposed to time considerations on land. Whatever internal arrangements Conrad managed, he was, in some sense, preparing himself for an occupation in which time as well as space would take on different dimensions from those in the real world. Those 20 years at sea were not at all a waste but fell into what Erik Erikson, in a somewhat different context, was to call the epigenetic principle. As he explains it, it is a principle derived from the uterine growth of an organism, although Erikson's use of it indicates that anything that grows has a ground plan, and that out of this ground plan the parts arise, each part having its time of SPE. Shale ascendancy, until all parts have arisen to form a functioning whole. Those voyages at sea enabled Conrad to integrate himself after the early years in Poland of partial growth and partial stagnation of purpose and or function. Usually viewed as disconnected episodes on various ships and in various ports, the sea years conditioned Conrad to the disproportion of sea and land, to differing perspectives of time and space, and to the kind of staring that becomes inertness and passivity in his work. The period from 1899 to 1904 is so crucial for Conrad because he was, for the first time, able to get away from the sea and from maritime geography without losing those ingredients of preparation he had gained at sea. This is more than a question of his having achieved aesthetic distance, although that element of artistic maturity is surely present as well. It is a question of internal growth, of his facing the unresolvable elements of experience, and, finally, of his attempt to integrate all through impressionism, symbolism, and myth-making. At this point, we reach the frontiers of what we can say, for beyond this the idea blurs, and what we claim for Conrad may become generally true for any serious creative person. The open sky is always therefore the same for 2 moments together. The seaman in of the open sky, Ruskin Sky presents the artist with a particular chal. Speaks of the beauty of the sky which is their lenge, one that Conrad felt it incumbent upon for all men to enjoy. Sometimes gentle, himself to exploit. Sometimes capricious, sometimes awful, never. The novelist, IAPPIPO 447. Let us follow a parallel but more speculative line of argument. In his study of Mahatma Gandhi, Erik Erikson speaks of Gandhi's antagonism toward his father, expressed in certain actions rather than in words or in consciously hostile behavior. He says, it is, in fact, rather probable that a highly Common man experiences filial conflicts with such mortal intensity just because he already senses in himself early in childhood some kind of originality that seems to point beyond competition with the personal father. In the light of Conrad's concern with fathers and father surrogates in this 1899-1904 period, we might pursue Erikson's line a little and see how this aspect entered deeply into his imaginative processes. Erikson speaks of Gandhi's having possibly felt older than his father because of the single-mindedness of his purpose. Thus he grows up, Erikson writes, almost with an obligation, beset with guilt, to surpass and to create at all cost. Further, in adolescence this may prolong his identity confusion because he must find the one way in which he, and he alone, can reenact the past and create a new future in the right medium at the right moment on a sufficiently large scale. For someone like Gandhi, such concerns take the form of a particular political expression. For Conrad, for whom Erikson's description seems uncanny, the concern takes the shape of a particular cast to his imagination. For a time, his sea career seemed to have the single-mindedness that expressed his conflict and, in a strikingly psychological way, intensified the internal struggle, since the sea expresses a desire for the mother, a desire to be enfolded, embraced, even smothered. The sea career served several imperatives: Conrad's attempt to seek alternatives to his father's type of career as a Polish patriot and man of letters, his wish to meet on a symbolic level with his mother, who had died when he was 7, his need, whether sub or unconscious, to give himself time for his real career to find its own terms and not strike prematurely at the right moment. His entire being could express both his conflict and his resolution of it. At that point and at that stage in his development, the conflict and resolution become acts of imagination, become part of the creative process. Nostromo, coming at the end of this developmental period, has assimilated the entire process. In Gould, that ray of Sulaco, Conrad was able to present a father figure whom he could see objectively, for his treatment of Gould is full of irony as well as muted respect. In Lord of the Four Quarters, John Weir Perry has written about the mythological representation of the father, a description that is quite appropriate to Conrad's Gould. Charged with great potency and awesomeness, that is, with numen. This central position of power central in the cosmos, that is took on living form. It found its ceremonial personification in the figure of the sacral king, who was considered to be endowed with its divinity in greater or 448 the novelist, IAPPIPO4. Less intensity, and found its mythological personification in the figures of certain king gods, who represented in the superhuman plane the several functions of this ruling center. The real, supreme kingship was thought to reside in those kingly deities, which seems perfectly reasonable once we remind ourselves that such gods were the objectification in terms of eternity, of the numinosity of the various ritual processes enacted by the king in the temporal sphere. For Conrad to have so placed the king, the father figure, in such perspective is an act of imagination, for it enabled him to work his way through deeply personal ambivalence in order to find literary correlatives of what he sensed in himself. Only by reading back and forth between his sense of himself and the psychological themes in his work can we find such connections, and trace them to acts of imagination, to the creative mind working on MEM ori and transforming it in the process. Further, Conrad was able through Gould to examine an almost prototypical father-son relationship, for Gould had seen his own father sink ever deeper because of an idealism he would not compromise. Using his father's idealism as his treasure, Gould thinks he has found a way to survive in a situation that maims lesser beings. Conrad's insight here is a true imaginative act, for it does not accept Gould's idealism, no more than he could accept his own father's. He saw that idealism can disguise or screen out forms of gratification based on ego needs, desire for power, the wish to manipulate others. By transforming into myth the figure of Gould, as well as Gould and his father, Conrad was able to move beyond the personalized, intimate father-son relationship and turn memory into art. The treasure is, of course, a way of integrating these personal and objectified elements. Erich Neumann, in pursuing aspects of the Jungian collective unconscious, touches on the need for integration, precisely what the treasure in Nostromo affords us, the world and the collective unconscious in which the individual lives are fundamentally beyond his mastery. The most he can do is to experience and integrate more and more parts of them. But the integrated factors are not only a cause for alarm, they are also the source of transformation. Further, the treasure not only integrates elements that would otherwise remain disparate and unresolvable, it also allows for a soul emphasization of the secret transpersonal and superpersonal forces of life and death, which surge up from within to compensate for the materialism DOM in adding the outward picture of our times. In Conrad's hands, of course, the treasure is somewhat less than transformational in any positive sense, since the silver has disastrous political as well as psychological uses. Nevertheless, it does provide a bridge between past and present, individual and society, human need, and historical event. The presence of the silver suggests an act of imagination comparable to the ivory of Heart of Darkness, the leap into the absurd of Jim. As a treasure, it becomes alive by virtue of its function, yet as inert, passive matter, it supports the novelist, IAPPIPO4. 449. The Conradian sense of the individual as fated, tied to a mechanical principle, which exhausts his will. The silver, then, connects Keats's realms of gold. With Darwinian destiny, it relates the subjective element which must be transformed to the objective, mechanical element that inevitably destroys Whoever touches it? These tensions dictate Conrad's imaginative thrust. They are suggested by the ivory, gain momentum with Jim's leap, become immobilized with the passivity of Lingard's mixed motives, remain inchoate throughout camps, adventures in romance, and resolve themselves in the silver of Nostromo. It is as if all Conrad's strivings for correlatives of his imaginative processes had finally been determined. Although an artist's growth may or may not be related to his intellectual or psychological development, we can indeed assume one thing, that he is always aiming to destroy and to dissolve in order to create anew. He controls the world through his work, as Ernst Chris puts it, or, as Conrad implicitly recognized in his preface to the nigger, the artist appeals to that part of our being which is not dependent on wisdom, to that in us which is a gift and not an acquisition and, therefore, more permanently enduring. With uncanny insight for one who denied himself any conscious literary wisdom, Conrad saw the aesthetic appeal of fiction as lying beyond words and conscious endeavor, in that region bordering on the collective unconscious, durational time, involuntary memory, the indeterminacy of the mythical and the magical, even the dream work as narrated by Freud. The function of the artist, if we follow the lines of this view, is not unlike the shaman's, that is, if, as Mircea Eliade says, the shaman is a specialist in the human soul, then the writer as shaman is concerned with seeing and knowing, almost the same terms Conrad utilizes in his preface. Further, the shaman enters into mysteries, not to expose or control them, but to demonstrate that experiences beyond the mechanical, destined world exist abundantly and rewardingly. Shamans are separated, as Eliade points out, from the rest of the community by the intensity of their own religious experience, a distinction that would seem to lie close to Conrad's own sense of art as something impressionistic and anti-realistic. We could, in fact, argue that Kurtz, in his relationship to the ivory in Heart of Darkness, and various figures in Nostromo, in their manipulation of the silver, are playing shamanistic roles. Priest, mystic, painter, poet of a kind, musician, Kurtz has taken on a paracolonial role, not simply the exploiter, he is reaching for another level of existence, one based on a demonic, possibly Nietzschean sense of what lies beyond the routinely human. Similarly, in Nostromo, both Gould and Nostromo try out the silver for what it can bring them, as if it were a magic elixir whose possession will confer on them powers hitherto lacking. None of this can be conclusive, of course, but it does indicate the way in which Conrad's imagination was moving in this period, toward an integra. 450 The novelist, is by P.O. Carrot. Of novelistic elements, a means of creating anew. So much of this quest for the whole recalls the symbolists that one is tempted to derive Conrad's attitudes from such literary sources, directly or indirectly conceived, and let it go at that. Surely his sense of destroying the real in order to recreate it as image and symbol is symbolist procedure, especially Mallarmé's. Such artful shading intensifies the object until it loses its solidity and achieves another order of being. Yet Conrad did not really need symbolist practice before him, since he had assimilated its method and manner in his own way, in the unfolding of his imagination in those years of staring into sea and sky while he sought another dimension of space and time. We are ready to come full circle. Conrad's preface to the nigger of the Narcissus is usually, and rightly, cited as the basic document in his early artistic development. Without deprecating the importance of this document, or the sophisticated critical explanations of it, we cannot view it as intrinsic to the growth of Conrad's literary imagination in the crucial period from 1899 to 1904. The preface is a statement of Conrad's bearings in relationship to various late 19th century critical traditions, chiefly, how he stood outside both realism and naturalism, how he moved close to a personalized brand of impressionism and symbolism. The tortured and twisted rhetoric of the preface demonstrates how delicately Conrad wanted to thread his way through late Victorian critical theories, but we must discover his imagination not in single statements but in cumulative data, letters, manuscripts, the finished works. Conrad's imagination took over, in much the same way Proust allowed in voluntary memory to set its own levels. For example, in a letter written during those crucial months when Nostranto was still in its rudimentary stages, Conrad was concerned with how an author, caught up in the processes of his own intimate methods, reaches an audience, which by its very nature is concerned with anything but what it likes or dislikes. That is, within an author's psyche is the dim awareness that he can never hope to be understood, that his methods and deepest concerns remain outside the comprehension of anyone but himself. The public either likes or dislikes, and so it should. But the public is not a judge, it cannot pronounce on the question of intellectual work or artistic quality. Conrad adds, it has no means of knowing. The artist can have no fellowship with a great multitude whose voice is a shout, and the artist's solitary thought cannot be imparted to a public which never dies. He concludes that one writes for oneself, even when one writes for a living. Conrad was striving for the vision which is uniquely the artist's essence, entirely a carryover from the Hermetism of French symbolism, and which remains only in the imaginative shape in which it is produced. Conrad had no. The novelist, is by P.O. F. 451. Vocabulary for this kind of effort, nor did he wish to have, since the imagination had to exist for itself, uncommunicable in any form but its own weight. What we are suggesting for Conrad in this period is such an intense immersion in the powers of his own imagination that he left behind all conscious intentions, all statements of motivation, all planned theories of art and his position within it. This former sea captain whose ethical system was based On order, control, discipline, and rejection of anarchic forces in whatever shape gave himself over to a flow and a process he could not consciously control. Conrad suggested in this period a quality which Wallace Fowley has ascribed to Mallarmé, a not at all inappropriate parallel. Fowley says that the French poet, or any like artist, creates his own world and lives within it, calling this quality Angélisme. Angélisme, in turn, is connected to Hermeticism and Narcissism, the first indicating the closed system of the artist and the latter the absorption of his self in his work, to the extent that he is himself always the subject of his work, disguised though he may be. In Conrad's case, the designation is more appropriate than for most writ.ers, for his Angélisme comes by way of Marlowe and other surrogate narrators. The 4 works in which Marlowe appears were all begun or completed close to this period: Youth, Heart of Darkness, Lord Jim, Chance, a version referred to as early as 1898. Conrad descends narcissistically into his own world by means of Marlowe, who in his turn has already descended into a dark, morbid underworld, whether that of Virgil, Dante, or Faust, and found there a self-sustaining world. Whatever is outside, in phenomena, is inside, in imagination and wish fulfillment. Further, the hermetic aspect of Fowley's comment on Mallarmé has a twofold application to Conrad: the hallucinatory aspects of the experiences, the mythical quality of ivory, jungle, silver, water, and a related process, the unresolved mysteries of the character's experiences. The enigmatic nature of Jim's quest for honor in a watery universe, Marlowe's for balance in a black jungle, Descartes' for meaning in a white cosmos. The significance lies in all the aspects of the work itself, and the meaning is only what it is. This is symbolistic doctrine, vague and undefined as it was for Conrad. But he grew into manhood in Marseilles, acquired his fluency in French when symbolism was literarily respectable, touched on it in his preface, and apparently absorbed what he did in his close reading of Flaubert. Conrad hewed to this line even in his fiction of the 1899-1904 period, which is not particularly significant, his collaborative efforts with Ford on the inheritance and romance, and his own intermittent work on the rescue. Remarkable about this 5-year period is the homogeneity of Conrad's vision, even when the fiction is of uneven quality. Critics have tended to consider this time as belonging to the major works only: Heart of Darkness, Lord 452 the novelist, IAPPIPO Jim, Nostromo, but it was as insistently the time of romance and a good deal of the rescue. The correspondence with Pinker demonstrates that Conrad worked intermittently on the rescue manuscript during these and later years, and its presence is contemporaneous with nearly all of his work. His writing career lasted for 29 years and the rescue can be traced in 23 of them. Even the title The Mirror of the Sea fits into Conrad's vision at this time. This collection of essays, which began as a somewhat loose collaboration with Ford, with the latter jogging Conrad's memory and taking notes as Conrad dictated, has true symbolist overtones. The mirror of the title suggests the narcissistic component of late symbolist poetry. One thinks merrily of Mallarmé's Hereditade, where hair, mirror, and sterility combine to create a vision that is part visible, part invisible. Conrad's use of mirror as reflector fits well into his search, among the world's images, for his vision of what he, personally, had seen. The image in the mirror is comparable to the image in one's imagination, not unlike Proust's involuntary memory, Freud's sense of the unconscious, Bergson's conception of durée. Mallarmé's Hereditade tells her nurse to tiens devant moi si au /o. Freud pari on we dans ton cotter gili /k de fois et pendant les heures. Desoli /de songs et cherchant mes souvenirs. None of this would be worth stressing, however, unless Conrad's vision as a whole in this period were not excessively subjective, narcissistic, deeply dependent on memory. Conrad is indeed holding a mirror, not up to nature, but up to himself. We think of essays in the mirror which are deeply personal, such as the Tremolino, but it is not so much any particular mem. Ori that is mirrored as it is an entire frame of imaginative reference which is at stake. This frame of reference is caught by Fowley in his comments on Mallarmé. When the nurse holds up the mirror before her, Hereditade's actual words addressed to it are very brief, but their meaning pervades the rest of the poem. Deep in the mirror, as in a black hole, she has searched hours on end for her memories, and appeared to herself as a distant ghost. On certain evenings, when the mirror resembled an implacable fountain, at this point it is obvious that the myth of Hereditade is joining with the myth of Narcissus. She realized the bareness of the reality of her dream. 7-3 Tzeta. Mon rêve épars que nous la nudité. The resemblance is extraordinary because Conrad, without, as far as we can determine, knowing Mallarmé's work firsthand, became so absorbed in while we must recognize how Conrad his reliance on passivity, inertness, immobile, depended on certain conventions of the ity is one of his major achievements in Venture's story, we must stress his departure shaping the romantic sense of adventure. From melodrama and a debased romanticism, uniqueness lies in these reshapings. The novelist, IAPPIPO 453. Himself, that is Marlowe as persona and agent, is not far from Mallarmé's Hereditade, holding up a mirror to her own imagination and asking if her life's work is beautiful. The mirror of the sea joins with the narcissistic mirror of one's self-image. The reflection, accordingly, is as significant as the reality. The two become indistinguishable. Part of the difficulty Conrad had with the rescue was surely his inability to manipulate reality and its human reflection, what for him became a technical problem at Marlowe's Presence in other works helped resolve. In The Mirror of the Sea, Ford, again uncannily, served as a kind of nurse holding up the mirror to Conrad's memory, letting his imagination pour out, caught as it was between the memory of things past, whether reality or fiction, and the need to transform these events into a mirror language. That all this should occur while he was writing romance, Nostromo, and The Rescue should not surprise us, for if we examine the imaginative process in those books, we see their content as matter shuttling between methods of narration. Conrad is concerned with placement of tellers, narrators, reflections of the material, striking the substance obliquely or refractedly is as important as what is struck. We know Conrad was concerned with aesthetic art, for he had spoken of stopping, arresting, pausing. Conrad seeing is Joyce's radiance, the scholastic quidditas, and his art of the next few years is an art of passivity, inertness, languor as a metaphysical concept. A comparative reading of these works shows that although Conrad's six Zion came in several sizes and shapes, he had a singular imaginative thrust for this period. While he later moved in numerous other directions for the SE Crit Agent, under Western Eyes, and Victory, he did not appreciably develop beyond what his imagination in this period conveyed. The 5-year span glowed with virtually everything Conrad was capable of doing. During this time, he borrowed extensively from himself. Romance overlapped with whole sections of Nostromo. Passages from Heart of Darkness and The Rescue almost coincide. Jim contains paragraphs that are almost repeated in Romance, The Rescue, and Nostromo * narrative method, adjectival clusters, descriptive passages as a whole, conception of character, The Young, Lingard and Nostromo, Jim and Kurtz, Kemp, De Alcacer and De Caude, Tro and Nostromo, all indicate that Conrad was working imaginatively toward some holistic vision of life. All those things are tedious, they do clustered native scenes of Lord Jim and show a remarkable homogeneity. Clearly, Heart of Darkness, we note a basic shape too. There was a Conrad style, modality, even his milling groups or mobs. Manner that entered into nearly everything he too. Base scene of Romance and the Gulf wrote in this busy period. Some analogies are, scene of Nostromo, with further reference to 1 mob scenes of Romance and Nos the Becalmed Yacht in Re Army and the Drifting Tromo, with some further reference to the Putna in Lord Jim. 454 novelist, IAPPIP04. In a letter to William Blackwood, the publisher, before whom he felt profound humility, Conrad at the beginning of this period opened up a little on Lord Jim. The question of art is so endless, so involved and so obscure that one is tempted to turn one's face resolutely away from it. I've certainly an idea apart from the idea and the subject of the story which guides me in my writing, but I would be hard put to it if requested to give it out in the shape of a fixed formula. After all, in this as in every other human endeavor, one is answerable only to one's conscience. I devote myself exclusively to Jim. I find I can't live with more than one story at a time. It's a kind of literary monogamism. You know how desperately slow I work. Scores of notions present themselves Zion suggest themselves by the dozen, but the inward voice that decides this is well, this is right is not heard sometimes for days together. And meantime one must live. When a writer as crafty and cunning as Conrad covers his tracks even as he gives his reader glimpses of what he is disguising, the biographer must indeed be careful. Ultimately, after we have considered the letters, the fiction itself, Conrad's own intermittent commentary, and all other supporting material, we must try to develop some psychological basis for Conrad's literary imagination. That is, we must seek beyond his own words and his own work for unifying ideas, for some psychobiographical and historical process which will relate what was in him a pressure to external, possibly mythical, traditions. Pressure and idea needed shape. In his novels of this period, Conrad worked with objects which he gives certain mythical connotations. That is, he takes fairly common objects and invests them with magical powers which extend beyond the thing itself to a world of totems. In both Lord Jim and The Rescue, we find a ring, or sare, even a seal in Romance, as the source of great power, both individualized. 3 Narrative method, reliance on retro Avelinos of Nostromo, Shaw of Rescue. Spective technique in Heart of Darkness, Morrison of Typhoon, and Captain Mitchell. Lord Jim, Nostromo, with similarities to the of Nostromo, Kemp and Jim as romantics. Narrative technique of Rescue, narrators with further reference to Kurtz and Nos. Overlap, Marlowe, Kemp of Romance, Mitch Tromo, Jewel of Jim and Antonia Avelinos. L of Nostromo. Use of participatory narrator 5. Jungle background of Heart of Dark. Rather than simply impersonal post of Ness, Lord Jim, and Rescue, Water of same observation. Novels, and in addition, Nostromo and Ro. 4 overlapping characters, Young Lingard Mans, Fog scenes of Jim, Heart of Dark. Of Rescue, Nostromo, Kurtz, Castro of Ro-Ness, Nostromo and Romance. Mans and Nostromo, Jorgensen of Rescue 6. Tensions, action versus intense inactivity. And Dr. Minningham of Nostromo, De Alcacer adventure versus torpor, need for movement vs. Of Rescue and De Caude of Nostromo, with ref inability to move, passivity, struggle between errands, later, to heist and reward, Mrs. Will to power and need to rest, reflect. Traverse of Rescue and Mrs. Gould of Nos self-destruct. Tromo, Serafina of Romance and Antonia. The Novelist, IAPPIP04. 455. And magical. Whoever has the ring embodies trust, brotherhood, fidelity. At the same time, The possession of the ring obligates the owner to a sharp assessment of himself, for he may not misuse whatever power the ring conveys. Its ownership is a holy obligation, and the ring supposedly sanctifies university or sal human values. Yet the ring is not freely given to man, like the silver of Nostromo, there is a curse attached to its ownership. While it may convey power, the magic also works in unforeseen ways. A symbol of fidelity, it may prove too demanding for its owner, or, as in Nostromo, it is attached to a hoard that negates love and destroys the possessor. We are reminded, of course, of the great musical event during Conrad's younger development in the 1880s and 1890s, that is, Wagner's Der Ring der Nibelungen, and we recall Conrad's own comments in his preface to the Nigger which indicate a Wagnerian and Pateresque thrust toward the amalgamation of the arts. To pursue this argument further, in Nostromo, the Rescue, and Heart of Darkness, we note a mythical hoard, the silver of the first, the boat Emma of the second with its treasured load below decks, and, most clearly, the ivory of the third, a hoard that derives from elephant seam. Terry's. The three hoards are treasure troves which convey to their owners or temporary possessors great power that extends well beyond the wealth itself. The treasure trove is not unconnected to the idea of the ring, and that, in turn, to death, love, inner depths of will and destruction. Even Lord Jim fits into this holistic pattern if we view the Putna as a kind of negative treasure. Had Jim remained on board, he would have gained the fruits of his romantic sense of self. By deserting the ship just when it could have become a treasure, he lost his chance at power and control. He becomes a marginal man, like all those who in Wagner's cycle miss out on the ring and the hoard. These examples, closely intertwined as they are with other matters, indicate that Conrad's imagination was dealing with clusters of ideas. Sea and jungle take on further meanings, far removed from their obvious symbolism. In Almayer and Outcast, sea is particularly meaningful, for, except in typhoon, it loses turbulence and becomes placidity, passivity, inertness, a form of inactive nature, indifferent to man's endeavors, an implacable force that has a skew connection to man's will and needs. One thinks of the sea in Lord Jim, the Congo River in Heart of Darkness, the becalmed waters of the Rescue, the bay in Romance, the Gulf in Nostromo. These are not moving waters, even when they are oceans or large seaways, and nothing seems to move through them, although we are aware of sails and oars. Mobility is thwarted, ships and boats are stilled. The sea, acting as receptacle for man's desires, encloses him in passivity. The biographer must stress how lacking in action Conrad really is, this novelist who is associated with sea, adventure, exoticism, the romantic novel. Whenever possible he avoids action, adventure, spatiality in favor of the thwarted move, the inert and the immobile. One image cluster for this period, like a gigantic glacier, is of various. 456 The novelist, is by Pio Carrad. Masses of water that remain unstirred. It is an image that dominates the rest. Q and Lingard's attempts to break away from Mrs. Traverse and her party. It appears in both Romance and Nostromo, in scenes which virtually duplicate each other. In Romance, Kemp, Serafina, and Castro are attempting to find the English ship in a fog that makes their bearings impossible to determine. They move around, in what is typical Conradian fashion, not as actors in an action novel, but as figures unable to connect to action. When Conrad redid the scene in Nostromo, he put Nostromo and Decaut on the lighter in the Gulf of Lo F Sulaco. The treasure here is silver, whereas earlier it was Serafina. And the stakes are far higher, more intense. The scene is one of the great fictional scenes of passivity amid the need for action. In a letter to Ted Sanderson, Conrad intimated this passivity in the writing of Lord Jim. And the worst is that the menace, in my case, does not seem to come from outside but from within, that the menace and danger or weakness are in me and myself alone. I fear I have not the capacity and the power to go on to satisfy the just expectations of those who are dependent on my exertion. I fear. And sometimes I hope. But it is the fear that abides. I am at it day after day and I want all day, every minute of a day to produce a beggarly tale of words or perhaps produce nothing at all. It is strange. The unreality of it seems to enter one's real life. Penetrate into the bones, make the very heartbeats pulsate illusions. Through the arteries. One's will becomes the slave of hallucinations, responds only to shadowy impulses, waits on imagination alone. Our aim here, however, is not to trace immobility as an isolated phenomenon, but to demonstrate how Conrad's artistic imagination was moving along the line of a few glacier-like images. Conrad was rarely a novelist of ideas. Not in the way Gide and Mann are considered as such, nor was he a novelist who hung on to a scene or an intimation the way James did. Conrad could not deal simply in glimpses, although he would have liked to. Nor did he, as Arthur Symons claims for him, have many gifts which Proust never had. All those he enumerated, and besides these a creative genius which was not based on analysis, a wonderful power of evocation, and almost unflagging invention. Conrad's talent was, in fact, not unlike Proust's, and at his best he enters the Proustian world of immobility, static analysis, snail-like movement, retrieval of memory, convolution of time, creation of segregated temporal empires, destruction of spatial elements, passivity of character and observation. Conrad was not inventive, or else the invention was already flagging even by the 1899-1904 period. He felt, himself, that Lord Jim lacked sufficient invention for its prolonged size and that Nostromo was a failure of imagination. We note, then, a particular tone to Conrad's creativity in this period, its lack of thrust, its paucity or trivialization of movement, its reliance on a few. The novelist, is P.O. 457. Basic images, its need to retrieve the past and to construct a patchwork press. And out of disparate historical detail *. If we review Conrad's correspondence with his realist friends, Wells, Galsworthy, Bennett, those whom Virginia Woolf much later ridiculed for the tepidity of Edwardian fiction, we see how in terms of movement and passivity he circled outside them even as he wrote sympathetically to them. With all three, Conrad's hesitant attempts to make them see their limitations as realists, and, therefore, their limitations as novelists, were the corollary of his own static art. Unfortunately, during this period we do not have any correspondence between Conrad and an indisputably major novelist. The exchange with James, for example, displays only pleasantries, either because each destroyed the other's more serious letters or because Conrad approached his cher maître so shyly his comments are rarely more than deferential. Yet the thrust toward immobility and inertness is there, even if indirectly. What Conrad did not write to James, he wrote to Galsworthy, about James. While he was working on both Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim. Technical perfection, Conrad writes, unless there is some real glow to illumine and warm it from within must necessarily be cold. I argue that in H.J. there is such a glow and not a dim one either. Conrad continues that, accustomed as we are to headlong sentiments, the sentiments of James do appear heartless. He distinguishes between a method employed for its own sake and one, James's and surely his own, that carries with it profundity and vividness. Not unusually, Conrad ends the letter with the remark that the finishing of H.D. took a lot out of me. The need throughout this period to find a methodology that would not thwart that real glow, but would with a painteresque static art intensify it, characterizes Conrad's imaginative thrust. His memories were immobile phenomena, encapsulated, inert masses, stored away before he had seen any use for them, and he had, by means of his imagination, to turn these dead rather than invention pure and simple. Thus, art defamiliarizes and makes. Conrad had the ability to defamiliarize the forms obscure, so as to increase the difficulty. Familiar. This term, defamiliarization, has and the duration of perception. Shklovsky gained coinage because of recent interest in adds that in art it is not the finished product. Literary structuralism and structural analysis, that counts but our experience of the process. Especially the work of the Russian formalists of construction. Conrad's words in his pref. It was coined by the Russian Victor Ace to the nigger were a little different, and his Shklovsky, and it was used as a response to techniques in the 1899-1904 period, with are seeing with habitual or routine percept their rearrangement of events, time shifts. That is, not seeing at all. Art, however, long spells of passivity juxtaposed to actions, allows us to see. It enables us, Shklovsky says, retold by a removed narrator, we're all at. To recover the sensation of life, it exists to tempts to involve us in the construction and make us feel things. The end of art is to defamiliarize the familiar. Give a sensation of the object as seen, not as recognized. 458 The novelist, IAPPIPO. Historical objects into life. The past is the key presence in Conrad's work. And the retrieval of the past, that past, is the chief methodological problem. Conrad's supply of narrators, pieces of information, primary I characters, and subsidiary I characters, his utilization of letters, diaries, journals, his various posts of observation, his commenting choruses of outsiders, his quotes within quotes, the repetition of reportage, all of these methods are part of his imagination in the act of trying to comprehend and retrieve the past. He is being fully consistent with what Fry calls the centripetal pattern of symbolism, in which elements of direct or verifiable statement are subordinated to the integrity of the pattern. Less conscious an artist than James, who could convert the very pulse of the air into revelations, Conrad let reverie carry him down deeper and deeper, where he hoped salvation lay in the form of technical methods. Have we considered reading Nostromo as a kind of cautionary tale directed at the artist? The vast treasure is, in this respect, the artist's gift, his storehouse of images, Yeats's Animus Mundi. The treasure must be guarded. For it is clearly all that one may have, it is not renewable, in that an individual has only one chance at it. At the same time, it is treacherous, part of that demonic pact in which one gains its guardianship in exchange for the great any treasure carries with it. As suggested above, it is possible to see that Conrad, perhaps with the Wagnerian legacy in mind regardless of how he felt personally about Wagner's operas, modeled the Sand Tome silver on the Rheingold, or, at least, borrowed some of the Rheingold ideology, which suggests that while the silver is indeed the coin of the realm and does convey power, it also undermines or destroys whoever possesses it. Thus, the treasure has the attraction of a force that destroys, simultaneously with a force that conveys art and imagination, even visionary and prophetic powers. Nostromo's corruption occurs, then, when he switches from the magic of silver to its properties as coin, when he goes from spirit to matter. To argue accordingly is to insist on Conrad's myth-making powers at this time. Surely, if we move to the beginning of the period, we can see that by Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim Conrad's handling of his material depended on giving it qualities beyond itself. A storm is no longer simply a storm, a failing is not only a failing. Jim's transgression is the fall, the lapse into sin from which only death can rescue him. Similarly, Keats's passage is a descent into Africa, into darkness, into sin, into his own kind of fall, he, too, lapses. While greed is a factor in his fall, it is only one part of Keats's massive transgression against civilization. Likewise, the ever-presence of the rescue, with the Odysseus lingered unsuccessfully playing godlike roles, is not anomalous. Lingard can rescue those who are stranded, but only if Conrad can get beyond his character as a matinee idol and center him more. The novelist, IAPPIPO 459. Accurately as the savior of all those isolated civilized souls lost on a sandbank, where the quality of their life deteriorates. Despite the various weaknesses of the completed novel, there is a consistency of symbolism and myth-making. Here, with the young Lingard no less a mythical deity than Kurtz is the embodiment of Satan and Lucifer. For Conrad, every element is weighted, is part of that storehouse of treasure his imagination must tap. The rescue is as much myth, saga, epic, and legend as it is novel, and part of Conrad's difficulty with it was that it fell between genres. In Heart of Darkness, which Conrad derogated as too symbolic, the senso pound humage as j that unfolded in the ivory itself, it is an object for the rich in decorations, for piano keys and billiard balls, for bibelots hardly a necessary item for survival, or even for comfort able living. In a way, it is like art, a social luxury, an appurtenance to which we become accustomed, and it is for art, as for appurtenances, that the Congo is plundered and untold numbers slaughtered brutally or casually. This view of art, we may suppose, was part of Conrad's conception, a utilitarian object. Like copper or iron would have had its own raison d'etre. Possibly, Keats's artistic propensities, he paints, he is a musician, he writes, he collects human heads, he seeks ivory, make him so contemptuous of individual lives, for art and life have traditionally warred * beauty for the few is gained with the blood and sweat of the many. Where art rules, artifacts are a form of power. The art object takes on magical significance, becoming a kind of totem, the fairy tale golden carat G carat or the hoard and treasure of romance and myth. Subconsciously aware of this, like the artist he hopes to become, Kurtz gains G's power carat Jane Deed his identity. Arid BHG carat Fronrith ivory he carat covets. In a world of art, the most greedy col. Lector is often supreme, mana, not manner, counts. Aesthetics preempts eth. ICS. One source of accurate fascination for Marlowe is the former's will to power, Nietzschean superhuman, and brutal cruelty and jadism are oirides. Tinguiscab ie2 or _die yisi Kurtz embodies a vision of power and control, which the ivory will provide for him. Ivory is merely a base on which he will grow rich. Caratus Jane Ethica 1 kings grew rich on their ability to untangle riddles or tomb their way out of labyrinths. Kurtz has risen above the masses by standing on his pile of ivory. Later, Nostromo will rise from service to Moss Terry by means of his silver hoard. And Lingard, in the rescue, gains its SE crit hold over everyone by virtue of the arms stored in the Emma. Once the * Kurtz, death, ivory, art are in Turcon arm waving. It was as though an animated necked TTEIJ ivory T carat TTE Kurtz looked at image of death carved carat old ivory had least carat even feet ong. His covering had fallen, been shaking its hand with menaces at a mo off, and his body emerged firum jade pity rotantionless crowd offman made of cloth and glit. Appalling SLS _ from onging sheet. I could see tearing bronze. The cage of his ribs all astir, the bones of his 460 the novelist, IAPPIPO4. Emma explodes, Lingard's source of power also is exploded, as once Jim leaps from the Putna, his source of power is lost. This equation of art and the power of a treasure, or of imagination and the hoard, has far-reaching ramifications in Conrad's subject matter and language and very possibly accounts for the static quality of his work of this P.E. Ryod. We are always caught by the paradox of an adventure writer whose work is inert and immobile. Heart of Darkness, ostensibly, is a journey. Marlowe's, to the source of power up the Congo, and yet we recall mainly stagnation. Time and space are stilled in that jungle outpost, and Kurtz, that demon of energy, is ill, passive, awaiting death even while making plans. The scenes of his final hours are images of futility and impotence, and this, too, is surely part of the imaginative process. Conrad's letters themselves lament his sense of artistic impotence, and yet he was able to translate into both tone and theme the very substance of powerlessness. To Edward Garnett, for example, he wrote of stagnation and impotence at or near the very peak of artistic achievement. I've been satanically ambitious, but there's nothing of a devil in me. Worse luck. The outcast is a heap of sand, the nigger a splash of water. And 2L lump of clay. A stone, I suppose, will be my next gift to the impa. Shouldn't mankind before I get drowned in mud to which even my supreme struggles won't give a simulacrum of life. Poor mankind. Drop a tear for it, but look how infinitely more pathetic I am. This pathos is a kind of triumph no criticism can touch. Like the philosopher who crowed at the universe, I shall know when I am utterly squashed. In a little-known letter to the New York Times' Saturday Review section, Conrad caught the artist's sense of impotence or powerlessness as it combines with the making of something, which is art. Fiction, at the point of development at which it has arrived, demands from the writer a spirit of scrupulous abnegation. The only legitimate basis of creative work lies in the courageous recognition of all the irreconcilable antagonisms that make our life so enigmatic, so burdensome, so fascinating, so dangerous, so full of hope. They exist. And this is the only Fundamental truth of fiction. Its recognition must be critical in its nature. Inasmuch that in its character it may be joyous, it may be sad, it may be angry with revolt, or submissive in resignation. The mood does not matter. It is only the writer's self-forgetful fidelity to his sensations that matters. But, whatever light he flashes on it, the fundamental truth remains. And it is only in its verb that the barren struggle of contradictions as sums the dignity of oral strife going on ceaselessly to a mysterious end, with our consciousness powerless but concerned sitting enthroned, like a melancholy parody of eternal wisdom, above the dust of the contest. Italics mine. The novelist, IAPPIPO44 to the power of first. We do not ordinarily think of Conrad as caught in that modern idea of still time and restricted space, what we associate more readily with Proust, Kafka, and Beckett. Yet any understanding of his imaginative thrust must take into account his movement toward mythical time and space. In such a formulation, time has qualities of eternity, of reoirth _an_regiri _a_on, repetition of the cosmogony, escapal ronihistory, return to a mythical memory or to a collective archety age lex genus. This view of time, not unusually, functions well within a setting in which a treasure or hoard provides a source or base of power. Space itself is usually space denied, the cul-de-sac of Sulaco in Nos. Tromo, the stranded yacht in The Rescue, the sense of Jim enclosed within his transgression, trapped by memory, Marlowe and Kurtz buried deep within a stagnating jungle, Fox sunk in the horror of his cannibalistic act. Space, here, becomes a cente comma underscore a 4 IAIAJX caret idiocatic, new caret I'm. Minence, not dash caret air underscore anjathing is definitely happening, but where anything may indeed happen. Both time and space, NAS in Proust's novel or in Man's Magic Mountain, take on magical, mythical dimensions, as much beyond reality as within it. They become indistinguishable from what is symbolized by the treasure, a mythical source. Give me a treasure, and I can control the world. Kurtz, Lingard, Nostromo, Gould, and several others imply. One reason Conrad was so involved in questions of passivity and in scenic repetition of inert time and immobile space is that his imagination was working toward some deeper understanding of the artistic function as acquiring power, as having validity only in retrieving the past, not in remaking the present. Further, we can see Lord Jim, in some measure, as an allegorical representation of the artist and the artistic life, a more elegant, imaginative, and elusive New Grub Street. Although this is by no means the sole way to read the novel, we can view Lord Jim as embodying an analogous or metaphorical trip for Conrad. In Jim's indecisions, his desire for adventure, his romanticism about his big opportunity, his nagging sense of failure, his need for integrity, his desire for a good reputation, the novel manifests Conrad's fear that he might fail as artist, possibly as husband, as craftsman in his new calling, as collaborator with Ford, as professional, as someone striking out into fresh territory where adventure is always tempered by reality. It might even recall his failures when he first took the examinations for first mate and captain, but, more surely, his panic that because of a poor reputation he might descend into shabbiness and have to keep running. His reputation, as we see from his letters to Pinker, was everything for him. Have you the slightest idea of what I am trying for? He asked Pinker. In a January 8, 1902, letter. Of what is my guiding principle which I follow in anxiety, and POV. Early, and daily, and unremitting toil of my very heart. Come my dear Fell. 462 The novelist, IAPPIPO caret. Lo, I am not one of your 25-year-old geniuses you have in your pocket, or one of your saleable people who drive 3 serials abreast. I am another kind of person. If you don't want the bother of my stuff saddled with my other imperfections, tell me to go to the devil. Don't address me as if I were a man lost in sloth, ignorance, or folly. Conrad continues concerning a loan of £40 he had requested. This is the sort of thing one writes to a Grub Street dipsomaniac to stop his bothering. One, not to a man of my value. Am I a confounded boy? I am no sort of Harry R. L. Stevenson who considered his art a prostitute and the artist as no better than one. One hangs on to the sentence, I am another kind of person. Beneath, as in all men attempting to be artists, is the other kind of person. Lord Jim is saturated with failures, with Jim's inability once he has achieved something to hold it consistently, with a perfect failure as the other side of a perfect art. The demands he makes upon himself are always more than what he can achieve. He demands flawlessness, and thus inevitably finds disappointment in what he has gained. Further, failure is implicit in the achievement, as in all works of art, or attempts at it. The flaws are as apparent as the attainment. One may strive for a seamless art, but it is impossible, except in the dream of one's own mind, what Stein suggests when he speaks of the need to follow the dream. As we read forward from Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim through Nostro Tho, we note the ambiguities of Conrad's themes and how these themes, indefinite though they may be, parallel the ambiguities of his imagination. Beneath the energy of the narrative line are opposing conflicts of a basic kind, one's loss of desire and energy at a crucial moment. Jim, could, lingered, the recognition that external forces negate the personal will. Nostromo, Kurtz, the ability to witness one's own destruction, to be witness at one's own death. Decaud, Jim, the Alcazar, the ever-present sense of cowardice, the failure to impose oneself because one no longer desires to do so. Jim, Decaud, the reliance on fidelity as a last resort in an absurd verse. Nostromo, lingered, Castro, the mixed quality of repentance. Jim, Kurtz, the isolation of the individual regardless of which course of actions he follows nearly all, the futility of power, control, money, treasure, even as one covets it Kurtz, Jim, Lingard, Gould, Nostromo, the immobility that lies at the heart of movement, an immobility that underlies a fully countering existence nearly every protagonist. There are, in addition, the terrible ironies, the cyclical nature of existence. For each individual even as he considers himself unique, life as a reflector of the past, so that even while a character feels himself to be escaping, he never escapes, the sense of the world, or universe, as a trap for hope, desire, will, self itself. All this, we recall, works out against a narrative line moving along on adventure, romance, action. The novelist, IAPPIPO 463. Drowning figures largely in his fiction of this period, and not simply because Conrad stressed the sea. This emphasis on drowning, on being swallowed up, is indistinguishable from his imaginative processes. The pattern of his imagination appears to be based on dramatic acts of dying or seeking death, and the long periods of passivity which occur in his work are attached to the peculiar thrust of his imagination. Narrative devices constantly retard, or still the storyline, the apparatus, as we have noted, transforms everything into retrospection. Matter becomes inert, activity is based on a passive mass. The dynamo rusts. Marlowe is a Buddha figure in Heart of Darkness because he represents stolid passivity, the past, an anchor against movement. The incredible secrecy and withholding that accompany Conrad's manner of narrating, the energy that goes into retrospection, lulls, accounting, the deception and conspiracy implicit in his use of point of view, his focus upon drowning, near death, suicide, or dying and becoming reborn through a narrator. These are clearly, all of them, acts of imagination, part of the very thought and creative processes which account for Conrad in the 1899-1904 period. Conrad's imaginative processes, as we can chart them in this difficult period, created a tension between Promethean and Orphic elements. The Promethean strain, for Conrad, was attached to the doing, active life which he had lived so elementally in ships and among seamen. Prometheus, traditionally, is the external hero, a rebellious, troublesome, inherently uncontrollable force for change. Defying Zeus, stealing fire, he is a figure of action who brings change from without. His punishment, when it comes, involves vastnesses of space and time, eternal punishment amid valleys and mountain tops, until he is rescued by Hercules, another doer. Prometheus denotes swoops of time and space, a panoramic, picaresque protagonist not at all at odds with one side of Conrad, who described himself, in The Arrow of Gold, as young Ulysses and whose protagonists of the 1899-1904 period are Ulysses Fig. Years of one kind or another, Lingard, Kemp, Nostromo, Jim, even Marlowe. The Orphic side, however, is equally compelling. Orpheus is our hero of internal change, since he is dedicated to transformations of self through meditation and contemplation. Orphism involves self-consciousness, inward turning, narcissism normally associated with a literary cult of personality. Self, inner being. As intensely as Prometheanism is action-oriented, Orphism drives toward a romantic conception of the individual, his desire to will him self-imaginatively against an antagonistic world. The Orphic view dates quite easily Conrad's temperamental kinship with the Schopenhauerian and Nietzschean ideas that had sifted through his imagination in his formative years. Whereas Prometheus functions with the ordinary sense of clock and calendar time, Orpheus requires a derangement of the senses, a disruption of 464. The novelist, IAPPIPO proportions and dimensions. Since Orpheus thrives within recesses, his sense of time and space is secretive, subject to different orders of being and arrangement, precisely what Conrad recognized as existing in Proust and coming so close to his own imaginative efforts to turn all of life as lived into past history, and then to present this past history as eternally present, is to attempt the Orphic derangement of the senses. The Orphic vision fits myth of silver, hoards, treasure, cavernous holds, and it sacralizes ordinary spatial and temporal concepts. Besides our definition of Orphism as innerness, we must stress its powers of liberation. Its attachment to freedom and the freeing powers of art even when Orphism moves us close to death images and to death itself. Conrad plays almost allegorically with the saving graces of art, even while as a Promethean he can not fully admit its potential. The preface to the Nigger, after its appearance in the New Review, was withheld for so many years possibly because Conrad could not resolve this side of himself, the Orphic element. Orpheus is himself never far from death, but with all the darkness he penetrates is a freeing process, and temporal and spatial concepts attached to Orpheus, though inner, are dimensions of greater liberation than the apparently more extensive vastitudes of the Promethean myth. This seeming paradox and we note how akin to drowning and rebirth it is resolved if we assume that the inner world is depthless and timeless, literally unmeasurable. The outer world of Prometheus is, ultimately, the temporal and spatial dimension our senses can measure. In Eros and Civilization, Herbert Marcuse yokes Orpheus and Narcissus, the inner world of regeneration and the self-absorbed, self-loving, inward-turning youth. The juxtaposition is not inappropriate for Conrad, whose utilization of a surrogate narrator or persona for the self, as we have noted, is an act of narcissism. Marcuse enumerates the qualities to which Orpheus and Narcissus are wedded: the redemption of pleasure, the halt of time, the absorption of death, silence, sleep, night, paradise the near. Asterisk commenting on Orphic themes in a div T not unconnected to these distinctions. Fear setting, Walter Strauss reaches similar between inner and outer dimensions is the conclusions. The Orphic poet is, once more, Jungian conception of the ancestral soul. At the beginning of a journey, confronted with according to this, when certain ancestral ele. The task of sacralizing time, space, and ments come to the fore in a person, he is gauged before the Orphic spell can take place. Thrust into an ancestral role. The idea as his task is to face the nothingness, to oversums that deep within the person is spaceless. Come, abolish it in order to make poetry and timeless dimension exists which is I'm. Once more possible. The Orphic poet measurable, that what we see of that person is. Seeks to regenerate himself particularly the tip of an infinitely complicated attach. Through remembrance and its mandatory meant to the archetypal past, the Orphic. Self-transformation, followed by return to the element. World that will become the ground of a vast. Metamorphosis. The novelist, 18 pp 1 po 465. Vana principle not as death but as life. The point is that Eros, symbolized here by Orpheus and Narcissus, says no, its great refusal, to Prometheus. Self-absorption negates an active role. This refusal creates another order of being, a different kind of reality, what we have called the passive strain in Conrad's imagination. We note that Conrad's stress on historicity, even the distinction he makes in his essay on James between history and fiction, is an act of narcissism, whose intention is to suggest an order of being that conflicts with the active and romantic nature of the Promethean theme. Several critics have theorized that Conrad's literary background was twofold, romantic literature as a whole, and the Polish romantic literature of his youth. Such assessments are valid and valuable, but literary background suggests one kind of knowledge. The growth of an individual imagination another. We must account for the fact that Conrad resisted those very themes and ideas which would have turned him into a second Anthony Hope and his novels into imitations of The Prisoner of Zenda. We must concern ourselves with the imaginative forces which established passivity and inertness. They illustrate his efforts not to be a romantic writer, not to be simply another 1890s exotic, not to follow the romantic Polish literature of his youth, even while influenced and directed by it. We must account for a passage like the following, in which the sea mirrors ourselves and turns our expectations, for adventure, for romance, for art, into passive illusions. Surely in no other craft he writes in Lord Jim as in that of the sea do the hearts of those already launched to sink or swim go out so much to the youth on the brink, looking with shining eyes upon that glitter of the vast surface which is only a reflection of his own glances full of fire. There is such magnificent bigness in the expectations that had driven each of us to see, such a glorious indefiniteness, such a beautiful greed of adventures that are their own and only reward. What we get, well, we won't talk of that, but can one of us restrain a smile? In no other kind of life is the illusion more wide of reality, in no other is the beginning all illusion the disenchantment more swift, the subjugation more complete. We are now in a very difficult area, for while we may chart Conrad's performance, we cannot specify the precise reasons he did one thing and not an other. Ernst Chris points out how psychoanalytic material can account for the fact that one individual turns to painting, the other to dancing, writing, or music. However, after all this has been properly taken into account, there remains the question not only of why one is successful and the other is not, but, particularly where science or art is concerned, why one is great, while the other barely reaches medium height. Accordingly, although we can account for certain persistent themes in Conrad, especially that conflict between the impulse to adventure and the inert, passive, dying impulse, NEV 466, the novelist, is Pipio Carrot. Nevertheless, we cannot predict that he would have turned in such a direction. The intricacies of Nostromo derive from many aspects, but primarily from the fact Conrad had reached a point in his development where he could handle the adventure passivity tension in all its diversity. After Nostromo Carrot, he was unable to capture in formal structure the full potential of these conflicting elements, although victory was an ambitious attempt. Eric knew. Man speaks of artistic creation as having magic power, it is experience and perception, insight, and differentiation in one. Conrad's line of development in this period illustrates Newman's thesis, in terms of magical potential, the use of an archetypal hoard or a collective treasure, in the numinosity of the creative situations, a divine element usually associated with symbolism. Not unusually, in Nostromo, Conrad flirted with the Faustian archetype. The passivity of that novel, as the inertness of Jim and Heart of Darkness, not to mention Romance and the Rescue, should alert us to Faustian potentialities. Passivity, as we have stressed throughout, counters activity, heroism, all outward forms, in favor of intense inwardness. It denies one's routine expectations of time and space for stillness, hesitation, stasis. It unmans Conrad's males. Yet, at the same time, passivity has strong associations with romanticism and romantic adventure, for it mythicizes routine experience, has affinities with defiance, with the potential for rebellion. Passivity creates Fausts, but Fausts of the inner world. When Nostromo sells himself for silver, he does so secretly, conspiratorily, and the pact he makes gives him no pleasure. It is anti-sensual, anti-erotic, anti-sexual, it is a form of furtive social rebellion against the rich who use the poor and then discard them. It is, whatever else we call it, an internal experience, since it never becomes a pleasurable replacement for normal work routines. Disguised, submerged, concealed, The Faustian experience is present, not only in Nostromo, but in Jim, Kurtz, Lingard, even Decoud. All of them are forced to explore an inner geography, to comprehend an alternate experience. As much as Orpheus has rebelled against matter, these questers, fated to failure and or destruction by their questing, rebel against the matter of the world, whether it is dull routine, the exploitation of the poor by the rich, or a life experienced without sensual love. All attempt to account for the presence of the divine in man, which in modern fiction means they must throw themselves against the destructive presence of objects. Their heroic stature, which they achieve in some measure despite their passivity and inertness at crucial times, is attained through their rebellion against the greyness of matter itself. In this way, and to this degree, they have entered into the Faustian archetype, as rebels against something that destroys, in favor of something which will also destroy. Like Orpheus Faust, they make underground journeys, and like Orpheus, they attempt transformation, mutations of being, adversariness, alternate experiences become potentialities. By so doing, they attempt to turn profane. The novelist, IAPPIPO 467. Into sacred experience, what we mean by sacralizing or spiritualizing matter. Often, their only weapon is contemplative silence. Once again, we note Conrad's great imaginative achievement, which is, like Proust's, to turn silence, or passivity, into a creative force. Lingard is silent before MRS. Traverse and the nature of his new internal experiences. Marlowe is silent before Kurtz, silent before the Russian sailor, silent before Kitz's fiancée. Nostromo and Decoud experience comparable notions of silence on the lighter and then on the great Isabel. Nature itself, jungle, river, gulf, is. Land remains a mute background. We note how appropriate the Orphican elogue is. For Orpheus was himself part Apollo, like Conrad, part Dionysus, and his function was to use disparate elements, to make a timeless, spaceless, seamless element that catches all without becoming true substance itself. We see that Conrad's creative function in this crucial period was twofold. First, he was developing the fictions that would express his conflicting ways of viewing matter, and second, he was expressing in the latent content of the works themselves the way in which his imagination worked. If we read the novels and stories in terms of large image clusters, as confrontations, often antagonistic, between silence and adventure, as conflicts between memory and present event, as manifestations of inertness and passivity, we can see how Conrad worked with what Chris calls intuitive insight. The way in which Conrad's imagination functioned suggests that through conceptualization itself he was testing out the culture. Unlike his Edwardian contemporaries, except for James, he saw seams and crevices, areas of blockage and denial that were as important as doing and moving. Whereas Wells, Bennett, and Galsworthy sensed action as the definition of man. Conrad, closer to Freudian dreams and unconscious, saw the other side of culture, that connected to the inability to move, the very kind of nihilism his conscious mind would have rejected. Among his literary practices, Conrad's denial of time and space is his attempt to move into that world. Retrogression of narrative form is a way of suggesting something very profound about life and its manifestations. The idea of a treasure or hoard is by no means antithetical to this creative development. What Conrad lacked was the equivalent of the Proustian involuntary memory, which would have allowed the retrieval of the past without the interference of so many narrators and narrative devices. Apparently, he was striving for a seamless narrative, in which past and present merged with each other to suggest flow, cycle, and process. Yet he could not develop a method or narrative technique which would provide this, although Marlowe's tale in Heart of Darkness does approach his ideal. What he needed was not only a narrator but a narrator participant, so that retrogression could be an extension of the present and not simply an episode blocked and cut off. In slash 468 The novelist, IAPPIPO time. Involuntary memory, with its retrieval potentialities, permits access to the pastness of the present, but it does not negate the need for presentness. Time and space, in such a procedure, consist of almost infinite variables. What worked so efficiently for Proust and what would have functioned so well for Conrad in Lord Jim, where he desired both a hard reality and a blurred sense of inner and outer. This blurring of effects within a solid form was close to his idea of impressionism, although he feared he lacked the ultimate technique to bring it about. Precisely because he could not discover such correlatives for what his imagination sensed, he foundered on the rescue. Not only was the material changing as his imaginative processes developed, but the method demanded by the material eluded him. Conrad was faced by an insoluble problem, and the impasse on the manuscript was the result. The reason he did not experience blockage on his work contemporaneous with the rescue was that these books did not reach back into his earliest creative phase. Consequently, they were not caught up by practices which no longer functioned. This is another way of saying that Conrad's imagination was developing in certain areas, while it remained stagnant and trapped by the past in others, not at all unusual in a novelist whose fictions depend on what has already occurred, rather than on freshly conceived materials. Yet through it all, in this period, he was conscious of himself as a distinctive creative artist with a unique gift. Writing to the publisher William Blackwood in 1902, Conrad defended not only himself but the very processes of his imagination. I am long in my development. What of that? Is not Thackeray's penny worth of mediocre fact drowned in an ocean of twaddle? And yet he lives. And Sir Walter, himself, was not the writer of concise anecdotes, I fancy. And G. Eliot, sick is she as swift as the present public, incapable of Fixing its attention for 5 consecutive minutes requires us to be at the cost of all honesty, of all truth, and even the most elementary conception of art. But these are great names. I don't compare myself with them. I am modern, and I would rather recall Wagner the musician and Rodin the sculptor who both had to starve a little in their day, and Whistler the painter who made Ruskin the critic foam at the mouth with scorn and indignation. They too have arrived. They had to suffer for being new. And I too hope to find my place in the rear of my betters. But still my place. My work shall not be an utter failure because it has the solid basis of a definite intention first, and next because it is not an endless analysis of affected sentiments, but in its essence it is action, strange as this offer. Machine may sound at the present time, nothing but action ob. Served, felt, and interpreted with an absolute truth to my sensations. Which are the basis of art in literature, action of human beings that will bleed to a prick, and are moving in a visible world. 7. The major career. IAPP. There is so nothing else, then, a twatification, or a transformation, sudden or not, spontaneous or not, laborious or not, which must necessarily intervene between the thought that produces ideas, that activity and multiplicity of inner questions and solutions, and, on the other hand, that discourse, so different from ordinary speech, which is verse, which is so curiously or dared, which answers no need unless it be the need it must itself create, which never speaks but of absent things or of things profoundly and secretly felt, strange discourse, as though made by someone other than the speaker and addressed to someone other than the listener. In short, it is a language within a language. Valerie. Poetry and Abstract Thought. Chapter 20. Racing into print. 7 Carat. T. He year 1899 was not only the time of Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim, but the occasion of an Atribi House attack upon Mr. Conrad Korzeny Oski by the POHSH Novustes Ordiskowa. Her bitterness, as we have already seen, was based on Conrad's alleged desertion of Poland. He was part of the exodus which included engineers and operatic singers, and was, in her words, writing novels that were widely read and bringing in good profit. Even thinking about this rich Polish exile, growing fat on English pounds, made her sense something slippery and unpleasant. Probably unaware of the specifics of this attack, Conrad was, meanwhile, trying to find firm ground on which to stand. He was propped up on all sides. Ford was outside, at his elbow, Marlowe, just rising within, Blackwood, and Meldrum, as his publisher and editor, Garnett, as his literary conscience. Henley, a believer, Galsworthy, present with small sums of money. The man who had betrayed the fortunes of Poland in choosing art over nationalism or propaganda was in exile, a writer going ever deeper into debt. Like Joyce, who would in a very few years choose a similar route, Conrad had made an inner decision despite the external doubts, and would, as Valerie said, seek a language within a language, which is to say, his own voice. In a sense, the writing of youth, which had come so easily, involved a terrible paradox, perhaps the central paradox of Conrad's 3 lives. Before Marlowe can have his great moment, indeed, a revelation of the East, he must enter the flames, almost literally. The Judea, the last thing on earth in the vast Indian Ocean, burns itself out in a final apocalyptic vision. She burned furiously, mournful and imposing like a funeral pile fled in the night, surrounded by the sea, watched over by the stars. A magnificent death had come like a grace, like a gift, like a reward to that old ship at the end of her laborious days. The surrender of her weary ghost to the keeping of stars and sea was stirring like the sight of a glorious triumph. The masts fell just before daybreak, and for a moment there was a burst and turmoil of sparks that seemed to fill with flying fire the night. Patient and watchful, the vast night lying silent upon the sea. At daylight. 471. 472 The major career, IAPP. She was only a charred shell, floating still under a cloud of smoke and bearing a glowing mass of coal within. Like the phoenix, she turns to ash, and from this Marlowe will be reborn. In the tale Conrad discovered a metaphor for his own career. Marlowe, at least I think that is how he spelt his name, moves rapidly into a story based on memory. As we have observed, he says it all happened 22 years ago. When he was 20, it happened for Conrad in 1882, on the Palestine Carat. 16 years before, when he was not 20 but 24. The general time difference is similar enough. Further, the Palestine becomes the Judea. So that the archetypal religious poetical experience remains the same, and there is an Old Testament quality to the ingredients of water, fire, abandonment, and endurance. When the end comes, with the conflagration on board the Judea, it involves final things, but it is not an end. For Marlowe, fire permits his initiation into an experience which becomes the basis of one of the 4 tales he relates in Conrad. It becomes, then, the foundation for whatever art he controls in his imagination, and the language he discovers in the retelling is a language different from the one he would ordinarily use. Conrad has touched all his bases, and the revelation which Marlowe attains is the revelation Conrad achieves in the period that would see Marlowe 3 times in 3 different roles. Although he would be a narrator in all 3, he narrates from differing points of view, that is, he is a different man each time. We see him, as if Conrad were holding his gem up to the light to catch various facets. In Marlowe, he had, fortunately, found an embodiment of his own metaphor for existence, and in youth, in the burning out and final conflagration, he had found his own sense of his career. When Marlowe has that youthful vision of the East, mysterious, resplendent, and somber, he has discovered his realm of gold. That realm, that Byzantium of golden images, achieved through the burning out of the Judea, would be Conrad's vision. With his move to Pent Farm, Conrad lived within a few miles of those who would become his circle. The Fords settled at nearby Aldington at the end of March, when their lease on Gracie's cottage at Limpsfield ended. At Rye, of course, was Henry James. Wells lived at Sandgate. The Cranes were to move to Breed Place, near Rye. Another figure, Rudyard Kipling, lived at Rottingdean, but Conrad and Kipling apparently only exchanged in his experiment in autobiography, treating face with a very carefully trimmed. Wells left a witty description of Conrad, col, and pointed beard, a trouble wrinkled forward, of course, by Wells's rejection of head and very troubled dark eyes, and the Conrad's artiness. At first he impressed gestures of his hands and arms were from the me, as he impressed Henry James, as the shoulders and very oriental indeed. Strangest of creatures. He was rather short-minded, people of Dumouriez Svengali and round-shouldered, with his head as it in the nautical trimness of his costume, were sunken into his body. He had a dark recut of Heinz Captain Kettle. He spoke and racing into print. 473 letters. None of these on Conrad's part has ever turned up, and there is no way of knowing how far the correspondence extended. The most devoted part of the circle visited Galsworthy, the Hopes, Ford, Graham, Edwin, Hugh Clifford. The new year, 1899, began with Conrad asking Meldrum for an advance of £40, the equivalent of $500-$600, for Heart of Darkness, which Blackwood sent on. The story was growing like the Jenny out of the bottle, a simile Conrad uses in letters to both Ford and Wells. It is an excellent image, for the story as it filled the page also welled out in Conrad's memory of less importance than the actual events of his own journey to the Congo. Significant as those were, was the way in which his imagination had worked on memory. As we have noted, Conrad was a silent poet, to use Wordsworth's phrase, which is to say, the imagination was working long before words became the outlet. The Congo diary Conrad left indicates personal discomfort and some awareness of human waste, but not the horror which he caught in the story. Except for a few basic details of his own voyage to the African coast and then the journey inland to the inner station, Conrad's retelling was indeed like the genie swelling out of the bottle, imagination working on memory to create an ever-expanding presence. By the time he wrote the story, he was in tourist in a Congo of the mind, and his version seems a greater truth than the actual Congo he had experienced almost 10 years earlier. We note the artistic process of art defining how life can be observed. By transforming his own experiences into the dramatic content of Heart of Darkness, Conrad achieved his intention, to make for several generations of readers, Conrad's Congo was Africa, and the Belgian rape was colonialism. The story, evidently, was almost fully formed in Conrad's subconscious, for all 38,000 words of it, including revisions, swelled out in less than 2 months. His letters to Meldrum and to friends indicate a steady progression, with few doubts and no sense of blockage. In a parallel development, the Academy crowned him and awarded him 50 guineas, an honor he belittled to Garnett but which could not have displeased him, if only for the money. He tells Garnett at the same time he is turning out some rotten stuff for Bewood's 1000th no, the depreciation being pro forma rather than what Conrad felt. Even when he wrote to Crane that he had not a English strangely, not badly altogether, he had set himself to be a great writer, would supplement his vocabulary, especially an artist in words, and to achieve all the rec. If he were discussing cultural or political omission and distinction that he imagined ters with French words, but with certain should go with that ambition, he had gone lit oddities. He had learned to read English longery with a singleness and intensity of before he spoke it, and he had formed wrong pose that made the kindred concentration of sound impressions of many familiar words. Henry James seemed lax and large and pale. 474 major career, IAPP ghost of a notion in his head, a sentence under the pen, he was to some BHNG what was for him a discovery, that he could produce rapidly. The true test of how well he was going would come with Graham's open ion. Conrad was already expectant, and hesitant, writing Graham that he was shy of sending it to you but have no objection to you looking at it if it should come in your way. Heart of Darkness would be Conrad's only work whose political potential would coincide with Graham's ideas. His letter a week later is jubilant that Graham liked Heart of Darkness so far. Conrad's words suggest his own high opinion. You bless me indeed. Mind you don't curse me by and by for the very same thing. There are 2 more installments in which the idea is so wrapped up in secondary notions that you may miss it. And also you must remember that I don't start with an abstract notion. I start with definite images, and as their rendering is true, some little effect is produced. So far the note struck chimes in with your conviction mais après. There is an après. But I think that if you look a little into the episodes you will find in them the right intention, though I fear nothing that is practically effective. Graham's early reaction to Heart of Darkness was particularly encouraging, for Conrad had met difficulty with The Rescue, which could not appear in the Illustrated London News because it was going to run on too long. So Shorter of the News put it his words rather ironic in the light of Conrad's inability to write it at all. As a consequence, he would have to forego the news and go into the English Illustrated magazine, a periodical far removed from Blackwood's The rescue had now become the wretched novel, which seems to have no end and whose beginning I declare I've forgotten. He adds that the African nightmare feeling I've tried to put into H of D is too mere trifle to it. In the letter to Graham cited above, Conrad reacts to his friends invitation to a peace meeting to be held on March 8 by the Social Democrat Federation at St. James's Hall in Piccadilly. Conrad did appear, incredibly, and met several of Graham's friends, including W. H. Hudson, the naturalist and novelist who remained a distant friend. That Conrad attended it is remarkable, for his words to Graham indicate his detestation of every aspect of such an international enterprise. Pierced, Conrad's words to Graham. As to the peace meeting, if you want me to come, I want still more to hear you. Graham was a key speaker. But I am not a peace man, nor a Democrat. I don't know what the word means really, and if I come I shall go into the body of the hall. I want to hear you just as I want always to read you. I can't be an accomplice after or before the fact to any sort of fraternity that includes the Westerners whom I so dislike. The platform. I pensez-vous. Tu y aura de russes. Impossible. I cannot admit the idea of fraternity, not so much because I believe it impracticable, but because it's racing into print 475. Propaganda, the only thing really tangible about it, tends to weaken the national sentiment, the preservation of which is my concern. When I was in Poland 5 years ago and managed to get in contact with the youth of the university in Warsaw, I preached at them and abused them for their social democratic tendencies. L'idée démocratique est un très beau fantôme. And to run after it may be fine sport, but I confess I do not see what evils it is destined to remedy. It confers distinction on Messieurs Georges Jean Jaurès, a radical French deputy, writer, and orator, assassinated in 1914. Liebknecht Wilhelm Liebknecht, member of the Reichstag, founder of the Social Democratic Party, associated with Karl Marx, assassinated in 191. 9 and C degree, and your adhesion confers distinction upon it. International fraternity may be an object to strive for, and, in sober truth, since it has your support, I will try to think it serious, but that illusion imposes by its size alone. Franchement, what would you think of an attempt to promote fraternity amongst people living in the same street? I don't even mention two neighboring streets, two ends of the same street. There is already as much fraternity as there can be, and that's very little, and that very little is no good. What does fraternity mean? Abnegation, self-sacrifice means something. Fraternity means nothing unless the cane-able business. That's your true fraternity. Essay. Then in French, Conrad continued his blast against an international brotherhood whose very banner is farcical. L'homme est un animal méchant. Esse mécancite doit être organisé. Le crime est une condition nécessaire de l'existence organisée. La société est essentiellement criminelle ou elle n'existerait pas. C'est ego is makey. Sauf tout absolument tout cek nous abhorrons tout cek. Nous aimons. Et tout est. Voilà pourquoi j'ai respect les extremes. Archists. J'ai souhaité extermination générale très bien. C'est just etc qui plus c'est clair. En fait de compromis avec de paroles, fa. En infinite plus. C'est comme un fort ou personne et con la route. On. Est perdu pendant que ton crégis suis sauve. Asterisk. At the meeting itself, Conrad must have been appalled at what he heard. True, the intention of the meeting was to counter the proposals of the Tsar's government for a disarmament conference, what became, later, the Hague Conference. The Social Democrat Federation took the position that no peace conference was possible without the active participation of the workers of all civilized countries. The sole hope for world peace derived from an interna. Asterisk, man is a wicked animal. His wickedness anarchists. I hope for general extermina. Must be organized. Crime is a necessary condition, very well. It is just, and what is more, it addition of organized existence. Society is fun is clear. We compromise with words. That de mentale criminal, or else it would not exist, does not end it. It is like a forest where no one. Egoism saves everything, absolutely every knows the way. One is lost even as one cries. Thing what we hate, what we love. And all I am saved. Remains. That is why I respect the extreme. 47 The major career, IAPP socialism, so that, as Graham said, the industrial classes everywhere should forego their animosities and combine upon their worst enemies, the landlords and capitalists at home. What made this argument particularly poignant for Conrad was its similarity to what he had experienced in Poland. Graham's voice, as he spoke of a new order of opposition to landlords and capitalists, as he proclaimed a messianic socialism, was reminiscent of the sentiments of Apollo Korzeniowski's, the spokesman of the Red Position asterisk. Overthrow of the Tsar was insufficient, Poland must itself be transformed, and goods and income redistributed. Conrad had profound psychological causes for opposing Graham's position, as well as his own reasoned political position, which, as he indicated in The Crime of Partition, meant opposition to all internationalism. Democratic socialism was not only itself a farce but had created disruption of Poland's nationalism, toward some remote higher ideal. Graham's March 8 meeting presented an intolerable conflict to Conrad, perhaps explaining why he wrote about it in French, the language of internationalism, for while it would display antagonism to Imperial Russia, it would at the same time provide a platform for German speakers such as Liebknecht. As we see in Autocracy and War, Germany was a bête noire almost as ghoulish as the Tsar, and what Liebknecht represented anarchists, socialists, Jews, the rank and file of the European slums and ghettos, the tenement crowd was equally unacceptable. In the face of this threat, Conrad became an aristocrat, an anti-democrat, an elitist, all positions which he eschewed in his fiction or made the source of his irony and mockery. The source from his early life in Poland were never so painful as when he engaged Graham in political dispute. Money matters were critical, and no amount of political discussion, however exhilarating such an interlude was, could disguise that Conrad's fortunes were desperate. He had received 3 messages from Adolf Krieger for money owed him. Conrad does not name him but speaks of him to Meldrum as the man whose business he Krieger started 14 years ago with my asterisk. Yet Graham meant much to Conrad, as not dedicate to C. Graham the Soch HST or to. We can see in his letter to Blackwood indicat C. Graham the artistocrat, he is both carrot you. He would like to dedicate the youth I'll know, but to one of the few men I know in UME to his Scottish friend. Blackwood, we the full sense of the word and knowing can recall, was the very arbiter of Tory convict not but appreciate and respect abstractedly. Conrad wrote, strictly speaking it is as human beings. I do not share his political matter between the dedicator and the other convictions or even all his ideas of art, but we person, but in this case considering the I'm have enough ideas in common to base a strong print of the house and your own convictions friendship upon. I would prefer to defer to your wishes. I do. Racing into print 477. Money asterisk in all, Conrad appeared to owe him £180, about $2,500 today, to which he applied the £50 from the academy. Conrad says he dreads mortgaging his future, but seems to have no choice. His friend Hope is utterly ruined, and therefore he cannot squeeze any money out of him. What remains is a reluctant request for advance money, £50, from Blackwood for the volume in which Heart of Darkness will appear. Conrad indicates it is not for pleasure or for health but for peace of mind. Blackwood sent the money, and Conrad had entered definitely into that situation he had tried to avoid, mortgaging his future. It would in one way or another be mortgaged for the next 15 years. By mid-February Conrad had completed the draft of Heart of Darkness, and was shifting into his new story. Jim in manuscript Twan Jim, a sketch. To Blackwood, he indicated he has Jim half or 1/3 writ. 10 that is, 10,000 words. This story, he thought, was to run to about 25 to 30,000 words and would form part of a volume to include Youth and Heart of Darkness, now calculated at 38,000 words, its final length, plus 2 other stories. One of them, called First Command, appears to be an early idea for what became the Shadow Line, the other, what he calls a sketch, a seaman, may have become Typhoon. Beyond the immediate work at hand, besides the ever-present rescue Conrad was sketching out work for some years to come, with First Command reaching deep into his later career. An alternate volume could consist, he says, of Youth, Heart of Darkness, and Jim, and if that arrangement was considered better, then he would plan to complete the last by April, a deadline he missed by well over a year. Under such conditions, the size of Jim Conrad had in mind for the vol. UME is uncertain, since at 25 to 30,000 words he would not have even gotten through the Putnah episode. The sketch of the story at Harvard's Houghton Library would appear to indicate notes for more than the Putnah chapters as they appeared in the book text. Probably, Conrad quite consciously wanted to write a story, even going as far as novella length, 30-50,000 words, so that he would have a volume to present to Blackwood to justify the advances he had already received. Yet once he began to work over a confidential letter from Meldrum to in 1920, Conrad spoke of having the tale for a Blackwood, February 9, 1899, provides some long time in my mind, under the title of First Background for Krieger's Loan, saying that it command, p8. The idea of First Com. Totaled £150 2 or 3 years before, re-MAND, although not developed until later. Payable when Conrad made a name for him could well have been related, in 1899, to self. Meldrum recommended giving Conrad's sense of himself not as a captain on a money, saying, he'll be a feather in Mega's ship but as a neophyte author, finally setting cap yet forth into realms of memory and imagina. T in his author's note to the Shadowshin but such matters are speculative. Line, the novel written in 191-6 and the note 478 the major career, 18 ppip 10. His memory of the Jeddah episode as it intertwined with his view of Jim himself, the material determined its own length, regardless of conscious wish. This is another way of suggesting Conrad's imaginative processes had taken over and were establishing their own dictates, which he could not reject short of negating his art altogether. In Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche speaks of great men, but his remark is even more appropriate for the creative artist. He says that great men carry within them explosives, a tremendous force stored up. Their precondition is always, historically and physiologically, that for a long time much has been gathered, stored up, saved up, and conserved for them. That there has been no explosion for a long time. Once the tension in the mass has become too great, then the most accidental stimulus suffices to summon into the world the genius, the deed, the great destiny. What does the environment matter then, or the age, or the spirit of the age, or public opinion? If we look at a remarkable document in which Conrad sketched out the beginning of Lord GTN, we can see how Nietzsche's comment once struck off the anvil, so to speak, accurately describes Conrad's condition in 1899. This document is called Twan Jim, a sketch, consisting of 28 pages of notes Conrad made for the novel. Of equal importance, however, is the fact that these notes were written in an album which, at one time, was thought to be in the handwriting of Conrad's mother, Ava. The handwritten matter consists of 25 pages of Polish poetry, and the name at the bottom of the title page is that of Teofila Bobrowska, not Conrad's mother, but his maternal grandmother, the Teofila Biberstein-Pilchowska who married Joseph Bobrowski. Frequent references to personages in the 1820s make it certain that the Teofila mentioned here was the grandmother and not Conrad's aunt of the same name. Most compelling about this document, with its handwritten copies of poetry of the period, is that Conrad used blank pages for his notations for Tłączym. One of the poems copied, in fact, was by Józef Korzeniowski's, the novelist whose name surfaces in the Ordyskowa attack upon Conrad. Thus, the document becomes a meeting point of so many historical and personal Conrad Korzeniowski's Bobrowska matters that one can hardly consider it casual or random. There is, initially, the use of blank pages in a document, handed down to Conrad from his maternal grandmother, carrying him deep into his Polish past, to the mother of his mother and of his uncle Tadeusz. The mothering potentiality becomes apparent as Conrad dipped into the past, especially since his Tłączym lacks a living mother and wanders the east without family ties. Yet the story of Jim was, on Conrad's part, an act of memory, since he used the Jeddah episode for the first part and his memories of the East Borneo area for the second. In a curious, imaginative way, he combined his own living memories with those of his maternal grandmother, she who had married a man who opposed Ava's marriage to Apollo. Racing into print 479. Further, these POHSH memories crossed with the writer whose very name called Conrad to his true name before his alleged desertion of Poland. This act of desertion, to use the harshest possible term, which is the subject of the first part of Lord Jim, was thrust at Conrad at this very time. It does not matter whether he knew the actual details of the attack, very possibly he did. Not because in his way he had associated himself with the idea, if not the substance, of the assault. He could, after all, have afforded to purchase written paper for a few pages of notes on his news story, but he chose to use a historical document with its handwritten Polish as the basis of his own story of a desertion. The conjunction of all these elements, given what we know of Conrad, could not have been happenstance. Besides the intense personal interest of these matters, the document indicates, as Alexander Janta has pointed out, that Conrad had the entire Lord Jim in his mind, however dimly. One passage in particular, from the back of page 14 of the document, proves Conrad foresaw the second part on Pattison. This passage contradicts utterly Conrad's own remarks in the author's notes in the collected edition of the novel, in which he says he thought only of the pilgrim ship episode. This passage in his grandmother's album is as follows. Afterwards, when he disappeared, the Malay, read from a perception of the intolerable, drove him away from the haunts of white men, the Malays of the village where he has fancied himself free from the intolerable, without exercising his perceptive faculty added, called him Tłączym as one would, might, Lord Jim. Conrad suggested to Blackwood a title reminiscent of Flaubert's Trois Contes, Three Tales by Joseph Conrad. Alternate titles, with something of the subject matter in mind, were Tales from Memory, or Youth and Other Tales. Blackwood wanted the volume for May 1899, which meant Conrad would have to forego any serialization oijim, a source of considerable income. The latter mentioned to Meldrum he had 2 more stories in his head besides those above, which would bring the volume to 120,000 words, but they would not be ready until July. Such estimates were overly optimistic by far, since the production of this amount of copy would run months and even years after that. Conrad also told Meldrum he had thought ahead to another volume, which would include First Command, the one about a captain's wife, a seaman's sketch, and Equitable Division, a story of a typhoon. The eventual typhoon. 480 The Major Career, 1899 to 1910. Conrad was defining a life pattern for himself, although he may not have been fully conscious of it. The writer, excluding nearly all intrusions and diversions, sitting at his desk in Pent Farm, his window overlooking the downs, facing squarely that sheet of white paper, staring at its blankness and trying to fill it with a few hundred words a day. It was a routine Conrad would repeat nearly every day when he was in sufficiently good health for the next 25 years. His devotion to that piece of white paper would be as complete as the captain's to his command. It was all right, drive, push ahead on Jim, so as to complete it and not lose serial rights before it became included in the volume of short stories. And yet, it is unclear how Conrad could have finished it at story length when, clearly, he foresaw both the Putna and Pattison parts implicitly. His mind was full of technique, and he was developing, as he worked, his sense of impressionism. Techniques he would work out further with Ford when their collaboration heated up. A February 1 letter to Galsworthy, concerning Henry James's work, demonstrates how much James was in Conrad's mind as he worked on Jean, and James repaid the compliment by finding Lord Jim a masterpiece. Galsworthy had reported his cousin's sentiments that James was a cold writer, and Conrad undertook a meticulous, and critically important, distinction between coldness and primitive emotions. Himself caught in the need for a technique, he was very careful to demonstrate that technical perfection need not be frigidity. Conrad picked out several works, the stories, The Pupil and The Altar of the Dead, for example, as demonstrating James's heart even within his delicacy of handling. We note Conrad attempting to follow through on his remarks in the preface to The Nigger. where he, not unlike James, combined Flaubert and Pater to achieve a blend of form and substance. I admit he is not forcible, Conrad continued. About James, or, let us say, the only forcible thing in his work is his technique. Now a literary intelligence would be naturally struck by the wonderful technique, and that is so wonderful in its way that it dominates the bare expression. The more so that the expression is only of delicate shades. He is never in deep gloom or in violent sunshine. But he feels deeply and vividly every delicate shade. In this estimation, Conrad has suggested his impressionism, catching glints, slants, intimations, without sinking to the nadir or rising to the zenith, but moving warily in between extremes. He adds that not everyone can be Turgenev, and by that he means the rest of us cannot achieve Turgenev's absolute naturalism of method. We are, the rest, caught in the coils of technique. Exactly when Conrad and Ford decided to work on The Inheritors together is unclear. The novel was not completed until early 1900, and very little of it reflected Conrad's work. The latter wrote to Garnett and others that the racing into print 48-1 conception of the novel as well as the writing of it was Ford's. There are, nevertheless, certain striking elements in The Inheritors which appear to be Conrad's asterisk. Chiefly, The Inheritors took shape as a political satire, a roman clef, whose function would be to show the interlinking of political and financial corruption in high places. It was not in any sense a traditional political novel in that it did not attempt to demonstrate the workings of the political process, and its chief character, a writer named Etchingham Granger, is completely an outsider to intrigue and power. It is, rather, a fantasy mixed with some interesting psychological touches. Ford and Conrad tried to combine several elements: the arty world as represented by Ford himself, the political world reflected in European interest in the Congo, the exploitation of Greenland in the novel, and the literary interest in science fiction and its derivatives Wells's The Time Machine, and War of the Worlds, and, possibly, Kipling's An Error in the Fourth Dimension, 1898. The narrator is Etchingham Granger, a writer of impeccable pedigree whose fortunes are none too good and who is forced to take on several disagreeable commercial assignments. Early on, he meets an extremely attractive young lady who is a fourth dimensionist. This tribe of new people character is a dystopian pattern here, lacks feelings and nor mal or human responses. They, and she, are dedicated to becoming the inheritors of the earth because of their superiority in intellect, control, and deception. In particular, their plan is to undermine public confidence in its institutions, which turns out to be fairly easy given the nature of the men who govern. The political satire lies here: everyone has a price and everyone is self-serving regardless of the seriousness of the issues. There is no public policy among public men. The book provides a cross-section of well-known men, all thinly disguised in their fictional roles. They are familiar from Conrad's world. Polhamp Ton is Fisher Unwin. Lee, favorably presented, is Edward Garnett. From Ford's world, Carrot the Painter Jenkins is Ford Maddox Brown, his grandfather. And from the great world, Gernert Joseph Chamberlain, Churchill. Handled sympathetically, Balfour, the insidious Duc de Merschleo. Pole 2 of Belgium, Fox Carrot the Press Lord Northcliffe Carrot E. Both Gernert and Fox have had connections to the Fourth Dimensionists. The political aspect is clear: a savage attack on Chamberlain for Boer War. Ford commented extensively on the whole meaning of the scene to the reader's elaboration, stressing that in the entire book mind, he says his intention had been to CRE. Conrad's part was no more than 1,008 scenes that melted into each other until words, certainly there cannot be two of the whole book, in the end, came to be Noth. Conrad's writing, his collaborators funking but a series of the very vaguest hints. He says, was to give each scene a final. Through this, he hoped to achieve a sort of tap. These, in a great many cases, brought the silver point, a delicacy. 482 The major career, IAPP policies, support of Balfour, and a merciless savaging of Leopold II for his exploitation of the Congo. Details that Conrad may have provided, although much public evidence had appeared by the late 1.89ts. It was also, according to Ford, to be an attack upon the younger generation, the Fourth Dimension Zionists, which lacked all respect for their elders and for social institutions. Although their lack of respect in the frame of the novel would appear to be well justified. Probably of more interest, in fictional terms at least, was the nature of the young lady who is the prime representative of the new race. She is, clearly, devastatingly attractive and inaccessible, intent only on her mission, which is to inherit the earth. I heard the Dimensionists described, a race clear-sighted, eminently practical, incredible, with no ideals, prejudices, or remorse, with no feeling for art and no reverence for life, free from any ethical tradition, callous to pain, weakness, suffering and death, as if they had been invulnerable and immortal. The fictional touch, and it may have been Conrad's idea, a carryover from the sisters, was to have the merciless girl pose as Granger's sister. She stresses the sibling function increasingly as he emphasizes his desire for her, so that the roles they play are clearly incestuous. It is uncertain whether her assumption of the sisterly relationship is to keep them apart or to intensify his feeling for her. While there is little enough Adam in Granger, there is a good deal of Eve in the girl, temptress, destroyer of man's peace, an archetypal serpentine figure. She is described, in many respects, as a typical 1890s woman. One thinks of Beardsley's female portraits. They had no joy, these people who were to supersede us. Their clear-sightedness did nothing more for them than just that, enabling them to spread desolation among us and take our places. It had been in her manner All along, she was like fate, like the abominable fate that desolates the whole length of our lives, that leaves of our hopes, of our plans, nothing but a hideous jumble of fragments, like those of statues, smashed by hammers, the senseless, inscrutable, joyless fate that we hate, and that debases us forever and ever. The hatred of women in this portrait is obvious. While she may seem an extension of Conrad's own Isa, in An Outcast, the latter was humanized, and was, in a sense, victimized by her own role. Here, however, we have an expression of pure misogyny, and given the nature of future activities, it would appear to be far more Ford's than Conrad's. Ford's instability with women, his need to be worshipped either by much younger or much older women, reflects an infantilism that was connected to a hatred of the sex altogether. It is a harem-slave mentality, alternating sadism and masochism. And here the attractive young woman wields, figuratively, the whip. Racing into print 483. Granger's pleasure is all masochistic, voyeuristic, self-flagellating, and of course, he succumbs, just as she says he will. In a March 26, 1900, letter to Garnett, which the latter published, much to Ford's annoyance, Conrad downgraded The Inheritors as a lark. I set myself to look upon the thing as a sort of skit upon the political, novel, fools of the Morley Roberts sort do right. This in my heart of hearts. And poor age was dead in earnest. Oh Lord! How he worked. There is not a chapter I haven't made him write twice, most of them 3 times over. Asterisk. Yet in a letter to the Saturday Review section of the New York Times, written on August 2, 1901, in response to a review of The Inheritors, Conrad became serious. First, he indicated that his own scruples in the matter of treatment may have stood as a barrier to Ford's fresher and more individual talent, thus robbing the book of that private vision which might have made it more convincing. Then Conrad tried to bend the very slight material to a more serious purpose. Therefore it may perhaps be permissible to point out that the story is not directed against some of the most cherished traditions and achievements of Englishmen. It is rather directed at the self-seeking, at the falsehood that had been, to quote the book, hiding under the words that for ages had spurred men to noble deeds, to self-sacrifice, and to heroism. And apart from this view, to direct one's little satire at the tradition and the achievements of a race would have been an imbecile futility, some thing like making a face at the Great Pyramid. Conrad continues that tradition and achievement are the very soul not only of a single race but of mankind, which, without the vast breadth and colossal form of the past, would be resolved into a handful of the dying struggling feebly in the darkness under an overwhelming multitude of the dead. Interest, of course, is how these remarks, ostensibly directed to The Inheritors, in which Conrad's role was minimal, feed into his own work, the by now completed Lord Jim, the recently published Heart of Darkness, and the yet to be written Nostromo. He says that Granger must come to recognize that no man is permitted to throw away with impunity the treasure of his past, the past of his kind whence springs the promise of his future. Yet with all its brightness and sprightliness, The Inheritors has no center. It is all angles and glare. Ford's method, which both collaborators later devil. Asterisk. On July 3, 191, Conrad cast almost his ETT. But to see you, and to see you here. Entire letter in terms of the novel, am I am ready to turn myself into a Callan. I.B. Understand that, like the hero of the Inherit Lee Fox paid Granger's expenses, so Pauling. Tours, you have fallen amongst the dimension can't do less than buy you a return ticket for. Ists and are about to become an interviewer? Sadling. But come under any pretense and then I must be the great Callan who, at whatever cost and help me to inherit the, Pauling says, must be meant for crock earth before I die. There is no time to lose. 484 The major career, 18 pp. Ipia. Op-ed into the progression DFIT, was to glance off his subject and substitute obiteness for center. Nevertheless, the materials of the novel were too fused. Elements never cohere, nor can they carrot nor, perhaps, were they intended to. Whatever the purpose, the reader finds no moral center, a confusion that may be cited from the text in which it is uncertain whether blacks or Eskimos inhabit Greenland. At no level is the information rooted sufficiently in real events, no sense of science, geography, or politics for the satire and parody to operate effectively. Part of the problem, perhaps the main one, is that neither Conrad nor Ford held any sustained point of view as apart from the desire to ridicule public figures and public events. Yet their ability to parody, the crux of the Inheritors, could only have functioned effectively with more detailing of character and event. What was true for their sense of mockery was even more valid of their desire to achieve irony. The effective use of irony, as in Heart of Darkness, Lord Jim, or The Secret Agent, or in Ford's The Good Soul, Dear, was and would be a derivative of particularization. They were not novelists of sufficient philosophical consistency, or worldview, to be able to move among generalities. When the two of them came to develop their ideas of Impressionism, based on the progression DFIT, their attempt at oblique angular presentation, they were very careful to base their method on specifics. Very possibly, Conrad's response to Elsie Hofer's criticism of Heart of Darkness was connected to his awareness of this point. Although we lack her letter, we can assume she attacked the novella and Kurtz for their vagueness, their lack of focus. Conrad responded. And, of course, I don't admit the whole of your case. What I distinctly admit is the fault of having made Kurtz too symbolic, or rather symbolic at all. But the story being mainly a vehicle for conveying a batch of personal impressions, I gave the rein to my mental laziness and took the line of least resistance. This is then the whole apologia pro vita curtsy, or rather, for the tardiness of his vitality. Referring to their next collaboration, on romance, Conrad chided Ford for failing to give it a sense of hard reality. The treatment as it stands, he wrote, is too much in the air in places. I don't want to bother you now by going into the argument. That phrase hard reality recurs in various forms in Conrad's other letters and in his essays. He feared the vague, his antagonism toward Melville, the murky and grandiose, his hatred of Dostoevsky, the shadowy symbolic, his distaste for most poetry, all of which he rejected as manifestations of confused minds. He, in fact, often misread aspects of the modern movement because he thought it was dreamy, soft, without that hard core of reality which he felt to be the cornerstone of thought. Ezra Pound once remarked that what Flaubert had done to change French prose, Conrad and Ford did to transform English prose, and he, Pound, was racing into print 485. Trying to do something similar with NHSH poetry. Conrad's use of phono the ping up of imagistic details which replaced, in part, a direct narrative was, said Pound, the way of the imagists. The aim, for both imagists and the collaborators, was to achieve surface tension through oblique errands and slanting approaches or attacks. The goal was to achieve a sense of wholeness by way of a series of break ups or interruptions. Pound was exactly right, for the breakup of the conventional novel's narratives into small scenes makes the scene function like an image in poetry, in a way like the images in Pound's early poetry. Without any loss of surface solidity, the reader's attention is drawn to sounds, rhythms, nuances. Writing to Garnett on an auspicious day, Good Friday of 1899, Conrad was himself caught between fears of permanent burial and the desire for erection. He was running the manuscript of Rescue parallel with that of Lord Jim, a tandem operation that suggested a figurative death and burial. The more I write, the less substance do I see in my work. The scales are falling off my eyes. It is tolerably awful. And I face it, but the fright is growing on me. My fortitude is shaken by the view of the monster. It does not move, its eyes are baleful, it is as still as death itself, and it will devour me. Its stare has eaten into my soul already deep, deep. I am alone with it in a chasm with perpendicular sides of black basalt. Never were sides so perpendicular and smooth, and high above, your anxious head against a bit of sky peers down in vain. There's no rope long enough for that rescue. As of May 25th, Conrad was still thinking of Lord Jim as a story. In a letter to Algernon Methuen, in response to the publisher's request for a manuscript, he indicated his dilemma. He was a year behind in his submission of The Rescue, for Heinemann in England and for McClure in the United States. He was engaged to Mr. Blackwood for a volume of 3 stories which is still 80,000 words short, which would include /ZTW. Conrad suggested that if these publishers became tired of his irregularity, based on a power of production as uncertain as the weather, then he would come to Methuen. But, he added, Blackwood's is the only periodical always open to me and is the only one for which I really care to work. Conrad's devotion to Blackwood's is somewhat ironical, for it was based on a misunderstanding propped up by a good deal of noblesse oblige. There is reason to believe Blackwood hoped Conrad would end up as a writer in the masculine tradition, turning out conservative, solid fictional fare that would support God, country, and empire, the values upon which the firm was founded. Although Blackwood showed considerable courage in publishing Heart of Darkness and Lord Jim, he was really accustomed to different materials. Conrad's insistence on aesthetic questions, his irregularity in production of copy, his frequent requests for advances, his chronic indebtedness. 486 The major career, IAPP. While he edged ever nearer financial disaster, all of these were qualities quite distinct from what Blackwood expected, or was able to deal with. Part of the former's loyalty, if not the whole of it, can be attributed to the press hints of David Meldrum, the London literary advisor to the firm and a true friend to Conrad and to his, and Crane's, literary aspirations. It was Meldrum who intervened and supported Conrad, especially at crucial financial impasses, and it was Meldrum who appeared to understand and accept Conrad's artistic intentions. From mid-spring of 1899, Happy Face, mid-July of 1900, Conrad was occupied most exclusively with Lord Jim. The novel eventually was to grow to nearly 150,000 words and become the first of Conrad's characteristically convoluted tales, his first entry into what was to become the modernistic mode. As he settled in for this long work, with its extreme mental strain, money against words, daily routine against pages, anxieties against chapters, he wrote a touching letter to Helen Sanderson in which he tried to find, for her, some thing settled and firm. He speaks of the unrest of human thought, which is comparable to the unrest of the sea, disturbing and futile. Like Matthew Arnold at Dover Beach, Conrad sees the receding water as indicative of faith. It seems to me I am looking at the rush and recoil of the waves at the foot of a cliff. He speaks of a church, Helen's Scottish church, as being a rock of certainty in the seas of uncertainty. He attacks the mad individualism of Nietzsche, the exaggerated altruism of the next man tainted with selfishness and pride. Such values are washed away, whereas faith remains. But it must be a faith that refuses compromise, refuses expedience, or else it becomes a system, a social institution. Only the individual can hold firm. Conrad's church, located here as the repository of the highest truth, is really the individual. He is speaking of himself and of Jim, who lacked that rock-like firmness, and was doomed by vacillation. Tied to his desk, the pen stuck to his fingers, Conrad sought guidance in the fact of existence, in AC. All systems lied and deceived. Chapter 21. Pinker and /I'm. Happy face, oh. And July 31st, Conrad wrote Meldrum THSLT Jim might turn out longer than Heart of Darkness, the information accompanied by a request for another £50. We recall Blackwood had wanted the entire Jim, a sketch for the June number. To the owner himself, Conrad wrote how pleased he was at the latter's sympathetic reception of the fragment. Conrad told him Jim was turning out more like Youth than Heart of Darkness, which was not, of course, the case. He was anxious to defend the general reader and felt Jim would not lack such reader interest. If we momentarily look ahead to the reviews Jim would receive, we note that several reviewers, even those with most insight, commented on the difficulties of the narrative, its fluctuations, and its obstructions. Conrad consoled Blackwood, the question of art is so endless, so involved and so obscure that one is tempted to turn one's face resolutely away from it. Conrad tried to find out from Meldrum exactly where he stood with Blackwood, the man, and the firm, since he had several other tales in mind, including what became the end of the tether. Also, with the mess he had made of the rescue, he felt he owed Heinemann something. Meldrum encouraged Blackwood to handle Conrad carefully and to advance him the money requested. At this point, toward the end of August 1, 1899, Conrad was producing copy at a fair rate, but his career lacked discipline, that is, his imaginative and creative powers were reaching toward their highest levels of achievement, but his personal affairs were div-use, uncontrollable, and unresolved. He needed a coordinator, or at least a support. Such supports had come to him regularly at intervals in the past. After his father's death, there was, with Tadeusz Borowski, a prop that lasted until Conrad was into his mid-30s, then Margaret Borodowska, who off-aired him literary discussion and aid, followed by Edward Garnett, at the juncture of his sea and writing careers, and now James Brand Pinker, an unlikely figure given Conrad's tastes and predilections. When Conrad and Pinker first became associated, the initial Conrad letter is dated August 23, 1899, the agent was 36 and Conrad was 40. 487. 488 The major career, IAPP 1. Pinker had had a varied career, all commercially oriented, and in areas Conrad usually disdained. Born in England, Jewish, without much formal education, Pinker worked first as a clerk and then as a journalist in Constantinople, for the Levant Herald. After marrying a woman well above him in class and money, he returned to England about 8 years before he met Conrad. He became assistant editor of Black Fi White, an illustrated weekly, which employed quite a reputable staff: Eden Philpotts, Violet Hunt, M.H. Spielman, W.A. Mackenzie, and its first year of issues included contributions from Hardy, Stevenson, and James. Pinker also read for a publishing house and edited, for a short period, Pearson's magazine, whose function was to play to the very popular audience Conrad so detested. In January 1896, Pinker established himself as a literary agent, in Granville House, Arundel Street. Some of his early clients, besides Conrad, included Wells, Wilde, Crane, James, and Bennett. From the point of view of Pinker, only newly established as an agent, Conrad was a financial proposition. From Conrad's point of view, the relationship was that between a drowning man and the straw that might save him. The connection to Pinker, following shortly after the beginning of Conrad's collaboration with Ford, was a form of decision. He had, figuratively, entered the valley of the shadow of death, making personal decisions which allowed no retreat. Just as still short of 17 he had set into motion a 20-year sea career from which there was no immediate redress, so now, at over 40, a family man, he was entering a new phase. In his own work, he had received fairly generous support from publishers and critics, and his preface to the Nigger indicated he had found sufficient theoretical underpinning to continue his movement into the world of the publisher. Blackwood reflected a seriousness of purpose and dedication to literature far beyond a simple desire to be published. All those aspects of his career roared a man setting forth to carry out an intense inner mission. The personal aspects, however, were far more complicated. Deep within Conrad, if we judge from the works he was engaged in, alternately Lord Jim and Heart of Darkness, he was grappling with terrifying ideas and severe nightmares. Each work was a testing out of personal elements he was uncertain of. The seeming disparity between Marlowe's moderation and Keats's anarchy is a good objective correlative of divisions Conrad sensed within himself. That persistent image of himself as shards and fragments, as mad, continues to poke through his letters. My memory is good and sane even if my mind is diseased and on the verge of craziness, he wrote Galsworthy. The yawning chasm or sense of drowning he felt was belied, however, by his social stance, married, the father of a small boy, the friend and companion of respectable writers and editors, the author of 3 novels and several short stories. All that was outer, within, the opposite beckoned, his own Congo, with its strange rites. Pinker and Jim. 489. Ford and Pinker fitted these opposite aspects of Conrad's personality and need. The collaboration with the former was a plunge into uncertainties, the Grub Street aspect of literary work. Pinker provided a modicum of control, a businessman, a Jew who would make sure profit outbalanced loss. 4. Conrad, the sea had been certain, tasks were defined, status and roles deter. Mind by rank, change shackled by custom and tradition. Literary life, he discovered, had no fixed standards except those posed from within. He sensed the abyss awaiting men like him who had chosen to live with uncertainties and doubts. On the sea, one either survived or not, depending on one's physical endurance and grit. On land, one was never sure, survival was a state of mind, a matter of nerves. There were no traditional values. Ford and Pinker, therefore, until he saw them entire and whole, were ambiguous forces in his life, sustaining and threatening. How he resented his dependence, that sign of his own weakness. From the early letters to both, we sense how close Conrad was to the insanity of a Kurtz, the haunted obsessions of a gym. To Ford, he said he felt as if my brain were on the point of boiling over the top of my miserable skull. And a little earlier, I had in years gone by a certain reputation for courage. Now, no doubt, all this is changed, the spirit being crushed out of me by the tyranny of mysterious sensations, yet still a spark, a dim spark exists somewhere, a vestige of the old fire under the tepid ruins. In this gray, ambiguous, undefined area, the relationship with Pinker commenced and was, for many years, set. Although Pinker would not recognize himself in Conrad's image, the author saw this ultimately very generous man as the enemy, for Pinker demanded that Conrad not for a moment lose sight of his obligation to his craft and his profession. In this respect, Pinker, while making Conrad's continuing career financially more stable, yet, at the same time, caused the writer to appear, in his own eyes, a slave to the demands of his agent. The proud ship captain was, in terms of the relationship, reduced to a common seaman, although he produced the copy. Pinker dictated the terms and controlled the purse. Each stage of Pinker's generosity only intensified Conrad's indebtedness, and each new project of Conrad's put increased strain on Pinker's generosity. Both moved uneasily toward the limits of the other's endurance. Although we lack Pinker's responses to Conrad's, almost 1,200, letters, we can tell from the latter's correspondence that Pinker bridled at unexpected requests for money and at delayed installments of manuscript, especially when Conrad's indebtedness climbed into hundreds of pounds, as high as £1,600 in 1908, about $25,000 in current purchasing power. The early years of the relationship, as we shall see, were the most difficult, for neither understood what the other really wanted. In addition, Conrad had already entangled himself in prior commitments, which meant he had to bypass Pinker even as he was asking the latter to negotiate for him. 490 The major career, IAPP and financially support his efforts. Further, Conrad had accumulated publishers, Fisher Unwin, for one, who insisted on retaining copyright, which created in his dealings with Pinker numerous difficulties concerning reprint and foreign rights, all sources of potential income for the agent. Conrad's initial letter begins wittily, and the tone suggests the distance Conrad hoped to keep between the two men. He intended very clearly to remain in command and fought Pinker for every inch of the ship's bridge. My method of writing is so unbusinesslike that I don't think you could have any use for such an unsatisfactory person. I generally sell a work before it is begun, get paid when it is half done, and don't do the other half till the spirit moves me. I must add that I have no control whatever over the spirit, neither has the man who has paid the money. The above may appear fanciful to you, but it is the sober truth. I live in hopes of reformation, and whenever that takes place, you and you alone shall have the working of the new Conrad. Meanwhile, I must be content to pander to my absurd weaknesses, and hobble along the line of the least resistance. Since the association began at the time Conrad was writing Heart of Darkness, now completed, and Lord Jim and these works were already consigned to Blackwood, his relationship to Pinker was more a matter of fencing than substance. Once past these pieces, however, Conrad began to use the agent for the sale of his collaborative work with Ford, Serafina, Romance, and his own Typhoon. If we move ahead temporarily to that very trying time, we can see from Conrad's letter of January 8, 1902, already cited and partially quoted, what kind of pressure he was under and how intensely he struggled to keep command. The subject, ostensibly, was Serafina. Pinker, apparently, had asked for more prompt work in order to justify his considerable outlay of money, and Conrad responded, I fail to apprehend what inspired the extraordinary contents of your letter which I received this morning. All you had to do was to say yes or no. Mine was written fully not to get the easier ante your pocket, but from another motive not worth explaining now. But it was never intended to give you an opening for a lecture. It will take more than a delay in airing 5 to make me SL failure, neither do I believe it will put you in the B-side court. And I am not now in the right frame of mind for the proper appreciation of a lecture. I am working 12 hours in the 24 with the full knowledge of my ideal and of my risk. After detailing some of the problems with Ford illness, his contractual agreement for another work, Conrad moved into the area that was to dominate his side of the correspondence as a counter to Pinker's financial pressure. His own sense of literary worth, the aesthetic ideal he was devoting his mid-DLE years to. Pinker and Jim 49-1. If you don't want the bother of my stuff saddled with my other imperfections, tell me to go to the devil. That won't offend me, and I'll go as soon as ever you had your money back. But don't address me as if I were a man lost in sloth, ignorance, or folly. Were you as rich as Croesus and as omnipotent as all the editors rolled into one, I would not let such a tone pass without resenting it in the most outspoken manner. And don't write to me. A failure, confound it. Because you and I have very different notions of failure. Conrad closes the letter. Am I a confounded boy? I have had to look death in the eye once or twice. It was nothing. I had not then a wife and child. It was nothing to what I have to go through now, pen in hand, before what to me spells failure. I am no sort of R.L. Stevenson who considered his art a prostitute and the artist as no better than one. I dare say he was punctual. But I don't envy him. This was in the period just before Conrad began Nostromo, and particularly trying was the fact that he was between major projects. His most diet work, such as Typhoon and Tomorrow, as well as other short fiction, must have seemed to him marking time, or else Pinker's comments could not have touched such a nerve or brought forth such a bravura display of self-assertion, of the artist at work. Whatever the precise reason, Conrad was then, in 1902, in a literary limbo, stalled on Serafina and not yet immersed in a definitive project. The shaky nerves, the wounded ego, the naïve sensibility, all these are indicative of a man anxious to enter into combat but uncertain who or where the enemy is. All this, however, was later, when Pinker's belief in Conrad would almost daily be put to the test. Back in the fall of 1899, Conrad was immersed in Lord G.N., which was mortgaged to Blackwood, stalled on the Rescue, which was owed to Heinemann, and living off the future to Garnett. Conrad caught the moment well. I am, he said, like a man who has lost his gods. He adds that his efforts seem unrelated to anything in heaven, and every thing under heaven is impalpable to the touch, like shapes of mist plunging downward, confused by mist and fog, touching bottom, sensing the devil himself within his skin. Conrad was able to do his best work. Every image floats vaguely in a sea of doubt, he told Garnett, and the phrase is directly on target for someone writing Lord Jim. His own swimming in the destructive element was the precise frame of reference for what his imagination was dredging up. The past, memory, aesthetic ideals, all were, as himself, part of an unexplored universe of incertitudes. Writing to Hugh Clifford over his In a Corner of Asia, Conrad remarked, in almost an aside, what was paramount in his own mind, as he still intended to complete Lord Jim in October 492. The major career, IAPP. You do not leave enough to the imagination. I do not mean as to facts. The facts cannot be too explicitly stated. I am alluding simply to the phrasing. True, a man who knows so much may well spare himself the trouble of meditating over the words, only that words, groups of words standing alone, are symbols of life, have the power in their sound or their aspect to present the very thing you wish to hold up before the mental vision of your readers. The things as they are exist in words. Therefore words should be handled with care, lest the picture, the image of truth abiding in facts, should become distorted or blurred. These are the considerations for a mere craftsman, you may say, and you may also conceivably say that I have nothing else to trouble my head about. However, the whole of the truth lies in the presentation, therefore the expression should be studied in the interest of veracity. This is the only morality of art apart from subject. Such considerations were particularly pressing, since the first installment of Lord Jim was scheduled to appear in Blackwood's magazine for October 1899, that very month. Lord Jim would appear in 14 installments in all, and Conrad indicated on October 26, to Garnett, that he was not yet finished with the fifth, and final, installment. He had, then, as of mid-October, written 4.5 installments, and would write not simply another half, but 10 more, as the novel would run from October 1899 to November 1900. Since Conrad was caught up in the serialization when he was still 100,000 words from completion of the novel, the pressure was immense. And even if he did not foresee the great length of Jim, the evidence here is quite ambiguous. Nevertheless, his own slow method of working and his insistence on the power of words would point to tortuous progress. Possibly, Conrad had to deceive himself, or else, with the money for the book having already been advanced to him, he could not have faced the long pull. To Ted Sanderson, on October 12, as noted, he says he spends every minute of every day to produce a beggarly tale of words, or perhaps to produce nothing at all. He indicates he had expected to complete it on the 1st of this month, October 1899. He then informed Sanderson that Joseph Conrad's final book will appear in March, a volume of 3 stories. One of those stories, presumably, would be Lord Jim, although how this was to occur we cannot say. No such volume, of course, appeared until 1902, when Youth and Heart of Darkness were joined by the still unwritten The End of the Tether, in a volume called Youth, a Narrative, and 2 other stories. As Conrad recognized, there was an hallucinatory quality to it all. He told Sanderson, the unreality of it seems to enter one's real life, penetrate into the bones, make the very heartbeats pulsate illusions through the arteries. One's will becomes the slave of hallucinations, responds only to shadowy impulses, waits on imagination alone. The unreality Conrad speaks of, Pinker and Jim 493, could only have resulted if he felt divided between imaginative processes which had taken over and bodily functions which had to be ministered to. He speaks in the same letter of being in a land of mist peopled by shadows, and assures Sanderson they will meet soon, at midnight, as though they were ghosts or ghouls. He compares himself to a desolate shade which haunts this earth of ours. The imagery here is all oriented toward the unconscious, toward death itself. One segment of Conrad continued to move among people, but the part attached to Lord Jim was haunting the mist of things seen only dimly. Like Proust, he had developed a type of vision in which phenomena could be observed from 2 points of vantage, from close up and from great distances. Whether in the mind's eye or in memory. Conrad's feelings of dissociation, close as they were to complete breakdown, even madness, derived from his sense that he was subsisting on 2 levels, and the unreality he speaks of is a consequence of his inability to resolve the duality of his kind of existence. Not surprisingly, in 2 months, in February, he would break down. In that condition close to collapse, he seemed to work best. From a great distance, Ted Sanderson, patriotic and nationalistic, called Conrad's attention to the Boer War. It was an affair on another planet. 2. Graham, less than 2 weeks before, Conrad had commented that there is an appalling fatuity in this business. Conrad would mock Kipling's assertion that the war was undertaken for the cause of democracy, say a Creever. Derriere one splits one sides laughing. Nevertheless, he tells the Pharaoh Sicily and war Graham he hopes British successes will be crushing from the first on the same principle that if there's murder being done in the next room and you can't stop it you wish the head of the victim to be bashed in forthwith and the whole thing over for the sake of your own feelings. To Sanderson, however, Conrad responded differently. First, Ted was jingoistic and was preparing to depart for South Africa to fight the Dutch Boers, and second, Ted stood for something unlike Graham's hatred of the very colonialism and capitalism that had led to the conflict which Conrad had to settle in his own mind. He would deal with some of Ted's ideas and feelings in the figure of Charles Gould in Nostromo. Conrad partially shared his young friend's feeling that the English provided justice and order and therefore their interests must be defended. But he also saw much more widely, and he looked with a jaded eye at the empire and at colonial ventures. Even while assuming the English did the thing better than anyone else. He had already suggested this in Heart of Darkness. Ted's career, outlook, and sensibility had evidently touched something profound in Conrad. There was a good deal of Ted in Jim, of course, and despite the intense pressure of that creative other world, he felt obliged to answer at length. 494 major career, IAPP. Conrad foresaw quite correctly that a war is never won in any final sense, that the victory, unless it is to be thrown away, shall have to be followed by ruthless repression. In that respect, a war should be a final act, while this war is an initial act. Conrad had the model of Poland and Imperial Russia before him. Such an enterprise, with victory followed by repression, Conrad felt, is antithetical to the English character, which relies more on the expansive force of its enterprise and its morality. English rule in India after the 1857 Sepoy Mutiny was, obviously, an exception to this view. Conrad tells Ted that the danger to the empire lies elsewhere, not in South Africa, but in the Near and Far East, and in those areas a war would have cleared the air would have been worth the sacrifice. Conrad's real animosity, however, is extended toward the journalists, the hysterical transports of some public organs. Those infernal scribblers, he says, are rank outsiders. He also attacks the generals for their strategy. To a really great general these converging movements in his front would perhaps have given an opportunity. I revel in my imbecility. While inconclusive, these cursory remarks suggest that Conrad, despite other severe pressures, was following the war with some care, as he would later follow the First World War, in which his son Boris served. On October 27, Conrad told Blackwood the January installment of Jim was written and practically ready. The January number would carry the book through chapters 8 and 9, about 1/4 of the novel's final length. These chapters were the crucial ones of revelation in which Jim relates his Putney experience to Marlowe and must try to make the older man understand what he has done. This section would become the basis for Conrad's later statement that the pilgrim ship episode could conceivably color the whole sentiment of existence in a simple and sensitive character. Marlowe's desire to comprehend Jim's tale is fitted by Conrad into a natural plan, almost a hard-esque universe, miniaturized man, the immensity of ocean and sky, the darks of the unconscious and the lights of consciousness. Jim's movement into unexpected and confusing color patterns has called into question Marlowe's routine relegation of light to sanity and dark to insanity. He appealed to all sides at once, to the side turned perpetually to the light of day, and to that side of us which, like the other hemisphere of the moon, exists stealthily in perpetual darkness, with only a fearful ashy light falling at times on the edge. Of course, such color patterns suggest the skew arrangement of the entire novel. Conrad was following his original plan, the pilgrim ship episode as laid out in the notes for Tuan Jim, but he still had no idea of the great length of one of the most rabid publicity seekers respondent. Conrad may well have read his in. Of these journalists was Winston Churchill, Flammatory Dispatches in the Morning Post, who pursued a dual role as soldier and corps pinker and Jim. 495. The finished book. Implicit in Conrad's work thus far, however, is the later career of Jim in the Malay village of Pattison, as well as his running career as water clerk. That is, by October of 1899, still 9 months short of completion, he had the basic plan in hand, although matters of pacing, length, and development were still murky. Inexplicably, Conrad told Blackwood he intended to waylay him this very year with 2,000, he meant 20,000, words of a new volume, after /IW. Even this deep into the volume, and after the essay Real had itself begun in Mega, Conrad was hoping to pull all the diverse elements together, including apparently the Pattison section, within 2 months or so. Of course, all these so-called promises to his publisher could have been strategies for negotiating his indebtedness, promising more copy Then he could supply so as to justify the advances. He existed on just this. Itch. Remarkable to us is how still, almost death-like, the rest of Conrad's life became as Jean took over his hours and weeks. Not until February 1900. Would he break his concentration, with a foray to Wells at Sandgate, Fall. Load by a visit from Marguerite Borodowska in April. He also found time to see Crane at Dover, in May, before Crane died on June 5 in the Black Forest. In those final months of 1899, Conrad gave himself completely to his work. As he wrote Blackwood, attacking John Buchan and justifying himself. To point out to the crowd beauties not manifest to the common eye, to flash the light of one's sympathetic perception upon great, if not obvious, qualities, and even generous failings that hold the promise of better things. This is indeed a toil worthy of a man's pen, a task that would repay for the time given up, for the strength sick expended, for that sadness that comes of thinking over the sincere endeavor of a soul forever debarred from attaining perfection. But the blind distribution of praise or blame, done with a light heart and an empty mind, which is of the very essence of periodical criticism, seems to me work less useful than skirt dancing and not quite as honorable as pocket picking. He was speaking of the act of criticism, but implicit within it was his own slow and painstaking mode of proceeding. Conrad was apparently working with Ford, for a November 1 3-letter to the latter indicates some dissension or misunderstanding of their collaboration. He says he is sorry Elsie feels her husband is wasting his time, and he suggests he had no notion Ford had work of his own to complete. Conrad had. *and Joseph Conrad as I knew him, Jess from Rye. James, it appears, took Boris on his SIE corroborates the desultory nature of this lap, held him for more than half an hour. Period. She speaks of Galsworthy occasion while the child was awed by the James Sheon ally coming down, visits from Ford, and their presence, and then released him with a kiss. Own trips to Winchelsea, where the Fords had Jessie's good nature treats the period with a bungalow, pages 47-8. Jessie also mentions light touch, but it must have been exception. Her first sight of Henry James, who came over Ally lonely and trying. 49 The major career, IAPP parts of Inheritors before him and found the purely terror side of it superior to any of Ford's previous work. But beautiful lines do not make a drawing nor splashes of beautiful color a picture. He indicates he is ready for discussion, out of which may come the conception. He was, in effect, stressing unity and coherence in the manuscript, whereas Ford was striving for angles, colors, and other singular effects. Conrad says the work is all his. Collaborators FBE shared only a little of your worry. He questions whether he is worth anything to his partner. The proposal to collaborate certainly came from me under a false impression of my power for work. I am much weaker than I thought I was, but this does not affect you. Fund amen. Tally. Conrad tells Ford to bring a chapter or two at a time for personal revision. Jessie describes one of those fairly frequent meetings, when Ford and Elsie came to the Pent. Both Ford and Conrad were gouty, and the onset of an attack, especially for the latter, brought with it extreme apprehension. On this occasion, both men were jumpy, the children peevish, the atmosphere stormy. After lunch, which Conrad barely touched, he stalked through the living room with a request for his gout medicine. This request was accompanied by an announcement that he was retiring to the next room for a nap, demanding that the children be kept quiet, totally disregarding his guests, who looked, as they must have felt, uncomfortable. Jessie wrote, he closed one door after the other with considerable violence behind him. Ford then draped himself on the window seat with books, and Elsie lay on the couch, shoes off. 2 hours later, Conrad reappeared and, without comment, became quite agreeable. His sole rebuke was for Jessie, for leaving the room so untidy when he went for a walk. The incident ended, but Jessie had only kind words for her husband and reserved her animosity for Ford, even while granting that Conrad needed the conversation of an equal. On November 25, 1899, Conrad reassured Meldrum the story would be finished of course this year, this while he sent on the end of chapter 13, which carried him through the March installment. Keeping 4 months ahead of the serialization, Conrad could look forward to smooth going, provided he did not fall ill for any extended length of time. The Hopes, meanwhile, stayed at the Pent for 3 days, as the shocked Conrad attempted to console them for the murder of their son in the Essex marshes less than a mile from the Conrad's former residence at Ivy Walls Farm. By mid-December, however, Conrad had recovered, the Hopes had left, and he was sitting before the blank sheets of paper that would add to Jim. The Boer War continued to intrude. To Graham, he says he wished he could sleep until the African business ended. But to Aniela Zagarska, he is firmer, seeing the Boer war in a more global context. He admits the Boers are struggling in good faith for their independence, but he adds that, like all Dutch and Germans, they have no real sense of liberty. The Dutch are unpopulisentiellement. Pinker and Jim 497. Despotique, and the war is not so much a war against the Transvaal as a struggle against the doings of German influence. German imperialism, like the old German action against Poland, is the real enemy. By December 26, he announced, this time to Blackwood himself, that the end of Jim was in sight, with only another 5 days needed to round it off. Clearly he intended to end it with the Putney section, even assuring Blackwood that Lord Jim would not have the length to stand by itself, and yet the 3 tales each being inspired by a similar moral idea will make, in that sense, a homogeneous book. Just after the New Year, on the 3rd, Conrad indicated to Meldrum that more manuscript was coming, to end chapter 17. The next batch, he says, should be the last. Conrad adds that Lord Jim has given him no pleasure, because its extended length has caused severe financial problems for him. He asks Meldrum for an additional £80 or even £100 when the final copy is delivered. Then he will send an additional 20,000 words, either a seaman, or first command, or a skittish cargo typhoon, or any two of them to make up the number. In this way he can repay advances already spent. Conrad's dilemma with the development and length of Lord Jim was quite different from the frustration he had experienced with the rescue. His situation, in fact, was exactly the opposite of the earlier one when he tried to fit the rescue manuscript into his changing styles. The difficulty with /ZTW derived from its central placement in Conrad's imagination, where its slow glacial development depended on the maturation of his creative powers. In this novel, Conrad entertained his most profound theme, which was, to put it in terms of one of his favorite books, to confront the illusionistic, idealistic, dreamlike Don Quixote, Jim, Whiptaf Reas Jake pragmatic, earthy. Sancho the way of the world. Lord Jim was, in this regard, a true psycho drama for Conrad, the conflict of opposing ideologies deriving from his core Zeniowski-Bobrowski strains and the tandem elements of his own imaginative powers. Jim aims at heights, he strives after revelations and illusions. Like Camus's John Baptiste, that later Jim, he seeks higher ground so as the better to survey the sordidness beneath him. Yet he is a man who must, but cannot, learn to deal with the lower depths. His experiences WRES him to the ground, where cannot escape the base and the iniquitous. The strain on Conrad to produce a balance of these elements and in addition to find some reason for going on was to tell in nervous ailments and temporary breakdowns. He was, in the fullest sense, being tested, however. Unconsciously, he would either succumb or come through on the basis of a manuscript whose limits he could not foresee. He speaks, to Graham, of difficulties closing around him, of an irresistible march of black beetles who will devour him. Images of being swallowed up and vanishing dominate, Jim himself being swallowed up by sea and jungle, alternately trying to disappear and to impose himself. I don't care a damn, Conrad writes for the 49 carat the major career, 1 APP best heaven ever invented by Jew or Gentile, by which he means he must invent his own heaven and hell and live in it asterisk. On January 9th, he indicates he is driving hard, with chapter 19 expected shortly, and then the end, but of course the book was only half completed. This chapter would not even carry him through the May issue, and the novel was, eventually, to run through November. Not surprisingly, Conrad wrote Garnett a long letter about his family background, extended remarks that follow upon discussions of Jim. The juxtaposition of family strains and deviations with the career of Jim cannot be fortuitous. That is, the writing Eugene was bringing into focus those very conflicting elements which derive from Conrad's Polish years and from the family background. The blessed work is defective, Conrad tells Garnett, meaning Lord Jim, and then launches into a detailed outline of his Korzeniowski's-Bobrowska family tree. Among other things, Conrad describes his family seal, Naj CZ, his paternal grandfather, his maternal grandfather, his mother, Ava, and her siblings, his father, Apollo. We have already pointed to these details of description, but we can see now how Conrad's words and phrases are similar to the way in which he was casting Jim and Marlowe. He stresses the sister cult which existed in his family and mentions how heartened he was by Ava's correspondence with her brothers and with Apollo before he, Conrad, destroyed her letters. He speaks of Apollo as a man of exalted and dreamy temperament, juxtaposed to Tadeusz Bobrowski, a man of powerful intelligence and great force of character, a most distinguished man. There is, here, the exalted side of Jim, the more pragmatic nature of Stein. The brief lives of his relatives have the quality of fated beings, and their existence is cast in the terms of inexorable tragedy, the tragedy of their nation, but even more the tragedy of their very being. Man's fate in its most unbending sense. Even Conrad's close is grim, though he attempts levity. He says he had always intended to write some thing like this for Boris's sake, so as to save it all from the abyss. But what? He asks, should Boris really care for any of it? What's Hecuba to him or he to Hecuba? Conrad asks. And the lonely answer is Tempi passati, brother. Tempi passati. Let them go. The words pass beyond sadness, to a profound sense that the waves wash over all of us, and, like Jim, we run and run, or write and write, only to meet the fate dictated ultimately by what we are. Who we are. Not unexpectedly, Conrad fell ill 5 days later and did not recover until he told Graham, that sympathetic rerun in a circle. The image is dantesque. Paucity of his ills, that weeks disappear into frustration piled upon a circular existence of the bottomless pit before I can stretch out my advances against copy, always behind or hand. I am one of those condemned to delayed. Pinker and Jim. 499. February 8, including 10 days in bed. He recounts he had suffered a severe fit of malaria, followed by bronchitis and an attack of gout, a debauch of disease, he was to call it. Except for the gout, the other ailments could well have been psychologically induced, although there is no direct evidence to support this. However, in a February 1 3 letter to Graham, after he had recovered, Conrad speaks of in reality a breakdown, and adds he remains under the shadow with no sense of rebound. This could be the profound depression accompanying an attack of gout or the depression concomitant with a psychological breakdown. In any event, it was not severe, and he could assure Meldrum on February 14 that his head was full, too full, of Jim's end. Meldrum's support was of tremendous value, since the London editor wrote Blackwood that while the length of Jim did not suit Mega, nevertheless, it is a great story now and in the annals of Mega half a century hence it will be one of the honorable things to record of her that she entertained Jim. Conrad, meanwhile, went to Sandgate to visit Wells for 2 days. The manuscript of The Inheritors was now in Heinemann's hands, and he would soon begin the collaboration on Serafina. On February 20, Conrad once again assured Blackwood that the end of Jim was imminent, and for the first time, we might hear the tone of deception. Although we lack one side of the correspondence, we can infer from Conrad's remarks that Meldrum has conveyed some of Mega's dismay at the ever-growing length. Accordingly, Conrad adopted the strategy of assuring the end at any moment, although, in fact, there was still no place for him to finish off Jim or the novel at this stage. The April issue was only at chapter 15 and Conrad was to write for another 3 months. He was, in fact, dismayed at the shortness of the April installment, which, he may have suspected, demonstrated some hesitation on Blackwood's part about the entire project. He apologized to Meldrum for springing on M. Blackwood such a long affair and for the unfortunate dragging manner of its production, but he adds that Jim is very near my heart. He would say the same thing to Garnett. I am old and sick and in debt, but lately I found I can still write. It comes. And I am young and healthy and rich. He stresses he has been cutting and slashing whole parts out of Jim, the phrasing indicating a struggle to the death, his or Jim's. Inexplicably, he announces to Meldrum that he is thinking of a Hong book for M. Blackwood and, if the collaboration stuff Inheritors goes well, the thing shall be managed sooner than I hope for. The R shall be finished before long and then we shall see what can be done for the house. The long book may have been Serafina, which Conrad did submit to Blackwood and which was rejected for publication. The purpose of all these promises was to justify, somehow, the overpayments for Jim. On completion of the novel, Conrad wanted an additional £150, which would add to the surplus already accumulated. He promises, still to Meldrum, completion of 500 The Major Career, 18 PPIPIO. Jim by the 12th installment, which he could not deliver, the novel running to 14. Everything almost literally stopped for Conrad except production of copy. This pattern would recur for almost the rest of his life, where he scooped out his writing time and simply dug in, as though under siege. He hated his desk and the blank pages, and yet they were his salvation. On April 12, still 3 months short of completion, he wrote Blackwood on the very sensitive issue, would Jim ever end? I feel the need of telling you that I've done something anyway and to assure you that Lord Jim has an end, which last I am afraid you may be beginning to doubt it as though and I am now trying to write it out. A dog's life. This writing out, this endlessness of effort and this endless discontent, with remorse, thrown in, for the massacre of so many good intentions. This by the way. The real object of this letter is to tell you that should you find I'm unconscionably long, for Mega I mean, I am ready to shorten what remains, by excision. I am however in such a state of mind about the story so inextricably mixed up with it in my daily life that I feel unequal to doing the cutting myself, so, addressing you in your actor of editor of Mega, I declare my readiness to make conscientious joints, if the parts that can be taken out are marked for me and the MS. With such indications is returned. Conrad then points out that he and Ford have completed their joint effort, and have not offered it to Blackwood since he feels a financial obligation to Heinemann, for payment of half a novel still unwritten, the ubiquitous res. Q. He says Mr. Stephen Gwynn, on behalf of McClure, has delivered a favorable judgment. He promises an adventure story of which the skeleton is set up with some modeling here and there already worked up. To all this, Blackwood responded very generously that Conrad should not hurry the narrative simply for the sake of cutting down, the end must now justify the length of the story. He adds he will leave him a free hand with it, but cautions against any further expansion and says he looks forward to receiving the adventure story whenever Conrad and Ford complete it. Marguerite Borodowska visited the Pent in early April, for a week's stay, and Conrad invited Ford and Elsie for lunch on April 4. He told Ford he was, of course very anxious to introduce my co-collaborator to the good woman who represents to me so much of my family she had known so many of them on whom no eye of man will rest again. He announces, also, the happy outcome of The Inheritors with McClure and Heinemann, stressing that the literary quality of the book is all Ford's. Jessie commented on this scene and called Marguerite the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. More tellingly, she indicates Conrad told his aunt that if she needed assistance in dressing she should only call for Jessie, aid that Marguerite declined. Pinker and Jim 51. With a little speech that Jessie was already busy enough. The story reveals not only Conrad's treatment of Marguerite as a kind of princess but his relegation of Jessie to a social inferior in the face of a member of his family. Early the next month, all this was behind him as he ran down to Dover to see Ste. Fen Crane, who, dying, was on his way to the Black Forest. To Cora, who sought immediate aid, Conrad wrote he was a man without resources, without connections, without influence, and without means. His future, such as it is, he says, was already palmed, and it was not even within his power to jeopardize his own future to serve Crane. Conrad's after-careers with Blackwood took another turn, as the publisher began To see that Lord Jim was already far too long for inclusion in a volume with Youth and Heart of Darkness, he suggested that Jim be made into a separate volume to be published in the middle of September. The two stories would remain in limbo until Conrad could add one or two more tales to make up a suitable volume. Conrad's response to all this was unusual. While accepting the inevitability of Blackwood's decision, he still felt Jim could make up a volume with the stories. He argued artistic proportion. Lord Jim has not been planned to stand alone. H of D was meant in my mind as a foil, and Youth was supposed to give the note. All this is foolishness, no doubt. The public does not care, cannot possibly care for foils and notes. But it cares for stories, and Jim is as near a story as I will ever get. The title will have to be altered to Lord Jim, a tale, instead of a sketch. And yet it is a sketch. I would like to put it as a simple tale, a plain tale, something of the sort if possible. No matter. Under the change of a short story collection into two separate volumes, Conrad tried to renegotiate his arrangement, so as to derive an additional £200 from the firm. His calculations were based on the differing rate for short stories and a novel during serialization. It was a crafty scheme, in which he assumed, for the sake of payment, that a novel was worth 10 shillings per 1,000 words more than a short story. He added he was so weary of the whole thing that Blackwood might print the story or not. I am so utterly weary of myself, not of my work, that I verily believe I don't care. 3 days later, Conrad followed this letter to Meldrum with another, even more complicated. He had, apparently, spent those 3 days in calculations, which put forward his financial situation in the new light. The crux of it was a restatement of his earlier position that Jim should be paid for at 10 shillings per 1,000 words, with the additional £200 to be advanced to him against royalties on the book form and £300 more for the serialization. Since he had already received £200, the firm owed him the additional £300. These calculations, which were agreed to, revealed a shrewdness in Conrad that should not be ignored. When his survival depended on it, he knew precisely where his interests lay, and despite his disclaimers of his hatred for the marketplace, he had good business instincts. 502 The major career, IAPP. Blackwood sent £IOO to relieve Conrad's precarious finances, and the latter thanked him, also announcing his grief over Crane's death on June 5, at Badenweiler. If he had not been so intensely preoccupied with the compulsion of Jim, Crane's death would have struck more severely. He felt so far in arrears with copy, so financially near disaster, that his friend's early death would occupy only the passing moment. Yet it is unlikely he missed seeing in Crane his own earlier career, all speeded up in The American Writer, the young man who moves outside traditional or established roles in order to assert his own definition of himself, and who, as a consequence, moves along the edges of a society unconcerned at his existence. Crane's death, at 29, could only have fortified Conrad's pessimism and his allegiance to an indifferent universe. Solitary as a mole, as he put it to Davray, French critic and editor. Conrad continued to dig without end or truce, without ever arriving at seeing anything clearly. Like those who peered at Jim through mist, he observed YZW through a fog. On July 13 to 14, he announced the last word of Lord Jim, but he added that he still needed to do some judicious cutting. A few days after that, he described the ending of the novel to Galsworthy in some detail. The end of LJ has been pulled off with a steady drag of 1 hours. I sent wife and child out of the house, to London, and sat down at games, with a desperate resolve to be done with it. Now and then I took a walk round the house, out at one door, in at the other. 10-minute meals. A great hush. Cigarette ends growing into a mound similar to a cairn over a dead hero. Moon rose over the barn, looked in at the window, and climbed out of sight. Dawn broke, brightened. I put the lamp out and went on, with the morning breeze blowing the sheets of MS all over the room. Sun rose. I wrote the last word and went into the dining room. 6 o'clock. Felt very well, only sleepy, had a bath at 7 and at 8:30. Was on my way to London. To Blackwood, he wrote of important matters in a flurry of activities, for the family was going to join the Fords in Bruges, toward the end of July. Conrad sensed Lord Jim as a title was insufficient, and there should be some generic subtitle, such as a romance. Although he provided no specific reason, he certainly saw the novel as something more than Jim. His was a novel not of a character but of a situation, a state of mind, a human condition. And therefore, the main character had to be qualified by a context romance or something comparable. Further, Conrad wanted to eliminate even so, to Mrs. Sanderson he wrote, and all the time make his next number hanging. Sometimes I fancy I am breaking up men over my head. Yet I've written 120,000 words. Tally. I've been much worried this year. First in 10 months. I finished in July and felt illness, afterwards the death of poor Stephen, limp, done up, dazed, like a man waking up. Crane upset me horribly, delaying my work, from a nightmare. Pinker and I'm. 503. Chapter designations. His argument is of interest. Would it not be better, seeing the form of the novel, personal narrative from a third party as it were, to dispense with the word chapter throughout the book, leaving only the Roman numerals? After all, these divisions, some of them very short, are not chapters in the usual sense, each carrying the action a step further or embodying a complete episode. I meant them only as pauses, rests for the reader's attention while he is following the development of one situation. Only one really from beginning to end. As he feared, it was too late to make the alteration, but his idea was sound. He saw the novel as a flow, an inner stream of observation that would be obstructed by the usual chapter designations. His desire to leave only numeral divisions was based on novelty, to escape from established episodes or starts and stops. Of great interest is Conrad's awareness of the modern flow or seamlessness, the massing of material without beginning or end. He was, here, moving with the inner direction of his material, attempting to create a measureless, unobstructed stream between inner and outer. The above technique is connected to what Conrad wrote Blackwood on the following day, an explanation of the final scenes which he presented as almost pure narrative. The situation, the problem if you will, of that sensitive nature has been already commented upon, illustrated and contrasted. It is in my opinion that in the working out of the catastrophe psychologic disquisition should have no place. The reader ought to know enough by that time. I enlarge a little upon the new character which is introduced, that of Brown the parade adventurer, so as to preserve the sense of verisimilitude and for sake of final contrast, but all the rest is nothing but a relation of events. Strictly a narrative. The Conrads left for Bruges immediately after this, a vacation that Jessie wished they had cancelled because of the presence of the Fords. In addition to her strong personal dislike of Ford, there is reason to think Jessie was jealous or resentful of Elsie, young, attractive, better educated, and more turned to ward literature. In Jessie's eyes, Elsie would appear better suited as the wife of a literary man than she was herself. The foursome began to take on some of the combativeness and inner rage of Ford's later quartet in The Good Soldier, although most certainly without the covert sexual confrontations. The goal of the vacation was to combine relaxation with collaboration on Serafina. After Bruges, the group moved on to Knock-sur-Mer, a coastal resort near Ostend. The excursion was, like so many others Conrad took with his family, a period more of consternation, near disaster, and financial concern than anything approaching relaxation. Boris came down with erythema and such severe dysentery his life was in danger. Not until August 10th, Conrad writes Galsworthy, would he be out of danger, and then he is a miserable 504 the major career, 18 ppipia. Object to behold. I had enough of this holiday. This time it was Boris. Later it would be Jessie and her knee, then Boris and John together, and finally Conrad himself, gouty and neuralgic. Attempts at renewal always brought him closer to personal and financial doom, so that it is impossible to escape the fact that he appeared to need these situations, whether holiday induced or not, as a way of goading himself to creative action. Conrad described the turmoil of the hotel. The whole hotel was in a commotion. Dutch, Belgians and French prowled about the corridor on the lookout for news. Women with babies of their own offered to sit up, and a painter of religious subjects, Paulus by name, rose up and declared himself ready to do likewise. Elsie Hufer helped a bit, but poor H did not get much collaboration out of me this tide. Sick. Even Jessie had to admit Ford made exceptional efforts to help. At this crisis I have nothing but praise for FMH. He earned my gratitude and appreciation by the manner he showed his practical sympathy. He was always at hand to shift my small invalid, fetch the doctor or help with the nursing. It was a nightmarish time, that terrible August we spent in Knock. Naturally no work was done, and all our nerves were completely frayed long before the child was well enough to be taken home. Yet she could not resist the final word. As part of the party had preceded us there, so they made the home journey first. I heaved a sigh of relief. For a week or 10 days we could at least rest, and I think my husband had had enough of a double household for a time, at least abroad. The rest of the rescue was written after our return. At the Pent, not completed until 1919. This book I managed to keep clear from collaboration. As for Conrad, his sole accomplishment for over 3 weeks' effort was getting the end of Jim fit for print. Toward the 20th of August the Conrads returned to the Pent. Upon settling in, Conrad had several projects to contemplate: the serious collaboration with Ford on Serafina, the completion of the volume of Tales for Blackwoods, and the ever-present rescue. It was, nevertheless, a p.e. riot of treading water, no big novel, no singular project, much finishing up work. Still 18 months away was the beginning of Nostromo, which would occupy him for over 2 years. After arguing the case of Garnett and Galsworthy to Meldrum for publication of their work by Blackwood, Conrad moved to his own needs, to make a fresh start without further delay. He suggests First Command as the tale to fill out the volume of stories under contract. He says that after its completion, and with any success for Jim, he will have a clear road to run after the end of the rescue. Pinker and Jim 505. There is, once again, some fudging of fact or outright dissimulation, in that Conrad was far indeed from completing that novel, not only in terms of hundreds of pages, but even in inclination. One consolation, Conrad had written about 120,000 words in 10 months. And that rapid rate of production convinced him he could, under controlled conditions, turn out more than 10,000 words a month. Of course, he needed not only time to write but time to think of subjects, plan development, dredge up and coordinate appropriate memories. He was still drawing heavily on the past, and his next work, Typhoon, would be part of his remembrances of things past. Asterisk in his author's note to the collection in which Typhoon appeared, Conrad spoke of Macawar, the captain of the Nan Shan Carrot, as being the product of 20 years of life. My own life. Although not based on a particular person, Macawar, he says, is perfectly authentic. Conrad notes that the story of a steamship full of coolies returning from Singapore to northern China through a typhoon had come to him as conversation in the East. Shop talk, as he called it, becomes the matter of fiction. By the time the story reached Conrad's ears, in fact, it was already a fiction, and by the time he wrote it, it was still further removed from whatever had occurred. Conrad apparently started the story to complete the Blackwood volume. Or else he began it simply as a relief from the collaboration with Ford. In any event, it would not end up in that volume but would appear later with an other set of stories. The end of the tether would complete the Blackwood book. Conrad evidently wrote a good deal of Typhoon in late August or in September, for on October 3 he told Meldrum he had not yet finished that story which is to prolong my wretched existence. He called it that infernal story which he could not bring off. On October 8 he told Pinker firmly he would have Typhoon by the 15th. He completed it in January 1901. A second story, Falk, which is shorter and much more horrible, its pivotal point is cannibalism, shall be ready early in November. He completed it in May of 1901. Typhoon, the first Conrad piece handled by Pinker, was sent to Blackwood's for possible serialization there, but it eventually appeared in Pall Mall magazine for January-March 1902. Conrad did not know it, but his connection with Blackwood's magazine, except for the serialization of Tether and 2 papers of The Mirror of the Sea, was ending. Although Typhoon is almost top-quality work and surely more work than Conrad's critics have granted, Conrad's short stories in this period show a certain decline, or else were simply unsuitable for black. In Richard Curie's copy, Conrad wrote the storm in the Nigger, the ship in this case of the story, was meant to be a pendant to being a steamship. 506 The major career, IAPP Woods. It was highly improbable that the conservative, traditional old Blackwood would accept a story about cannibalism, even if he did like Heart of Darkness. Even more than the quality, good or bad, of Conrad's short fiction was the question of Magus dealing with his financial needs. And also with his newly acquired agent, Pinker. Conrad had made steady demands on the house that were highly unusual for Blackwood's authors, and he had been consistently late with copy. Furthermore, he had turned potentially story-length fiction into a novel, so that Blackwood was forced to postpone previously accepted material. While the firm is to be highly commended for its support of Conrad in his neediest period, nevertheless, it was not so committed to the life of art that it would continue the relationship when Conrad's short fiction took a different turn. Meanwhile, Conrad had attempted to place his friend's work with the firm. Garnett and Galsworthy had little success, but Ford published the Cinque Ports in 1900 with Blackwood. Writing to the latter, Conrad seemed to contradict everything he and Ford were working toward. Ford does not stand on his head for the purpose of getting a new and striking view of his subject. Such a method of procedure may be in favor nowadays, but I prefer the old way, with the feet on the ground, but there is, it seems to me, a good deal of force in his quiet phrasing. He adds that many new theories which jostle us today fall to pieces tomorrow. Apparently this commentary was what Conrad thought Blackwood expected, for his own practice, both with Ford and by himself, was to take on the colors and tones of those new theories. Conrad was, in fact, in the midst of becoming new as well as renewing himself. Typhoon, not unexpectedly, dragged on. It was, in a sense, a regression for Conrad, for its stress on a simple character, Mac, and the savagery of wind and wave implied a return to the Nigger and the values of a single ton. It was a farewell of a kind, for it lacked the sophistication of Conrad's other longer work during this period. Its very lack of sophistication seems to suggest a desire to escape momentarily from the arty world represented by Ford and to move back to a purer and simpler time. Typhoon, however, has its own intense interest and comes across as a kind of mutation of the Nigger and Lord Jim. The chief complexity of the book seems paradoxical, deriving from elemental decisions which, Conrad realized, are never purely finite. Mac is a very uncomplicated man. He had, as Conrad says, just enough imagination to carry him through each successive day, and no more, but the choices of a simple man are not themselves necessarily simple. He embodies a view of life which has within it all the complexities we associate with a more sophisticated individual. What is involved is his resolve, and that, in turn, is connected to his ability to enter into the workings of nature. Mac does not believe man is a separate creation but part of the Pinker and Yim 507 very element which will drown or float him, and man must grapple with that aspect of nature, not try to evade it. It is not a question of whether Mac was right or wrong in taking the Nanshan through the Typhoon, an action very much against the logic of the situation. The real question is one of man's relationship to the natural universe, and whether, by following a running course, he can escape what he is, and what his destiny involves. Jim had run, weight had signified every man's death, Donkin had refused his place both in man's world and in the natural universe. Typhoon becomes a corrective to that. It and Nostromo are superficially quite distant from each other, yet both would appear within 3 years of each other. And both were deeply intertwined in Conrad, part of an evolving philosophy. Mac is hardly a hero of the modern spirit, and yet any literary theory that loses sight of him forgoes a large sense of human aspirations. Chinese coolies below, ordinary seaman and captain above, the real drama lies in the modulations and transformations of nature, as in the following passage near the beginning of the novella. At its setting the sun had a diminished diameter and an expiring, brown, rayless glow, as if millions of centuries elapsing since the morning had brought it near its end. A dense bank of cloud became visible to the northward. It had a sinister dark olive tint, and lay low and motionless upon the sea, resembling a solid obstacle in the path of the ship. She went floundering towards it like an exhausted creature driven to its death. The coppery twilight retired slowly, and the darkness brought out overhead a swarm of unsteady big stars, that, as if blown upon, flickered exceedingly, and seemed to hang very near the earth. There is in this passage a sense of entropy, transformation, diminution of man, endless sweeps of space and time, a mythical beginning, and, over all, the wonder of the natural universe. The next sentence places the chief mate, Jukes, within this universe, and the juxtaposition is Iron Eagle. The name was well chosen for its harshness and its lack of fit for his grand role. Such passages are far more than ornamental descriptions or manifestations of a simple life, they contain all the unspoken mysteries which sweep beyond us in time and space. MacWhirr's loneliness of command in this universe has great dimensions. He is first man, this thick Scotsman, first sailor of the seas, and the struggles he wins are landmarks in human aspiration, even if meaningless in man's history. Conrad was striving for a meaningful statement in which words defined ultimate values, those inner areas that the Victorians had explored as compensations for God. Marlowe had sought such values in his first command and in the Congo. Later, he thought he had sighted them in Jim's honest yeoman's face. The question, then, is not whether MacWhirr and the Nanjan will come through the typhoon, Al. 508 the major career, IAPP though their haps depend upon it, but whether man has it within him to reach back to his mythical self and exert sufficient energy to keep himself afloat in the vastness of the ocean. Balzac, whose work Conrad knew well, had asked that same question in A Passion in the Desert, and his enigmatic conclusion that the desert is God without mankind, where there is everything and nothing, is Conrad's view of the ocean as the edge of the world. The Nanjan dipped into the hollow straight down, as if going over the edge of the world. The engine room toppled forward menacingly, like the inside of a tower nodding in an earthquake. Conrad, like Balzac, was striving for a hidden absolute of meaning within the lives of men who live in, not beyond, nature. The final chapter draws out Conrad's plan. The Nanjan steams into Foochow, and the men now become land creatures, routine and common place. They have had their moment. One reason Conrad appealed so strongly to later novelists, Gide, Faulkner, Hemingway, was that they noted the need for great moments in Conrad's characters, moments in which, like the bull fighter, big game hunter, or deep-sea fisherman, they move beyond the commonplace into a mythical surrender to an absolute universe. There was, in Conrad, as later in Hemingway, some sense of the Nietzschean stress on the Übermensch, not as a man in society but as a man who can, even if momentarily, move outside society. Such a man has only moments of greatness, moments of communion, but he connects, nevertheless, to the vastness of the universe, beyond time and beyond measurable space.